Chapter 751, Lost? A. This time Jialanga came to take advantage of the situation, and had no intention of fighting. In fact, coal mines are not uncommon in Daxia Kingdom. Even the Shiwang fiefdom has several high-quality coal mines. Outside of Daxia Kingdom, there are also large coal mines in Zirwei Kingdom to the west of Lingyu Mountain. But they were not taken seriously by people in the past. However, there are very few coal mines in Shijuet Kingdom. There is a small coal mine in Wangting. The rest of the country is grassland and desert, and there are no mineral resources at all. Therefore, the coal that Jialanga and the others use now is in exchange for it from Lingyu Mountain or the Shiwang fiefdom. The monthly cost is not small. So this time Jialanga got a big win and ran away satisfied. Although Jialanga is also a martial arts master, she has long known that she is no match for the eldest prince. Moreover, she has not practiced diligently in the past 2 years, and has become plump. She is not even a match for the eldest prince. Besides, the protagonist this time is not she. She's just here to get some benefits. But Jialanga's behavior of making money has obviously angered the eldest prince. When will it be Jialanga's turn to be reckless? Then he saw that his city walls were actually occupied by the troops of King Shi and Jialanga. This really made him very angry. This had already progressed into his fiefdom. Looking at the common people, they are all running towards the outside of the city desperately, while the 50,000 people who were left behind are hiding far away, like a pile of scattered sand, without any action at all. When they sent someone over and called the only remaining general with the highest official rank, they found out that several of the chief and deputy commanders guarding the place had also taken their families to defect to Princess Hope 19. And almost 3 others had gone with them. 10,000 people and horses. There are less than 20,000 left. Ah! Shameless villain! How dare you betray the country and surrender to the enemy? I'm so angry! Bring the rest of the troops here, and you will be promoted to deputy commander from today on. The eldest prince suddenly shouted in anger and annoyance. But there is nothing we can do. Now it seems that the remaining soldiers are pretty good and have not defected with them. In fact, how did the eldest prince know that these people did not want to escape? But because their family members did not evacuate in time. They had no choice but to stay here. In fact, they were very upset in their hearts. And they all blamed their families. The room is too far away, and I haven't been able to get there yet. The emergence of this situation must be said to be due to Duan Muqi's clever methods. Ever since he took hundreds of people out of the fiefdom for the first time, Duan Muqi began to divide and corrode the opponent's strategy one after another, constantly giving the defenders the troops in the city sent wine, meat and food. Of course, it will not be an open relaxation, but Hatchitu will take his caravan to complete it. In name, it is in exchange for some weapons and horses. But in fact it is half sold and half given away. Although it is a small loss, the effect is quite good. The soldiers guarding the border have had their rations halved for more than half a year. If they don't mix some bean cakes and wild vegetables, they won't be able to eat enough. Now there is wine and meat all of a sudden. Of course, people are tempted and don't want to work here anymore. Those single soldiers simply defected to Duan Muqi in the middle of the night. And the guarding generals turned a blind eye. Later, some people even started to escape in broad daylight. And some even they escaped on war horses. In just 10 days, more than 20,000 people escaped. By the time the eldest prince began to mobilize troops to maintain order, even the chief and deputy commanders guarding the border knew that the matter should be settled. And they all led their troops out of the city to defect to Duan Muqi. How else could it be said that Zhu Xiaobao took the greatest credit this time? A small opportunity allowed Duan Muqi to seize the opportunity and expand it infinitely. More than 200,000 people and 30,000 soldiers came to defect. And there were so many war horses and weapons. Isn't this a huge profit? What makes the eldest prince even more annoyed is that the people standing on his city wall are the opponent's troops. He has to attack the city first and take back his own fortifications. Otherwise, he will have no defense and will be quite passive. What the eldest prince didn't expect was that the soldiers on the city wall did not fight back, but evacuated on their own initiative. This was mainly because Duan Muqi considered that those soldiers who had not had time to surrender were among them. And he did not want to cause large-scale casualties. Besides, it was very awkward for him to occupy this place. He was sandwiched between Jialanga and the eldest prince, making supply and support very inconvenient. If Jialanga is left to guard it, she doesn't have the strength, or she is unwilling to cause such unnecessary casualties. After all, this is still the territory of the Daxia Kingdom. So why does she occupy it? So Duan Muqi took the initiative to withdraw his troops and returned all the original fortifications to the eldest prince. This made the eldest prince feel a little more comfortable. But he was not satisfied. After rearranging his troops, he went out of the city and called for formation. "Jiumei, come out! I will kill you to avenge my unjust death of the emperor." "Huh? An unjust death?" "He was inferior to others in skill and killed innocent people indiscriminately. So I took action. Who knew that he couldn't even dodge an arrow and was shot to death? Who can be blamed?" Jiumei walked out without caring, holding her golden armor hammer in her hand. But now her golden armor hammer was a little dull and had not been repaired, so she could barely summon it. But the turtle-back shield is completely unusable and has not been repaired until now. The eldest prince was also shocked when he saw Jiumei coming out to challenge. The woman in front of him was famous and tall. She was no shorter than him. Behind him was a fierce woman, dragging a pair of chains and hammers. The clatter is very shocking. It turned out that Yang Wufeitsui came out with the master. Didn't she become a disciple of Jiumei? Not to mention, since joining Jiumei, her martial arts and cultivation have also improved day by day. And she is now at the peak of a great martial artist. Yang Wufeitsui also wanted to show off his skills in front of everyone, and went to the battle first, killing an opponent's general and a great martial artist first. However, he only walked 3 rounds in front of Yang Wufeitsui when he was hit by a chain hammer. Smashed to death. Brains exploded. Yang Wujade's attack was even more ferocious than Jiumei's. The eldest prince was also surprised. Are all the wives of Xiaobao so fierce? Is even one of Jiumei's apprentices so cruel? One of his guards who rushed forward now was a martial arts master. The two of them were evenly matched, which made the eldest prince feel embarrassed. A martial master couldn't defeat a great martial artist? This is too embarrassing. "Emerald, come back here. You can't defeat a guard for so long. Don't embarrass me. That hammer you just made. If the chain is lengthened a few feet, he won't be able to dodge. Did you teach me in vain? You're so stupid." Unexpectedly, Jiumei was not happy anymore and scolded loudly. "Yes, I know my mistake." Although Yang Wujade is tall and is several years older than Jiumei, he replied very respectfully, "There is no way. When it comes to fighting, Jiumei is indeed a genius. She will obey this master." As soon as these words were spoken, the Wuzun guard opposite was not happy. He directly changed his target and came towards Jiumei. The eldest prince had no time to recruit him back. "Don't be arrogant. Look at my methods," the guard yelled angrily. He still had some real materials in his hand. 4 darts and a short halberd. He hit Jiumei unexpectedly, and then followed the trend. It was a head start. I felt that at least Jiumei would be busy paying the bill. Who knew that Jiumei didn't pay attention to these tricks at all? With a quick copy, the 4 darts were blown away by the strong energy around him, and a short halberd turned around and came back. "Huh? So fast?" At this time, the guard finally woke up. The person facing him was the most powerful woman in the world. But he didn't expect that she was even stronger than he thought. She had already turned passive into active with one move. The short halberd flew towards him twice as fast as before. The pitiful thing is that he knew he should dodge, but he couldn't dodge in time. The guard was shot through the chest by his own short halberd. Before he could cry out, the beautiful man had already arrived, and he shot him through the chest. He grabbed his head and twisted it off easily. His movements were clean and neat, and he was also extremely skilled and natural. It was obvious that he had done this job often. The guards behind the eldest prince looked frightened. This woman is too fierce. The next question is, how did Zhu Xiaobao subdue this woman? How much courage does it take for a female man to wear such pajamas? Presumptuous! Bold! How dare you kill someone in front of me? The eldest prince was also trembling in shock. This woman is indeed cruel, but he is very itchy in his heart. He likes such a strong woman. Kill them all! Why don't you dare? Jiumei looked at the eldest prince like an idiot. She really didn't take the eldest prince seriously. The eldest prince roared angrily, and the 2-wheeled steel axes swung like snowflakes, rolling towards Jiumei. Jiumei did not show any weakness, and the golden armor hammer in his hand also started to rotate, and they fought back. Not to mention, the power of the eldest prince also surprised Jiumei. He was not much worse than himself, and his moves were fierce. His combat power had already exceeded that of the original 9 great sages. Hey! Good time! We finally have an evenly matched opponent! Jiumei immediately became happy. It was so difficult to meet such an opponent. Jiumei shouted excitedly. Jumei was happy. But the eldest prince was grinning. He had fought evenly with a moment of bravery. But within 10 rounds, he was a little overwhelmed. The shock of the golden armor made his arms numb. And his strength I can't keep up. This woman is so fierce. Okay. Come again. Come again. You should use more force. Jumei was still seriously encouraging the eldest prince while beating him. I will fight with you. The eldest prince couldn't express his pain at this time. His soldiers were beating drums to cheer him up. But he felt that he could no longer hold on any longer. The key is that the woman gets more and more excited as she hits her. The blows are as tight as a hammer. And they last continuously, making him exhausted. At this moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The surrounding city walls and soldiers disappeared, turning into a snow-capped wilderness. The eldest prince was overjoyed. This was the arrival of the human demon martial saint, which meant that Ji Jishin should also have arrived. But what depressed the eldest prince was that the human demon martial saint only used the illusion and did not take action. Little did he know that the female martial saint was frightened when he saw Jumei. Twice in a row, he was beaten into a woman, completely canceling his right to be a man. Therefore, the female master had another crush on Jumei. Afraid, hated, and a little grateful. His current enchanting and charming appearance can be regarded as a result of giant beauty. But he likes it very much. Jumei suddenly lost sight of the eldest prince in the illusion, and couldn't help shouting angrily. Female, you are neither a man nor a woman. Come out, or I will make you unable to become a woman. Ha ha! Jumei, you're fine. Unexpectedly, the person who answered was a faint voice. GZ. Chapter 752, Defeated B. Jumei did not expect that she would be trapped in the illusion of a human monster martial saint, and that Ji Jisheng's voice could also be heard. Now Jumei also has an inexplicable sense of vigilance towards Ji Jisheng. This guy has snatched away the mantle of Demon Jiu, and his cultivation level has skyrocketed. So Jumei was still a little nervous from the bottom of her heart. This time, Jumei also discovered that the illusion of the human monster martial saint was more subtle than before. After all, he had been promoted to the level of the martial saint. 8 figures who were exactly like the human monster martial saint appeared in the illusion, posing and tempting. But these were against the giant. Beauty is of no use. The real threat is Ji Jisheng. In this illusion, GZ couldn't tell the specific location of Jumei. But the human demon martial saint could see it clearly, and pointed out the location of Jumei to Ji Jishi. So GZ still had an absolute advantage. Jumei can only rely on her super spiritual consciousness to roughly sense the opponent's position, which greatly increases the error of the attack. In the blink of an eye, the 8 charming figures were scattered by Jumei. None of them was the true form of the human demon martial saint. This was also expected. The human demon martial saint had long been frightened by Jumei. He won't mix in it himself, and his attacks are of no use against Jumei. The bloody petals all over the sky and the 8 enchanting figures could only disturb Jumei's mind and affect her judgment. But this is already very good. Ji Jisheng used the guidance of the human demon martial saint to launch attacks from time to time, which made Jumei very passive. Of course, Ji Jishi's attacks also inherited the mantle of Tian Mojio. They also have 2 blood axes, but they are not as sharp and powerful as Tian Mojio. However, Ji Jishi also has his own advantages. That is, his spiritual consciousness is stronger than Tian Mojio. So in the current attacks, there are many changes in the control of the blood mist. Some formed hundreds of blood cones and shot towards them. Some were mixed among the petals, making it hard to detect, and some were transformed into the shape of blood axes to confuse the opponent's vision. Although the giant beauty is invulnerable to all poisons, she was still in a hurry at this time, very passive and embarrassed. Ha ha ha! Jumei, you lose because you only know how to fight alone and are not good at cooperating. Throw away the golden armor hammer. Kneel down and surrender. Follow me from now on. I guarantee you will be much happier than you follow Zhu Xiaobao. Otherwise, today, it's your time to die. Ji Jisheng kept wandering outside the environment, and proudly tried to persuade Jumei to surrender. He kept wandering around because he was afraid that his position would be sensed by Jumei. If the hammer hit him, it would be very violent. He also learned this from watching the human monster martial saint. If anyone is careless when facing huge beauty, he will have to pay a heavy price. However, this move is indeed very effective. Now it is difficult for Jumei to accurately judge Ji Jishi's position, which makes Jumei's several fierce counterattacks miss. This makes Jumei very depressed. If her turtle shield was not damaged, she could use her innate skills and dive underground. And then this illusion would have no effect on her at all. Unfortunately, now I can only rely on my own senses to deal with it. As for the human demon martial saint, he didn't even dare to make a sound and just kept wandering around the illusion. The eldest prince didn't dare to take action. He was also very afraid of Jumei now. This female man was too fierce. He was taking the time to regain his strength. Jumei was trapped in the illusion, with sweat on her forehead. But she didn't see any expression of intersection. But he was still a little excited and shouted, "Little pig, aren't you going to take action? I know you are already here." "What? Zhu Xiaobao? Where is it? Where is it?" "Hee hee. Jumei, I didn't expect you to cheat. Even if Zhu Xiaobao comes in this illusion, you will not sense it before me." Ji Jisheng was startled at first, and then smiled happily. He didn't expect Jumei to be so scheming. This surprised Ji Jishi. But he was still very happy in his heart, because he wanted to take Jumei as his own. And of course, he hoped that Jumei would become smarter and smarter. "Like a chicken. Apart from doing some sneaky things, what else can you do? Today I will kill your chicken." Unexpectedly, before Ji Jishi finished speaking, Zhu Xiaobao actually came the sound of. Ji Jishen was immediately stunned. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao cannot see the great beauty in the illusion. But the telepathy between the two can make the other person feel each other's existence. And they are still far away. And it has nothing to do with their cultivation. The more they care about each other, the feeling is stronger. So Jumei was a little worried at first in the illusion. But later she was no longer afraid, because she could already feel Zhu Xiaobao approaching her rapidly. This was something Ji Jisheng never expected, because he had never treated anyone with such deep affection. And he only treated anyone with the purpose of possession and enjoyment. To say that there was a little bit of true love for the great venerable Jiuyin at the beginning. But as his temperament became more cruel and cruel, that little bit of true love had long since been wiped out. Before he finished speaking, a white tiger Dharma Prime had already viciously pounced on Ji Jishi, making Ji Jishi very nervous. This was the first time he faced the descendants of the four great beasts after replacing Tian Mojiu. Even he doesn't know how his cultivation and martial arts compare to Zhu Xiaobao. "Block it! Help me block it! Shemale, quickly cast the double illusion!" Ji Jisheng screamed. He didn't want to fight the little treasures alone. If he couldn't defeat him, wouldn't it be very passive? Such a huge beauty. Once it comes out, it will be more terrifying than all the little treasures. The human demon martial saint and the eldest prince also hurriedly tried their best to show off their skills, and cooperated with GZ to deal with the white tiger Dharma image. However, what was unexpected was that the law enforcement direction quickly dissipated. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao was just using his innate skills. This white tiger's appearance was just to deceive others. The other white tiger's appearance had already fled into the illusion and joined Jumei. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao showed his true body in the illusion. I was relieved to see Jumei safe and sound. The reason why Zhu Xiaobao came so late was because Ji Jishen's whereabouts were mysterious. He did not come with the eldest prince, but bypassed the eldest prince's troops and arrived quietly. This made Zhu Xiaobao unable to determine Ji Jishen's whereabouts for a while. His main task was to keep an eye on GZ. But he didn't expect that he was still hidden by GZ. It was Qin Tianju who arrived in time to deliver the letter. And Zhu Xiaobao hurriedly chased him out, because Qin Tianju was following His Highness the Second Highness. He did not go out with the team this time. Instead, he was busy helping the Second Highness search the mansion of the First Highness. Wasn't His Highness killed by Jumei? His Second Highness was not sad at all, but was anxious to take his wives and concubines as his own. The two brothers have also started fighting openly and secretly a long time ago. And they both want to kill each other. After all, there can only be one heir. And His Highness undoubtedly has the absolute advantage. Now the situation suddenly changed. And His Highness was immediately elated. He couldn't wait and surrounded the mansion under Dadian. We have already started hugging each other and enjoying ourselves in His Highness's mansion. Only then did Qin Tianju have the opportunity to run out and deliver a message to Zhu Xiaobao. As soon as Zhu Xiaobao appeared, the tiger-headed spear had already been fired. The terrifying killing aura immediately pierced through the illusion of the human monster martial saint. It's not that Jumei's cultivation is worse than Zhu Xiaobao's, but because Jumei can't use her turtle back shield, she falls into a passive state. Otherwise, the illusion of the human monster martial saint wouldn't be able to trap Jumei at all. Beautiful. But unexpectedly, this environment was broken, and another one was launched. Unexpectedly, Since being promoted to the Martial Saint, the illusion of the human monster Martial Saint has become stronger and stronger. I can cast several consecutively, even in the illusion. The number of virtual doubles has also increased from the original 4 to the current 8. This made Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei very passive. Various attacks were constantly coming at them from outside the illusion, making it impossible to defend against them. Moreover, Ji Jisheng also found out at this time that his fighting power was no worse than Zhu Xiaobao. This boosted his confidence, and together with the eldest prince and the human demon Martial Saint, they launched a crazy offensive into the illusion. With the precise positioning of the human demon Martial Saint, their attacks are very sharp. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei's counterattacks were very different. What made Zhu Xiaobao depressed was that his dragon-slaying knife was not with him. Instead, Zhu Rong took him to the crater to hammer the chain and repair it. The Suzaka knife was also damaged in the last battle with Tian Mojiu. If he wanted to repair it as soon as possible, you must go to the crater and rely on the blazing fire of the core of the earth to repair it as soon as possible. Without the dragon-slaying knife, Zhu Xiaobao's combat effectiveness dropped by 30%. Especially when dealing with these illusions. It can be said that as long as the Suzaka flame on the knife comes out, it can be easily broken. But now it is difficult. This left Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei deeply passive. Fortunately, both Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei have super strong spiritual senses. Although they cannot see each other, they can still sense the opponent's attacks relatively accurately. And most of the attacks have been neutralized. However, Ji Jisheng's attack is the most powerful and concealed among them. And his various attack methods are quite rich, many of which Zhu Xiaobao has never seen before, which makes Zhu Xiaobao a little bit overwhelmed. After resisting for more than half an hour, Zhu Xiaobao was finally shot by Ji Jisheng's blood cone, and there were as many as 6 or 7 wounds on Jumei's body, all caused by blocking Zhu Xiaobao's attacks. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei were sweating profusely, and looked at each other solemnly. Are they really going to die here today? Jumei smiled. She didn't care about life or death. She was very satisfied to die with Zhu Xiaobao. But Zhu Xiaobao was unwilling to accept it. If he died, wouldn't Zhu Rong and Princess 19 become widows? There are also Wu Yu, Yu Dan, Princess Mou, etc. What a hacking loss. Hey! Why am I so stupid? Don't you still have this thing? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly slapped his forehead and remembered that he was carrying several missiles. Once this thing explodes, it will definitely have unexpected effects. Ji Jisheng and others outside the illusion were also panting from exhaustion. They couldn't figure out why the two of them weren't tired enough to lie down yet. Forget about being hugely beautiful. She is born with a super strong physique. But why is Zhu Xiaobao so powerful? Little did they know that both Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei had taken a piece of Jinshan essence to greatly increase their recovery speed. So they persisted until this point. Quick! Try harder. They can't hold on any longer. Remember, Jumei, I want to live. Zhu Xiaobao must die. Ji Jisheng was also urging the human demon Martial Saint and the eldest prince. If such a good opportunity comes, wouldn't it be a pity that Zhu Xiaobao couldn't be killed? But at this time, Ji Jisheng still wanted to capture Jumei alive. Before he finished speaking, several more golden lights flew out from the illusion. Ji Jisheng thought it was Zhu Xiaobao's pair of tiger claws again, or the giant golden armored flying hammer. But this time 4 of them flew out at once. And I felt there was something wrong with the strength. It didn't look like it was very powerful. So I dodged it easily. But before he could take a breath, the 4 missiles exploded almost simultaneously. Chapter 753, Defeated C. Ji Jisheng did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao was trapped in the illusion and had such unexpected methods. Moreover, they were all things he had seen before, but they were not considered real skills at all. But this kind of alternative thing made them completely unprepared. I felt that there was an explosion all around me. Although the damage caused by this explosion was not very serious for people with their cultivation level, it could also damage the external skin and flesh. More importantly, it was completely disrupted their rhythm. As the 4 missiles were exploded, Ji Jisheng and the eldest prince were both physically strong. Although they were disgraced by the explosion, they were not seriously injured. However, even though the human demon Martial Saint has been promoted to Martial Saint, his physique is the weakest among the 3, and he still maintains fine skin and tender flesh. Unexpectedly, his skin and flesh were torn apart by the explosion, and all his clothes were also damaged. It was in tatters, and many places were on fire. As for the exposed body, no one cared about it, because it had become dirty and black. Ouch! Jumei! You heard me again. You are so wicked. You are targeting me specifically. The human demon martial saint covered his buttocks and screamed. He was also the most unlucky. 3 of the 4 missiles hit him. One of the explosions beside him was still at his feet. No. The guy below was injured again. The more serious consequence that followed was that the illusion of the human monster martial saint also dissipated. Because he could no longer maintain this illusion. His buttocks were burning with pain. And his body was in tatters and smoking. The human demon martial saint screamed and hurriedly ran behind Ji Jisheng. Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei appeared. But their condition was not good, and they were at the end of their rope. Jumei was so shaky that she couldn't stand upright. She suffered several injuries on her body. The most serious one was that her shoulder was pierced by Ji Jishi's blood cone. Now she can no longer lift one of her arms. But Ji Jisheng, the eldest prince, and the human demon martial saint were not much better. They were panting from exhaustion and launched an offensive at Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao through the illusion. They went all out with every blow. And they fought until now. Their consumption is also very huge. Cheer up! They can't hold on any longer. If we don't kill them now, there will be endless trouble. Ji Jisheng could see clearly that even though he had consumed a lot of energy, he could still forcefully launch the final blow. The eldest prince and the human demon martial saint also forced themselves to follow Ji Jisheng and join forces to attack again. They had to fight hard. Ji Jisheng was staring at them fiercely. Besides, the eldest prince was already suffering from the pain of losing his son. So he was very desperate, seeing that the crisis has not been resolved. But now it has turned into a head-on confrontation. Zhu Xiaobao feels a bit chilled. Jumei is having a hard time even moving. And his own limbs are weak. And he can hardly hold the tiger head spear. Duan Muqi, who was watching the enemy formation from behind, was also anxious. He didn't expect that Ji Jishi could have such strong strength and advanced cultivation. He tried to let the female warriors rush forward to rescue Jumei and Zhu Xiaobao. But the powerful aura generated by the fight between several people prevented these female warriors from getting close at all. This is not a level battle at all. Seeing that Zhu Xiaobao was in a hurry to protect Jumei, he was besieged by 3 people and was surrounded by dangers. Duan Muqi was so anxious that he suddenly had an idea and shouted loudly, "Xiaobao! Have you forgotten the Yuan knife?" Duan Muqi is now at the pinnacle of a great martial arts master, and his voice still reaches Zhu Xiaobao's ears very clearly, which immediately makes Zhu Xiaobao feel happy. How could he forget this set of sword skills? This set of sword techniques is designed to be used by 2 people. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao often uses the footwork of this set of sword techniques. But this set of sword techniques is no longer commonly used. With their cultivation level, they cannot use it at all. I didn't expect that I could use it today. Suddenly the battle situation changed. Jumei stood in the middle, and Zhu Xiaobao was circling the Tai Chi Bagua line, constantly swimming around Jumei, interspersed between Ji Jisheng and the other 3 people. Although it seemed that he also passed through the middle of them. But there was no danger, and he always avoided the opponent's killing moves with weird footwork. Ji Jisheng and others were shocked. They did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao had such a set of skills. Although the 2 of them did not cooperate very well at the beginning. As Zhu Xiaobao became more and more skilled, he and Jumei's as she became more and more adaptable, the cooperation between the 2 became more and more tacit. There was actually a kind of tacit understanding of heart to heart. And there was even a sense of intoxication on Jumei's face. She liked this feeling so much. At the same time, Jumei took out another essence of Genshin and began to accelerate the recovery of his internal strength and physical strength. But Zhu Xiaobao did not use it for the time being. The essence of Genshin had not been fully digested when he originally ate it. What kind of kung fu is this? Why is it so weird? Shemale, don't run away blindly. If you dare to back down again, I will cut off your thing when you get back. Ji Jisheng was also confused. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao had another idea. Such a weird skill. In fact, when Ji Jisheng was still at Princess 19, Zhu Xiaobao had already started practicing this set of sword techniques. But he was practicing with Wu Yu at the beginning. At that time, Ji Jisheng's kung fu was average, and he had a close friendship with Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao had never used this set of sword techniques to deal with him. So this time when Ji Jisheng used it, he was at a loss as to what to do. This sword technique is very strange, General. Otherwise we should retreat first. The eldest prince also cautiously took 2 steps back to avoid Zhu Xiaobao's 2 tiger claws. Zhu Xiaobao didn't carry a knife now, so he had to use 2 tiger claws instead. Otherwise his attack would be much sharper. Nonsense! You don't want to avenge your son? Aren't you afraid that the 4 descendants of the mythical beasts will join forces in the future? If you don't kill them now, there will be endless hidden dangers in the future. Do you want to die? Ji Jisheng shouted angrily, and then shouted sternly at the human demon martial saint. Hurry up and use illusion to separate these two people. The great sage tried his best to cast an extremely mini illusion, but because his internal strength was weak, he could no longer cast a bigger one. This is what he has done to the limit. However, he did not expect that Zhu Xiaobao would not be affected at all. He could clearly sense each other's location by relying solely on his mental connection with Yume. He was still operating according to the original Bagua route and was not affected at all. And as Yume somewhat responded, their set of gossip lines became larger and larger, and the scope they covered became wider and wider. In turn, Ji Jisheng and others felt more and more passive, as if they were starting to be chased by Zhu Xiaobao. Ji Jisheng was extremely depressed. He wanted to retreat, but he still couldn't save his dignity. The mini illusion of the human demon martial saint could no longer hold on and gradually dissipated. Originally, he used his special skill and transformed into 2 women who looked exactly like him. But it was a good thing that they did not appear. Once they appeared, even the human demon martial saint felt very embarrassed. It turned out that these 2 women were also half-clothed. His movements were slow, more like he was out to embarrass himself. What's more important is that the thing under the crotch is still swinging back and forth with a clanging sound, exposing all the privacy of the human demon martial saint. Hey! It's exposed. It's so small. Ha 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 ha. The female warriors who were closest to them burst into laughter. They just wanted to support Zhu Xiaobao, so they could see clearly that these female warriors were closest to them. What kind of fuel-efficient lamp is there? It's so bold and unrestrained. And it's all ridiculing and booing loudly. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. The human demon martial saint felt even more embarrassed and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl in. At this moment, Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei finally found the best position. And Zhu Mei shouted, Nirvana. Before he finished speaking, Zhu Mei had already appeared in front of Ji Jixi, and the golden armor hammer in his hand had already swept over him. It was too late for Ji Jixi to hide anymore. Boom! With a dull sound of collision, the golden armor hammer hit Ji Jixi ribs. But he didn't expect that Ji Jixi was now a half-demon body, and Zhu Mei's recovered internal energy and strength were too little, and he only broke 3 of Ji Jixin's ribs. In fact, there is another point that is very disadvantageous. That is, Zhu Mei uses a golden armor hammer. If it is a precious sword, this sword can definitely double the injuries suffered by Ji Jisheng. Ah, you're looking for death. Ji Jisheng screamed in pain, but his reaction was also very fast. He clamped the golden armor hammer with his backhand and hit an axe with his backhand. Zhu Mei couldn't avoid it. 3 ribs were also broken, and he aimed it, then he fell down. And the golden armor hammer also let go. Zhu Xiaobao rushed over quickly to protect Zhu Mei, while the human demon martial saint and the eldest prince also desperately held up Ji Jisheng and retreated. But Ji Jisheng was still very fierce at this time. He knew that now was the best time to kill Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei. He no longer wanted to capture them alive. As long as he could kill these 2 people, he threw away the eldest prince and the human demon, and used another blood axe, trying to rush forward with all his strength. At this moment, the war drums beat loudly. Duanmuki had ordered an attack, and tens of thousands of cavalry from the eldest prince's side immediately rushed over. These are not the key points. The key point is that suddenly dozens of missiles flew from a distance. At this time, the successors were at the end of their efforts, and the aura around them could no longer block the attacks of these female warriors. Boom, boom, boom. With the loud noises coming one after another, Ji Jisheng could no longer hold on. He was so dizzy from the explosion that his whole body was on fire. The human demon martial saint even screamed and ran away, exposing 2 white petals of his buttocks, twisting the waist. Still very charming, Ji Jisheng withdrew unwillingly, and the troops on both sides also stopped. In fact, Duanmuki mainly focused on rescuing people, and did not want to really start a war. Now that the war started, they were just the party attacking the city, and they had no chance of winning. I don't want too many casualties yet. The eldest prince's men and horses did not dare to charge anymore. There were 5,000 armored troops in front of them. They were the armored troops that King Ming was so proud of. The leader was Princess Ming. If you want to break through these 5,000 armored troops, you can't even think about it without 50,000 troops. Duinmuki is still very well prepared. At the same time, it was also to scare Jialanga, because he also wanted to prevent Jialanga from becoming greedy. After all, the eldest prince was already very weak now, and it was difficult to ensure that Jialanga would not have a different intention. At this time, the female warriors had carried Jume and Zhu Xiaobao back with all their hands. Zhu Xiaobao's injuries were minor, which meant they were too consumed. They would be fine in a few days of recovery. But Jume was injured again this time. He was seriously injured, which made Zhu Xiaobao very heartbroken. And Ji Jisheng was also lying on a stretcher, looking blankly at the camp of the 19th princess below the city. He knew that he had missed an excellent opportunity, and would probably pay a heavy price for it in the future. Chapter 754. The consequences are serious, with the 19th princess. Essence of Jinshin. Zhu Xiaobao's recovery was very fast. It only took 1 day to recover. But Jume needed a certain amount of time. She lost some weight this time, injured, and 3 broken ribs. He was seriously injured by Ji Jisheng's last axe, so he was immediately sent back to Liuhe County. What a good training. As for the golden armor hammer, there is no need to worry. Although Jume let go, it immediately returned to Jume's body. This kind of magical weapon that has recognized its master has its own spirituality, and will not be taken away at all, unless the other party's consciousness and cultivation are strong enough to forcibly wash away the brand and force it to recognize its master again. Ji Jisheng is not that high in cultivation yet, so I could only watch as the golden armor hammer disappeared out of thin air and returned to Jume's body. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao will not be able to return to the eldest prince's fiefdom, but Yi Qihong is still there. She will stay dormant for a while, contact more people, and try to save as many poor people as possible. But this time it was quite fruitful. A total of nearly 200,000 people defected to the Western King's fief one after another, and more than 30,000 of them were well-trained troops. This further weakened the eldest prince's strength. Duinmuki also showed the strength of the 19th princess very well this time, shocking the eldest prince and Jialanga at the same time. Jialanga, who was still a little impatient at first, immediately became honest. The current 19th princess is not comparable to her. The prince, Jialanga also lamented. Why didn't he have strong support like Zhu Xiaobao to help him? But look at how much coal was snatched this time. And Jialanga also gained a small amount, although the strength of the 19th princess's army now far exceeds that of the first prince. Duinmuki still has no intention of sending troops to attack. The problem is still the same. Now that the first prince's fief is captured, there are not enough manpower and energy to invest in post-war reconstruction and recuperation. It is better not to fight than to do this. Back in Liuhe County, Zhu Xiaobao was a little depressed. Ji Jisheng had grown too fast, and it was entirely possible that he would surpass the great master of the wilderness. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao had a very bad feeling that Ji Jisheng would be more difficult to deal with than that heavenly demon Jiu, because this guy is very cunning, has his own territory and controls all the power of the 7th princess, which means that he is the same as Zhu Xiaobao now. Judging from this fight, Zhu Xiaobao may not be able to defeat him alone. This somewhat makes Zhu Xiaobao very unhappy. Besides, after Ji Jisheng returned to the palace, he also needed to nurse himself back to health. Didn't he also have 3 ribs broken by Jume? Although there is no essence of Jinshin, Ji Jishi's half-demon body still recovered quickly. Similarly, Ji Zi also felt that Zhu Xiaobao and others were definitely his biggest hidden danger. This time, he was unable to kill Zhu Xiaobao, which made Ji Zi always feel very upset in his heart. The only gratifying thing is that Ji Jishi feels that his current cultivation and combat power are already very strong, as long as the descendants of the 4 great beasts do not join forces. He is confident that he can beat anyone. But the impact of this incident is far from over. Within a few days, continuous reports came out from the army guarding the border. Soldiers were now escaping almost every day to join the 19th princess, and some were still riding horses. What's even more irritating is that Hachitu is now camped at the border, shouting loudly to lure the soldiers to come and defect. And he has also set up several large pots to stew beef and mutton, letting the aroma continue to float in the camp of the troops defending the city. The soldiers guarding the city had very poor food to begin with, and it was good to have enough to eat. However, they all complained after being treated like this by Hachitu. They don't owe military pay, but they can't buy wine, meat or food even if they have money. Even if I can buy it at a high price, I still can't afford a few meals. So within a few days, soldiers began to escape one after another, and the situation showed signs of getting worse. This gives the leading generals a headache. The people currently guarding the city are all the generals, who are more trusted by the eldest prince and are relatively loyal. But the soldiers under his command are not so wholeheartedly loyal to the eldest prince. They just want to eat well. The key is that the 19th princess can get a small piece of arable land after her term of service. And there is also a preferential policy of half tax payment for 3 years. Seeing that the 19th princess's fiefdom is getting more and more prosperous. Of course, these soldiers will also pay for their own plan for the future. Anyway, Hachita used a big loudspeaker to shout to the officers and soldiers guarding the city. He would not engage in loss-making business. Even if he did not surrender, he could exchange war horses and weapons for food, beef and mutton. This move more ruthless, more capable of destroying military morale. And business really came to the door. With such a long defensive front, there were always some omissions. Some soldiers actually sneaked out and exchanged their weapons for wine, meat and food. In the end, even the war horses were brought over. The eldest prince's army reported a sharp increase in the number of sick and attrited horses. In the end, they urgently purchased a large amount of food, wine and meat from His Highness the Sixth Prince, which finally temporarily stabilized the morale of the army. But this had already exhausted the eldest prince. In the end, the eldest prince simply gave way to His Highness Xia Jinwen in advance. He was concentrating on cultivation, and the speed at which his cultivation was improving could be said to be astonishing. He had no intention of becoming the king of Yong'an for a long time. Just as His Highness was killed by Jumei, he simply handed over the throne to his son. In fact, the eldest prince knew in his heart that he did not have the ability to manage the fiefdom well. The reason why he was very powerful in the past was because the old emperor continued to deliver food and weapons to him. Because he had always been at war with the royal court, he could not worry about food and military pay. Although the royal court no longer invades, he cannot manage his fiefdom well. Moreover, with the increase in taxes year after year and the departure of Situbufan, the eldest prince's fiefdom has long been in poverty. After several wars, now even including those poor people and slaves, there are only 2 million people. At its peak, his fiefdom had 10 million people, the most among the 4 princes. But now, there are roused farmlands everywhere, rebellious people everywhere, and bandits and robbers everywhere. Ha ha! The king is 1,000 years old, so you don't have to worry. The most important thing now is to work together to deal with the descendants of the 4 great beasts. As long as I kill them, the world will be under my control, and you will have a place by then. It's not right for a prince to work so hard like this. Ji Jisheng was drinking and relaxing with the eldest prince. He was still recovering from his injuries, but it did not affect his enjoyment. However, the positions of the 2 people have obviously changed. Ji Jixi is sitting at the top, while the human demon martial saint and the eldest prince can only sit on both sides. Moreover, Ji Jixi also made it clear that he will be the master of the world in the future. Ji Jisheng's thinking was similar to that of Zhu Xiaobao. That is, there were still several princes in charge of various places, and he only focused on cultivation and enjoyment. As for who should be the emperor, it depends on who is better at governing the country. Of course, the first step in all this is to eliminate Zhu Xiaobao and others. At the same time, Zhu Rong also rushed back. She had completely repaired the Suzaku sword in Huishan, and the quality seemed to have been improved, and it was more powerful than before. But Zhu Rong was not particularly happy, because both Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei were injured this time, which made her feel a little guilty. It was her idea to let Zhu Xiaobao go to the eldest prince to lobby, but she didn't expect that it would happen. When I met Ji Jixi, I didn't expect that Zhu Mei would be seriously injured again. Now several of the most important people are sitting together, and they also realize that competing for the throne of Daxia is not the most difficult thing now. The most important thing is to get rid of Ji Jixi. But according to Ji Jixi's practice method, although it is an evil method, it advances very quickly. This puts a lot of pressure on the dead. Moreover, the strength shown by the human male martial saint this time also shocked them. The eldest prince's talent in cultivation is also surprising. Ji Jixin has a lot of trump cards at his disposal. Humph! If my turtle shield hadn't been repaired, I would have killed the she-male thing that is neither male nor female. Zhu Mei still hummed angrily. Her body has basically recovered now. But however, the 2 magic weapons have not been restored, especially the turtle-back shield. The last time we had a bloody battle with Tian Majio, it was severely disabled by Tian Majio's blood axe. If we want to repair this magic weapon, we can only rely on giant weapons. The power of the beautiful mythical beast slowly warms up. and it is estimated that it will take at least half a year. Okay, Xiaobao, you don't have to worry too much. As long as the four of us are together, we are not afraid of Ji Jixing. Besides, we also have various methods that he is afraid of. For example, the grenades made by Mu Chuanyi and the Yuanong knife the power, as well as our respective talents and skills, are unmatched by Ji Jixing. Zhu Rong said still calmly and gently. Oh, we can't have four people tied together like Siamese twins all the time. How passive they are. I don't even have any private space. Zhu Xiaobao muttered, still frustrated. Private space? What else do you want private space for? Isn't it enough for us to accompany you? Do you want to have sex with women? Wu Yu was also present today. In the Shiwang fiefdom, Wu Yu's status is still quite high, and she is Zhu Xiaobao's first woman. So she is qualified to sit here. It's just that Wu Yu can spend too little time alone with Zhu Xiaobao now, and the huge gap in cultivation is already unbearable for her. It often takes two people at the same time to cope with it. Zhu Xiaobao is in dual cultivation. Her abilities have also improved a lot, making Wu Yu unable to resist now. She often sleeps with the 19th princess. Humph. That's right. If you think it's more fun to go out and mess around, then don't stay with us. Princess 19 always stood by Wu Yu at this time. Of course, it also represents the aspirations of Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei. I don't mean that. What I mean is that if I want to go to Zerui country, you all have to follow me. Wouldn't it be too troublesome? Speaking of which, I really want to go back to Huji Mountain. Go and understand it. Zhu Xiaobao defended with a guilty conscience. Yeah. I also want to go back to Turtle Snake Mountain to repair my turtle back shield. It's the fastest there. I think I'm going to advance again. Zhu Mei also nodded. Oh? Are you going to advance again? Everyone looked at Zhu Mei with some shock, envy, and even some jealousy. The talent of this fierce woman is really too evil. Chapter 755. The consequences are serious. B. In the backyard of the 19th Princess's West Palace, Wu Yu and Zhu Xiaobao are practicing the Yuanyang sword technique. In terms of the tacit understanding of this sword technique, no one can match Wu Yu. The two have practiced it for 10 years. It's been years. But now, with the growth of cultivation, I have begun to have a new understanding of this set of sword techniques. It's just that the cultivation level gap between Wu Yu and Zhu Xiaobao is too big. The current training is more about letting Zhu Mei, Zhu Rong and others figure out the essence of this sword technique. That's all I can do. If you cooperate with him, the power of this sword technique can be increased several times. In the end, Wu Yu couldn't keep up with Zhu Xiaobao's rhythm. She also knew that she and Zhu Xiaobao were now the gap between Bao's cultivation level was too big, which made him feel a little depressed. But there is nothing that can be done about it. Wu Yu does not have the blood of a mythical beast, so her cultivation is all obtained by her own hard work. However, no matter how hard she works, the gap between her and Zhu Xiaobao is getting bigger and bigger, so Wu Yu still felt a little disappointed. Sister, you have performed very well. Don't leave yet. Let's study it together, and see if 4 people can perform this set of sword skills at the same time. Princess Zhu Rong of England could certainly see Wu Yu's mood. She also felt a little guilty in her heart. After all, they were the ones who squeezed Wu Yu's position beside Zhu Xiaobao. Originally, Wu Yu could be said to be the most favored one besides the 19th princess. But now she may even be ranked behind Zhu Dan. So Zhu Rong quickly stopped Wu Yu. As the master of the harem, she had the responsibility to take care of everyone's mood. Huh? For people use it at the same time? I have never thought about this. Are you saying that the descendants of the 4 great beasts use this set of sword skills at the same time to deal with Ji Jixing? Wu Yu was immediately taken aback. This idea is too incredible. It takes 2 people to perform in perfect harmony, let alone 4 people. Yes. To deal with Ji Jixing, you have to start from unexpected places. After all, his cultivation speed is too fast. He is no longer an ordinary person, but a half-demon demon, Zhu Rong said helplessly. But the tone was still very calm, which made everyone feel less uneasy. Zhu Rong's greatest advantage is that she can affect everyone's mood. She always appears calm, and is not shocked by honor or disgrace. Yes, my dear sister, don't leave. Stay and study together. I have also specially prepared a small return pill for you, which will help you practice faster. Princess 19 also held her affectionately, knowing Wu Yu. Of course she understood Wu Yu's mood better, but there was nothing she could do about it. The 3 of them were destined to have the blood of divine beasts. Well, thank you, Princess. Wu Yu also understood that everyone was comforting herself and nodded. In fact, in the past few years, Wu Yu has been a little disappointed around Zhu Xiaobao. But in other aspects, she is still very proud. She has been named a general. And even Princess Ming is under her jurisdiction. She has high prestige in the army. So the 19th princess is actually taking care of her. Of course, Wu Yu herself works very hard and always takes the lead in fighting. But that's easy to say. When 4 people actually perform the Yuanyang sword technique at the same time, it seemed chaotic, without any structure at all. After practicing for an entire afternoon, several people were exhausted and sweating profusely. But they still couldn't figure it out. But Zhu Xiaobao had a hunch that this set of sword techniques could double their combat effectiveness. Especially with the dragon-slaying knife in hand. The one move they used to perform the ultimate killing move would definitely be a killing move. So Zhu Xiaobao still insisted on continuing to practice. If 4 people perform it at the same time, it is inevitable that Zhu Xiaobao will be in the center. Zhu Rong, Zhu Mei, and the 19th princess are moving rapidly along the periphery of the Tai Chi Bagua figure. The problem lies in the speed. It is difficult for the 3 of them to maintain the same speed. If there is a difference in speed, it will hinder each other when crossing. This is the most contradictory place for the 4 of them. If they want to, he's fast. But he has to keep a reasonable distance at all times and coordinate with Zhu Xiaobao's footwork. This is too difficult. To ensure a reasonable distance, you have to slow down. Wu Yu looked a little dull. Their speed was so fast that she couldn't tell who the other party was. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. You still need to have a tacit understanding. Of course. I mean, there must be a tacit understanding and resonance between the 3 of you. Come on. Bring Mu Chuanyi to me. Zhu Xiaobao finally found some way out. Here we are. As long as the 3 people can maintain this reasonable distance, the power of this set of sword techniques will be very terrifying. And the footwork under their feet will become even more weird. This undoubtedly made Zhu Xiaobao a little excited. Soon, Mu Chuanyi arrived. Mu Chuanyi was very busy now. Basically, she was not seen for 10 days and a half. She was immersed in developing those novel weapons. If she takes the initiative to come to Zhu Xiaobao, it must be that she has new knowledge points that she wants to ask Zhu Xiaobao for. There is also the need to seize the time to study and practice to improve her spiritual consciousness. Without good cultivation, she simply cannot bear such high-intensity mental work. Well, this is very easy. Master, can't you cast Gang Qi? Then sort out the Gang Qi all over your body into 3 lines, with each line at 120 degrees. In this way, they can clearly understand you really know whether your position is correct. She is indeed a talented woman. The problem that several people couldn't solve after thinking about it for a long time was solved by Mu Chun with just 1 sentence. Hee hee. Junior sister, you are really smart. Even my senior brother didn't think of this. The old apprentice said with a shameless smile. He was very protective of his junior sister. And now the old apprentice was responsible for Mu Chuanyi's safety. Now there is another girl behind the old apprentice. That young lady Liang Xinxin. It's just that now the object of Liang Xinxin's worship has become Mu Chuanyi. TSK. How do I know if the Gang Qi arranged into 3 lines is at an angle of 120 degrees? Isn't it the same as you didn't tell me? Zhu Xiaobao snorted unconvincedly. His second apprentice is so good. How much is it? It makes him, the master, a little embarrassed. This method should be something he has thought of for a long time. That's easy. I'll make a hoop for you and put it on your body. 3 arrows are fixed on it. The angle between each arrow is 120 degrees. You just need to cast Gang Qi in the direction pointed by the arrow. Okay. This way you don't have to worry about adjusting the angle. Unexpectedly, Mu Chuanyi opened his mouth and came. And Zhu Xiaobao was stunned. This second disciple doesn't save himself any face at all. Is there anyone who can slap him in the face like this? Ha 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 ha, Mu Chuanyi. So smart. This master is so stupid. Everyone looked at Zhu Xiaobao's embarrassed look and couldn't help laughing anymore. This made Zhu Xiaobao even more embarrassed. But Zhu Xiaobao was still very satisfied in his heart. Because after the hoop was completed, it really solved their big problem. Now that the Yuanyang sword technique was used by 4 people at the same time, they became more and more skillful, and they were able to communicate with each other. A certain tacit understanding also began to emerge. Zhu Xiaobao could clearly sense the position of everyone in the center of Tai Chi Bagua. He seemed to be strolling leisurely and at ease. He even watched the 3 people going back and forth and still had time to think about things. Nirvana. Zhu Xiaobao shouted, and then appeared in front of Wu Yu. Now Wu Yu was pretending to be an imaginary opponent. So Zhu Xiaobao suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yu. Of course, he would not, it's painful to kill. And the last trick is to just click and stop. But this guy's crotch also had a huge bulge. I guess it was just his wild imagination that triggered a physiological reaction. Go away, scoundrel. Wu Yu immediately turned red and scoffed. Then quickly backed away. This is too ugly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We are practicing the Yuanong knife. And the emphasis is on understanding each other. You all understand. Right? It's normal to have such a reaction. Right? Zhu Xiaobao smiled with a thick-skinned face. Said, this time it made you wrong, and the others blush a bit. This guy is so shameless. Master, what are they talking about? Liang Xinxin is still new to the world, and has not noticed those details. She is still asking her old apprentice for advice. Well, when you get older and your cultivation level increases, you will naturally understand it, the old apprentice said calmly, twisting his beard. Oh, so that's it. After another 5 days of hard training, the four of them were able to perform this set of Yuanyang swords perfectly, and with great power. The most important thing now was to find a few decent opponents to practice in actual combat. But it is really impossible to find such a strong opponent in the Shiwang fiefdom. At this moment, a female guard came to report. Qianzi Qi, the great venerable Duobao, and the great venerable Qiandu are outside the door asking to see you. Ah? Our opponent is really here. Come and invite us. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaobao was overjoyed and said repeatedly. Zhu Xiaobao personally welcomed him out of the mansion, and saw that it was indeed the great venerable Duobao and the great venerable Thousand Poisons who were visiting. The great venerable Thousand Poisons was still followed by the giant snake. But the giant snake was now a little sluggish. The two great sages were in good spirits, and were waiting there with smiles on their faces. We haven't seen each other for a long time. How are you? Zhu Xiaobao greeted him nondescriptly, as soon as he opened his mouth. Ha. Very good. Very good. Brother Xiaobao, you are still so funny. The two great sages also said with a smile, and cupped their hands. Zhu Xiaobao also called the great venerable this way, when his cultivation was very low. They are used to it. So they seem to be very close to each other, without any barriers. Ha. Come in quickly. Are you two here because you are thinking about my delicious food, or are you doing something else? Okay. The two of us are here to satisfy our appetites. And secondly, we have some small things to ask for, said the great venerable Qiandu with a slight smile. Oh, a small thing? Let me tell you. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, and then said sincerely, Hee, I'm afraid you can't do this yet. You need Jumei to do it. Master Qiandu said with a smile and waved his hand. Who is looking for me? Unexpectedly, Jumei strode out at this time. When she saw the great venerable Thousand Poisons, she immediately laughed happily, and the giant snake suddenly became energetic, suddenly pounced towards Jumei. Chapter 756, The Consequences Are Serious. C. When this giant snake saw Jumei for the first time on Ghost Snake Island, he showed some affection towards Jumei. Perhaps it was the aura of the mythical beast in Jumei that made her very attached to her. Now when the arrow reaches Jumei, he can't wait to pounce on it. Ordinary people would have been frightened and fainted. But Jumei didn't care and let the giant snake wrap around her body. Ha! How did you find this place? Hey, you don't have enough energy in your body. Were you injured internally? Immediately, the giant snake wrapped itself around Jumei's shoulders in a grieved manner, as if it was complaining. The great venerable Thousand Poisons said a little depressed. Oh, they were all harmed by the great venerable Wu Wei. He forced the little demon to detoxify him. At that time, the little demon had no choice but to spend his own energy. The blood was used to detoxify the great venerable Wu Wei. So I have been sluggish for the past 6 months. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked for help this time. The great venerable Thousand Poisons said very cryptically, and was unwilling to admit that he was being poisoned. Great venerable Wu Wei was forced to help him detoxify because of secret threats. But the people present were all human beings, so of course they understood. Once again, everyone felt very disdainful and contemptuous toward the great venerable Wei Wu Wei. That's it. It all depends on Jumei's intention. I'm afraid it will cost a lot to recover this giant snake. Right. Zhu Xiaobao paused, a little hesitant, as his experience increased. He also knows that this kind of recovery is nothing more than using Jumei's essence and blood to help it recover. This is a big loss for Jumei. Even the cultivation level will be damaged in a short period of time. And the recovery is also extremely slow. It's okay. It's destined to me. I want to help it recover. Unexpectedly, Jumei is really very simple. And she agreed immediately. Her intentions are always so forthright. And she never begrudges her losses. Thank you, goddess. I'm so polite here. I can't thank you enough. Master Chindu immediately bowed excitedly. He didn't expect Jumei to agree so happily. This giant snake has been following the great venerable Thousand Poisons for nearly 100 years. It has gone through a lot of hardships to become a spirit. Now that Jumei is willing to take action, it will definitely be a blessing in disguise, and its cultivation will be further advanced. The cultivation of beasts is different from that of humans. There are no techniques. It is all a matter of chance. In addition, they absorb the spiritual energy and essence of heaven and earth. And they can luckily advance into monsters. Of course, the level of this kind of monster is still one level lower than that of a divine beast. If you want to further cultivate to the level of a divine beast, it will probably take thousands of years. Generally speaking, very few monsters can cultivate to the level of a divine beast. Because although monster beasts have a long lifespan, being promoted to a monster beast itself is already a treasured resource for others to cultivate. And it will face many unpredictable risks. Many monster beasts are captured by humans and used as extremely rare cultivation resources. It's okay. My physique is good. And this little blood essence won't damage me too much. Jumei also saw that Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and others were very reluctant. So she said carelessly. He stopped discussing with everyone and took the little demon back to his room. This makes Zhu Xiaobao and others very helpless. Jumei is so simple. And this is also the reason why everyone likes her. Humph. Old man Qiandu, your request is a bit excessive. No, it's too much. Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and said with dissatisfaction. This was like catching him off guard. Otherwise Zhu Xiaobao will definitely let Jumei refuse. And Jumei will definitely listen to him. Ha. The King of England, Chateaus, is a little abrupt this time. I also know that I owe a huge favor. But if you need anything, just ask Chateaus, and I will definitely do my best. The great venerable Chindu is a little bit. He bowed in embarrassment repeatedly. Of course he knew he was going to make a fortune this time. It is very likely that the little demon's cultivation will skyrocket again. From the current level 3 monster to a level 4. Or even a level 5 monster. Yeah. Okay. You're welcome then. Former old man, do you still have your great return pill? I want 3. Did you see that my first wife is now a great martial artist? Now if you want to be promoted to martial lord, you must have 3 great return pills. No matter what. Zhu Xiaobao was not polite at all. And immediately began to blackmail the great venerable Thousand Poisons. What? 3 pills? Chateaus, do you think my Da Huan Dan is an ordinary pill? Just collecting the medicinal materials for refining the Da Huan Dan took me nearly 100 years. In the meantime, there was Du Bao Zun. The doctor helped me spend a lot of money to buy 3 of the extremely rare medicinal materials. And then refine 1 batch. With a total of only 12. Oh, don't say I'm reluctant. I only have 2 left here. You all take it? Master Chindu said heartbrokenly. These 12 great return pills were refined 30 years ago. And now only the last 2 are left. Ah? 2? TSK. It's still not enough. Think again. Who has more? I'll pay a high price for them. Zhu Xiaobao was actually very dissatisfied and said as he smashed the bar. Shameless. Zhu Xiaobao is definitely worse than the great venerable Thousand Poisons. Okay. You don't have to look at me. I have one here. And I won't talk nonsense. 100 jars are 10 years old. Plus 2 Gentian essences. So I will reluctantly part with you. The great venerable Duobao saw Zhu Xiaobao frequently hinting at him. So he had to state the conditions himself. Anyway, he knew that if Zhu Xiaobao was watching, he would basically not be able to escape. Okay. It's settled. Brother Duobao is happy. Zhu Xiaobao was immediately elated and agreed more happily than Lord Duobao. Immediately, 100 altars of 10 years were delivered. Zhu Xiaobao simply took out the 2 essence of Gentian he had on him. As long as Wu Yu could be promoted to the level of Wu Zun. What kind of money would Zhu Xiaobao have? I'm willing to give it up. looking not far away. Wu Yu suddenly felt so happy that she wanted to cry. Wu Yu now has many treasures on his body, including 3 Great Return Pills, 2 Essence of Jinshin, and Zhu Rong's personal Red Heart Fire Jade, which can improve the fire attribute. Treasure. Because Wu Yu also has a fire attribute. There are also dozens of secret books and mental techniques that Zhu Xiaobao found for her, all of which are extremely cherished techniques. It can be said that Wu Yu is now loved by thousands of people, all because Zhu Xiaobao wants to do his best to help her improve her cultivation. So now Wu Yu can't help but lie in the arms of the 19th princess and wipe her tears of happiness. Okay, the 1,000-year-old king of England. Let's have some wine, eat some food, and talk about business. Great Venerable Duobao said with some annoyance. If he had known that Zhu Xiaobao was so happy, he could have the asking price was higher. But now I seem to be feeling a little bit at a loss. No problem. No problem. It's just what I want. It just so happens that you can also see the enemy of the old disciple. That's a rapid improvement, Zhu Xiaobao said enthusiastically, holding the hands of the 2 great sages, and entered the second hall. This is where he specially entertains distinguished guests. Even though it is the West Palace of the 19th princess, Zhu Xiaobao is more like the master now. Ha ha! We haven't seen you for a long time. The Fairweather Venerable is getting younger and younger. Hard work. Hard work. The 2 great sages also greeted their old disciples very politely when they saw the old apprentice. This was all to save Zhu Xiaobao's face. In the past, the Fairweather Venerable, but they were not in the eyes of these 2 great sages at all. But now the Fair Food Venerable is also a well-known figure, just because he is an awesome master. But the craftsmanship of the master of wine and meat was indeed passed down by Zhu Xiaobao, and it actually made the 2 great masters enjoy the meal very much. I drank 4 jars of 10-year-old wine. All the little treasures felt a little sick when they saw it. Hey! 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 You had a great time eating. It's time for you 2 to talk about business. Right. Zhu Xiaobao finally couldn't bear it any longer, and simply asked directly. Well, Chitos and Jumei just fought against Ji Jishi. How is Ji Jishi's cultivation? How is his combat power? Master Qiandu stopped his chopsticks and suddenly asked. It's very strong. It's just a little bit worse than Taimojiu. Jumei and I teamed up, and it was just a tie. But what's even more troublesome is that the 2 helpers around Ji Jishin, the Great Master and the First Prince, are also very strong. Especially, it's the Great Master of Human Demons. Do you know that he has been promoted to the level of Martial Saint? Even I can't see through the illusion he cast this time. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly became serious. But he didn't hide it. To be honest. Tell the truth. Yes. This is exactly what we are worried about. Their cultivation methods are too evil and terrifying. We also want to remind Chitos during this trip to eradicate Ji Jisheng as soon as possible. The 2 great sages looked at each other, and then nodded. Said, Oh. Why? Zhu Xiaobao asked with some confusion. Of course. He knew that the further back he goes, the faster Ji Jishen's cultivation speed will be, and the higher his cultivation level will be. But he is still very confident when the descendants of the 4 great beasts join forces. Have you noticed that Tian Majiu originally had a pair of wings? And even after Tian Majiu returned to such a level of cultivation, there was no way to sacrifice him, just because his body was taken from his body. He had no blood support. But once he cultivated it, in order to improve further, it is very likely that you will be able to condense the heavenly magic without the support of your bloodline. By then, you will have no chance of winning, Lord Duobao said in a low voice. Yes, you must be on guard against this. So you must hurry up. Master Qiandu also nodded and said, the 2 of them each have their own inheritance. If they can be passed down from generation to generation, they still have some heritage. I guess the 2 great sages came together. Do you have any advice? Zhu Xiaobao also asked in a low voice, with some expectations. These 2 great sages are not simple people. It's not about giving advice. The 4 of you still need to deal with the devil Ji Jisheng. But it is necessary to remind you that while dealing with Ji Jisheng, you must also be wary of the great master Wu Wei. This person's ambitions are not small, and there are many evils. It's a well-known method, and it's not that upright. The 2 great sages told Zhu Xiaobao in very low voices some things they had long suspected and speculated about. Oh, so it's her? I really didn't expect this. I'm afraid she didn't expect that she would be used. Right? This is unknown. But one thing is for sure. there will definitely be no good results. Haven't you noticed that she has disappeared since the Reverend Wu Wei appeared? Yeah. Don't say anything about this beforehand. I understand. Zhu Xiaobao was indescribably horrified after hearing these secrets. But he was not sure. So he suddenly felt a huge pressure in his heart. There is one more thing I want to ask you. Zhu Xiaobao asked sincerely this time. Speaking? What kind of cultivation level does Ji Jisheng have now? Martial Emperor. Chapter 757, Level of Realm A. In fact, it's unbelievable to say that Zhu Xiaobao still doesn't know what level his cultivation has reached. This can't be blamed on Zhu Xiaobao. Because in this world, the Great Martial Saint is already very rare. If you go up to the next level, the cultivation level of the Martial Saint is only 1 in 1,000 years. And it is still like a dragon. Therefore, most people are not very clear about the distinction between realms above the Martial Saint. The two old men, Great Venerable Duobao and Great Venerable Thousand Poisons, are a bit unusual. They don't seem to have any outstanding achievements. But they are firmly in the top of the 9 Great Venerables. Now Zhu Xiaobao understands a little bit that these two great sages have always been secretly working together to communicate with each other. Moreover, the two people's settlements are also very close. Shahu City and Turtle Snake Mountain are both the boundaries of the Shijua Kingdom. They are only a few hundred miles apart. Now that I think about it, this is definitely not a coincidence. Martial Emperor? Darling, I didn't expect that Ji Jisheng could cultivate to such a state. What about me? And Jumei? Zhu Xiaobao immediately exclaimed, although he had been speculating. Through the two great sages, he said when he came out, he was still a little surprised. I didn't expect that I had already reached such a profound level. He was both happy and a little worried because Ji Jisheng was taller than him. Yes. Judging from your fighting situation, Ji Jisheng should be at the peak of the Martial Emperor. Jumei must also be the Martial Emperor. But not yet at the peak. Chitos, you should be in the middle stage of the Martial Emperor. Princess Ying is in the first stage of the Martial Emperor. The 19 princesses with the lowest cultivation level among you have not yet reached the realm of the Martial Emperor. And at most, they are the great perfection of the Martial Saint. But they may be promoted to the realm of the Martial Emperor at any time. Venerable Duobao said in great detail. Of course he and the great Venerable Qiandu have also been paying attention to the situation of these people for a long time. It is related to the overall situation. And they cannot stay out of it. Ah? I'm so much worse than GZ? This is so unfair. If I had known better, I wouldn't have helped him eradicate the Demon Geo. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. He never expected that in the last battle, the Demon Geo caused them heavy losses. But Ji Jisheng benefited greatly. The key is that he now has two very powerful followers under his command. The combat power displayed by the human demon Martial Saint and the eldest prince must not be underestimated. There is also the great Venerable Jiuying, who is now also a Martial Saint, and her attitude is also wavering. I wonder if I will fall in love with GZ again. After all, the two were very close before. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiaobao's head feels a little big. Haha. There is no need to worry about Chitos. Ji Jisheng's cultivation skyrocketed because he took away the body of the Demon Jiu, the great master of the wilderness. Speaking of which, you and Ji Jisheng are both people who inherited great luck. It's just that good and evil are incompatible. In fact, your strength is not weak. But you must work together to deal with Ji Jisheng. Otherwise he will probably defeat each other, which will be very dangerous. The great master Qiandu immediately said with a smile. In fact, it was more of a comfort. Dear Xiaobao, please don't let him lose confidence. The two great sages know this guy very well. If it is too difficult, this guy will probably give up. Then let me ask you weakly, what kind of cultivation was the real heavenly demon Geo back then? Isn't it much better than the current heavenly demon Geo who took away the body of the great lord of the wilderness? Zhu Xiaobao asked very carefully, originally thinking that I am already so powerful that I don't expect to feel that I am half powerful now. The contrast is too great. Oh, the real heavenly demon Geo back then was too powerful. At least at the realm of the god of war. He was probably already at the peak of the god of war. And he would be able to ascend to the immortal realm if he went up further. Otherwise, the immortals from the immortal realm would not have come to this world to suppress the heavenly demon. Damn it! That battle between immortals and demons was really shocking. This world was completely destroyed. It took thousands of years to slowly recover to what it is now. So Ji Jisheng must not be allowed to grow any longer. Otherwise, you four descendants of the divine beasts will not be able to bear it. If you wait until the immortal master from the immortal world comes, I am afraid that this world will be doomed, the two great sages said worriedly. After all, they are also worried about their own safety. Yeah. Got it. Got it. Let's not talk about this for now. We should eat what we should eat, and drink what we should drink. Zhu Xiaobao didn't bother to ask about the cultivation level of the original four great beasts. They must be worse than the demonic Geo. A piece. Otherwise, the addition of a beast master slave would end up hurting both sides. And in the end, the demon Geo would not be completely killed. After the feast with the two great sages, Zhu Xiaobao asked his old apprentice to arrange a place for them. But he went straight to the 19th princess's boudoir. This made the 19th princess a little surprised. It was usually arranged. So she usually came. It is said that Zhu Xiaobao will not mess up the order. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao did not come here specifically for a weekend break this time. Instead, he asked a lot of irrelevant questions. Although it was a bit strange, the 19th princess was still very happy. It was rare that the two of them recalled many things in the past. From the first time the 19th princess fell into the water, to when she became the king of the West. And they were both descendants of mythical beasts. There is quite a bit of fate between the two. Afterwards, Zhu Xiaobao asked the great Lord Ice and Fire seemingly unintentionally. Why has there been no news from your sister-in-law, the great Lord Ice and Fire, for a long time? What is she doing? I don't know either. She has been gone for several years. The last time she said she was going to the northern cold land to practice her ice skills. There was no news from her. Really? I really didn't pay attention unless you told me. There hasn't been a single letter for several years. It seems a bit inappropriate. Princess 19 also said very strangely. Do you think she will encounter any danger? Otherwise, if the appearance of Demon Geo is such a big thing, she won't come back? Zhu Xiaobao asked tentatively. No way. She is the second-ranked Great Venerable after all. Heavenly Demon Geo has not gone to the northern cold land. Who can hurt her? She may still be practicing in seclusion. She is used to being alone. So she doesn't. Why do you care about the battle between good and evil? Princess 19 also said hesitantly. After all, the great Lord Ice and Fire knows the identity of her divine beast bloodline. So there is no reason why he should not come back to help her. And now that the descendants of the four great beasts have started their inheritance, the great Lord Ice and Fire must also know about such a big thing. The battle with Time Moju has been going on for nearly 2 years. And it is impossible for the great Lord Ice and Fire not to know about it. Well, how is her relationship with the great Master Wu Wei? Is she still a virgin? Zhu Xiaobao asked more cautiously. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course she is a virgin. It has nothing to do with Master Wu Wei. Princess 19 said angrily. No. I'm just asking casually. I have absolutely no other intention. Let's start practicing. Zhu Xiaobao quickly waved his hands and said. And then immediately started to take action. He turned over and lay on the 19th princess. And also he blocked her mouth with his mouth, preventing the 19th princess from speaking anymore. Of course, Princess 19 quickly ignored this matter, because she had already begun to have passion. It took 3 days for Jumei to come out of her room. But the giant snake did not follow her. The great Master Qiandu looked at Jumei with great anticipation. Zhu Xiaobao and others were staring at Jumei, unable to see any big loss on her. Goddess, how is the little demon? Master Qiandu couldn't help but ask. Oh, the little demon must have advanced and is still sleeping. It will probably take a few days to wake up. Unfortunately, my energy and energy are not enough. Otherwise, I should have gone to Turtle Snake Mountain for retreat. Jumei is a little regretful, she said. She spent 3 drops of her essence and blood to force the little demon to advance. But she could feel that her cultivation was unstable and her energy were insufficient. But fortunately, she has the assistance of Essence of Genshin, and it will probably only take a few months to recover. Really? I didn't expect that I have advanced again. I'm so polite here. I can't thank you enough. Master Qiandu bowed to Jumei excitedly, and the little demon followed him to pay New Year's greetings. I thought that this was the end of my cultivation. But unexpectedly, I received the favor of Jumei and advanced again. You know, this advancement means that not only does this snake spirit's skill greatly increase, but it is also possible to reach the realm of mythical beasts. It depends on what state it will be in after it wakes up. On the outskirts of the imperial city of Daxia, in the secret cave of the great venerable Wu Wei. The great venerable Wu Wei is staying in the innermost cave. Only he can enter here, and no one else can enter. But now there is another person inside. A woman, who is none other than the great Lord Ice and Fire, who has disappeared for a long time. At this time, the great Lord Ice and Fire looked gloomy and was sitting cross-legged, seemingly waiting for the verdict of fate. Yeah, Binghua, what I promised you 30 years ago has been completed. The 19th princess has become the king of the West and has her own territory. At the same time, she has also started the Blue Dragon inheritance. Now the Demon Geo is reborn. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. The great Master Wu Wei sat opposite and said with an indifferent expression. I know. Do we have to take this step? Lord Ice and Fire whispered. There was still reluctance and regret in her eyes. But she knew that she couldn't escape now. Her own cultivation was all in action. It was taught by the Venerable. And all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures she needed for her cultivation were also provided by the Venerable Wu Wei. Otherwise, she would not have the cultivation level she has today. However, the Venerable Wu Wei also has his own purpose. Well, I said that as long as Heavenly Demon Geo is not born, you will be fine. But once Heavenly Demon Geo is reborn, you must fulfill your promise. As the current situation is complicated, I have to quickly improve my cultivation. In fact, I can't bear it. The great Venerable Wu Wei also pretended to shed 2 tears, in order to make the great Venerable Ice and Fire cooperate with him better, because he wants to use an evil technique to merge the skills and cultivation of the great Lord Ice and Fire into his own, thereby rapidly improving his cultivation. Combat power will also be greatly increased. I will keep my promise, but I also hope that the great Lord will take more care of the 19th princess. After all, she is my sister's only bloodline. The great Lord of Ice and Fire was still trying his best to protect the safety of the 19th princess. In fact, over the years, Lord Ice and Fire has been working silently to protect the 19th princess. Of course, she was lucky. As long as Tianmojia was not born, she would still be the noble Lord of Ice and Fire. But now it seems that I was too naive, and Master Wu Wei was too cunning. It is known that Dingtian Demon Geo will be born long ago. Okay, as long as she doesn't go against me, I will never embarrass her. I just want to eradicate the Demon Geo. Save the world from extinction. The great Master Wu Wei said in a righteous manner. It turns out that the heavenly Demon Geo was killed and replaced by Ji Jisheng. And the great Lord Ice and Fire didn't know it yet. She even thought that the great Venerable Wu Wei was the representative of justice. So although she was reluctant to give up, she was willing to help the great Venerable Wu Wei. Chapter 758, Level of Realm B. At this time, the great Venerable Wu Wei said righteously, if it weren't for the purpose of eradicating the Demon Geo, I wouldn't have taken this step. But if I don't do this, we will also face disaster in the future. So I hope you can cooperate with me fully. Yes, I know. I will cooperate with seniors. The great Lord Ice and Fire was determined, and he seemed to be resolute in sacrificing his life for righteousness. Okay, take this pill first. It can stimulate all your potential and eliminate those negative effects. Master Wu Wei suddenly felt secretly happy and felt more at ease. The most important thing about this kind of technique is that it requires the other party active cooperation. Otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. Lord Ice and Fire took the pills, and soon she felt unbearably hot. Moreover, her former brother-in-law Xia Ci, also the biological father of the 19th princess, appeared in front of her, who was the person she had secretly loved when she was a girl. Unexpectedly, she got her wish now, and Xia Tian Zijing in front of her slowly approached, helping her undress and untie her belt, which made the great Lord Ice and Fire suddenly feel shy. But his body was ready to move. Filled with an unstoppable passion, great Venerable Wu Wei nodded with satisfaction. He was not interested in the beauty in front of him, but more in the effect of this training. If great Venerable Ice and Fire cooperated well, he would hopefully be able to break through the bottleneck. He was promoted to the level of a martial saint in one fell swoop. The 2 peak martial lords' cultivation levels are superimposed. As long as the operation is done well, he should be able to break through to the realm of a martial saint. While the great Lord Ice and Fire was enjoying the physical pleasure of their reunion, he also felt a little dizzy. His consciousness was slowly draining away, and it seemed that his memory was also slowly fading away. But in such a passionate state, she could no longer care about so much, and felt that she should go all out to cooperate with her beloved to complete the most meaningful event in her life. On the night of the next day, Zhu Xiaobao stayed with Zhu Rong. But the two of them had no intention of being intimate. Instead, they were worried about the safety of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Even though the Great Lord Ice and Fire had always been a god, Tail, often not showing up for several years. But this time, the matter of time Mogia can definitely be said to be a matter of life and death, and also related to the survival of this world. The Great Lord Ice and Fire will never stand idly by. And since she met the 19th princess, there is no need to go around drifting. The most troublesome thing now is that the 19th princess has always been grateful to the great venerable Wu Wei. Even when they fought for the dragon-slaying sword in Daxiangua Temple, the 19th princess did not have much hatred, because the eunuch Wei who had been taking care of her and her mother since childhood was a subordinate of the great venerable Wu Wei. So the 19th princess has always been grateful to the great venerable Wu Wei. Because of this, although they now suspect that the disappearance of the Great Lord Ice and Fire is probably related to the Great Lord Wu Wei, they do not dare to tell the 19th princess. What should I do? The 19th princess will definitely not believe this. And whether we have any evidence is just the speculation of the venerable Duobao and the venerable Qiandu. But the venerable Wu Wei must have his own purpose. And this person makes me feel more and more dangerous. He is not even inferior to Ji Jisheng. Zhu Xiaobao put his arms around Zhu Rong's slender waist and whispered. There was no one else in the room now. But he did not dare to speak loudly. I'm talking about this because it seems very serious. The top priority is to find the whereabouts of the Great Venerable Ice and Fire. Otherwise, who would believe that the Great Venerable Wu Wei is up to something? He claims to be the #1 person in the righteous sect. Zhu Rong also found this matter very difficult, and hid behind all the people. Xiaobao said softly in Zhu Xuba's arms. Now Zhu Rong does not have the nobility and grace of Princess Ying. She is just like a little woman. She feels very comfortable and relaxed in Zhu Xubao's arms. But we can't go to the northern cold land to look for the Great Lord of Ice and Fire. Right. That is the territory of His Highness the 6th Prince. And the area is vast. It would be too difficult to find someone. Zhu Xiaobao said in a very embarrassed tone. The most inconvenient thing for them now is that in order to be on guard against Ji Jisheng, the 4 descendants of the mythical beasts cannot be easily separated. Once they are defeated by Ji Jisheng one by one, there will be no chance of winning. I have set Mo Sang Xiaojian and Zhao Shabao to keep an eye on the vicinity of the Great Xianghua Temple. Since we cannot find the whereabouts of the Great Lord Ice and Fire, we must first find the hiding place of the Great Lord Wu Wei. The Great Xianghua Temple is his subordinate, where they are dormant. I believe they will definitely contact Master Wu Wei, Zhu Rong said lazily. It turned out that she had already taken action. Oh, I thought that after destroying the Demon Geo, I would be able to sit back and relax. But I didn't expect that Ji Jisheng would pop up again. If I had known better, I wouldn't have helped him kill the Demon Geo. Zhu Xiaobao was still very satisfied with Zhu Rong's approach. Women are thoughtful and prudent in doing things, and they think of most things before Zhu Xiaobao. And that kind of calmness can always make people feel calm. Wrong! Even if you don't kill Demon Geo, Ji Jisheng will jump out in another way, because he is also a person with great luck. Just like you. It's just that he seizes the opportunity proactively, while you respond passively, Zhu Rong said a little helplessly, because Zhu Xiaobao was not a person who practiced hard from the beginning to the end, but a person who was greedy for comfort and liked to enjoy the worldly life. This is somewhat similar to the old apprentice's approach. No wonder the two can become masters and apprentices. But I have always been the weak one. Tian Mojio and Ji Jisheng's cultivation methods are too overbearing, and their cultivation has grown too fast. It's hard to live in this kind of life, Zhu Xiaobao said in frustration. Not necessarily. We are getting stronger and stronger now, and more people are on our side. Now there are 2 more great sages. We also have many unexpected methods of our opponents, Zhu Rong said with a smile. Oh, what do you mean? There are yuan-on knives, grenades, and other means, Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. From Zhu Rong's flower, he already knew that there should be another surprise. Well, the little monster woke up. I really didn't expect that Jimei gave it 3 drops of blood essence at once. And its cultivation level suddenly increased to a 7th level monster. It has some special abilities, Zhu Rong said with emotion. That is, only Jimei can be so generous, but often can receive unexpected miraculous effects. Early the next morning, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't wait to come to Jimei's room. He wanted to see how far the giant snake had evolved. But I didn't expect that the huge and long snake had disappeared. There was a piece of snake skin in the yard. and Jumei was looking at Zhu Xiaobao with joy. In her arms, a small snake quietly showed its head, looking at Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong warily. After recognizing the two of them, it emerged from Jumei's arms. It's the little demon? Why has it become so small? Has it evolved or degenerated? Zhu Xiaobao was dumbfounded and asked in disbelief. Of course it has evolved. Once you reach the 7th episode of the monster, it will be a high-level monster, and you can freely move your monster body. So even though it is so petite now, once it returns to its original appearance, that is a Big Mac that is twice as big as before. It also has its own innate skills, which are very powerful. Zhu Rong has already seen it, so she smiled happily. Oh, what super skill? Can you kill GZ? If you can, then go ahead and kill GZ. Zhu Xiaobao said in a very ungraceful manner. Whoosh! This mini snake suddenly flew towards Zhu Xiaobao, and even swung its tail in the air. He was the first to take action. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao would not be afraid of such a little snake. 2 tiger claws had already appeared on his hands, and he easily blocked the little demon's attack. However, Zhu Xiaobao also found that Xiuyu's body was very hard. It's not that this pair of tiger claws is an inherited treasure. It's really difficult to get on this little snake. Even so, sparks flew out where the tiger claws collided with the little monster. I didn't expect that the body of the 7th level monster was already so hard and powerful. Ordinary weapons can be said to be invulnerable. Yes, that's right. But this attack power is still too weak against those with cultivation levels above the Great Martial Lord. What other abilities do you have? Let me see. Zhu Xiaobao nodded and smiled, and said to Ichijo 7 for a super monster beast. This is already quite good. Whoosh! As if he was dissatisfied with Zhu Xiaobao's words, the little demon rushed out of the room and into the yard. Then Zhu Xiaobao followed him out, but found that he couldn't find it. But he could still feel it vaguely. When I reached its location, when I looked up, there was only an old tree with tangled roots. But the little demon was not found. Where has it gone? Zhu Xiaobao asked in surprise. Ha ha! It's on the tree. Can you find it? Jumei said with a proud smile. Zhu Rong also chuckled on the side and looked at Zhu Xiaobao. It turns out that she had already experienced the little demon's abilities yesterday. Well, okay. Let me look for it. It won't be a problem for me. Zhu Xiaobao immediately became interested and said confidently. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find it. In the end, he had to use his proud spiritual consciousness to sense the aura of the little demon, and then slowly walk towards a branch more than 2 meters long. There are also several other small branches growing. But even though he was very close, Zhu Xiaobao could not spot the little demon. Only one small branch caught his attention. The surfaces of other branches were all uneven. This branch seemed a bit too big, smooth, and the closer you get, the more you can sense the little demon's breath. Finally, the little monsters were about to catch the little demon. This little branch suddenly shot at Zhu Xiaobao, and actually launched a surprise attack. Ha ha ha! You can't hurt me! Huh? It's actually poisonous? Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile, and then he looked at his 2 tiger claws in surprise. They turned into gray and black color. There is also a feeling coming from above. He has to constantly consume his internal energy to resist this bone-attached poison. Although he could fight it, he couldn't resolve it. He had to continuously consume his internal energy to limit the expansion and development of this poison. This made Zhu Xiaobao a little embarrassed. As a last resort, he had to use the Suzaku sword to use Suzaku. The Suzaku fire on the sword will dissolve this poison. Chapter 759. 3 happinesses come to the door. Before Zhu Xiaobao's sword could be unsheathed, the little demon had quickly wrapped itself around Zhu Xiaobao's arm. With a flick of its tail, it took back the poison on the tiger's claws, and raised its head provocatively towards him. All the little treasures are spitting out messages. At this time, the little demon's body had turned fiery red. It turned out that after its cultivation level skyrocketed to the 7th level monster, it had 2 more innate skills, and this color-changing camouflage was one of them. Chameleon? I'm looking down on you. You are really quite capable. Zhu Xiaobao nodded the little demon's snake head in surprise, and couldn't help but praise. It should be said that the disguise ability of the little demon is even more powerful than that of humans, because its aura can be completely collected. If Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness is not super strong, it would be difficult to detect it. Ha ha ha! This is really a blessing in disguise. I didn't expect that the little demon is already a level 7 monster. Even I couldn't detect the color-changing disguise just now. At this moment, someone walked in from outside the courtyard door. They met the Great Venerable Chindu and the Great Venerable Duobao, both of whom were deeply amazed by the superpower of the little demon. Of course, I am also very grateful to Jumei. But at this time, Jumei was a little embarrassed and said low to the two great sages. Well, old man Chindu, the little demon is now a 7th level monster. You don't have to thank me. But the little demon is now you want to follow me and recognize me as your lord. I can't follow you anymore. The great master Chindu was stunned after hearing this, and then laughed happily and said, Ha ha ha! This is a good thing. The little demon has no master-servant relationship with me in the first place. It is only because I saved it that it has been very wrong by following me and taking care of me all these years. It is of course his blessing to be able to follow the goddess. Now that the poison in my legs has been removed, of course he no longer needs to take care of me. It turns out that the toxins accumulated in the legs of the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons have been refined by Jumei. After these few months of adaptation and recovery, he can already walk freely. If the little demon follows him, it can only affect its cultivation. But if it follows Jumei, it can get twice the result with half the effort. It seems that the little demon also understands this. So he wants to follow Jumei. But it's just that it's hard for him to speak. Yes, Master Chindu and I also plan to stay together from now on. Enjoy tea and play chess and live a leisurely life. It will definitely be boring for the little demon to follow us. It is best to follow Jumei. Duobao the Venerable also twisted his beard and said with a smile, saying that they were drinking tea and playing chess. In fact, the two of them joined together to prevent any unexpected events. These two old guys are both mature and have a strong sense of self-preservation. They also plan to buy a house in the Shiwang Fiefdom. They plan to live here for a while. After hearing the words of the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons, the little demon immediately happily shot out electricity from Zhu Xiaobao's arms, threw himself on the Great Venerable Thousand Poison's shoulders, and rubbed the Great Venerable Thousand Poison's ears and temples very intimately. I still feel a bit reluctant to leave. When Zhu Xiaobao heard the words of the Great Venerable Duobao, he was immediately elated. These two great venerables lived in the West King's fief, and their deterrent power was not increased at all. It will definitely make the other princes a little more fearful. And the strength of the 19th princess has increased again. How's it going? Isn't it a bit of an unexpected surprise? With the little demon as a monster, our strength has been enhanced. We have one more way to fight against the enemy in battle. Moreover, the poison released by the little demon is very domineering. It needs to be constantly using internal power to resolve it. But it is difficult to remove, causing the poisoned person to suffer. You should have felt it just now. It is the king of all poisons. At this time, Princess Zhu Rong of England whispered beside Zhu Xiaobao said loudly, Yes, I felt it just now. This kind of poison is very overbearing, and can only be forcibly removed with the fire of Suzaku. Hey, the little demon's cultivation level has increased by 4 levels, so there should be 4 more innate skills. Ah, now we have shown 2 kinds of chameleon and tarsal poison. What are the other 2? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly remembered that the little demon should have 2 more innate skills, and he was still looking forward to it. I don't know. Maybe it has just been promoted to the 7th level monster, and it still has 2 innate skills that it has not yet understood. Or maybe it doesn't want people to know about it yet. Don't underestimate the little monster. It has been practicing for thousands of years. The monster, in terms of age, is hundreds of times older than us. Zhu Rong chuckled and shook her head. In fact, she was also looking forward to seeing what other talents this monster snake had. As he spoke, the little demon had already shot electricity from the shoulders of the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons into Jumei's sleeves, and then revealed his head from the cuffs, as if he was deliberately showing off his close relationship with Jumei. It made everyone a little envious and jealous. Jumei is already very strong, but now she has another big killer at her side. There are really a lot of odds and ends around Jumei now. There is such a tall and powerful apprentice like Yang Wu Feisui, and there are 6 giant men from Big Bear to 6 bears. And now there is another demon snake. It's really there are so many kinds of things. But at night, Zhu Xiaobao had a conflict with the little demon. He wanted to practice dual cultivation with Jumei. And of course, he didn't want the little demon to see it. He stretched out his hand and threw the little demon out of the window, which made the little demon angry. I was furious, but I didn't dare to get angry, so I had no choice but to angrily spit the letter at Zhu Xiaobao. But when Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Mei finished their dual cultivation and were leaning in Zhu Mei's arms, enjoying the afterglow, they were suddenly surprised to find that the demon snake was back again. He didn't know how he got in. The doors and windows were all intact. No damage. But it is already in the house. He was sitting on the table watching a good show. The fiery red snake tail was still swinging, as if he was deliberately letting Zhu Xiaobao see him. It turns out that this is another of its innate skills, which is exactly the same as Zhu Mei's. It can also perform the earth escape technique, so it does not need to come in through the door or window at all, but comes out from the ground. The key is that Zhu Xiaobao has not yet noticed. Is there any privacy left here? Are you a hacking pervert? Believe it or not, I will chop you into pieces and make a treasure snake soup. Zhu Xiaobao quickly put a piece of cloth around his waist, and then faced the little demon, shouted angrily. Hey! You just saw it when you saw it! She's not an outsider, and she doesn't understand these things, Zhu Mei said nonchalantly. That's nonsense. It's a snake spirit that's been around for thousands of years. Why don't you understand? Huh? Where did that perverted snake go? Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily, and in the blink of an eye he could no longer find the little demon. He was too lazy to use his spiritual consciousness to find the whereabouts of this demonic snake. On the second day, although I was still a little depressed, good news came. Wu Yu had also been promoted to the realm of Wuzun. After half a month of seclusion and breakthrough, she took 3 great return pills in a row, coupled with the super recovery ability of Essence of Jinshin. She finally broke through to the realm of Martial Lord. This made Wu Yu very excited. She thought she would stay in the realm of a great martial artist for the rest of her life. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao did not hesitate to spend a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for her, and actually allowed her to break through to the Martial Lord. Ha ha! My Yaya is finally a Martial Lord. Come on! Hurry up! Make arrangements. I'm going to have a big banquet tonight and celebrate it grandly. It's going to be 3 happy days in the past few days. The 2 great sages are helping me so much. Little Demon's advancement. Wu Yu has broken through to Wuzun again. Our strength has increased again. This means more people are more powerful. I don't believe we can't defeat GZE. Zhu Xiaobao was in a good mood, and shouted hurriedly, giving orders. The old apprentice and others quickly prepared. For the time being, he would not worry about the little demon's peeping behavior. Zhu Xiaobao is really happy with you this time. Wu Yu is of great significance to him. She is the first woman that Zhu Xiaobao has come to this world. Everything you do for her is worth it. So today Zhu Xiaobao went out of his way to cook in person, and made several delicious dishes. It made the women around him a little moved and jealous. But I am also very pleased that Zhu Xiaobao has always treated his women with the utmost care. This time, even all the military camps in the West King's fiefdom were having wine and banquets. Because Wu Yu was the general and commanded all the armies in the Shiwen fiefdom. The soldiers also cheered, because Wu Yu's prestige in the army was quite high. During the dinner, she suddenly received a message from Imo Sangshao Jian. She had discovered the hiding place of the great master Wu Wei. But because her cultivation level was too low, she did not dare to get closer. So I hurriedly sent a message and asked Zhu Xiaobao to think of another way. Alas! It's a pity that the beautiful turtle back shield has not been repaired. Otherwise, her earth escape technique could just be used to sneak into that Shandong. Now it is not. Okay. To break in by force can only be to scare the snake away. Maybe it will make the great master Wu Wei defect to Ji Jishin. Don't be reckless. Duan Muqi frowned slightly and said a little worriedly, the place where the great master Wu Wei is hiding. You can tell without looking. It must be densely packed with traps. And there is also a secret way to escape. There is really no confidence in catching him. Grand Venerable Wu Wei is also a demigod now, and his cultivation level is unknown. He must have improved a lot. But no one knows what kind of cultivation level the polycrystal stone has. New. Hee. I think it's just right for the little demon to go there. Its other innate skill is no less than Zhu Mei's earth escape technique. And I've already learned it. Zhu Xiaobao suddenly said with a smirk. His. The little demon suddenly popped its head out of Zhu Mei's sleeves and vented its dissatisfaction towards Zhu Xiaobao. This was obviously a revenge for the public and private. No. The little demon has never traveled far. I don't trust her to go alone. Zhu Mei immediately raised an objection. Hey! It's a 1,000-year-old snake spirit with much more experience in traveling around the world than you. Okay. With its innate skills, it will definitely be safe and sound. Hey! Are you going? If you don't go, I'll let Jume go. Let's go for a run, Zhu Xiaobao said with certainty, and then asked the little demon in a rogue manner. His. Upon hearing this, the little demon was at a loss. Only then did it realize that this master's master was very shameless and rogue, with thousands of years of skill and experience. He couldn't defeat him. I had no choice but to click the snake head and agree. In the cave of the great venerable Wu Wei, the great venerable Wu Wei also shouted with extreme excitement. It's done! It's done! It's finally successful! I am also a martial saint now. I have the body of a demigod. Let's see who can do it. What am I? On the stone bed not far away, there was a woman who looked like an old woman sitting blankly. If you look carefully, you can still tell that she is the great lord of ice and fire with profound cultivation and beautiful appearance. Chapter 760, Monster's Visit. Great Venerable Wu Wei sat cross-legged in the secret room and carefully felt the various conditions of the martial saint's cultivation. He was pleasantly surprised to find that this forbidden technique that had been destroyed by the immortal world had no hidden dangers. He felt very good now. He has abundant internal energy, and his spiritual consciousness has increased by 30% compared to before. The key is that he still doesn't have the discomfort caused by the sudden increase in cultivation level. This is due to his demigod body. Ha ha! What kind of bullshit, immortal? You can't think of it. Although our ancestor destroyed this set of Rongxian exercises, he had already read them once and memorized them. Oh! Alas! I am so useless as a younger generation. I can't even reach half of the talent of my ancestors. I still rely on these inheritances left by my ancestors. It's a pity that I still can't take back the dragon-slaying knife. Wei, after finishing his exercise, the venerable sat there and sighed. Unexpectedly, a bad smell came over at this time, which immediately made Master Wu Wei very angry. When I looked back, I saw that it was the great Lord Ice and Fire. That is, the old and frail old woman. Now she was getting more and more demented, and she was actually incontinent, still sitting there stupidly and giggling. What bad luck! Come here! Take this old woman out! Well, let's put it in the utility room for now. Remember, let's take care of it for a while. Maybe it will be useful. Great Venerable Wu Wei shouted in dissatisfaction. Road. An old eunuch walked in from the secret room. If the 19th princess were there, she would definitely recognize him as the eunuch Wei who took care of her back then. He is the confidant of the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Seeing eunuch Wei carrying the Great Venerable Ice and Fire out, Venerable Wu Wei was also very confused. According to the records of the Rongxian technique, he still needs to practice together with the Great Venerable Ice and Fire once. The last time, it should be it completely sucked the Great Lord Ice and Fire dry, and then turned him into a mummy, and his body and soul disappeared after death. But the Great Venerable Wu Wei was in a dilemma. He had a strong inner obstacle. He simply couldn't make it to the last step. The current Ice and Fire clan could only make him feel nothing at all. Moreover, after the last practice, there was a dead body under him. He couldn't accept it at all. This shouldn't be the last time. Right. Such an old woman has no reaction at all. Grandmaster Wu Wei looked at eunuch Wei's back as he carried Grandmaster Ice and Fire away, feeling extremely troubled in his heart. The reason why this set of exercises is classified as forbidden and evil in the fairy world. It is because it can continuously integrate people with similar cultivation levels to achieve the goal of skyrocketing its own cultivation level. As long as you have the right resources, you can cultivate to the realm of true immortals. Although it is not as ferocious as Tai Moji's technique, it can pose a threat to real immortals until the end of its cultivation. So it is classified as a forbidden technique by the immortal world. Otherwise, if everyone practices this forbidden art, wouldn't it be chaos in the world? Which would be tantamount to killing each other. Originally, the Great Venerable Wu Wei wanted to muster up the courage to force himself to practice for the last time. But today the Great Venerable Ice and Fire suddenly became incontinent, which made the Great Venerable Wu Wei completely give up the idea. It was too disgusting, too scary, and too it's disgusting. Therefore, Venerable Wu Wei plans to give up this last practice because he really cannot overcome this psychological barrier. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire accidentally saved a life. It shouldn't have any impact. There are many people I can choose from now. Both the 9 Grand Master and the Human Demon Grand Master have been promoted to the Martial Saint cultivation level. I heard that the Human Demon Grand Master has also turned into a real woman. It's incredible. Again! In the future, Princess 19 and Zhu Rong are also good choices. Great Master Wu Wei was thinking in his mind with his hands behind his back. In fact, the Great Venerable Wu Wei is also very familiar with the news from all parties. He has many eyes and ears in various places. But these people do not know that they are doing things for the Great Venerable Wu Wei. After consolidating and adapting for several days, Master Wu Wei became more and more confident in his own strength. Although he was definitely not the opponent of Zhu Mei and Zhu Xiaobao. He was in the dark. And he was also paying attention to Zhu Xiaobao. Xiaobao and Ji Jisheng are moving, hoping to get the advantage of the fisherman. Great Venerable Wu Wei once again visited the utility room in person, and saw that the Binghuo clan could only get older and older, but still did not have the courage to practice together with such an old woman. Master, do you think we should kill her? Even the maid who serves her is disgusted now. She has to carry her feces, urine, wash and wipe her every day. She also often makes this place full of stench. Eunuch Wei lowered his eyebrows and followed Master Wu Wei and asked. He also felt that this old woman was a trouble. The air in the cave was not flowing smoothly, and she often made it stink. Oh, am I too polite to my servants? And even a maid is picky? Come here. Do you dislike this job? Grandmaster Wu Wei was already in a bad mood. But now when he heard when the father-in-law said this, he couldn't help but frown and asked the maid who was looking after the Great Lord Ice and Fire. No, I just think she made this place very dirty. This maid has been following Master Wu Wei for more than 10 years. And Master Wu Wei is usually very kind. So she wasn't very scared. Oh, that's fine. Then you don't have to do it. Great Venerable Wu Wei waved his hand, still as calm as before, then turned and left. And as he walked, he said to Eunuch Wei, send someone to carry her away. Bury it. Buried? Uh-huh. Eunuch Wei looked at the departing figure of Master Wu Wei with some confusion, but nodded in response. But I was very confused. Should I bury this talkative maid alive? When he looked at the maid carefully, he realized that the maid was standing there dead. There was nothing strange about her body, but her internal organs had been shattered. Eunuch Wei was suddenly frightened. I was several steps away from the core of the big organization just now, and with just a wave of my hand, there was no effect at all. The maid was already dead. This is normal. Even the Great Venerable can't do it. This maid's cultivation level is not low. And she is also a first-level martial artist. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the martial saint level. Eunuch Wei suddenly knelt down on the ground and sang in a high voice, kowtowing repeatedly to the Great Master Wu Wei, who had already walked 20 or 30 steps. Well, just call me Holy Lord from now on. Get up. I don't blame you for what happened today. The voice of Lord Wu Wei came over leisurely. It was not loud, but you could hear it clearly. Back in the secret room, Master Wu Wei. Oh, no. Now it should be Saint Wu Wei. He started to practice again. This time, he was practicing the art of controlling the sword. He saw a black short sword hovering in the air. In an instant, it turned into 72 swords, heading towards various places. The targets that were set up were cut into pieces, and all of them turned into pieces in an instant. Although this knife is far inferior to the dragon-slaying knife, it is already the best knife that Saint Wu Wei can find. This sword is also among the 9 great weapons in this world. The very famous Overlord Sword. Oh, I'm so unwilling. If I had the dragon-slaying knife in my hand, my combat power could be doubled. Wu Wei Shinsha shook his head and sighed with regret and reluctance. But then Saint Wu Wei was shocked. He shook his head to make sure he was not dazzled. There was really an ordinary wooden stick on the weapon rack. But Saint Wu Wei immediately confirmed that it was not a stick, but a stick. The snake just changed the color of its body like this. And even the shape is very similar. If it hadn't been for the skill of controlling the sword just now, this little snake moved a little, and Saint Wu Wei wouldn't have noticed it. Huh? This is a monster? Why did it come to me? How did it get in? It can be so hidden. It is at least a 7th-level monster. Wu Wei Xingzuan was thinking quickly in his heart. Where could it be? Such a demonic snake? If he can cultivate to the 7th level, he should know it. But after much deliberation, I can't think of such a 7th-level demonic snake. Although he also thought of the giant python of Master Thousand Poisons. He immediately rejected it. That giant python is a 3rd-level monster. It is too far away, and it is simply impossible. Without thinking about so much, Saint Wu Wei suddenly became greedy. It would be best if this demonic snake could be tamed. If not, it would be a treasure of cultivation even if it dies. Every part of its body is a treasure. Quick! Holy Lord Wu Wei quickly used his sword control technique, and the 36 Overlord swords immediately covered the little demon. The little demon immediately returned to its original appearance and turned into a fiery red color. At the same time, it shot out with electricity and rushed out among the 36 Overlord knives. However, 2 knives still hit it, which surprised Saint Wu Wei. Yes, a few sparks appeared on the little demon's body, and it seemed that he was not injured. At the same time, a green light protruded from his mouth and shot directly at Saint Wu Wei. This green light is the poison in its mouth. Go! Saint Wu Wei waved his sleeve and immediately scattered the green light. Of course he knew that this poison was probably not under the blood poison of the demon Geo. At the same time, another 72 Overlord swords appeared in midair, completely blocking the little demon's way out, waiting to be completely killed. Ha ha! It's not that easy to run away. Now I'll give you a chance. Accept me as your master, and I can let you live. Saint Wu Wei smiled confidently. The 7th level monster is also the strength of Dao Zun. Now he has been promoted to Martial Saint. So taking down this demon is definitely not a problem. But the next scene made Saint Wu Wei stunned. This little snake disappeared right under his eyes. It should be said that it got into the ground. Ah! Damn monsters. They actually have such abilities! Saint Wu Wei shouted angrily. With one strike of the knife, a big hole appeared in the floor of the secret room. But the monster snake was nowhere to be seen. Saint Wu Wei vaguely sensed that this demonic snake was moving quickly outside the cave. But as it moved underground, Saint Wu Wei was helpless and could only let it escape. Who? Who sent it? Saint Wu Wei looked around blankly. He became a little nervous. It was impossible for a 7th level monster to come here on its own. This place had been in operation for decades. But a person who can control a 7th level demonic beast must at least have the cultivation level of a martial saint. If he is not inferior to himself, who could he be? The more Saint Wu Wei thought about it, the more frightened he became. In desperation, he hurriedly chased him out. However, when he arrived outside the cave, the aura of the demonic snake had completely disappeared. Chapter 761 Unable to determine. Holy Lord Wu Wei quickly searched around, but he couldn't detect any remaining breath. What's even more annoying is that snakes from all directions were out and moving towards the cave. If this was the case, ordinary people would probably be frightened. But Saint Wu Wei waved his sleeves, and all these snakes, big and small, were ejected far away. Only then did these snakes wake up, and all escaped one after another. Saint Wu Wei also shook his head helplessly, and returned to the cave. At this time, on a tree dozens of feet away, a dead branch suddenly came to life, and returned to its original fiery red color in the blink of an eye. The little demon began to escape again. But at this moment, the demon snake suddenly felt that something was not good. And without thinking, it burrowed into the ground again. Immediately afterwards, an overlord knife slashed at the place where it was young, and immediately made a slash. The crack was 10 feet deep. But it still couldn't kill this demonic snake. It turned out that Saint Wu Wei was also very cunning. He pretended to have returned to the cave. But in fact, he immediately turned around and laid down at the entrance of the cave again, sensing carefully, because he knew that if he moved underground, he would never be able to move faster. But if he were above the ground, even if this demonic snake was against the sky, his aura would be exposed. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the demonic snake to start taking action. And Holy Lord Wu Wei launched an attack unexpectedly. But I didn't expect this demon snake to be so alert. And it burrowed underground again. In fact, the thunder blow just now hit the little demon. Although its demon body was extremely hard, it was also slightly injured. After all, Wu Wei Xingzuan's cultivation level was much higher than it. If it hadn't escaped quickly, it would have been like this. One knife can really kill it. The little demon was furious underground. He had never suffered such a big loss since he became a spirit. Unexpectedly, after reaching the 7th level of cultivation, he was injured instead? This made this demonic snake very angry. It actually popped up from another place. And then when Saint Wu Wei attacked, it burrowed into the ground again. One person and one demon started a tug-of-war. Although the little demon was in a very embarrassed state, it was impossible for Wu Wei Xingzuan to catch it. Its talent skill was too practical, and it still shot out venom, making Wu Wei Xingzuan unable to catch it. I don't dare to neglect you. I'll hurry up and use my luck to shake off these venoms. After chasing and escaping, he ran for more than 10 miles. What surprised Saint Wu Wei was that his internal strength and physical strength were a bit exhausted. Only then did he understand that the shortcomings of this technique that he had been worried about turned out to be it has greatly shortened his physical strength and internal strength. And his recovery speed is also much slower than before. This made Saint Wu Wei very depressed. So he had to give up chasing the demon snake and return to the cave with a gloomy face. Unexpectedly, Saint Wu Wei would give up on his own initiative. The little demon started to swim back very proudly. There was nothing that could threaten it along the way. When he became happy, he also used his true form, turned into a giant snake, and swallowed a wild wolf. This wild wolf didn't even have the courage to run away, but was so frightened that it stood there tremblingly, and was swallowed alive by the little demon. At the same time, Jumei was pouting anxiously. She was complaining that Zhu Xiaobao had such a bad idea and sent the little demon out alone. The little demon is her new battle pet, and she is very precious, because the little demon now shows a very small body. People ignore its powerful combat power and terrifying body. Ha ha! Jumei, don't worry. The little demon is a monster that has been cultivated for thousands of years. Now its cultivation has skyrocketed to the 7th level. Even the cultivation of the Great Venerable can't do anything to it. Qiandu, the Great Venerable, the old god, said with a smile. In fact, letting the little demon go to inquire about the situation this time was also highly recommended by the Great Venerable Qiandu. The little demon has just entered this group, so of course it is best to perform well, just enough to show off your skills, so that no one dares to underestimate it. In fact, the Great Venerable Qiandu was very considerate. The Great Venerable Qiandu was watching Venerable Duobao play chess with his old apprentice. This time, it was the old apprentice who killed Venerable Duobao to pieces. Moreover, the two of them still had a lucky draw. Today, Venerable Duobao wants to do it again. There's a lot of bleeding. Therefore, the old apprentice is very proud. In terms of martial arts, he cannot beat these two great sages. But in terms of chess skills, he is much better. The old apprentice has been making a lot of money these days. I told you, let the little demon go do some reconnaissance. It's not like you don't know its innate skills. I can't do anything about it. Who else can hurt it? Zhu Xiaobao was also suffering. He said with a face. He has been complained to death by Jumei these past few days. It feels like Jumei sees the little demon as more important than herself. Who would have thought that in such a small courtyard, more than half of the masters in the world have gathered, and the atmosphere is now very relaxed and harmonious. Except for Jumei, who is a little uneasy. Everyone else is watching the chess game between the Great Venerable Duobao and his old disciple, because these two old men don't care about their status at all. They can do anything to regret their moves and cheat. And they even get red-faced with each other. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. And the atmosphere at the scene was extremely lively. At this moment, Jumei suddenly shouted, extremely excited. Uh-huh. You're back, little demon. And you're worrying me to death. It turned out that it was the little demon who came out of the ground and got into Jumei's sleeves. Jumei was extremely surprised. And then Jumei roared angrily. Whoever hurt you? I have to kill him. It turned out that Jumei had already discovered that some of the scales on little demon tail's tail still had traces of blood on them. Obviously he was injured. You must know that ordinary swords cannot hurt it at all. Now it seems that the little demon has met a super master. At this moment, everyone was surrounding them. And even the Great Venerable Duobao took advantage of the situation and pushed the chessboard, making it impossible to move. This game was a sure-to-lose game. I finally missed it. Otherwise, I would have lost to my old apprentice a purple gold luminous cup again. The old apprentice has already won 3 luminous cups, and is about to collect 4. Just as the old apprentice was about to have a seizure, he saw Zhu Xiaobao waving his hand and ordering everyone to go back to the back hall and learn more about it in detail. Because Zhu Xiaobao recently discovered their whereabouts. The other party was able to discover them in time. This means that there are also the eyes and ears of Ji Jishan, or the Great Master Wu Wei, in the 19th Princess Mansion. Although several people have been tracked down, there is no guarantee that there will not be other lurking informants. Back in the back hall, the people present now are all people whom Zhu Xiaobao trusts very much. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao asked eagerly, Jumei, let the little demon explain the situation in detail. Although the little demon cannot speak, it can communicate with Jumei's spiritual consciousness very conveniently. This communication of thoughts is more accurate and convenient than speaking. Yeah. It said that it indeed found the hiding place of Supreme Wu Wei, and it went in. Now Supreme Wu Wei has become a martial saint. It is said that he uses a technique called Rongxian, and his sword control skills are very powerful. If he has a dragon-slaying sword, the power can be doubled. He also had a fight with the great venerable Wu Wei, so he was injured. Jumei micromanages tell all the information from the little demon. What? Martial Saint cultivation? What kind of technique is this melting immortal technique? How can the cultivation level be improved so fast? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that the great master Wu Wei had been promoted to the martial saint realm. Got it. This made Qiandu and Duobao, the two great lords, look very unhappy. This was definitely the worst news for them. The two of them might not be able to defeat Holy Lord Wu Wei if they joined forces. Have you found any information about the Great Lord Ice and Fire? It's the portrait I showed you. Princess 19 asked eagerly. Although she did not want to believe that the Great Venerable Wu Wei was a bad person, she was still worried about the Great Venerable Ice and Fire. Before the little demon left, she specially drew a portrait and asked the little demon to remember it so that it could search for the Great Venerable Ice and Fire whereabouts. It seems not. However, it said that in the utility room of the cave, there was an old woman who looked somewhat similar. But this old woman had no cultivation, and she was still demented and old, and could not even speak. Just giggling. Jumei once again conveyed the information that the little demon had returned. This time, the little demon had to spend a lot of effort to recall so much, because although it saw the Great Lord Ice and Fire, it didn't attract its attention. Who would care about a demented old woman? Huh? How similar are they? Please tell me in detail, and I will draw a picture according to your instructions to see if I can find anything. The great Master Qiandu thought, and then said to Jumei. Immediately afterwards, Master Qiandu prepared the brush and canvas, and the little demon was racking his brains to recall the old woman he saw. In fact, everyone didn't have much hope for the old woman's report, but they were all very interested in the skills of the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons. According to the description of the little demon, they actually drew a portrait, but there were always some things that Xiaoyao was not satisfied with after seeing it. In the end, Xiaoyao swung his snake tail and simply started to use the tail to assist in the modification. Unexpectedly, after being scanned back and forth by the little demon, the portrait of this character turned out to be very similar. Everyone looked a little confused. There was a sudden silence in the back hall, because this old woman still looked so much like the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Are you sure that what you saw in the cave is like this? It's not wrong at all. Princess 19 asked, a little excited and a little anxious. What's exciting is that this old woman is probably the Great Lord of Ice and Fire. But she didn't want this to be the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Yes. It said that this painting is more than 90% similar, and the Great Venerable Wu Wei sent someone to take care of her. Jumei nodded seriously. No. No. This is not her. How could she become like this? It must be a coincidence. The 19th princess was confused and kept mumbling. I think everyone should go back and rest first. Maybe the little demon will remember some important details tomorrow. We will discuss it tomorrow. How about it? Zhu Rong was still experienced in dealing with things and said calmly. At least in this way. It relieved the anxiety of the 19th princess and left her hope for tomorrow. After everyone had dispersed, Zhu Xiaobao asked cautiously. Two great venerables. What do you think? The Great Venerable Duobao and the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons looked at each other. And then the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons said solemnly, I think this person is most likely the Great Venerable Ice and Fire. The reason I didn't say anything just now was because I was afraid the 19th princess won't be able to accept it. Of course, I can only be 80 to 90% sure. It's so scary. Is this old woman the Great Lord of Ice and Fire? Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in disbelief. This was completely different from the Great Lord of Ice and Fire in his impression. I also think it's very likely to be true. Unexpectedly, Zhu Rong also said with a heavy face at this time. She knew that Zhu Xiaobao and the Great Lord Ice and Fire had a good relationship. When the two were on Luofeng Island, we get along very happily. The key is that she is the aunt of the 19th princess. So this matter is very important. The impact it will bring is likely to affect the development of the situation. Chapter 762, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole. At this time, the atmosphere in the back hall was relatively depressing. Although it was not completely certain that this old woman was the Great Venerable Ice and Fire, the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons had already made it very clear that it was most likely her. Brother-in-law, it's your turn to make some plans. Why don't you tell me what to do? Zhu Xiaobao had no idea and had to ask Duan Muqi for advice. Oh, What else can we do? Originally, if the little demon was not noticed by the great venerable Wu Wei and came back to report the news, then we could take the initiative. Now that the great venerable Wu Wei has been alerted, then I am sure that this cave where he is hiding it has been abandoned. Master Wu Wei is quite cautious and meticulous in his work. Duanmuki shook his head helplessly and said, he was quite confident in his judgment. How can you blame the little demon for this? Great venerable Wu Wei is already a martial saint. If the little demon can escape back, it is already very good. It has already made a great contribution. Jumei suddenly became unhappy and said in a low voice, after all, she still respects Duanmuchi very much. Ha ha. Jumei, I don't mean to blame the little demon, but just discuss the matter. I have previously sent several other people from Duanmuchi along to the northern cold land to investigate. But the messages I received were all undiscovered. The whereabouts of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. This already explains the problem. They have the secret code for the contact between the 19th Princess and the Great Lord Ice and Fire. If the Great Lord Ice and Fire is in the north, it is impossible not to respond. Duanmuchi, but he smiled and said that he was not unhappy with Jumei's rebuttal. After all, Jumei is a very simple and straightforward person. TSK. After talking for a long time, do you have any plan? Zhu Xiaobao said very dissatisfied. Yes. But we have to wait until the attitude of the 19th Princess tomorrow before we can make a decision. Duanmuchi said simply. Then let's leave it like this for the time being. Let's break up first. We'll all go and have a good rest. Maybe we have some missions. Princess Zhu Rong of England is still very wise. She immediately understood Duanmuki's idea. Tomorrow the 19th Princess there will definitely be a reaction. But I don't know what she will plan. Originally, Zhu Xiaobao wanted to accompany the 19th Princess. But unexpectedly the guard at the 19th Princess door politely declined. She just stayed with Wu Yu to digest the matter. The Great Lord Ice and Fire has a very special relationship with her. And she needs to consider this matter by herself. Of course, Wu Yu is also a member of the Wu clan, and is also very close to the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Wu Yu received a lot of guidance from the Great Lord Ice and Fire back then. Zhu Xiaobao stood in the courtyard, his hands behind his back, a little absent-minded. Even Princess Zhu Rong of England had been following him without noticing. What are you thinking about? In fact, you also want to rescue the Great Lord Ice and Fire, don't you? Zhu Rong asked softly. Yes. If it is really her and remains in the hands of the great Master Wu Wei, we will be controlled by him. When the time comes, we will be very passive. Zhu Xiaobao sighed and said, in fact, what he was most worried about was the 19th Princess will be confused by this. Well, and the skill of controlling the sword also makes you a little uneasy? Zhu Rong knew Zhu Xiaobao very well. And suddenly there was a very threatening master, which made him a little uneasy. Yes. Whether it is Ji Jishan or the great venerable Wu Wei, they have practiced evil skills to the point where their cultivation has improved rapidly. But we have started the inheritance, and the progress of our cultivation will be much slower in the future. Zhu Xiaobao clicked. Nod. Wait until tomorrow. I believe that after thinking about it this night, the 19th Princess will definitely have some plans. And I guess she will still go to the Imperial City in person. Zhu Rong still said softly. In fact, after Duanmuchi said, she had already guessed this possibility when she had a plan. Early the next morning, the 19th Princess summoned everyone to the back hall to discuss matters. Because the matter was important, and she still had a few close friends. Even the servants who served tea and water withdrew. I have decided to go to the Imperial City in person. I want to confirm whether she is the Great Lord of Ice and Fire. If so, I must bring her back. Princess 19 looked calm, but her words were very determined. After all, the Great Lord of Ice and Fire is still alive. She must not give up easily. Okay. Then I have an idea. This time you take Xiao with you. Xiaobao will also go with you. Others will start setting up immediately. Must be quick. Duanmuchi immediately stood up and said, take the little demon with you? I won't go. Old man, are you deliberately not letting me go because I contradicted you yesterday? Jumei immediately shouted loudly. Ha ha! Your turtle shield is not repaired, and you can't use the earth escape technique, so it won't be of much help. Besides, it is very necessary to stay here. You must make people feel that the descendants of the four great beasts are here. Nothing abnormal, Duanmuki said with a smile. He would not care about Jumei. Okay, let's do it, Zhu Xiaoma said simply. Ju Mei originally wanted to say something, but she was so frightened that she shrank back when Zhu Xiaobao glared at her. When they were preparing separately, Wu Yu also clamored to go, but was scolded by Zhu Xiaobao. Compared with the great master Wu Wei, Wu Yu's cultivation was too far behind to help him much. Busy. When Zhu Xiaobao asked Ju Mei for the little demon, Ju Mei was really confused. Even the little demon is a little reluctant. It somewhat rejects Zhu Xiaobao, because Zhu Xiaobao always bullies Ju Mei and always runs against it. Okay. I just want to make sure that the old woman is the great lord of ice and fire. She will be fine. I promise to bring the little demon back to you safely. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to comfort him with kind words. After all, this is a hugely beautiful war pet, and not long after it was acquired. It has already been out of business twice. Well, Xiaoyao, you must protect him. If anything happens to him, I won't be polite to you. Although Ju Mei liked Xiaoyao very much, she is still more concerned about Zhu Xiaobao's safety at critical times. Hiss! The little demon spat out the message and reluctantly got into Zhu Xiaobao's sleeve. An hour later, a small caravan set off from the West King's fiefdom. This was of course to cover up other people's eyes. Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess hid in the carriage. When they left the Shiwang fiefdom and entered the west county of the city, the two people immediately abandoned the carriage, got on the fast horse, and galloped away quickly. They kept changing horses along the way and galloped non-stop. When they arrived at the imperial city, they started to use their kung fu and headed towards the cave of Master Wu Wei. Near, with the guidance of the little demon, it was easy to find the cave of Master Wu Wei. At this time, the role of the little demon was fully exerted. It first used its earth escape technique and entered the cave. Just as Duanmuki expected, the cave had long been empty. The furnishings and furniture are still there, but everything that could reveal one's identity has been moved away. Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess carefully entered the cave. They did not expect that the cave of Master Wu Wei was so luxurious. The decoration and furnishings inside were no worse than those of the royal palace. They are all made of the best materials. From this, we can see that Venerable Wu Wei is not as indifferent and simple as he appears. Princess 19 frowned, and had a deeper understanding of Master Wu Wei's character. But she was not in the mood to speculate on it now. She asked the little demon to take her directly to the utility room. But the same thing happened here. There is no one around anymore. Even ordinary clothes and some daily utensils have been cleared away. Is this here? Is she locked up here? Princess 19 asked again and again. She felt a little sad. If it was really the great lord of ice and fire, this would be too tragic. It would be like being locked up in a cell. Even the bed she slept on was a very ordinary wooden bed, not even comparable to other people's beds. The 19th princess walked in and looked around the utility room carefully to see if she could find anything that could prove the old woman's identity. But the result was very disappointing. Princess 19 found no useful clues in this utility room. The servants left behind a lot of things, including shoes, hats, basins, buckets, etc. They even found 2 kitchen knives with missing edges in the kitchen. And many pots and pans were not taken away either. Only there is nothing about the old woman. This made Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 even more suspicious. Why did they want to eliminate her information so completely? It shows that Venerable Wu Wei does not want people to know her identity. The entire utility room was rummaged through. Princess 19 looked at Zhu Xiaobao a little depressed, and couldn't help but lean on Zhu Xiaobao's arms helplessly. She hadn't slept for several days. Although he is the descendant of a mythical beast, but he is still immortal. He feels exhausted and depressed. Xiaoyao watched on the side, and couldn't help but shook his head. He couldn't understand why so many beautiful women like Zhu Xiaobao. But now the little demon doesn't dare to be presumptuous. Now that Ju Mei is not around and no one is protecting it, it can only be more honest. Otherwise, with Zhu Xiaobao's fighting power, it is still possible to take care of it. Let's go! Let's go to the secret room of the great Venerable Wu Wei. I know that you also want to search for information about the art of sword control during this trip. The 19th princess leaned for a while, and then said softly. She still knew a lot about everything. Xiaobao's idea. When we came to the secret room of Master Wu Wei, it was even more luxurious than in the palace. The desks, bookshelves, etc. were all made of royal gold wood. However, these things were too heavy and too wide to be moved away, so they were left behind. Got here. In other words, Venerable Wu Wei doesn't care about this little possession at all. However, Zhu Xiaobao didn't gain much either. It was all kept clean and there was nothing of value. Zhu Xiaobao searched carefully under the bed and at the foot of the wall, hoping to find something like a secret grid, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find it. Instead, he found a bracelet on the back of the bed board. Moreover, it is a very valuable sapphire bracelet, crystal clear and without any impurities. "Ah? This is hers. This is my aunt's bracelet. Look, it's exactly the same as mine. They were a pair back then. One for her and my mother." Princess 19 shouted excitedly when she saw the bracelet, and then took out a similar bracelet from his arms. Zhu Xiaobao was also surprised and happy. He didn't expect to find this important token in the secret room of Master Wu Wei. This shows that the Great Venerable Ice and Fire is indeed here with the Great Venerable Wu Wei. But how can we quickly find the Great Venerable Wu Wei now? The 19th princess is already in a mess, and she can only rely on Zhu Xiaobao to find a solution. "I think we should go to Daxiangguo Temple. As soon as I show up, Grand Master Wu Wei will definitely not be able to sit still, because what he misses most is this dragon-slaying knife." Zhu Xiaobao suddenly came up with a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Idea. Chapter 763. Lure the snake out of its hole. B. Lure a snake out of its hole? Princess 19 stopped crying and looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some confusion. Zhu Xiaobao stretched out his hand and saw that the vermilion bird sword had appeared in his hand. It was what Zhu Rong had given him before he left. The current sword is a fusion of the vermilion bird sword and the dragon-slaying sword. Although it loses the characteristics of the two knives, it also loses a peerless magic weapon. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. This sword is usually on Zhu Rong's body, and Zhu Xiaobao doesn't care. Anyway, the four of them are staying together as much as possible now, and there is no need to worry about whose hand this magic weapon is. But this time, for safety reasons, Zhu Rong still gave the knife to Zhu Xiaobao. The reason why Zhu Rong did not go together was because the Shiwang fiefdom could not do without her. There was no noble lady in the huge turtleback shield, and Ji Jisheng was in the eldest prince's fiefdom. This made Zhu Rong a little embarrassed. She was also very embarrassed. I wanted to help the 19th princess to find the Great Lord Ice and Fire, but in the end, I followed Duanmuki's suggestion and stayed in the Shiwang fief. It would be much safer if she and Jumei were in charge. Now Zhu Xiaobao took out the dragon-slaying knife and waved it in front of the 19th princess. "See, this is the biggest temptation for the Great Venerable Wu Wei. As long as he knows that I am in the Imperial City, he will show up. In this way, let's find Mo Sang Xiaojian and Zhao Shenbao first, and then customize a plan in detail. I don't believe he can resist the temptation and bear not showing up." The two of them took the little demon and left the cave. They did not dare to stay here for a long time. After all, the Imperial City was still under the control of the Great Venerable Wu Wei. Ability to mobilize. Xia Zhe was able to ascend the throne in the first place because of the secret support of Master Wu Wei. It was easy to find the hiding place of Mo Sang Xiaojian and the others. Special contact signals were left in special places. So Mo Sang Xiaojian soon appeared and saw Zhu Xiaobao, Mo Sang Xiaojian and Zhao Shenbao. They were all very happy, but also a little depressed. They had no clues in the past few days, and could not find the new hiding place of Master Wu Wei. "Hey! This is also expected. Mr. Duanmu has expected it a long time ago. He will definitely abandon this cave right away." Sure enough, the cave is already empty now. Zhu Xiaobao didn't mean to blame them. In fact, Mo Sang Xiaojian and Zhao Shenbao have done a good job. But after all, the opponent is a cunning tycoon, and now his cultivation level has skyrocketed. This is definitely the most important opponent. Returning to an inn, it turned out that it was opened by Hachitu. Zhu Xiaobao shook his head in admiration. When it comes to making money in business, Hachitu is definitely the most successful one. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 spent a night planning in a secret room in the inn, and finally came up with a very detailed plan. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao can also make plans, but because of Duanmu Qi and Murong Feng, plus the wise Zhu Rong, he usually pushes these troublesome things to them. Zhu Xiaobao made a serious plan today. There is a map on the table, and Zhu Xiaobao has marked it very clearly. And the distances to various key places are also clearly marked. The 19th princess on the side was a little fascinated. She didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao, who was working seriously, was really very charming. On the second day, someone suddenly came in from Daxiangguo Temple. It was Princess 19. Suddenly she was wearing green clothes, wearing a veil, holding a green dragon halberd in her hand, and barged in without any scruples. After the last fight with the great Master Wu Wei at the Daxiangguo Temple, everyone thought that the 19th princess would never come back. But I didn't expect that she would barge in alone. Looking at those wary eyes, the 19th princess ignored them and walked directly towards the Qianlong pond at the back. In fact, the Qianlong pond is now dry. But because it is the inheritance place of the Azure Dragon Beast, no one here dares to do whatever they want. When you come in, it basically remains the same as before, except that Qianlongton has become lifeless because the water has dried up. The abbot of Daxiangguo Temple and the monks protecting the temple did not dare to stop them. After whispering to each other, they immediately sent someone to deliver a message to the great venerable Wu Wei. The little treasures and little demons lurking outside the Daxiangguo Temple originally wanted to follow the person who sent the message, but they did not expect that the contact method between the Daxiangguo Temple and the great Master Wu Wei turned out to be very strange. And no person who sent the message came from the Daxiangguo Temple. When they came out of the temple, there were no flying pigeons delivering the message. After waiting for a long time, there was no movement. But Zhu Xiaobao was sure that they had already sent the message. The 19th princess returned to the place of inheritance. She sat cross-legged and began to retreat to comprehend and practice. Although the Qianlong pond had dried up, it was still the best choice for her to comprehend and practice. Soon, the 19th princess entered a state of meditation and enlightenment. He didn't even come out all night. Zhu Xiaobao found a very remote place to practice his dragon-slaying sword technique. Not to mention, the tiger he practiced was so angry that he shouted loudly and showed off his fighting momentum. Tired from practicing, Zhu Xiaobao sat there and took out the prepared wine, meat and aged wine, and drank some by himself. But Xiaoyao was not around at this time, and Zhu Xiaobao was alone here. "Come out! Now that you're here, don't hide!" Zhu Xiaobao drank a glass of wine and said, as if to himself. But after he finished speaking, he looked somewhere and waited quietly. He! The descendant of the white tiger beast is indeed extraordinary, and the aura of old age cannot be hidden from you. I admire it. I admire it. After a while, the laughter of the great venerable Wu Wei came, and then from 100 steps away, great venerable Wu Wei actually showed up. No, now we should call him Wu Wei Saint. Do you want to snatch this dragon-slaying knife, or do you have other purposes? Zhu Xiaobao asked calmly, suppressing the hatred in his heart for the time being. The top priority now is not to settle accounts with the great venerable Wu Wei, but to find the place where the great Lord Ice and Fire is being held. Otherwise, why would you go to such great lengths to lure him here? Ha ha! I want to make a deal. I wonder if King Chatos of England is interested. Saint Wu Wei didn't feel embarrassed at all. He sat down casually, filled himself a glass of wine, took a sip, and then praised. Good wine! You are such a person who enjoys it. What deal? Zhu Xiaobao also drank a drink, and then asked calmly. What he had to do now was to keep his face quiet. The calmer he was, the less likely Saint Wu Wei would doubt the purpose of his trip. Now Saint Wu Wei only thinks that Zhu Xiaobao accompanied the 19th princess to Daxiangguo Temple for enlightenment and cultivation. I can help you get rid of Ji Jihui. But after getting rid of Ji Jihui, can you return the dragon-slaying knife to me? Saint Wu Wei asked with some hope. The trace of his life is to be able to ascend to the fairy world. But whether you can achieve your goal or not, this dragon-slaying knife is the key. No, because I can kill GZ myself. Zhu Xiaobao refused without hesitation, and consciously took the dragon-slaying knife in his hand and played with it, which made Saint Wu Wei's heart itch even more. He sensed it carefully and confirmed that there was indeed no one else around. It was probably not a trap. But Zhu Xiaobao had come to such a remote place specifically to practice the dragon-slaying knife. Humph! Maybe you are indeed stronger than GZ now. But don't forget that GZ practiced the blood sacrifice technique, and he still took away the demon body of Tian Majiu. What's more, if I go to join forces with GZ, do you still have a chance of winning? Saint Wu Wei said with a sinister smile. This is threatening Zhu Xiaobao. Humph! Then I'll kill you now. Zhu Xiaobao was furious and kicked over the stone table in front of him. He suddenly wanted to attack Saint Wu Wei. You? You are so bold. You have gone too far. Holy Lord Wu Wei never expected that this guy had no masterly demeanor, and started fighting without any warning. Immediately, Saint Wu Wei was a little embarrassed. The wine in front of him was scattered on the floor, and Zhu Xiaobao's knife had already struck him. Huh? He's actually a martial saint cultivator? No wonder you dared to show up in front of me. Zhu Xiaobao pretended to be surprised. And then his attacks became even sharper. He said this just to prevent Saint Wuwei from becoming suspicious. Otherwise Saint Wuwei would definitely think of the little demon. Because it had only been a few days since he was promoted to martial saint. Saint Wuwei was suddenly shocked and angry. With some beggars at his side. He really wanted to know if his current martial arts skills would allow him to fight against Zhu Xiaobao. He also took action with his overlord sword. And shouted viciously. Humph! Let me show you what the real art of controlling a sword is. Give me G. Suddenly, 72 overlord swords appeared above Zhu Xiaobao, pouring down towards Zhu Xiaobao like a storm. This power was much more powerful than the dragon-slaying sword technique practiced by Zhu Xiaobao. Ding! 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 When he came out, he put away his dragon-slaying knife and directed his 2 tiger claws towards Saint Wuwei. Well, come. I'm afraid you won't come. Saint Wuwei shouted, and 36 overlord swords appeared around him, protecting Saint Wuwei among them. And Zhu Xiaobao started a new round of scurrying around. These overlord swords are too close. More dangerous than before. After a while, Zhu Xiaobao's white tiger dharma appearance was split apart by these overlord swords. Zhu Xiaobao screamed strangely, turned around and ran away. It makes Saint Wuwei a little speechless. This guy is still so shameless. This dragon-slaying knife fell into his hands. It was really a secret decision. Run there. Leave the dragon-slaying knife for me. Saint Wuwei shouted energetically, and then quickly pursued him. The two of them chased and escaped. They were chased for more than 30 miles. During this period, Xiaobao used the White Tiger Dharma to fight with Holy Lord Wuwei from time to time. But they were all broken up by Holy Lord Wuwei's sword control technique. Zhu Xiaobao had no choice but to fight and run at the same time. Just when Saint Wuwei was in great momentum and in a good mood, he suddenly felt that his internal strength and physical strength began to fail to keep up again. It turned out that he had been fighting Zhu Xiaobao for more than half an hour. Seeing Zhu Xiaobao running further and further away, Saint Wuwei stamped his foot fiercely. Hey! Damn it! I'm really taking advantage of you. After confirming that Holy Lord Wuwei had left, Zhu Xiaobao wiped his sweat and waited for a while. Only then did he see the little demon swimming over. And he hurriedly asked, How is it? Can we trace his whereabouts? Of course. My breath on your tiger claws has been left on him. No matter where he goes, I can find him. Saint Wuwei never dreamed that Zhu Xiaobao was acting just now, just to keep this special aura on his body. Chapter 764 Tracking. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao has long left a special smell secreted by the little demon on the 2 tiger claws. This kind of smell is basically imperceptible to humans. Only animals with a sensitive sense of smell can smell it. So later Zhu Xiaobao consciously changed into tiger claws to fight against Wuwei's saint. Saint Wuwei thought that Zhu Xiaobao was afraid of his sword control skills. So he used tiger claws to fight with him. Besides, if Zhu Xiaobao wants to use the White Tiger Dharma, he must also wear tiger claws. So Saint Wuwei didn't think at all that this was Zhu Xiaobao's trick. I never thought that bringing you out would be useful. Hey, let's discuss it. As long as you don't peek in the middle of the night next time, I promise to give you a essence of gentian every 6 months. What do you think? Zhu Xiaobao smiled evilly and patted the little demon wrapped around his arm. His. The little demon tilted his head and thought for a while, but still couldn't resist the temptation of the essence of gentian, and nodded. You must know that this essence of gentian also has a considerable auxiliary effect on this monster beast. Not only can it greatly increase the speed of recovery, it is also very beneficial to the improvement of cultivation. 2 pills a year. This is definitely a huge profit. There is no rush to track down Saint Wuwei now, because the little demon with this kind of aura can follow at any time and anywhere. So Zhu Xiaobao is not in a hurry. After confirming that Saint Wuwei has not followed, he quietly returns to the inn. Saint Wu Wei is a little annoyed. Now that the shortcomings of practicing the immortal fusion technique have been completely revealed. He can't hold on half as long as he did before. This is a terrible shortcoming. You must know that now he is already at his wit's end just facing Zhu Xiaobao. How can he deal with 4 people working together? Not to mention that the giant beauty has a strong physique. It's scary. And Princess 19th's recovery speed is super fast. It can be said that she is recovering while fighting. Saint Wu Wei temporarily gave up tracking Zhu Xiaobao. He returned to Daxiangwo Temple and quietly came to the outside of Qinlong Pond. This was the limit of how close he could get. If he went further, there would be an inexplicable repelling force. The inheritance place of the mythical beast still has some heritage. At this time, Princess 19 was sitting cross-legged, and suddenly she slowly opened her eyes, looked at Saint Wu Wei outside Qinlong Pond, and said coldly, "Don't come any closer. This is not a place you can enter at will." "Ha ha! Princess 19, I'm here to explain that there is actually no big grudge between us. It's just because of the ownership of the dragon-slaying knife. This matter is actually easy to solve. I am willing to help you eradicate Ji Jixi and replace it with the dragon-slaying knife. You must know that once Ji Jixi is eradicated, no one can pose a threat to you. This knife will have no meaning to you." Saint Wu Wei smiled. Still as before, he said in the same pleasant manner, "What do you want to say?" Princess 19 asked calmly. In fact, she was still a little conflicted in her heart. The great venerable Wu Wei was indeed protective of her. But now she was also suspected of harming the great venerable Ice and Fire. But until now, she is still not sure that the great Lord Ice and Fire was harmed by the holy Lord Wu Wei. At least she doesn't want this to be the result. "Ha ha! I am willing to help you eradicate Ji Jixi. I am even willing to teach my sword control skills to Zhu Xiaobao. But I need to. Essence of Dragon Dan. After all, Ji Jixi's current cultivation level is too high, and I can't meet this request. Shall we divide it up?" Holy Lord Wu Wei actually said confidently, not feeling guilty at all for hurting the 19th princess relative. The great Lord Ice and Fire. He thought no one knew about it yet, except for a very weird demon snake. Well, yes, I can agree to this. As long as you are really eradicating GZ. I can do it with both hands. But I need proof. Princess 19 nodded and said decisively, "Actually, since I have made a promise, I will definitely keep it. You should believe me on this." Saint Wu Wei suddenly said, a little embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the original little girl has grown up and is very smart. Not that easy to fool. Yeah. The essence of Jinshin you asked for is just for emergency use when fighting Ji Jixi. So why are you so anxious? If you really fight against Ji Jixi, the descendants of our 4 great beasts will definitely come to help. The 19th princess shook her head and said. Then she started to practice with her eyes closed again, and stopped talking to Saint Wu Wei. Okay. So let me ask you, princess, why did you come to the place of inheritance this time? Is it because your cultivation is about to break through again? Holy Lord Wu Wei was a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. So he had to change the topic and said sarcastically asked. Well, that's right. I came here on an impromptu basis, and I didn't expect that I would have another opportunity for a breakthrough in such a short period of time. Well, I'd like to ask the great Master Wu Wei to avoid me, but I won't accompany you. Princess 19 squinted her eyes. She said calmly. In fact, this time it was really a spur-of-the-moment idea. She did not expect that after a night of reflection here, there were actually signs of a breakthrough. In fact, it is normal to say that because her cultivation level is the lowest among the 4, it is relatively easy for her to break through. Coupled with the auxiliary effect of her 2 Jinshins, it will be very easy for her to break through again. Normal. Saint Wu Wei withdrew somewhat angrily. Although he was unwilling to do so, he did not dare to act recklessly in the place of inheritance. The terrifying pressure of the divine beast was still unbearable. This is also the reason why Tianmujiu did not dare to go to any of the places where the mythical beasts were inherited even after his cultivation level had greatly recovered. After another 2 days of secret observation, Holy Lord Wu Wei could confirm that the 19th princess was not here for the great Lord Ice and Fire. So he left with peace of mind, and he didn't look for the little treasures anymore. Because even if he found them, he couldn't get them. Once this guy used the White Tiger Dharma, there was nothing the Holy Lord Wu Wei could do against him. At night, Holy Master Wu Wei quietly returned to his newly opened foothold. This is a lakeside manor, surrounded by beautiful mountains and clear waters, and beautiful scenery. The only drawback is that there are too many cars and horses and boats on the lakeside. Not to mention that the impact is not very big. In fact, it should be said that it is easier to hide one's whereabouts, because there are several such villas around, hidden away in the city. Wu Wei Xinghua took a very ordinary carriage back to the villa. There was no clue that the person in this carriage was none other than Wu Wei, the leader of the 9 great sages. That is the current Wu Wei saint. When he arrived at the villa and got off the carriage, Holy Master Wu Wei stopped and looked back. He paused for a long time, then shook his head and laughed to himself. It seems that I am too suspicious. I felt like I was being watched just now. But now everything is normal, and there is nothing wrong at all. The little demon was startled by the actions of Saint Wu Wei. He immediately lay there motionless and turned into a dead branch. He did not recover until Saint Wu Wei entered for a long time. The sensing ability of this Wu Wei saint still exceeded its expectations. After all, it was the cultivation of the martial saint, which made the little demon even more cautious. When they arrived at the villa, the little demon was a little dumbfounded. There were no less than 300 houses in this lakeside villa, dozens of times larger than the original cave. There were several servants and guards who looked after the houses. 100. It is very difficult to find the great Lord of Ice and Fire in such a big place. In the end, the little demon had no choice but to track down the traces of Holy Lord Wu Wei first. And only by following him could he find the great Lord Ice and Fire. Sure enough, when the little demon found the Lord Wu Wei, he soon found the great Lord Ice and Fire. However, at this moment, the little key used his innate skills and drilled deep into the ground. Otherwise, with the sensing ability of the Lord Wu Wei, you can definitely detect it. Saint Wu Wei was also a little depressed. So he came to the secret room where the great Lord Ice and Fire was imprisoned. He stood at the door and covered his nose. He was afraid that the great Lord Ice and Fire would make the secret room smelly and dirty again. But the smell here was indeed, it doesn't smell very good, because the ventilation effect of the secret room is still a bit poor. Ha ha! Binghua, I didn't expect that keeping you would actually be useful. At least I can exchange for a few essence of Jinshin at critical times. That's fine. You can just stay here and take care of yourself. But there's no need to worry. Tin the Ninth Princess will come to accompany you soon. When I reach the realm of the God of War, it's time to use these descendants of the divine beasts. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao is not included. I will let him watch these few women are absorbed by me wantonly. Ha 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 ha. Saint Wu Wei seemed to have found solace in his grand plan, and said with a crazy smile. After Saint Wu Wei left, the little demon emerged from the ground. It didn't care much about the smell here. It swam up the foot of the bed, and even jumped onto the body of Lord Ice and Fire. It seems that he is looking at this miserable great lord more carefully. How do you look like an old woman? What kind of evil power can be so powerful to turn a great venerable into this look? However, at this moment, the great Lord Ice and Fire flashed a knife in his dim old eyes, and said in a low voice, as if he was talking to himself, "Is this a monster? Why does it appear here?" The little demon was immediately stunned. How could a demented person recognize it? Hasn't she gone completely stupid? But at this moment, several middle-aged women came in from the door, and began to help the great Lord Ice and Fire wash and change clothes. Because Holy Lord Wu Wei just gave instructions before leaving, to take good care of the great Lord Ice and Fire. She is still very valuable. So the servants immediately started taking action. Because here, if you neglect even a little bit, you may die. These servants all know that Saint Wu Wei may appear to have a pleasant appearance, but he is actually very ruthless, and will never allow mistakes to be made. After hurriedly returning to the inn, the little demon told Zhu Xiaobao everything he had discovered. Even though it could not communicate with others except Yume, it could actually have spiritual communication with Zhu Xiaobao. It is because Zhu Xiaobao and Yume have the same mind. So the little demon can also let go of his spiritual consciousness, and let Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness communicate with himself. It's just not as smooth as Yume. What? She actually recognized you as a monster? What a surprise! Could it be that she was pretending to be crazy to protect herself? Zhu Xiaobao explained in disbelief after hearing the report from the little monster. Hiss! The little demon shook the snake's head helplessly, indicating that it didn't know this. They beasts are definitely not as cunning as humans. Well, okay. The most important thing now is how to rescue the great Lord of Ice and Fire. Zhu Xiaobao rolled his eyes at the little demon, and then became distressed again. It seemed that the difficulty of this matter was a bit high. Zhu Xiaobao was wandering back and forth in the room, thinking of a solution. Not only was the little demon around, Mo Sang Shijian's good friend Zhao Xiaobao was also present. The two of them could be regarded as Zhu Xiaobao's confidants. Zhao Xiaobao had been fighting with Zhu Xiaobao since they arrived in Shiyuan City. It's been a few years, and Mo Sang Xiaojian is now Zhu Xiaobao's legitimate sister-in-law. Isn't Princess Mo, you already married to Zhu Xiaobao? I told you to stop turning around. I'm dizzy. If it doesn't work, just pass the letter to Mr. Duanmu. Mo Sang Xiaojian shouted impatiently, not being so polite to this brother-in-law. What are you talking about? Is there nothing I can do after I leave Duanmuki? Look at it. This time I have to rely on just a few of us to handle this matter. If it doesn't work, I'll be on the Liuhe Pagoda run naked. Zhu Xiaobao shouted angrily. TSK? Running naked on the Liuhe Tower? I dare to. And no one can see it. Mo Sang Xiaojian snorted with disdain. Then let's run naked on the most prosperous street in Liuhe County. Zhu Xiaobao changed his words, but he hesitated at the end. If he couldn't say the great Lord Ice and Fire, it would be embarrassing. Okay. It's a deal. Mo Sang Xiaojian immediately clapped his hands and shouted. Even Zhao Xiaobao was cheering excitedly. The little demon is even ready to get into the crotch from the cuffs to investigate first. Go away. You slutty snake. Don't you know how to learn something good? Why did I forget you? My dear little demon sister. Aren't you huge? Chapter 765, Clear Rewards and Punishments. The little demon looked at Zhu Xiaobao with some confusion. Although his body was very huge, his combat power was only enhanced when he revealed his body, but his innate skills could not be used. It can be said that there are advantages and disadvantages. So the monster's ultimate evolutionary goal is still to appear in human form. But now Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked it this question, which made the little demon a little confused. But I also have a very bad premonition in my heart. Apart from the Jumei Master and the 1,000 poisons, these humans are all very cunning and despicable. This is the little demon's profound evaluation of humans. Yes. It's not like you haven't seen my true form before. Now with the growth of my cultivation, my true form has also doubled in size. What do you want to do? I can't beat that Wu Saint. The demon said honestly, but still stared at Zhu Xiaobao warily. The owner of this one makes it a bit wary. It seems that he has never done anything good since he came into contact with him. And he always bullies Jumei. But the strange thing is that Jumei seems to be very willing to be bullied by him. Hee. That's good. That's good. Now I'll give you another task. If you complete it well, you'll get a reward. If you don't complete it well, don't blame me for being rude. You'll be punished just like Jumei. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile on his face. But this smile gave the little demon an even worse feeling. Well, tell me, is it dangerous? The little demon subconsciously walked away from Zhu Xiaobao, then raised the snake head in front of him, still using his spiritual consciousness to communicate with Zhu Xiaobao. No. It's very easy for you. It's just at your fingertips. Look, I have a essence of Genshin. Here. You can take it to the great Lord of Ice and Fire. That old lady. Then watch her take it. If she can recognize what this is and take it again, I will reward you with 2 pieces of Genshin essence when you come back. How about it? Isn't it a good deal? Zhu Xiaobao said seductively, still with smile lines on his face. It sounds good. Do you keep your word? Xiaoyao tilted his head and thought for a while, really unable to withstand such a big temptation. He nodded and said, in fact, sneaking into the manor of Wu Xingzuan is quite risky. It can feel that the cultivation level of those servants and guards is not low. Many of them have the cultivation level of great martial masters. And there are also several martial masters. They have a strong killing aura. It can be seen at a glance that they are from countless killings. It was gained through experience in fighting. Hey, that's right. Just wait. I'll give it to you right now. Zhu Xiaobao carefully escaped from his arms and took out a jade box, which contained 2 pieces of essence of Genshin. This thing is too. Not only are gold precious, and all the little treasure should not be used as a last resort. The 19th princess also needs to spend a lot of energy and half a day to refine such a Genshin essence. Zhu Xiaobao had 2 of them, and Zhu Rong and Jumei now only had 1. So gold is precious. But this essence of Genshin has a greater effect on the little demon. Not only can it help it quickly recover its demon power, but it also has the miraculous effect of assisting in improving its cultivation. Therefore, when the little demon sees this, Essence of Gentian. It showed a very greedy look. I'm warning you. This one is not for you. If you dare to eat it secretly on the road, be careful, I will knock you back to your original state. Zhu Xiaoma said warily. This thing is too tempting for monsters. Well, I have to give you a warning. The little demon worked very hard and set off again immediately. This time it was familiar with the journey. And by the middle of the night, it had already emerged from the secret room of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. I saw the Great Lord Ice and Fire still sitting there stupidly, still talking to himself, not knowing what to say. It was late at night, but there was no sunlight here, and she didn't know whether it was day or night. Anyway, she just slept whenever she wanted, and sat there in a daze when she woke up. Apart from bringing her food and washing, the servants would not come here. In fact, the servants were very reluctant to approach her. After all, the servants still disliked an old woman who couldn't even relieve herself. They just didn't dare to go against the orders of Saint Wu. Seeing this demon snake again, the eyes of the Great Lord Ice and Fire were a little strange. Although he still maintained a dull and indifferent gaze, his eyes followed the movement of the little demon. Suddenly, she was surprised to find that there was a bracelet around the neck of this demonic snake. Isn't this her own bracelet? Then the little demon took off the bracelet very wisely and pushed it to the Great Lord Ice and Fire. But she immediately discovered that the bracelet was not hers, but the other one of the pair. At this time, the heartbeat of the Great Lord Ice and Fire accelerated, and there was also a very excited look on his face. Although she still tried her best to suppress her emotions, this look of shock and excitement still did not escape the little demon's eyes. But unfortunately, the little demon could not communicate with the Great Lord Ice and Fire, and it was obvious that the Great Lord Ice and Fire was still wary, and he immediately returned to his original demented look. It seems that she is quite cautious, fearing that Saint Wu is testing her. The Great Master Wu has taken care of the 19th princess for many years, so it is possible that he can get this bracelet. The little demon didn't care about the reaction of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. It also knew that humans are very cunning, and it couldn't be understood by its simple thinking. At this time, the little demon spit out the essence of Gentian from his mouth and pushed it in front of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. This essence of Gentian was only wrapped in a piece of paper. When he unfolded the paper, there was actually a painting on it. I drew a smiling little fat man with a rare charcoal. Although the drawing was very simple, the charm of this little fat man was vividly drawn. At first glance, it was the Zhu Xiaobao from before. At this time, the hands of Lord Ice and Fire were trembling, and the wrinkles on his face were stretched. She thought of the beautiful and pleasant time on Luofeng Island. It was the most enjoyable time of her life. Moreover, only Zhu Xiaobao can use this kind of charcoal, and his painting method is also very unique. It is drawn with simple lines, but it is very vivid. This is definitely not a way for Venerable Wu to test her, because this kind of painting method has produced many small treasures, and no one can paint it. The little demon used the snake's tail to push the essence of Gentian in front of the Great Lord Ice and Fire. The meaning was very clear. That is, let her eat it immediately, so that it can go back to work. The Great Lord of Ice and Fire looked at the door of the secret room warily, and then at the little demon. He had no cultivation at all, and could not detect whether there were eyes and ears outside the door. She needed the little demon to help her confirm that there was no one watching outside the door. People. After receiving the affirmation from the little demon, the Great Lord Ice and Fire quickly swallowed the essence of Dragon Dan. Then I discovered that there were a few lines of words on the back of the piece of paper. After reading it, Lord Ice and Fire suddenly felt excited, but at the same time, he was also nervous. After all, Saint Wui's cultivation level is too high now. It is still very difficult to get rid of a person like her who has no cultivation level. Almost impossible. But as soon as he swallowed this essence of Gentian, the Great Lord of Ice and Fire felt that his internal strength was slowly recovering, and his meridians and bones were no longer so stiff. It seemed that he could recover some of his cultivation and internal strength. At this moment, there was a sound of opening the door. It turned out that every 2 hours, these servants would come in to take a look, for fear that she would soil the mattress again. This was also the conclusion of these servants according to the pattern. This should be the time for the Great Lord Ice and Fire to relieve himself. The little demon quickly got into the ground. Its mission was completed, and it ran away. After Zhu Xiaobao heard the little demon's report, he was immediately surprised and happy. It was basically certain that Binghua was there, and he was not demented, but just pretending. The reason is to deceive the great venerable Wu Wei. This is undoubtedly great news, even though I had no cultivation at that time. As long as I was aware of it, I would be very lucky. Well, this gentian essence, with her current cultivation level, is still too overbearing. She probably won't be able to digest it in 10 days and a half. The 19th princess is in seclusion again to make a breakthrough, so we have to wait a few more days, Zhu Xiaobao said, a little depressed. He did not expect that the 19th princess would break through when she came to Daxiangguo Temple this time. This was too fast. With this breakthrough, I should be able to be promoted to the first stage of the martial emperor. As a result, the descendants of the 4 great beasts all have the cultivation level of the martial emperor. Among them, Jumei is the highest, and the martial emperor is at his peak. Based on the progress of her breakthrough, it may take 7 days for the 19th princess to come out of seclusion. But he couldn't be idle during this period. Zhu Xiaobao planned to make some careful arrangements immediately, because the most difficult thing next is how to rescue the great lord of ice and fire. Not only did he have to arrange all the routes and manpower along the way, but he also had to calculate the time accurately, and wait until Holy Lord Wu Wei was not in the manor before he could start. At this moment, the little demon interrupted his thoughts. It turned out that the little demon was asking for its reward. "Oh? Did I say that? Why don't I remember? No way. How could I give you 2 such precious gentian essences at once? You must have heard wrong." Zhu Xiaobao pretended to be surprised. Shouted exaggeratedly, "Hiss!" The little demon suddenly gave up. She spat out her words and turned to Zhu Xiaobao angrily, wishing she could eat this rogue master's master. Okay. Even if I said it, I only have one now. You take it first. When I rescue the great lord of ice and fire, I will give you the other one." Zhu Xiaobao was also startled. The venom of this demon snake is more domineering than the corpse venom of the demon Jiu. So you should stop making such dangerous jokes. Humph. You have to keep your word. Otherwise, I will go back now and kill that old woman. The little demon also warned fiercely, but it already had a very surprised expression on its face. This gentian essence had disappeared in the blink of an eye, and I don't know where it was hidden. What? The great Lord Ice and Fire is getting sick again? Are you not serving him attentively enough? Or is it just a double act? She has no cultivation now. Can't you even take care of an old woman with no cultivation? Holy Lord Wu Wei was very surprised. She frowned, because her subordinates rushed to report back. The great Lord Ice and Fire began to get sick again, making the room full of filth. She also refused to let the servants help her wash and change clothes. Now her body is covered with dirt and bad smell. No! Holy Lord Mingjian, you guys have tried their best. But now that she doesn't want us to serve her, she will cry and make a fuss if anyone around her says she is a virgin and cannot be defiled by us. The servants were suddenly horrified and said in a grieved tone, "Ha ha! It turns out I'm a little embarrassed. Forget it. Let her wash up by herself and try not to irritate her. Ha ha! It's not wrong to say she's a virgin. I didn't expect that after being demented for so many days. I started to feel embarrassed again. Ha ha ha." Saint Wu Wei couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that an old woman would be embarrassed. This made him feel very funny. Therefore, he did not blame these servants, but waved his hand and asked them to follow the wishes of the great Lord Ice and Fire. At this moment, a guard ran in a panic and reported, "Holy Lord! There is a strange phenomenon at the Daxiangguo Temple. The sky above Qianlong Pond is completely shrouded in a green light. It is probably the 19th princess, out of seclusion." "Ah? Vision! Did she really break through again? 2 gentians are indeed extraordinary." Great Venerable Wu Wei was startled, and then hurriedly left the villa and rushed to Daxiangguo Temple. Chapter 766 Xibao's Clever Plan. After coming out of the villa, Holy Master Wu Wei didn't hide his secret and quickly rushed towards the Daxiangguo Temple. With his speed, many people didn't even see it clearly. They only felt a light and shadow flash past. The speed of the martial saint's cultivation was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When we arrived at the Daxiangguo Temple, the door was already crowded with monks from the Daxiangguo Temple. They were forced out by such strong pressure. The pressure released by the 19th princess this time was even greater than the last time she inherited the Azure Dragon inheritance. Even the recognition in the Daxiangguo Temple cannot be tolerated, so he can only withdraw. As soon as they saw Saint Wu Wei, they were relieved. After all, Saint Wu Wei was their backbone. "Be presumptuous. Even the Azure Dragon Divine Beast cannot be so presumptuous in the Imperial City. You must know that the original Azure Dragon Divine Beast also received the favor of the late Emperor and stayed dormant here. Sang Buwei entered the great Xianghua Temple. Seemingly righteous. He shouted righteously. If we don't come forward to stop it here, wouldn't everyone in the Daxiangwo Temple become distraught? Moreover, the Daxiangwo Temple is the foundation of Saint Buwei, which contains countless wealth and his most trusted masters. But when he saw the green dragon in midair, Saint Buwei couldn't help but marvel. Is this the realm of the martial emperor? It is indeed extraordinary. Not only is the Qinglong Dharma appearance huge in size, it is also lifelike. Now the 19th princess is sitting there cross-legged, solemn and solemn, as if she is a goddess. It makes people have the urge to worship. Well, Daxiangwo Temple is kind to me. I won't destroy this place. Come with me. Princess 19 slowly opened her eyes, gradually put away the Qinglong Dharma sign, and then walked out of the temple slowly. Xianghua Temple. It seemed unhappy, but in the blink of an eye, he had already walked out of Daxiangwo Temple. Huh? Where are you going? Saint Buwei asked with some confusion. You'll know when you get there. Haven't you always wanted to discuss cooperation with me? Princess 19 said without looking back. Ha ha. That's fine. I hope we can each show some sincerity. Saint Buwei thought. It would be best if he could cooperate with the 19th princess. He needs the essence of Dragon Dan very much now, because he cultivates the sequelae of the immortal fusion technique really made him a little uneasy. The lack of successors is a fatal shortcoming. Originally, Saint Buwei thought that his speed was enough to be proud of. But after following the 19th princess, I realized that the 19th princess, who was promoted to the martial emperor, was much faster than him. This was without relying on the power of Qinglong Dharma. And she had already left him 3 streets away. But before Saint Buwei could make a detailed comparison, he had already discovered that they had arrived at the place where they had fought Zhu Xiaobao last time. And Zhu Xiaobao was already waiting there. Ha ha! Old man Buwei, we meet again! We should settle some accounts! Zhu Xiaobao was still smiling. He was still alone, holding a dragon-slaying knife in his hand, which made Saint Buwei's eyes shine. What's there to settle? To put it bluntly, I just want to take back my dragon-slaying knife. This is not too much. Saint Buwei snorted coldly. He felt that although his cultivation was worse than Zhu Xiaobao's, yes, but my fighting power is much stronger than Zhu Xiaobao, so I don't really care about Zhu Xiaobao's appearance. Ha ha! Old man Buwei, I just realized that the most shameless and hypocritical person in the world is you. The person who claims to be the leader of the righteous way. Zhu Xiaobao snorted with disdain. At this time, the 19th princess had already stood with Zhu Xiaobao and was staring fiercely at Saint Buwei. What do you mean? I have been supporting justice and eradicating evil and heretics for so many years. How can I still be fake? Seeing the 19th princess and Zhu Xiaobao looking at him with disdain, Saint Buwei couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Buwei, do you still have the nerve to say that you eradicate evil spirits and heretics? Let me ask you, where has the great Lord Ice and Fire gone? Why can't I find her? What evil things have you done? Princess 19 suddenly became angry. Drink asked. Ah? Great Lord of Ice and Fire. How did I know this? She has always been a loner. You can't find any relationship between her and me. Holy Lord Buwei suddenly felt something in his heart. But he was still calm on the surface. Shouted pretending to be innocent. Humph. Old man Buwei, why did your cultivation level soar? I'm afraid you have practiced some evil skills. Right. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Zhu Xiaobao snorted coldly. Humph. It was because I collected a drop of blood essence from my ancestors that I improved my cultivation again. The inheritance of my ancestors is beyond your understanding. I was also a genius spotted by the Immortal Lord at the beginning. Holy Lord Buwei said very proudly. Bah! You are so shameless. You have practiced the forbidden art of Immortal Realm. Immortal Fusion. So your cultivation has skyrocketed. And you used my aunt to practice this evil art. Princess 19 couldn't stand it anymore. Shouted angrily. Ah? You guys actually know about it? No. You fell into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Holy Lord Buwei was shocked and angry, and couldn't even speak coherently. But then he immediately thought of the Ice and Fire Lord in the villa. He must rush back and kill her immediately before he can die without any evidence. But it was too late when he said this. Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess took action at the same time, surrounding Saint Buwei and attacking without mercy. Don't let him get away at all. At the same time, everything was in chaos inside the lakeside villa. No one expected that a huge demonic snake sprang out from nowhere. It was 20 or 30 feet long. With a swing of its huge snake tail, a huge snake was released. Houses shattered and collapsed. Fortunately, this giant snake destroyed only the less important places. However, at this time, Unique suddenly thought that this seemed to include the secret room where the Great Lord Ice and Fire was imprisoned. How can this happen? But this demon snake has no opponent at all at this time. The highest cultivation level in the villa is Wu Zun. He is no match for this 7th level demon snake. Hurry up and form the formation. The 9 Palace Demon Subduing Formation. Don't let it escape. The Holy Lord will be back soon. Unique shouted in panic. This Great Lord of Ice and Fire is too important. Once he is defeated by 19, if the princess finds out, then the secret of Wu Wei's saint will be exposed. So there is nothing you can do to make this demonic snake escape. But this demonic snake did not resist them. Instead, it swam in the opposite direction and finally dived into the lakeside, never to be found again. Only then did everyone remember that the demon snake seemed to be proficient in water properties. But it would be a bit difficult to let them go into the water to chase it. Who has such good water skills? And fights with this monster snake in the water. Isn't that asking for death? In fact, this is the brilliant plan that Zhu Xiaobao came up with. And now it seems to be very successful. It turns out that the little demon has been visiting the Great Lord Ice and Fire every day these days. And the demon snake has been working very hard for the remaining essence of Genshin. Because the essence of Genshin it had just obtained had already been eaten by it. It immediately felt that it was much faster than slowly cultivating by absorbing the essence of Tianqi Sun and Moon. Moreover, even its various talents and skills have greatly increased in power. And their maintenance time has also been greatly increased. Therefore, this demon snake has never forgotten that there is also a essence of Genshin. It is now very willing to listen to Zhu Xiaobao. Because although this person is very annoying, Jumei and Princess 19 both listened to him. This made Xiao Yao keenly realize that if he wanted to get benefits, he had to have a good relationship with Zhu Xiaobao. I have to say that following Zhu Xiaobao, this simple snake demon has become very clever. In the first 2 days, the great master of ice and fire did not change much. He only recovered a little internal strength from his abdomen. And his dantian also began to recover. But in the next few days, she changed a lot. Even the wrinkles on her face disappeared a lot. She started to look rosy. Her mind became clearer and clearer. And her muscles, meridians and bones were not so stiff. Therefore, the Great Lord Ice and Fire immediately began to act crazy and not let the servants get too close. Instead, he had to wash and change clothes by himself, just to avoid being noticed. Yesterday, when the little demon appeared again, the Great Lord Ice and Fire actually hugged the little demon in his arms. His gratitude was beyond words. Although the little demon is very repulsive to this kind of intimate behavior, it has no choice but to endure it for the sake of the essence of Genshin. Fortunately, the body of the Great Lord Ice and Fire is now clean, with a faint fragrance. Tomorrow? Can you take me out tomorrow? But I don't have any martial arts skills now. And my movements are very slow. I'm afraid it will be difficult to do it. The Great Lord Ice and Fire couldn't help but read a note spat out by the little demon. I asked, surprised and panicked. Hiss! The little demon immediately shook the snake's head, and then nodded vigorously, which meant that there was definitely no problem. Today, Saint Wueji hurriedly rushed to the great Xianhua temple. Less than an hour later, the little demon emerged from the underground of the secret room, and even revealed its true form, which immediately shocked the Great Lord Ice and Fire. I was stunned. The delicate little snake I held in my arms yesterday suddenly turned into such a giant. What made her even more panicked was that the giant snake swallowed her into its mouth in one bite. Then, the Great Lord Ice and Fire will neither see nor hear what happens next, just waiting patiently in the darkness. Unique led a group of servants to guard the courtyard and stood on the edge of the lake, looking a little stupidly at the calm lakeside again. Ran? Just ran away. Then why does it come here to make a fuss? This was obviously well prepared. What was the purpose of making a big fuss in the villa while the Holy Lord was away? Ah! No! Hurry up and see if the Great Lord Ice and Fire is still there? Are you really here for this Great Lord Ice and Fire? Unique suddenly had an idea and immediately shouted in panic. When I arrived at the place where the Great Lord Ice and Fire was imprisoned, I was immediately discouraged. This place was already considered flat land, and all the houses in this area were smashed and collapsed. Can we still find the Great Lord of Ice and Fire? Hundreds of people cleaned up here for a long time and sorted out more than 30 corpses. But the body of the Great Lord Ice and Fire was not found. There were still several corpses that were mutilated, and Eunuch Wei did not dare to confirm. We have to wait until Holy Lord Wu comes back to make sure. The little demon vomited out the Great Lord Ice and Fire in the water, because her cultivation level had recovered very little, and she was afraid of suffocating her to death. The Great Lord Ice and Fire immediately washed himself in the lake. The taste in the belly of this demonic snake was not very pleasant. His whole body was sticky, and there was a fishy smell. When he emerged from the water again, he was already next to a painting boat. The two people standing on the painting boat were Imo Sang Xiaojian and Zhao Shenbao. Chapter 767 Shibao's Clever Plan B. Although Imo Sang Xiaojian had never seen the Great Lord Ice and Fire, Zhao Shenbao knew him. But at first glance, he couldn't believe that this old woman was the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Thinking about how heroic and cool the Great Lord Ice and Fire was back then, it used to be a dream in many people's minds. Even Zhao Shenbao admired it. But is the person in front of me still the Great Lord of Ice and Fire? The answer is yes. Otherwise Yu Xiaobao would not have spent so much energy to get an old woman back. When the Lord of Ice and Fire was dragged onto the boat, the little demon got in quickly, and it felt relieved. It had completed the task arranged by Yu Xiaobao, and then it was waiting to collect the rest. I got a piece of essence of Jinshin, and the little demon is still very comfortable mentally. At this time, Saint Wu had already fought dozens of rounds with Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess. Zhu Xiaobao discovered that Saint Wu was not so easy to deal with, since he was promoted to martial saint. His beast control formula actually had a very strong suppressive effect on him and the 19th princess. The same 19th princess also felt the same way. The blood of the divine beasts in her and Zhu Xiaobao's bodies seemed to be going backwards, which was very uncomfortable. It was just because their cultivation was a level higher than that of Saint Wu. This only then could they rely on their own internal strength to forcefully reverse the situation of the beast's bloodline being reversed. But they were already very frightened. Sure enough, the beast controller was an important figure that could not be ignored back then. His existence determines the direction of the final result. And due to lack of experience, Zhu Xiaobao and Princess Jijio also made a stupid mistake. That is, they condensed the divine beast's appearance. This made them even more passive. The condensed divine beast's appearance turned out to be hesitant. You can no longer control it as you like before. This is the secret method that the beast control slave relies on most. He is the one who controls the 4 sacred beasts. Humph! Ignorant young man. Since you have inherited the heritage of the divine beasts, you should know that the 4 major divine beasts are controlled by my ancestor, the beast master slave. Now it is up to me to inherit his mantle. You should just bow your heads and acknowledge the master. Come on! Don't worry. I will lead the descendants of the 4 great beasts. We are one, and our future is limitless. Ascension to the immortal world is just around the corner. Holy Lord Wu said excitedly. This is the first time he has used it since he was promoted to the martial saint level. Unexpectedly, the effect of this beast control technique was greatly increased. It was obvious that Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 were slow to react and could not use half of their skills. And when Holy Lord Wu used the sword control technique, again, even the dragon-slaying knife in Zhu Xiaobao's hand was struggling fiercely, as if it could no longer bear the feeling of being taken away by his spiritual consciousness, peeled off and separated from Zhu Xiaobao. The feeling of spiritual connection. Boom! In desperation, Zhu Xiaobao used his most special method. A grenade flew in front of Saint Wu. After a loud bang, Saint Wu looked disgraced and in tatters. He was looking at it dully. Dear little treasures. At this time, his beast control technique and sword control technique were forcibly interrupted, and Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 regained their energy. The dragon-slaying knife also quickly flew back into Zhu Xiaobao's body, and the mental connection with Zhu Xiaobao became stable again. One person and one sword seemed to have gone through a disaster, and there was a feeling of being reunited again. It's also more integrated. Oh Xiaobao, you have gone too far, and you are using such despicable methods. I will try my best to kill you. As long as there are 3 remaining descendants of the mythical beasts, I will have enough confidence to ascend to the immortal world. It took a while for the Holy Lord to regain consciousness and shouted angrily. But at this time, He felt that he could no longer hold on, because his internal strength and physical strength could not keep up. Now he was just holding on to avoid being seen by Zhu Xiaobao and the 19th princess. And this is also the case. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 took the opportunity to retreat far away, and then stopped in shock. They were also shocked by the methods of Holy Lord Wu Wei just now. If they let him do this again, if he improves his cultivation, the descendants of the 4 great beasts may really be under his control. Some of the secret techniques this old man has mastered are so terrifying. They are specially designed to suppress the descendants of the 4 great beasts. Humph. If my guess is right, as long as we don't use the magical beasts, I'm afraid your beast taming formula won't have such great suppressive power. Right. Zhu Xiaobao also asked tentatively. He and the 19th princess were both there. Be vigilant, and watch out for Venerable Wu Wei to attack again. Ha ha! It's useless. The 4 great beasts can only be controlled by the beast control slaves. Just accept your fate. Let me say it again. I don't want to be hostile to you. Our cooperation is the wisest choice. Saint Wu Wei seemed to be his mood became calmer, and he regained his immortal spirit. The old god's presence seemed to be in an absolutely active position. Impossible. If it were possible for us to believe you before. But now your evil ways have been exposed. I'm afraid we will die even worse if we cooperate with you. Zhu Xiaobao still shook his head, and he stared at Wu Wei Sheng. Lord, I feel very strange in my heart. It seems that Lord Wu Wei has no intention of coming over. Could it be that he really just gives up? This doesn't make sense. He clearly had the advantage just now. Well, think about it carefully. I really can't bear the pain and kill you. You are able to inherit the inheritance of mythical beasts because you are destined to me. I will let you go today. Go back and think about it carefully. We will meet again. Holy Lord Wu Wei said, as if he was in a dilemma. Then turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back confidently. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 looked at each other. This result seemed a bit unexpected. Is that all there is to it? Could it be that Saint Wu Wei really wanted to cooperate with him? What should we do now? I didn't expect that he actually has a secret method to restrain us. And he also looks confident. Princess 19 asked a little flustered. The joy that she had just been promoted to the martial emperor was completely dampened by this incident. Cover up. Humph. I don't believe he can really restrain us. Besides, the grenade I fired just now also made him disgraced. He can disrupt the mental connection between me and the Dragon Slayer. But he may not be able to disconnect the knife with Zhu Rong's mind. Even if he has a secret method to suppress us, we also have a way to fight back. For example, the little demon and our Yuanong knife. These are all skills outside of the bloodline of mythical beasts. If it doesn't work, I'll change my sword. Zhu Xiaobao was still very smart and didn't mess up his position. Instead, I was thinking about it carefully. It was so strange that Holy Lord Wu Wei left just now. Could there be any hidden secrets in this? Could it be that he was in a hurry to go back to rescue Lakeside Villa? That's right. He must be in a hurry to go back to rescue Lakeside Villa. Let's hurry up and meet Zhao Shenbao and the others. As long as we see the Great Lord Ice and Fire, the whole story will be much clearer. Zhu Xiaobao slapped his forehead and shouted. Then took the hand of the 19th princess and rushed to the agreed place quickly. Holy Lord Wu Wei rushed back to the villa. Along the way, he took 2 little return pills to restore internal strength, and then he barely managed to reach the villa. In the battle with the 19th princess Zhu Xiaobao just now, he successively occupied the villa. The consumption of 2 secret techniques is too great. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pulled it out in a hurry. As soon as he saw the destroyed houses and the dead bodies, Saint Wu Wei's heart suddenly sank, knowing that something was wrong. After listening to Eunuch Wei's report, Saint Wu Wei stood there a little sluggishly, and did not move for a long time. It's over. The great venerable Ice and Fire must have been driven away by Zhu Xiaobao. Judging from the situation described by Eunuch Wei, the big snake should be the demon snake of the great venerable Thousand Poisons. I didn't expect it to be promoted to the 7th level demon. A beast. If I had known this, I should have killed the great Lord Ice and Fire. It's really a secret. Now we can only hope that the great Lord of Ice and Fire has really become dementia. Otherwise, I am afraid that the sharpest revenge will follow. Zhu Xiaobao and the 9th princess also boarded the boat. When they saw the great Lord Ice and Fire after washing and changing clothes, the 19th princess really didn't dare to recognize him at first. This change was too terrifying. She suddenly became old. After decades, She has become nothing more than an old woman. But after all, they were blood relatives. And the 19th princess could still recognize her as the great Lord Ice and Fire at a glance. The eyes of Lord Ice and Fire were also filled with excitement. The two hugged each other and cried loudly. This scene was really tragic. Even Zhu Xiaobao, who always had a playful smile, quickly avoided it. This atmosphere was so heart-wrenching. The next thing will be easy. Zhao Shabao and Mo Sang Xiaojian have both been traveling around the world for a long time. They have arranged the next step in an orderly manner. In addition, the shop in Hachitu also actively cooperates. And it is very easy. Let the great Lord Ice and Fire mix with the caravan and leave the imperial city. During this period, the 19th princess always stayed with the great Lord Ice and Fire. Mainly because she was afraid that Holy Lord Wu Wei would send people to assassinate the great Lord Ice and Fire. You must know that Holy Lord Wu Wei has many masters under his command. And it is not yet certain who they are. Your whereabouts are safe. On the carriage, the state of the great Lord Ice and Fire was getting better day by day. And her originally chaotic thinking began to become clearer and clearer. In fact, half of her initial dementia was true, as her cultivation and spiritual consciousness were improved. Make time. She was indeed a bit demented. But it was her inexplicable persistence and the fact that she was often awake for a short period of time that allowed her to persevere. If the 19th princess had been 10 days and a half later, the great Lord Ice and Fire would really have become completely demented. After leaving the imperial city and entering Qingxi County, the inspection here was very relaxed. Mainly because Hachitu usually took care of things very well. The officers and soldiers guarding the city gates benefited a lot. For Hachitu's caravan, it has always been very loose. It's just a formality. Get some benefits. Then just say, okay. Finally entering the Shiwang fiefdom. I feel relieved. Zhu Xiaobao also mingled in the carriage. And they began to learn more about the shameful deeds of Saint Wu Wei. What? Are you voluntary? What is your agreement with him? Auntie, you are doing this all to protect me. Whoa. After listening to the words of the great Lord Ice and Fire, the 19th princess realized that this aunt had sacrificed for her. What a price! Alas! In fact, I am too stupid. Even if I don't ask him, he will protect you. His ultimate goal is to regain the descendants of the 4 great beasts. But I didn't expect that he had already plotted against me. He tried his best to help me improve my cultivation. Just to use this art of melting immortals. Bing Huidu was there inside, and said with a bit of unwillingness, what she regrets most now is that she has been the best from the beginning to the end. Being used and plotted by the great venerable Wu Wei. This lie had been implemented on her for decades. But she still knew nothing about it. And she finally understood it. Well, Auntie, can Saint Wu Wei really restrain us? The 4 descendants of the divine beasts? Don't we really have any contingency plans? Zhu Xiaobao asked very depressedly. He was also now with the 19th princess she also calls the Great Lord Ice and Fire, Auntie. But she tries to avoid mentioning the name Great Lord Ice and Fire as much as possible to save her heartache. Not necessarily. It's just that I have to remember it carefully. After all, my recovery is not far enough. But one thing is for sure. Since he used the art of melting immortals, his cultivation has been the most burning. It has skyrocketed. But his internal strength and physical strength cannot keep up. But I understood this before him. The great Lord Ice and Fire said hesitantly, with an embarrassing blush on his face. Because she first felt it from the 2 of them practicing them. Art of fusion of immortals. Why? Zhu Xiaobao asked, still a little unclear. Well, you go out first, and let me talk to the 19th princess alone. The great Lord Ice and Fire was a little embarrassed, and actually kicked Zhu Xiaobao out. As soon as they got out of the carriage, they saw the little demon already waiting there. Bring it here! My other essence of Jinshin. Chapter 768 Everyone Takes Action. Zhu Xiaobao looked at the demon snake and nodded seriously. I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. You have made a great contribution this time. Very good. Perform well in the future. Your benefits are indispensable. The little demon was stunned after hearing this. He thought that Zhu Xiaobao would still cheat. But he didn't expect that this time he was very serious. Being able to be recognized by Zhu Xiaobao and praised a few times. This demon snake actually still has a sense of pride and belonging in his heart. This made Xiaoyao look at Zhu Xiaobao fondly. This person was playful and rogue at one moment, and serious at the next. But the little demon also discovered that as long as he followed Zhu Xiaobao, he would not suffer any loss. At this moment, Dust and smoke rose in the distance, and Wu Yu led 3,000 cavalry to greet them. They had received the message a long time ago, and were waiting at the border of the fiefdom. As soon as the carriage of the 19th princess arrived, Wu Yu had already received the news, and came with his people. Wu Yu went straight to the carriage of the 19th princess as soon as she got off her horse. When she saw the great Lord Ice and Fire, Wu Yu hugged her and cried. Speaking of which, the relationship between Wu Yu and the great Lord Ice and Fire was actually more warm, because the great Lord Ice and Fire the person specifically taught Wu Yu Kung Fu, because Wu Yu, like her, is also a member of the Wu clan who does not have the blood of divine beasts. So the two of them can only train hard, and it is a great effort to achieve today's achievements. Of course, the great Lord Ice and Fire paid a heavy price. Immediately afterwards, Duan Muqi, the great venerable Duobao, and the great venerable Qiandu were also waiting at the West Prince's mansion. Although the great venerable Ice and Fire was not a very important task, she now knew the secrets of Saint Wu Wei best. People, because now Saint Wu Wei has become the most threatening person besides Yu Xiaobao and Ji Jishan. The key is that his identity is very special. He is a descendant of the bee's slave. Of course, seeing the great Lord Ice and Fire again, the two great lords Duobao and Qiandu were in awe. They never expected that the great Lord Ice and Fire, who was so amazing at the beginning, would end up like this. Even his cultivation was completely lost. I can't believe that this is the great Lord of Ice and Fire, who ranks second among the 9 great lords. 2 great lords. I made you laugh. If it weren't for being able to deal with that treacherous thief Wu Wei, I really don't want to show up again, the great Lord of Ice and Fire said sadly. But she is getting better now. After all, a piece of essence of Genshin has made her recover a lot. And now she has returned to almost the stage where she just started, which means that she can still practice again. But she will definitely not reach her original height. Don't dare! Don't dare! It's already a joy to see the great venerable being able to escape safely. The 2 great venerables hurriedly returned the greeting. In fact, they came to understand the situation of Saint Wu Wei, because great venerable Wu Wei's art of melting immortals was practiced with great venerable Ice and Fire. In other words, no one knows whether they will be used to practice next time. So the two of them were very nervous in Hai Wei Temple. Of course, I also sympathize with the experience of the great Lord Ice and Fire. Well, don't worry. That traitor Wu Wei won't attack anyone else for the time being. But it will be hard to tell in a while. And his cultivation speed is not slower than Ji Jishan. Princess 19 also nodded at this time said. In fact, she also consciously concealed certain truths, because the art of merging immortals can only be used for women with comparable cultivation levels. But there is no need to explain it so clearly to these 2 great sages now. Oh, but I wonder if the 19th princess has any good strategies to deal with this treacherous villain Wu Wei. The 2 great lords Duobao and Qiandu nodded in succession, and asked a little eagerly. Hey! 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 Old man! This is too much. We have just come back. Even if you 2 want to find out some secrets, you have to wait for a few days. Right. You are already very tired before you see me. I don't have any cultivation skills yet. How can you bear it? Zhu Xiaobao shouted dissatisfied on the side, then waved his hand and shouted domineeringly. Old apprentice, bring up all the supplements that I respect my filial aunt. Here it comes! Here it comes! Master, look at it. This is the donkey hide gelatin, refined according to your secret method. It can beautify the skin, nourish yin and blood, and rejuvenate youth. I have already tried it, and the effect is quite obvious. The old apprentice was holding a row of neatly cut, crystal clear and translucent amber-colored small squares. It was a pleasure to look at. But Zhu Xiaobao almost became happy after hearing his old disciple's shouts. This thing is for women. This old apprentice really dares to brag. The old disciple himself was secretly enjoying himself. How could he dare to eat this stuff? Zhu Xiaobao made this stuff out of donkey skin. He didn't believe that this stuff could replenish blood and nourish the skin. In other words, just cooperate with master and show off. It was brought directly in front of the great Lord Ice and Fire. But behind the old apprentice was Mu Chuanyi, and she nodded firmly. This is completely different. Mu Chuanyi is the most knowledgeable and talented woman besides Zhu Xiaobao. Even Duan Muqi and Murong Feng are in awe of her now, because not only can she turn Zhu Xiaobao's fantastic ideas into reality, but she can also carry them forward. So everyone now regards Mu Chuanyi as a genius. Thank you, Lord of Wine and Meat. Lord Ice and Fire suddenly felt warm in his heart. He had such a peaceful and warm feeling when he was around Zhu Xiaobao. No wonder Princess Zhu Rong, 19th princess, and others are willing to follow Zhu Xiaobao. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Rong also presented a 10,000-year Ganoderma lucidum. This was an elixir she had secretly kept for many years, and she took it out today. Well, I don't have any treasures. At worst, I will help you kill old man Wu Wei in the future. Jumei shook her head and said simply, "Ha ha, you're welcome. This time your battle pet little demon has helped me a lot. I can't thank you enough." The great Lord Ice and Fire looked at Jumei and said with a smile, "For Jumei, she is still very fond of it." Hey! 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 Don't you two look at me? It's a little bit of sincerity. Right. Zhu Xiaobao said with a smile to the two great masters Duobao and Qindu. Isn't this kind of performance just to make people happy? These two great sages should also shed some blood. Ha ha! I have a beauty elixir. Here! It's a little bit of my kindness. The venerable Duobao has rich possessions, and immediately took out an exquisite jade box, which he bought with a lot of money many years ago. Yes, it's a pity that he has always been alone, so it doesn't hurt to send him out now. Alas! I knew you had no good intentions. Well, I still have a remaining great return pill. Here! Which is enough to restore the cultivation of the great Ice and Fire Master to the realm of a martial artist. The great Master Qian Du smiled helplessly. Dao, I still don't understand this. This is all arranged by Zhu Xiaobao, and I can't get off the stage because of the squeeze, so I have to give in obediently. Oh! Thank you, Lord Thousand Poisons. Lord Ice and Fire's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was overjoyed. Being able to return to the realm of a martial artist was already a great blessing for her. Originally, they wanted to hold a banquet for the great Lord Ice and Fire, but her physique was still too weak, and she could no longer support it after a while, so everyone had to give up. However, this time everyone gained a lot and fully understood the Rongxian, the evil and terrifying part of the technique, because the great Lord Ice and Fire is a real participant. He has fully mastered this set of techniques, but he does not intend to tell anyone, for fear that someone will be greedy. Two great lords, you are well informed and know a lot about the stories about the four great beasts. Do you think he can really control us? The four descendants of the beasts? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little worriedly at this time. He said, I'm not afraid that's a lie. After all, he and the 19th princess have already seen the power of the beast control technique. They are the suppressed party. No. According to me, he has a great suppressive effect on your divine beast form. But if it is just on your real body, it is not that great. Besides, he is not a real beast master. Slaves, you just received a drop of blood essence from your ancestors, and you are not the true descendants of the mythical beasts, but humans who have swallowed the souls of the mythical beasts. Lord Qiandu said slowly. That's right. Otherwise, why would he let you go when he had all the advantages? This shows that he was powerless, and it was just a bluff in the end. The great venerable Duobao also nodded and said, it seems that he said he wanted to conquer the descendants of the four great beasts, but actually he wanted to use your power to achieve his goal. Duanmuki said, twisting his beard. This is not difficult to verify. Let Mo Sang Shaoji and again let's go to the lakeside villa in the Imperial City. If my prediction is correct, the great Master Wu Wei has already abandoned this villa. Then what if he is still in that villa? Jumei asked directly. Then that's not good. It means that he is either confident and has other means, or he can really suppress you from the blood. Duanmuchi was stunned for a moment, and then said in a low voice, Humph, I'm not afraid of his beast control technique. If I touch him, I will kill him. Jumei is still as domineering as ever. That night, Mo Sang Shaojian set off, this time with Zhao Shenbao. The two of them had rich experience in the world and cooperated very well with each other. So the two of them were very fast, and only took less than 10 seconds. He had already appeared in the Imperial City in 2 days. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and others also resumed their usual noisy behavior, even though the two big demons Ji Zhihui and Wu Wei Xingzuan appeared. Zhu Xiaobao was still very tolerant, and had his own way to the mountain. Well, Zhu Xiaobao has been really busy these 2 days, because his donkey hide gelatin is so popular that everyone who knows about it is trying their best to get some. This surprised Zhu Xiaobao, and he accidentally discovered another way to make a lot of money. But the one who was even more excited than Zhu Xiaobao was Hachitu. His business acumen immediately realized that this was a shortcut to make a fortune. Raising donkeys is much easier than raising cows and horses. And donkey meat is sold at a very high price. Go away! This thing is an exclusive operation. The recipe will not be passed on to anyone. Why don't you let go of any profitable business? What are you doing with so much money? Look at you now. You have more than 60 wives alone. Zhu Xiaobao asked in annoyance. And he was wondering why he didn't have a money-making expert like Hachitu around him. No word about it. Dear brother, we are half-brothers. Let's do this. I will supply all the donkey skins. How about it? Hachitu was not angry at all, but still asked with joy on his face road. Okay. Oh, by the way, can you open a few more shops in the Imperial City? Zhu Xiaobao suddenly asked. Well, the profit is not high, but if you need it, I can open more stores. My dear brother, are you planning to take action against the Imperial City? It's hard to say yet, but if you are prepared, I think it will be almost there. Understood. I will open dozens more stores right away. No. Hundreds of shops. Hack. Rich people. At this time, Mo Sangxijian's flying pigeon message came. At Wu Wei Xingzuan's place. Not only was Hutrib Villa empty, but even the Daxiangguo temple had changed its host. And all the original monks had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 769, United as One. After receiving the flying pigeon message from Mo Sangxijian, Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. Ha ha ha! Just as Duanmu's military advisor said, Old Man Wu Wei is scared. This shows that he does not have the strength to defeat us. He is just a master. A descendant of a bee's slave just received a drop of blood essence from his ancestor by luck. At this time, everyone had rushed to the main hall to discuss matters. And they were all a little puzzled when they saw Zhu Xiaobao laughing loudly. Well, brother-in-law, there's no need to be so happy about this. Right. After all, Ji Jishan's threat to us is still quite huge, and the whereabouts of Saint Wu Wei is unknown, which is also a potentially huge threat. Duanmu Qi was a little bit. He asked in confusion. Originally, the news said back by Mo Sangxijian was indeed good news. But he was not so happy. Yes, although we are still facing huge threats. Don't you think that we have always been able to turn danger into disaster and always have the upper hand? This is my biggest realization. It is not scary to have a strong opponent. What is scary is us. I am suspicious and hesitant. Zhu Xiaobao said loudly and domineeringly. At this time, he was standing behind the table in the middle of the meeting hall, which is where the 19th princess usually handles government affairs. However, Zhu Xiaobao was standing behind the table. In the middle, everyone else is standing with their hands hanging below. But Princess 19 had no objections. On the contrary, she felt very pleased that Zhu Xiaobao finally showed the temperament of a leader. Then I would like to ask King Chitos of England, what should we do next? Should we take the initiative or actively prepare for war? Although Duanmuqi also agreed with Zhu Xiaobao's attitude. Just having an attitude is definitely not enough. There is also a way to deal with it. Policy. Yes. Keep a close eye on Ji Jisheng and find out the whereabouts of Old Man Wu Wei. And here we are vigorously developing production and rapidly increasing our military manpower and financial resources. Zhu Xiaobao said confidently. But as far as I know, Ji Jisheng used the blood sacrifice technique again. And this time, he was able to sacrifice 500,000 people with blood. Moreover, he also contacted His Highness the Sixth Prince. And now His Highness's army has been stationed in the eldest prince's fiefdom. In other words, Ji Jisheng is also actively developing his own strength. Not only is his cultivation increasing rapidly, but the territory and strength he controls are also increasing. Duanmu Qi still said with a solemn expression. This matter was also just obtained the news. Because everyone was excited just now. Duanmu Qi did not say it out immediately. So, we must develop and grow faster and more comprehensively. Although Zhu Xiaobao was shocked, he still said calmly, but what if Ji Jishan's cultivation really skyrockets and he comes here to challenge you? The descendants of the mythical beasts? And once you are defeated, the people here will suffer a blood sacrifice. Duanmu Qi was still a little worried. Asked, if Zhu Xiaobao just has confidence, it is of no use. Even Merong Fu beside him nodded solemnly. She even felt that Zhu Xiaobao was acting on a whim and had no good plan to deal with it. So what? Can he sacrifice 500,000 people with blood? Can he sacrifice 1 million people with blood? Can he sacrifice 2 million people with blood? He can even hold him to death. Even if we can't defeat him, With the addition of dozens of powerful warriors, Your Majesty. There are hundreds of warriors and millions of soldiers. We all share the same hatred and died fighting to defend our country. What regrets do we have? Besides, no matter how Ji Jishi's cultivation level skyrockets, he is still not the real Demon Geo after all. That is, he is similar to us, with a half-demon body. Give him a missile, and he will still feel uncomfortable. I can feel now that I came to this world just to deal with these evil heretics. Zhu Xiaobao said without fear, and his body suddenly exuded an aura that was like no one else. Everyone present was excited. Yes, Ji Jisheng is not the real Demon Geo, so why should we be afraid of him? Besides, is fear useful? And although Zhu Xiaobao is usually a little lazy and mischievous, he can always win unexpectedly at critical moments. Isn't this God's will? The ladies present looked at Zhu Xiaobao with a bit of dementia. Their eyes were full of excitement, joy, and so much admiration. Okay, I'm too worried. Yes, although we don't have the largest territory now, our development is the best. And our people are also the most honest and loyal. Everyone is willing to do anything for their homeland, even if you go through fire and water. Duimuki also clapped his hands and said loudly with renewed energy. The old man also felt like his blood was boiling. He didn't expect that Zhu Xiaobao would have such courage. And I have to say that he was also very surprised. Next, Duan Muqi and Murong Feng also began to work intensively. This was not only about talking, but also coming up with specific methods, especially for Ji Jishen's surveillance and investigation, which were all arranged in the most effective way. It's done by a lot of people. Duan Mu Xilong, Mo Sang Xiaojian, Zhao Shenbao, Mukue, and other experts were all sent out. There is also the more hidden Yi Qihong, who is also lurking in the eldest prince's fiefdom with his men. As for the 19th princess, they are stepping up various infrastructure construction, vigorously developing production, and constantly attracting people from outside. There is a prosperous scene in the fiefdom. At the same time, Lingyu Mountain and Zirwei Kingdom are also constantly transporting money, food and people, accelerating the expansion of the power of the 19th princess. At this time, Ji Jiwei was also rushing to Jialun Island. He really used the blood sacrifice technique again, but this time the blood sacrifice was completed. Although his cultivation level was greatly improved, his body was a bit overwhelmed. It's like it's going to burst. It's so painful. He wanted to rush back, absorb the essence of Tianmoji's body, and improve his half-demon body again. The eldest prince and the human demon saint were also accompanying him. Now the eldest prince has handed over everything in the fief to his son Xia Jinwen, so he is too lazy to take care of things in the fief. Sooner or later, he will be sacrificed to blood anyway. The reason for following Ji Jishen back now is to absorb some essence of his body to strengthen his physique. In fact, the blood sacrifice this time was quite dangerous. If the human demon saint and the eldest prince hadn't been following him to cast spells and help him share some of the burden, Ji Jishen might have really burst. After all, he still couldn't compare to the innate physique of the great monarch. Therefore, GZ also knew very well that it was probably impossible to ascend to the immortal world. So he had to maintain his cultivation and control the world, so that he could fully enjoy the long life in the future. Of course, there is also a prerequisite, which is to eliminate all Xiaobao. Ji Jisheng followed the same method as Zhu Xiaobao. Also mixed in with the caravan, passed through the imperial city, and entered Southeast County. Sitting in the car, Ji Jisheng felt extremely uncomfortable. It seemed as if he would explode and die at any time. He had to forcefully use his kung fu to suppress the surging magic power in his body. General, news came from the imperial city that the great venerable Wu Wei has been promoted to the rank of martial saint. And now he has disappeared. Even the monks in the Daxiangwo temple have also disappeared. According to rumors, he and the 19th Princess Xiaobao has a fierce fight, and the outcome is unknown. Ji Jishi's black shark guards came to the side of the carriage and reported in a low voice. Huh? Martial saint cultivation? He is still able to fight against the 19th princess and Zhu Xiaobao? It's really surprising. No. Send more manpower immediately. We must find the traces of the great master Wu Wei. This person is the beast control slave descendants, and I are natural enemies. Ji Jisheng was startled when he stopped and quickly ordered. Yes. I will arrange manpower now. Ji Jisheng sat up in the carriage. This sudden news made him temporarily forget the swelling and pain in his body, and murmured to himself. Time waits for no one. Time waits for no one. You are forcing me. I can't think of the future of a bee's slave. Man, has he cultivated to the realm of the martial saint? Can he still fight against the 19th princess and Zhu Xiaobao? His fighting power is not bad. How did he cultivate? Why did he improve so fast? Ji Lang, why don't you let me come and accompany you? You haven't been favored by me for several days. That great Master Wu Wei has nothing to worry about. He's just a martial saint. Aren't you the same as me? At this time, the charming voice of the female saint came from the carriage. Although he was in urgent need of improving his physique, he was not as uncomfortable as Ji Zhishi because he absorbed very little during the blood sacrifice and his physique was special. Although he was not as strong as the eldest prince, but it is very flexible and can withstand a lot of expansion force. Humph. Then why don't you go and fight him? Ji Zhishi snorted coldly. Although the female saint is showing off in every possible way now, Ji Zhishi is not in the mood to fool around with him at this time. His whole body is feeling unbearable swelling and pain. Well, the new family is good at assisting and serving generals, but not good at fighting. The human monster saint was immediately startled. If he wanted to challenge the Wu Wei saint in a one-on-one battle, he didn't have the ability, but he could act coquettishly. As he spoke, he was already lying on Ji Zhisheng's body. Even the clothes have been taken off. Get away. Ji Zi originally wanted to explore, but suddenly he waved his hand and threw the human demon saint aside. Then Ji Zi's figure rose into the sky and rushed out directly from the top of the car. The surrounding followers were all shocked. Although they were wearing caravan attire, these people were all Ji Zhisheng's guards. They were all masters among masters. Among them were 10 martial masters, and all of them were great martial masters of cultivation. But these guards all felt very strange. What was Ji Zhishi doing? Jumped out directly from the roof of the carriage? But Ji Zhisheng ignored these guards and flew towards the west quickly. After chasing for several hundred steps, he stopped and frowned. Could it be that I felt wrong? General, what's wrong with you? The eldest prince and the human demon saint also chased after him. The eldest prince asked in surprise. I seem to feel that someone was staring at us just now. But now this feeling has disappeared. Ji Zhisheng said in confusion. With his cultivation level, he can still be lost. This person's cultivation level is not low. Under a mountain in the northwest. Saint Wu Wei was also surprised. He didn't expect to be noticed by Ji Zhishen even though he was so far away. This shows that Ji Zhishen's cultivation level is quite high. Moreover, we just received the news that the eldest knight prince Ji Zhisheng has 500,000 students enrolled in his fiefdom. Saint Wu Wei was a little stunned when he heard this. This technique is indeed very evil. Much more evil than my own. Immortal Fusion Technique. Chapter 770, United as One B. Saint Wu Wei hid behind the hill and tried his best to suppress his aura, causing Ji Zhisheng to lose his senses. Ji Zhisheng looked around and came back a little confused. Could it be that he had sensed something wrong just now? Or is the opponent's cultivation level too high? Now think about it. There is no one with a higher cultivation level than myself. At most, there are a few hidden skills that are better than mine, such as the 19th princess and Wu Wei Xingzuan. Could it be the Wu Wei saint? Ji Zhisheng frowned when he thought of this. This descendant of the Beast Master Slave was always a big hidden danger to him. After all, it was the Beast Master Slave who stirred up trouble and led to the death of the Demon Jiu and the 4 great beasts. Of course, the Beast Slave didn't get any benefits either. He also had his dragon-slaying knife broken, was severely injured, and then never appeared again. He probably died of his injuries within a few years. But he left behind a legacy. Originally, Ji Zhisheng didn't take Saint Wu Wei seriously. After all, without the dragon-slaying knife, Saint Wu Wei could still be considered a master. But he was definitely not at the level of a fairy or demon. I just didn't expect that he had absorbed a drop of blood essence from the immortal clan. And now he has raised his cultivation level to the realm of martial saint. This made Ji Zhisheng start to take this person seriously. Shiro! What did you find? There won't be any danger in this area. The human demon saint and the first prince also rushed over. And the human demon saint said delicately. The eldest prince next to him also swallowed his saliva. Although this guy is still a man, he is indeed charming and coquettish. He is already more feminine than a woman. Humph. Let's go! As long as I return to the Tianqing and complete my body training. No matter who it is, they must surrender to me. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. Ji Zhisheng didn't want everyone to know his doubts just now. So he also recovered. With a normal expression, he even hooked the female saint. raised and lowered his hand unscrupulously, and seemed to have returned to the carriage in a happy mood. Only the eldest prince still had some doubts. He also had some vague feelings. But it was not as obvious as Ji Sheng. He looked at the hill with confusion, and then turned around and followed him back. But Saint Wu did not follow the caravan anymore. He knew the purpose of Ji Sheng's return. What he has to do now is to make a decision on how to get the maximum benefit from the three-party battle, or let him take back the dragon-slaying knife. He didn't have the same sense of mission as the beast slave back then, and he didn't want to fight with Ji Sheng. He always believed that as long as he took back the dragon-slaying knife and used the forbidden magic of the immortal world, the art of fusion of immortals, he would be able to ascend to the immortal world. In the Western King's fiefdom, not only are they vigorously developing production and significantly increasing their manpower, but they have also begun to prepare their troops to capture the eldest prince's fiefdom. Originally, they wanted to maintain the situation of 1/3 of the world. But unexpectedly, His Highness the Sixth Prince had already begun to introduce troops to the eldest prince's fiefdom, which made the ninth princess very angry. Once the eldest prince's fief is completely occupied by His Highness the Sixth Prince, he will be surrounded by a semi-encirclement situation. Therefore, under Duen Muki's suggestion, I hope that the 19th princess will also prepare to start mobilizing troops. In fact, there is another extremely confidential news that is not known to everyone. That is, the 7th princess has also sent people to sue for peace. She has thoroughly seen Ji Sheng's face, and finally regrets it. And now she has to settle for the next best thing, asking Zhu Xiaobao for help. The relationship here is still very subtle. The 7th princess is not asking for help from the 19th princess, but Zhu Xiaobao, because she was always a little embarrassed. After all, she looked down on the 19th princess at the beginning. I just didn't expect that the 19th princess would develop so prosperously in these 10 years. The most terrible thing is that many people under the 7th princess have also escaped from the fiefdom and went to the 19th princess. It was still very secretive and sporadic at first, but in the past 6 months, it has begun to become a trend, with a large-scale trend of escaping from the fiefdom. Because since the 7th princess was controlled by Ji Sheng, the taxes in Southeast County have continued to increase, while the financial resources and materials in the fiefdom have become increasingly scarce, because they have been used by Ji Sheng. When she was awake, the 7th princess still saw huge hidden dangers, but she was powerless. Now that GZ has grown up and has an extremely high level of cultivation, these rumors have been confirmed. GZ is the descendant of Tian Moju. In fact, the 7th princess didn't know at this time that Ji Sheng had replaced Tian Moju and had entered the devil's path. What made the 7th princess feel even more humiliated was that this time Ji Sheng came back with the eldest prince, the man-eating demon who had brought her endless pain. It was even more unexpected that the eldest prince was now at the level of the great martial lord, which made the 7th princess a little desperate. Once his cultivation reached the level of the great martial lord, he would be aloof from the world, and no one could kill him. But in this way, the 7th princess will inevitably suffer the fate of being insulted again. This once again profoundly reminds her of the pain she endured. His Royal Highness the eldest prince, just let the 7th princess go. Whoa. The two servants Dafu and Erfa were lying there with a large pool of blood under their bodies. They were beaten by the eldest prince until they vomited blood. But these two loyal servants were still pleading for the 7th princess. Shut up. You two slaves, just like her, are slaves of the traitor. Be careful that I destroy your cultivation. Huh? If you want me to let her go, you should know my preferences. Right? Go. Find me a young and beautiful palace maid, and put the wine and meat on the hot pot. I want to enjoy your master and eat some fresh meat at the same time. The eldest prince shouted to the two eunuchs in high spirits. Yes. Yes. Dafu and Fufu looked at each other and had no choice but to get up and go to grab a young and beautiful palace maid outside the palace. Bring a pen and paper. I want to write a letter. The 7th princess suddenly regained her composure and said in an indifferent voice. But this state of the 7th princess frightened the two slaves even more. The 7th princess felt completely hopeless at this moment. The 7th princess pondered for a long time before she wrote a letter. Neither of the two slaves expected that it was addressed to Zhu Xiaobao. This is the reason why Zhu Xiaobao mentioned the secret letter from the 7th princess. Of course, the late emperor would never reveal that he was insulted again. It's just that this time the 7th princess's statement was very sincere, even a little humble, saying that she only wanted to help the 19th princess ascend to the throne. He didn't even mention what requirements he had. Although the 19th princess was very excited to receive this letter, she was still a little confused. Why did the 7th sister write to you, instead of writing to me? I warn you, don't have any evil thoughts. If she has other intentions, then I would rather not have her help. This is such a huge injustice. I hurriedly handed it over to you after receiving the letter. And you still doubt me? Zhu Xiaobao shouted exaggeratedly and indignantly. Ha ha. I can testify to this. Xiaobao rushed over to hand it over as soon as possible. And the reason why the 7th princess wrote to Xiaobao was probably because she couldn't let go. After all, she was the 7th princess, and she wanted to compete for the world. The honorable king is 1,000 years old. Ha ha. Even an old man had no impression of the 19th princess at the time. Duanmuki said with a smile on the side. He was the #1 advisor around the 7th princess at the beginning, but was later plotted by Ji Jishan. That's why I came here. Well, I'm just a little uncomfortable, and she still looks down on me, Princess 19 said a little aggrievedly. In fact, she was very satisfied with Zhu Xiaobao in her heart, and her eyes were full of tenderness and sweetness. She could develop on her own. It's because of Zhu Xiaobao's appearance. Ha ha! Why do you think the 7th princess suddenly changed her attitude? This time, she seems to be completely less domineering than before, Princess Ying asked with a chuckle at this time. It's very simple. As far as I know, when Ji Jisheng returned to Jiaolong Island this time, not only was he accompanied by the human demon saint, but he also brought the eldest prince with him. The 7th princess and the eldest prince have a sworn hatred, and the eldest prince is now her cultivation level has skyrocketed, and the 7th princess has no hope of revenge at all. So she is willing to join forces with us. I know the suffering she endured from the eldest prince, and it really hurt her. Duanmuqi said with some emotion. He said that he had risked his life to escape with the 7th princess, so he knows the best about the 7th princess and the eldest prince. Yeah, let's not talk about this. Brother-in-law, what should we do now? Zhu Xiaobao nodded, but he didn't want to know about these grudges. He was more concerned about how to deal with it next. Ha ha ha! This is easy to do. Just teach me and Murong how to manage the fiefdom and fight the war. Just practice harder. After all, if Ji Shishi comes out of the sinkhole this time, his strength will definitely double. Duanmuqi twisted his beard and said with a smile. Now he is no longer afraid of these crooked ways. And now it seems that the battle situation is beginning to be favorable to them. Sure enough, within a few days, the number of civilians who defected from Southeast County suddenly increased sharply, including many wealthy families. They also saw the huge shortcomings of the 7th princess's rule, and began to find a way out for themselves. Chapter 771, United as One. See, news came one after another, some unexpected and some expected. But everyone has seen that the current prosperity of the Shiwang fiefdom, especially Liuhe County, which is equivalent to the power center of the Shiwang fiefdom, has now become very prosperous. New shops, restaurants and inns are opened every day, and the streets are crowded with people. It is a prosperous scene, even more lively than the imperial city in its most prosperous period. If you want to get rich, build roads first. This is what Zhu Xiaobao strongly advocates. And now it has received rich rewards. The convenience of transportation and the development of commerce have caused the land prices in Liuhe County to continue to rise. Now, if you want to build a road in Liuhe County, buying a house is no longer affordable for ordinary people. The key is that all the counties, under the rule of the 19th princess, have a very good public security situation. It can be said that Liuhe County does not close the door at night, and does not pick up lost items. There are female soldiers patrolling every street. Their heroic looks have become a beautiful scenery in Liuhe County. The people are the most important. The country is the second most important. And the king is the least important. Zhu Xiaobao was shaking his head and teaching everyone a lesson. This was a way for everyone to relax after practicing every day. Even Mu Chunyi came to attend Zhu Xiaobao's courses every time. In fact, everyone already knows that Zhu Xiaobao is not from this world. But now they are unwilling to mention it, for fear that this baby will travel back in time one day. Because according to Zhu Xiaobao's ideas and development methods, the Shiwang fiefdom has indeed prospered rapidly. Now even Duanmuqi is beginning to believe that the abolition of slavery that Zhu Xiaobao said is also the general trend. It's just that this condition has not been reached yet. Then you say that if we really unify Daxia, there will really be no war. All places will develop and prosper? Princess 19 asked with great expectation. Then it depends on the level of managers. With the prosperity of a country, It is bound to be accompanied by corruption. These all need to be controlled by managers. I am too lazy to take care of these things. Then I will just be free. My lord. Visit every country every now and then. Enjoy the local customs and travel around. Those are the days of freedom and happiness. Zhu Xiaobao said proudly. And then, there was a look of fascination in his eyes. Expression. This was indeed his original thought. Because he knew that it would be very tiring to be a wise king. I don't want to be an official either. I'll still follow you. Zhu Mei also shouted simply. The British Princess Zhu Rong beside her also nodded slightly. And she was more willing to accompany Zhu Xiaobao. But the 19th princess, Wu Yu and others were obviously hesitant. They still wanted to make a difference. Especially the 19th princess. Originally, the Great Xia Kingdom belonged to their Xia family. At this moment, a message was received. And it was actually from Jiuyin Holy Lord. But what he felt in his heart was very simple. It just explained that Ji Jisheng took the human demon saint and the eldest prince into the Tianqing to absorb the devil, the essence of the dove's body. It didn't say anything else. And it didn't explain her recent situation. Huh? What does this mean? Why do I feel that this Jiuyin has a somewhat distant attitude? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised. It was Jiuyin Holy Lord who proposed to submit to Zhu Xiaobao at the beginning. Could it be that now he has changed your mind? Ha ha. This is what I expected. It's obvious that she is hesitant and looking between the two sides. It is more likely that she still can't let go of Ji Jishi, as Ji Jishi's cultivation level has improved again. So she behaved this way. You have to be erratic. Duanmuki said with a smile. Humph. Let her go. You have chosen your own path. Whether it will be a blessing or a disaster depends on your luck. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but snorted. To be honest, he really didn't care about Jiuyin Saint Lord. Why take it to heart? But this letter also has some effect. At least there is definite news about Ji Jisheng. Now is the best time. We can take action against the eldest prince's fiefdom. The king of the west is 1,000 years old. I think now is the best time to send troops to annex King Yong'an's fiefdom. At the same time, we can also clash with His Highness the Sixth Prince. Our current strength is enough for us to fight on two fronts. Duanmuqi bowed at this time. It's time to request troops to regain King Yong'an's fiefdom. That's right. Military advisor Duanmu's proposal is exactly what I want. Princess 19 sat in the center and nodded. Holy shit. Brother-in-law. Is there going to be a war now? How many troops do we have now? Zhu Xiaobao was very excited when he heard this, and couldn't help but interjected. His status is the most special. He is standing next to the 9th princess. But there is no need to pay attention to etiquette. Didn't you say that it's not about quantity but quality? We have a total of 1.5 million troops ready to go. Duanmuqi said with feigned surprise. Well, yes. That's what I said. But this seems to be too little. Right? The eldest prince's men and horses alone are no less than 1 million. And His Highness the Sixth Prince has been recharging his strength. He has no less than 400 men. 10,000. Zhu Xiaobao somewhat knew the strength of his opponent. Ha ha ha. Forget it. Just ask your second apprentice to take you to see our ordnance and equipment. Then you will know whether our 1.5 million horses are enough. Duanmuqi twisted his beard and laughed. Then pointing his finger at Mu Junyi, he said with great respect, Oh, Mu Junyi? Well, let me see what new things you have come up with during these times. Zhu Xiaobao looked at Mu Junyi in surprise. To be honest, since inheriting the White Tiger inheritance, Zhu Xiaobao rarely goes to Mu Junyi's place. Most of the meetings are when Mu Junyi comes to him to ask questions that he doesn't understand. Anyway, Zhu Xiaobao only knows that Mu Junyi is very busy every day, and he has a large number of students under him. Who is busy and happy? Yes. These are all Master's original ideas. I just improved them a bit. Mu Junyi said, a little embarrassed. She was still a little restrained in front of Zhu Xiaobao. On the contrary, we are very casual with the old apprentice. Now the most important person for the old apprentice is to protect and take good care of Mu Junyi. These brothers and sisters are quite profound. Zhu Xiaobao followed Mu Junyi on a happy horse, and went directly to the military training ground. This military training ground was not for training soldiers, but for Mu Junyi's exclusive use. All the most advanced ordnance and equipment manufactured were put there. Here, the surroundings are heavily guarded. This is equivalent to a military factory in the Hope Fiefdom. The person responsible for guarding the martial arts arena is actually Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. The two of them are practicing formations with their female warriors. These two militants only came here on their own initiative. There was going to be a war, so the two of them prepared early for fear of missing out. As soon as they saw Zhu Xiaobao, the thousands of female warriors present were happy, mixed with laughter, because they were all familiar with Zhu Xiaobao's temperament, which could make people feel happy every time. Not to mention Zhu Xiaobao. He also takes special care of the female warriors of the Lingyu tribe and often sends them extra supplies. This time was no exception. Before Zhu Xiaobao even entered the martial arts arena, people had already sent food and wine to reward these female warriors. He immediately won the cheers of the female warriors. Entering the martial arts arena, Zhu Xiaobao was immediately stunned. At the front were 600 red cannons, which had been improved and had a longer range. But their weight was reduced by 4 points. 1. And even more amazing is that it also has a gun carriage with wheels, which can be pulled by 2 horses. Further forward, there are 1,000 mecha tanks equipped with light artillery, which are actually improved naval guns. And the female warriors who control these mecha tanks are all strong and outstanding in their early 20s. The mecha chariot is not only equipped with naval guns, but also has a hugely lethal repeating crossbow. Only a powerful female warrior can control it alone. One mecha chariot requires 8 female warriors to control it, which means there are nearly 10,000 people just controlling these mecha chariots. No wonder this place is heavily guarded. It turns out that Duan Muqi has already started planning and preparing here. Of course, such a large-scale development is also due to the good development momentum of the 19th princess, coupled with the continuous human, material and financial support from Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island and Zirwei Kingdom. Further forward, there are various mines, grenades, and strong bows and crossbows. But the catapult, the original most important long-range attack weapon, has been eliminated. With artillery, who would use a catapult? In the innermost part are several rows of spacious workshops, headed by people who are very familiar to Zhu Xiaobao. Among them, the 4 elders of the Du family are all here. They are already old mages, and have many apprentices under them. Zhu Xiaobao even saw the iron-making blast furnace he originally designed. I couldn't help but nodded. No wonder it could develop on such a large scale. This is the amazing effect brought about by the substantial improvement in technological level. But in this world, Zhu Xiaobao also has a problem that he doesn't understand. That is, although the development of science and technology can greatly improve material life and military equipment, these things are no threat to people who have reached a very high level of cultivation. Just like last time, although the explosion hit GZ, an ordinary person would have been killed long ago. But GZ only suffered some skin injuries, and his half-demon body did not suffer any damage. Isn't this gunpowder powerful enough? Do you have to come up with an atomic bomb to deal with Demon Geo's level of cultivation? Zhu Xiaobao thought a little depressed. But he also thought on the bright side. Since there was no harm to Ji Jisheng, then there should be no harm to them, the descendants of the demigod beasts. Right? Zhu Shirba's eyes were spinning wildly, wanting to find Yume one day and give it a try. Zhu Xiaobao stayed at the martial arts field all day. Not only did he reward the female warriors and the craftsmen, but he also personally boarded the mecha chariot, drove around and fired dozens of shots. Unexpectedly, now the mecha battle to control and launch of the vehicle are lighter and faster than before. And even the heavy smoke produced by the cannon fired in the tank can be dealt with in time. The space inside the tank is more reasonable, and the surrounding armor is stronger. Of course, this weight is also very heavy, so it is still a bit laborious when encountering slopes and accelerating or decelerating. After all, it is still driven entirely by human power. Hey! It's really fun! I have decided. When the war starts, I will follow the mecha chariot. This is using the advance to deal with the backward. If you are behind, you will be beaten. It must be a one-sided situation. Zhu Xiaobao was very happy. I shouted excitedly. No! You can't join the war! Unexpectedly, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui said in unison, and looked at Zhu Xiaobao confidently. Why? What's your attitude? Don't make me angry. I'll be scared myself if I get angry. Zhu Xiaobao immediately shouted in anger, in front of so many female warriors. It was too disrespectful for him. That's it. Hee! Brother-in-law Xiaobao, have you forgotten that those above the great martial lord are not allowed to participate in mortal wars? You are now the descendant of the divine beast. Yu Shui said proudly. Damn it! How could I forget this? Chapter 772. I'll just take a look, eh? Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment. This unwritten agreement was made by the great venerable Wu Wei, for the sake of fairness, so that the party with the strongest overall strength would win in the end. Otherwise, with one or two great lords, even if we take over the world, we may not be able to govern it well. At the same time, it also prevents some people who have reached the level of great venerables from having the idea of becoming emperors. In fact, this agreement still has some practical significance, and it also restricts the thoughts of individual great sages from doing whatever they want. But Zhu Xiaobao never thought of this level at all. "Oh? Then Yuli can't participate in the war?" Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little depressed, because Zhu Xiaobao started the White Tiger inheritance. Yuli's bloodline power was also stimulated. Her cultivation skyrocketed, and she was successfully promoted to the realm of Great Martial Lord. So this time, she could only retreat to the rear and be responsible for logistic support. "Yes! She won't join the war this time." "Hee hee! What's the matter? We know better, and are not in a hurry to break through. When the world is pacified, the two of us will break through to the Great Martial Lord." Yu Shuang smiled triumphantly. She said. Yu Shui next to her was still looking at her with admiration. This very strange relationship between the two has existed for decades, and now it has become semi-public. "Huh? Is that so? Can't I just go to the battlefield and have a look?" Zhu Xiaobao turned around and asked Mu Chuanyi. "Wouldn't it be a pity if he didn't go and see with his own eyes the many innovative weapons he invented?" "I built a heavy armored chariot for Master. You can watch the battle from it, or you can follow behind those mecha chariots," Mu Chun said in a low voice. She didn't understand these agreements even more, but the old apprentice had long thought that it would be a bit too much for a person with the martial arts level to appear on the battlefield in such a scene. Jumei also took action at the beginning, but that was because no one could see her cultivation level, and Jumei didn't know about this agreement. "Okay, let's follow behind and take a look," Zhu Xiaobao said helplessly. Fortunately, he is not a particularly murderous person. He just wants to see how advanced weapons can crush backward weapons. After returning from the martial arts field, a luxurious chariot pulled by 4 armored horses came back leisurely. This carriage is much more spacious and does not require manpower to drive it. You can also put wine and food inside and look around while having a drink. Of course, this medium-sized chariot is much faster than a mecha chariot. After all, it is pulled by 4 armored horses. 3 days later, the army of the Western King began to march towards the eldest prince's fiefdom. The leader and deputy marshal was none other than Yu Shui. On the flank, Jialanga also led her troops to press forward. She was only acting as a deterrent. Duanmuki did not intend to let her attack the eldest prince's fiefdom. Of course, Jialanga also understood this. Her purpose was simple. Just grab some more coal and loot. At the same time, troops were also dispatched to the northeastern area bordering the 6th prince's fiefdom, and the leader turned out to be Princess Ming. When King Ming was defeated, it was because he fell into the scheme of His Highness 6th Prince. Although a long time has passed now, Princess Ming is still very worried about this 6th brother. And this time, the number of troops led by Princess Ming was actually 1 million, which was twice as many as Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. It turned out that Duan Muqi had long seen that although the eldest prince's fiefdom still had 1 million men and horses, plus the 1.5 million horses sent by His Highness the 6th Prince, these were all rabble, especially the eldest princes. The men and horses have no fighting spirit. Even if they send 500,000 men now, Duan Muqi feels it is a bit of a waste. But the scene of the battle between the two armies was still quite grand. The eldest prince's men and horses were lined up on the opposite side. The momentum was even greater than that of the Western King's army, because there were so many of them. What was even more unexpected was that the newly appointed king of Yong'an, Xia Jinwen, was going to fight in person, wearing a golden armor. He looked really majestic, but the face of this second highness was not very good. He indulged too much. His face was gray, and his face was pale. Blind eyes. He has collected all His Highness's wives and concubines in the past few months. How can he not be busy? I'm spoiled by 2 people every day, and I haven't even finished 1 round yet. But when he saw Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, Xia Jinwen's little eyes suddenly lit up. He was still salivating and swallowing hard. They say that all of these female warriors are strong. And it is true. Wouldn't it be wonderful if this could be included in the harem? Ha ha. With just a few people. You want to challenge me, King Yong'an? I think my 19th aunt is also confused. The descendants of some mythical beasts will be included in the harem when the time comes. Xia Jinwen laughed wildly, saying this in the past few months. He has fully enjoyed the freedom of being a prince. Why? Self-confidence is extremely inflated for no reason. Coupled with the flattery of the officials and minions under his command, he couldn't tell the difference between east, west, and north. Come here. I want to answer in front of the battle. You guys follow me. Xia Jinwen said loudly with a wave of his hand. Of course. He still had to bring several martial master level guards with him. His cultivation level was not even that of a great martial artist. Only the cultivation level of a first level martial artist. 2 war horses also ran up from the opposite side. It was Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They didn't need any guards at all. Their own fighting power was strong enough. But this kind of shouting in front of the battle is also a way. Sometimes, the 2 sides can reach a reconciliation because of this. Or the result is to stop fighting. Ha ha! You 2 are Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Right. TSK. You are really brave. You don't even bring a guard? Did you see that my men and horses are several times more than yours? If you know what you are looking for, please dismount and surrender. I can still get around you. If you perform well, you can still get the favor of this king. Xia Jinwen pointed at Yu Shuang Yu Shui with the riding crop in his hand, and said with a little itching. When he got closer, he realized that this female warrior is so beautiful. And she has that kind of strong beauty, heroic appearance, but also has a delicate face. Xia Jinwen can't help but look at her. Humph! Originally, if you dismounted and surrendered, I could have kept you alive. But at most, I would have destroyed your cultivation. But now I have changed my mind. Even if you want to surrender, you must die, Yu Shuang said with contempt. He glanced at Xia Jinwen, then swung his hand with a soft whip, knocking off Xia Jinwen's helmet. How outrageous! You dare to attack by surprise? You don't respect martial ethics? Xia Jinwen was suddenly startled and broke into a cold sweat. He stammered while holding his head. Go back. We are in front of the 2 armies now. I can't kill you for the time being. You are lucky. Yu Shui was even more decisive. She waved her hand in the same way and hit Xia Jinwen's horse on the buttocks with a soft whip. The horse immediately hurt. He started running wildly, and Xia Jinwen was so frightened that he jumped back and forth on his horse and screamed in surprise. Fortunately, the horse did not run in the wrong direction and finally returned to its own camp. Xia Jinwen was extremely angry and scolded the guard beside him. Are you all idiots? Why don't you protect the horse? I didn't see it. Did I almost get hurt? Chateaus. These are the ones you named to capture alive, the guards under his command said in embarrassment. But in their hearts, they looked down on the newly appointed prince. They didn't even understand the basic situation of these 2 women. If the warriors join forces, they will be able to defeat the great master. Humph! Come here. Give me my order and press forward with all fronts. I will annihilate these invading enemies who don't know the heights of the sky. General Hong, you lead the troops to the front. I will support you from behind. Xia Zuan composed himself and then ordered go on the offensive. However, Xia Jinwen still had some brains. He asked His Highness the 6 prince's men to take the lead, while he followed behind to preserve his own strength to the maximum extent. But the general did not get the order from my prince. General Hong was also very unhappy, and could only find excuses to evade. Humph! When you enter my territory, you can eat what you should eat, and play what you should play. Is it for you to enjoy it? If something happens to me here, I'm afraid your prince will also feel uncomfortable. Right. Xia Jinwen snorted coldly. To be honest, these 6 princes' men came to the eldest prince's fiefdom, raped, robbed, and committed all kinds of evil. They had long made Xia Jinwen dissatisfied, and now they dared to push back. He was really angry. Your Majesty, calm down. The general will order the troops to march now. General Hong was a little scared when he saw Xia Jinwen's cold face. After all, the eldest prince's fiefdom was breached, and the situation of His Highness the 6th prince would also be threatened. Moreover, the opponent's troops are really not that many now, so they should be able to annihilate them all. This time, there was no objection. General Hong ordered his 100,000 cavalry to move first. The catapults and strong bows and crossbows behind him also followed closely. The large army behind slowly began to push forward. But the strange thing is that Yu Shuang and Yu Shui on the opposite side are sitting on the horse, not moving at all, just watching the army on the opposite side start to attack their own side. What's even more incredible is that later on, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's men and horses actually began to retreat. The men and horses withdrew a certain distance, revealing thousands of mecha chariots. At this time, Yu Xuan and Yu Shui also disappeared. No trace. It turned out that the two of them had already gotten into the mecha tank. What is this? Is it like relying on this kind of thing to resist my 2 million army? Ha 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 ha. It's so funny. Come on. Stop first. Use a catapult to throw at me for a while. And give these broken rickshaws to me first. I smashed it. Xia Jinwen felt a little cold when he saw it, and then thought it was ridiculous. And even his mood improved inexplicably. Suddenly, huge boulders flew from the sky, some of which were still on fire. However, these mecha chariots seemed to have calculated the distance accurately, and stopped outside the range of the catapult. These boulders all hit the mecha chariots. In front of us, a large cloud of smoke and dust rose. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Xia Jinwen realized that after throwing so many boulders, none of them hit. On the contrary, the opponent's mecha chariot started to counterattack. Boom, 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 boom! As these 1,000 mecha tanks opened fire at the same time. The sound was so loud and deafening that Xia Jinwen's troops were immediately disrupted. The scene was too terrifying. There was no place to hide. This was equivalent to thousands of artillery SH.LS launched at the same time, and within a distance of less than 500 steps. The hit rate is as high as over 90%. Immediately afterwards, the second round was all incendiary bombs. Suddenly, the troops on the opposite side were plunged into a sea of fire. Chapter 573. I'll just take a look, B. This scene allowed Zhu Xiaobao to see the scenes of modern war, although his memories were all from movies and TV series. It's just that the scene now is even more spectacular, and it's immersive, making people's blood boil. At this time, Xia Jinwen, who was opposite him, was dumbfounded. He followed the eldest prince to participate in many battles, big and small. But this was the first time he saw such a battle scene that relied entirely on firearm attacks. What is this? Why is it completely different from the battle scene in my memory? Even I have heard of several weird mecha tanks appearing in Lingyu Mountain before. But this time it is too terrifying. Thousands of them appeared at once. What was even more depressing was that Xia Jinwen sadly discovered that not only did the catapult he was proud of not have the range, but more than half of it had been destroyed. On the contrary, the burning oil packets that were originally intended to be thrown out were ignited directly behind them. Now these 1,000 mecha tanks lined up horizontally and rushed over directly, attacking the main force behind with artillery and firing crossbows. He shot and killed the leading troops who were close by, but he actually took care of them all. What's even more depressing is that there are more soldiers behind the 1,000 mecha chariots. They are hiding behind the mecha chariots and are also attacking. When they reach a certain shooting range, they also start to launch arrows. Attack! Xia Jinwen's counterattack was in vain. The arrows he fired could not penetrate these mecha tanks, let alone the soldiers following behind. So far, the opponent's casualties have been less than 1,000, and Xia Jinwen and General Hong's troops have suffered over 10,000 casualties. And this is just the beginning. The number of casualties is still increasing sharply. Zhu Xiaobao is currently sitting in a heavy armored chariot with the British Princess Zhu Rong and the 19th Princess. According to Zhu Xiaobao, it is a bulletproof vehicle and can withstand even if the opponent's catapult hits it. This time, the 19th Princess couldn't help but be excited and followed the heavily armored chariot. There was a table in the carriage with food and wine. They could drink and watch, but no one was there now. I was thinking about drinking and eating, and I was so excited to watch it. If this continues, our losses will definitely be minimized. Jiu Mei, on the other hand, had already run to one of the mecha tanks. In her words, if I don't participate in the fight, can't I just light a fire and set off a cannon? No. Now Jiu Mei is happily aiming and firing. Who is going to let it go anyway? Those female warriors also liked Jiu Mei very much, and they all gave in to her. In less than a quarter of an hour, the opposing camp had completely collapsed, and General Hong couldn't care less about King Yong'an. Let's save our troops first. He is already planning to lead his troops to retreat, but now it is difficult to withdraw. The artillery fire is mainly fired at the wrong rear, blocking the way back. Spread out! Spread out! Charge forward! As long as we rush forward, we still have absolute control in terms of numbers of men and horses. Charge at me! Not to mention, Xia Jinwen still had some sense of judgment. At this time, he was shocked and angry. Shouted. He was also panicking in his heart. He had just inherited the throne, And he hadn't even enjoyed it for a few days. Now he was about to be captured? Isn't this too depressing? The boss's women haven't even finished their turn yet. Xia Jinwen felt as if another 10,000 grass and mud horses were flying through his heart. Since the retreat was blocked, Xia Jinwen and General Hong's troops had to turn around and rush back. However, in less than half an hour, less than 1.5 million were left. Those who were blown up, burned to death, and even more were trampled to death by each other. Especially many of the war horses on the opposite side were frightened and ran and trampled randomly in their own camp, causing casualties. The number of people has increased a lot. But when they rushed over, the eldest prince's men discovered that the strength on the other side was even more terrifying. Because these 1,000 mecha chariots could not only launch and run, but also fire repeating crossbows. The firing speed of this repeating crossbow was faster than the artillery is much faster. And each mecha tank has firing holes on the front and sides, which fire in a fan shape. One shot is equivalent to 30 crossbows. These crossbows can shoot through 2 people at once. Jumei stretched out half of her body and shot with her golden stone bow. She could shoot up to 6 people with 1 arrow. She doesn't care what the great martial artist's agreement is, as long as you are happy to kill. I'll go down and have a look. Zhu Xiaobao couldn't hold back his excitement, and finally couldn't help but jump out of the car. But he changed into soft armor similar to that of the female warriors, so he looked less conspicuous. His figure can only be considered average. Although he is over 1.8 meters tall, he can only be considered average among men in this world. For example, Ji Jishi is now over 1.9 meters tall. Zhu Xiaobao is born with a certain disadvantage. If it weren't for inheriting the white tiger heritage, he would be even shorter. So Zhu Xiaobao sneaked out of the heavy armored chariot and was inconspicuous. He was not at the front anyway. Originally, Princess 19 wanted to stop him, but Zhu Rong smiled and waved her hand. Let him go! You don't know him yet, but you just like to join in the fun. Besides, with his current cultivation, nothing can hurt him. It's his fault. Humph! You know you had fun. Princess 19 hummed a little depressed. She also wanted to go out, but due to her status, she still couldn't get out of the car. Oh! Guilty. Sin! Sin! This is a one-sided killing. Hey! Hey! You all should show some mercy. Don't kill those who can surrender. Zhu Xiaobao got out of the car and said, while shaking his head with his hands behind his back. The female warriors around him almost burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, Zhu Xiaobao actually fought side by side with him. And they killed even harder. Whoosh! A cold arrow shot at Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao pinched the arrow with 2 fingers and casually caught it. Now his sensing ability and reaction ability are far superior to ordinary people. This a little trick can't hurt him at all. Oh! How lonely it is to be invincible. What's the use of practicing such high-level martial arts? You can't eat or drink. So why does the higher the cultivation level, the greater the responsibility? Bullshit! Zhu Xiaobao threw away the cold arrow with his hands behind his back. Said with a sigh. On the entire battlefield, Zhu Xiaobao seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He didn't take action to kill the enemy. He just wandered around. Even so, those female warriors still followed closely, for fear that something might happen to him. In fact, it means being around him and protecting him. At this time, the 2 sides really started to engage in hand-to-hand combat at close range. Those mecha chariots also slowly retreated, and the soldiers behind them had already rushed forward. Although they did not have an advantage in terms of numbers, their momentum absolutely crushed the opponent. Not to mention those female warriors. They were just ordinary soldiers can also fight 1 against 2. Confidence is overwhelming. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui jumped off the chariot long ago. I rushed to the front and met General Hong head-on. This General Hong is also unlucky, although he has the cultivation of Wuzun. But when he encountered these 2 killing gods, he really declined to the extreme. On the contrary, Jumei returned to the heavy armored tank now. She has no interest in this level of battle. Only her apprentice Yang Wu Feitsui rushed in among them, wielding 2 chain hammers, as if he was in a deserted place. Still, Yang Wu Jade's roar came out. These girls are also very wild and fierce now. At the beginning of the close combat, Xia Jinwen and the others once had a numerical advantage, and it seemed as if they were about to annex the other side. However, when Yu Shuang, Yu Shui and the female warriors rushed forward, the situation suddenly reversed. Just like chopping melons and vegetables, the situation was reversed in an instant. I will fight with you! Xia Jinwen shouted angrily. He also rushed into the battlefield with an iron gun. Of course, there were quite a few guards around him to protect his safety at all times. So this guy didn't feel any danger yet, and felt that his fighting ability was still very strong. Didn't he just stab a soldier to death? In fact, the real threats were taken down by his guards. But the one who wanted to die happened to meet Zhu Xiaobao. Xia Jinwen didn't know Zhu Xiaobao. But seeing that he was clean with no blood on him, and he didn't look like a warrior, Xia Jinwen actually pounced directly on him. To Zhu Xiaobao. Hey! See, you are still a general. Take your life. Xia Jinwen flicked his big gun, and even shot out a few spear flowers. His move, 3 nods in the wind, made it look impressive. Originally, the female warriors behind him wanted to block the front, but they were stopped by Zhu Xiaobao. He looked at Xia Jinwen curiously. The two sides were talking before the battle. Zhu Xiaobao saw it, so he knew this guy. Damn it! Young people don't have martial ethics. After all, I am also your elder. You dare to attack me? Zhu Xiaobao pretended to be surprised and shouted loudly. He did not use his magical weapon, but used an ordinary kitchen knife. The 19th princess is not Xia Jinwen's 19th aunt, so it's not an exaggeration to say that Zhu Xiaobao is his elder. You little bastard! You dare to speak harshly when you are about to die? Xia Jinwen didn't understand what this sentence meant, but Zhu Xiaobao easily dodged what he thought was a sharp shot, which made him a little unhappy. Isn't this bad? I come to beat you in my capacity, which is a bit bullying. How about I let you go back? Please submit a letter of surrender and thank me, and I promise to spare your life. By the way, I will also give up all your wives and concubines. How about you take it with you? Zhu Xiaobao asked with a good-tempered smile. Huh? Huh? In your dreams, don't you look at how many men I have? Just 500,000 of you. It's only a matter of time that they will be wiped out. By then, not only those female warriors, but also the 19th princess will be included. From the harem. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Xia Jinwen was still sitting in the spring and autumn dream. And he is not as good as the eldest prince in other aspects. He is indeed very bold and daring to think. Oh, well, my good mood has been ruined by you. I take back what I just said. You Xia Jinwen, you must die today. Zhu Xiaobao immediately darkened his face and pointed at Xia Jinwen and said, Who do you think you are? I am Zhu Xiaobao, and I can also be considered your 19th uncle. Oh? Zhu Xiaobao? Chapter 774, Extremely Painful. Xia Jinwen was shocked. Are you Zhu Xiaobao? Hey! This kid is really rude. He doesn't know how to get off his horse and kneel down when he sees his elders. Zhu Xiaobao simply took off his helmet at this time. It was too heavy to wear. Just now, it was mainly to prevent others from recognizing him. Now that his identity has been made clear, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't need this helmet. Good guy. The moment Zhu Xiaobao took off his helmet, more than a dozen hidden weapons flew over, causing the female warriors to scream in surprise. It turned out that Xia Jinwen's guards were rich in combat experience. And when they saw an opportunity, they could, by the way, they all released their own hidden weapons. Ding 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 ding. There was a commotion. Zhu Xiaobao blocked these hidden weapons with the helmet in his hand, and then smiled triumphantly. Umph! Little Chong. Come on! Come on! What is your name? Come down! Come down! You are on the horse, you can't even beat me! Here comes someone! Hurry and escort him! Xia Jinwen shouted in a panic at this time. Although he didn't know Zhu Xiaobao's kung fu, he was a descendant of the mythical beast. He had known this for a long time. Now he didn't expect that his luck would be so bad. Happened to run in front of Zhu Xiaobao, and he quickly summoned his guards to fight first, before these dozen guards could rush to Zhu Xiaobao. They heard the sound of horses falling off their horses one after another. It turned out that it was the female warriors who had taken action. The horses under these people were shot down, and some of the horses were sore that they ran wildly and disappeared with their masters. Xia Jinwen was no exception. Fortunately, he was alert and jumped off the horse consciously. As soon as he landed, he saw that his horse had also been hit by 2 arrows, one of which penetrated the horse's head. This BMW horse suddenly he fell to the ground and died. It turned out that Jumei in the distance also shot an arrow. Her arrow, let alone a horse, had to avoid the sharpness of even an ordinary martial artist. Zhu Xiaobao took out the kitchen knife. It was really a kitchen knife, not a magic weapon. but it was still very handy to hold. As a cook, it is better to use a kitchen knife. Among these dozen people, Zhu Xiaobao behaved calmly and at ease. He didn't want to kill anyone. He just enjoyed the feeling of being a master who tortured vegetables. It's so cool, walking among these people, relaxed, and the opponent's weapons can't even touch him. Xia Jinwen was actually on the periphery of these guards, shouting at them to rush up. But he did not dare to get too close. He could also see that Zhu Xiaobao's cultivation was much higher than them. It's just toying with him. But Xia Jinwen didn't dare to escape yet. Without these guards, he felt even more insecure. The people around him were being killed quite brutally. And from time to time, a half-broken limb flew over. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao suddenly hugged a guard and put a kitchen knife on his neck. Don't move around. Otherwise there will be a small hole in your neck. I guarantee that it will take half an hour for you to bleed. Die slowly. While talking, Zhu Xiaobao still easily dodged the killing moves of several guards. But this guard was not so lucky. He had been slashed in 2 places by his companions. Although those companions tried their best, he stopped his hand, but still suffered 2 stab wounds. Go! Come on! Leave this idiot alone. Xia Jinwen urged these guards angrily, because these guards were all afraid of hurting their companions. But Xia Jinwen can't control so much. It's right for these guards to die for him. What a good opportunity now is. Zhu Xiaobao's movement is inconvenient. After all, he has to take one more person with him. In this way, Zhu Xiaobao was passive, although the guards on the opposite side were a little bit intolerable. But His Highness the Second Highness had the order. They had no choice but to besiege Zhu Xiaobao desperately. In the blink of an eye, this guard blocked Zhu Xiaobao's 17 or 8 knives, and he was lying on the ground almost unable to do it. Zhu Xiaobao followed suit and captured another guard. Before long, there were only 6 guards left around him. There were quite a few lying on the ground, still moaning and twitching in pain. Hee. You heard it. Your master doesn't like you very much. Let's do this. As long as you withdraw from the battle circle, I will let you go. If you are willing to surrender, you can go home safely right away. Zhu Xiaobao, he said with a smile to the few remaining guards. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Xia Jinwen was still urging desperately. He also held an iron gun and shot his eyes red. Although he couldn't hit Zhu Xiaobao with a single shot, he had already entered the state and wanted to surround and kill all the little treasures in one fell swoop. The guards looked at each other, then looked at the furious Xia Jinwen, and suddenly threw away their weapons at the same time, leaned down to help their companions, and then walked towards the female warriors behind Zhu Xiaobao, which meant that they had surrendered. You traitors who sell themselves to others for glory, don't expect a happy death. When I get back, I will destroy your entire family. Xia Jinwen was stunned and yelled furiously but stammering. Hey! Although the idea is very good, the prerequisite is that you can go back. Now it seems that it is impossible. Zhu Xiaobao was already standing in front of Xia Jinwen at this time, still saying with a smile, Watch the move! Xia Jinwen was really panicked at this time, and stabbed hard with his gun. This shot was shot with enough strength, and it was really quite powerful. However, Zhu Xiaobao lightly grabbed the tip of the iron spear. Zhu Xiaobao remained motionless, still looking at Xia Jinwen with a smile. No matter how hard he tried, he could not withdraw his iron spear. Suddenly Xia Jinwen felt that his iron gun was heating up rapidly, and the tip of the gun held by Zhu Xiaobao began to turn red. The temperature along the barrel of the gun was also getting higher and higher. Finally, Xia Jinwen had to let go of his hand. It was too hot. If he didn't let go, his hands would be burned. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao used the power of fire attribute slightly. Although the fire attribute he could control was still far behind Zhu Rong. It was more than enough to deal with Xia Jinwen, who is only a first-level martial artist. You are above the great martial lord. You cannot participate in mundane things. This is against the rules. Xia Jinwen shouted in surprise and dismay. It was really hard for him, but he actually remembered this agreement at this time. Rules? What bullshit rules? Is it legal for you to seize your brother's wife and concubines? Is it legal for your father and son to eat human flesh alive? Is it legal for you to condone Demon Joe's blood sacrifice to so many people? If nothing else, it's just you who treats these things. The guards under me have no mercy or sympathy. Humph! Tell me the rules. Today I am here to deal with you, the most unruly bastard. Zhu Xiaobao cursed angrily, waving the kitchen knife, and insisted on Xia Jinwen was trapped in it, and there was no place to escape. Without the iron gun in his hand, Xia Jinwen had no choice but to take out the sword he carried with him and compete with Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, what kind of confrontation is this? He just wants to be beaten by Zhu Xiaobao again. This sword of good quality was actually cut into several pieces under Zhu Xiaobao's ordinary kitchen knife. What Zhu Xiaobao was testing was not the sharpness of the kitchen knife, but his own internal strength poured into it. This kitchen knife is like a magic weapon. Indestructible. I'll chop! I'll chop! I'll chop! 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 Zhu Xiaobao beat faster and faster. As he screamed, he saw that the armor on Xia Jinwen's body was also broken into pieces, and even the lining of the clothes inside was cut, fragmented into fragments flying everywhere. In the end, Xia Jinwen was naked, but there was no blood at all from his body. However, his face, buttocks, back and thighs were all red and swollen, and some even had large patches. The bruises were all taken by Zhu Xiaobao with the flat surface of a kitchen knife. Sure. Please kill me! Please kill me! Xia Jinwen was beaten to the ground by Zhu Xiaobao at this time, panting and saying. His two hands were still trying their best to protect his crotch. Cover your own shame. How could there be a large group of female warriors watching around? These female warriors were not shy about this. They were all pointing, laughing and making comments, which made Xia Jinwen even more embarrassed and angry. TSK! You can be considered a scholar. If you don't want to be humiliated, you must first not humiliate others. Zhu Xiaobao curled his lips and snorted, then looked at the situation on the battlefield. It was almost finished. Don't look at Xia Jinwen again. More than 1 million troops. But when they really started fighting, most of them surrendered in one fell swoop. The rest were his direct troops, but they had been wiped out. The most serious losses were the 1.5 million troops brought by General Hong. All those who died on the battlefield were his troops. General Hong himself died even worse. He met the two sisters Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. These two sisters were murderers, but they were also very reasonable. They asked General Hong to find 2 helpers, and they are martial masters. But 3 martial masters are no match for these 2 sisters. In just a dozen rounds, all 3 martial lords were killed. The fighting power of these 2 sisters has increased again. It is absolutely terrifying. Well, it's almost time. It's time to go to your palace. Someone, tie him behind my horse. Zhu Xiaobao nodded, and then ordered the female warriors. Yes. These female warriors were so excited that they tied Xia Jinwen's penis with a thin rope and hung the other end behind Zhu Xiaobao's horses, but this time, if Xia Jinwen slowed down a little, he would have a violent blow. Pain. Originally, he wanted to fight back, but these female warriors simply broke his arms. This time, even the 2 hands used to hide his shame were disabled. Well, follow closely. Otherwise, don't blame me if you pull your balls. Zhu Xiaobao looked back and couldn't help but burst into laughter. These female warriors are too ruthless. I saw Xia Jinwen's eyes were wide open, but he still couldn't scream. It turned out that there was a ball of horse dung stuffed in his mouth, and at the same time, His Highness the Sixth Prince also led 2 million men and was confronting Princess Ming. Although Princess Ming had only 1 million men and horses behind her, His Highness the Sixth Prince did not dare to act rashly. Since the 19th sister dared to send troops to declare war, she must have a considerable amount of troops. Got it. He wanted to wait for news from General Hong. At this time, a golden eagle flew from a distance. It was the eagle that belonged to Lord Eagle Dog. Wasn't it given to Princess Jior after being surrendered by Zhu Xiaobao? Now it has come in handy. Under the sharp claws of this golden eagle, grabbing a human head, he reached the center of the battlefield, released his claws, and the head fell down. His Highness the Sixth Prince took a closer look and saw that it was General Hong's head. Chapter 775. Give it a try. When His Highness the Sixth Prince saw the heads falling to the ground, he was immediately shocked and angry. Needless to say, his 1.5 million horses were probably in danger. Even the coach was killed. This was such a huge blow. This idiot, before leaving, repeatedly warned him to try to preserve his own strength. But he didn't expect that he couldn't even save his own head. It's really inappropriate to employ people. Lu Dianzai cursed secretly in his heart. But in the face of Princess Ming, he smiled very calmly and said, It's just a head. It's nothing. I'm afraid my real strength is beyond your imagination. Second sister-in-law. You are conquering the world for the 19th sister. What are you doing? Is she still there? Can I return your fiefdom to you? Ha ha. I don't want anything right now. I just want to see you wiped out. All of today's events were caused by you. In comparison, 19th sister is more honest and values friendship than you. Princess Ming sneered and said, if His Highness hadn't plotted against them, King Ming wouldn't have lost his fief so quickly. Now, King Ming has no choice but to settle on Princess Island. But Princess Ming understood this matter in her heart. Although the 19th princess used the Princess Island in exchange for her fiefdom, they could no longer keep it at that time. In fact, it should be said that the 19th princess saved their family. At least now, they, his family and children, are all safe and sound. Now His Highness the 6th Prince wants to sow discord. But Princess Ming is very wise. In the past few years, we have also seen the ability of the 19th princess to manage the fiefdom. And we have also seen the strong support behind the 19th princess. That Zhu Xiaobao is the 19th princess's biggest supporter. Therefore, Princess Ming has determined that the person who will ascend the throne in the future must be the 19th princess. Moreover, she has lived a fulfilling life in the Shiwang fief in the past few years, and has witnessed with her own eyes the earth-shaking changes that have taken place in this territory that originally belonged to her. All of this is something she cannot do. So Princess Ming is very happy to work here. Of course, Princess Ming also has her own little Jojo in her heart. When the 19th princess really ascends the throne, she has promised to hand over this fiefdom to her. In other words, as long as Prince Ming surrenders to the 19th princess, he can still return to the throne. Now that he is his Ming king, his territory is even bigger than before. Moreover, everything is prosperous and prosperous. What a wonderful prospect this is. Ha ha ha. Second sister-in-law, you are really stubborn. I wanted to give you a chance, but you gave up. What a pity. Look behind me. If I dare to come here, I already have a sure victory. Sure. His Highness the 6th Prince turned sideways and pointed with the riding crop in his hand at the invisible army behind him. Then he saw the soldiers behind him spread out neatly to both sides, revealing 300,000 heavy armored cavalry. Behind these iron cavalry are 10,000 heavy-duty crossbows. These crossbows can be said to be the proud work of His Highness the 6th Prince. Each heavy-duty crossbow can fire 5 giant crossbow arrows in a row, and the range has reached 400 paces. And these giant crossbow arrows are also filled with explosive powder, which can cause large area burning. This was developed by a Taoist priest he hired with a lot of money to help him develop it. This is the first time that he has used it. As soon as he saw these heavy-duty ballistae, His Highness the 6th Prince felt emboldened in his heart. Not only that, His Highness the 6th Prince waved his hand again and shouted loudly, "Push me up!" I saw that the 300,000 cavalry also changed their formations, and there was an empty passage in the middle of each column of cavalry. Then I saw tens of thousands of wheeled carts being pushed out. This kind of small iron cart was as tall as half a person. The front was made of iron plates, and there were 3 iron spears facing the front, and the cart stood inside. There are 2 rocket launchers who specialize in firing arrows that can catch fire, and at the end are 2 strong soldiers who are responsible for pushing this small iron car. This is also the latest weapon developed by His Highness the 6th Prince. I have to say that in order to seize the throne, His Highness the 6th Prince also put in a lot of effort and invested a lot of financial and material resources. Your Highness, the 6th Highness, the old Duanmuki has seen King Shun 1,000 years old. Is this the magic weapon you rely on most? At this time, Duanmuki rode up from behind Princess Ming. When he saw these new weapons, he couldn't help but be excited. Asked with a smile, "Humph, Duanmuki, what are you laughing at? I know you have a few firearms that can fire missiles, but how many of them can you have? Those things are just for small fights. We really encounter a large-scale battle of this scale. I'm afraid it's just a drop in the bucket and can't solve the problem at all." His Highness the 6th Prince snorted angrily. He didn't expect that so many of his new weapons could not scare the opponent. And both Duanmuqi and Princess Ming were very dismissive. It looked like this, which made him very angry. Even if the other party shows a little surprise, that's fine. Yes, Your Highness, the 6th Highness, this is a big deal. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful weapon. He laughed out loud and patted his chest in an exaggerated manner, as if he was really frightened. This is simply a conscious attempt to anger His Highness Sixth Prince.
Duanmuchi, don't go too far. Did you come to the front just to see a joke?
His Highness the Sixth Prince was extremely angry. This time, the 19th princess took the initiative to provoke him and invaded his fiefdom. So His Highness the Sixth Prince was very angry. Angry? He never expected that before he took action. 19th sister would actually take the lead in attacking him.
Ha ha! Oh! No! I'm just here to convey the 19th princess's will. She asked you to withdraw from the original fiefdom of King Wen. Bow your head and stay in your original fiefdom. This way you can also save the lives of your family. And the Sixth Highness's fiefdom, our people, can also be protected from the pain of swordsmanship.
Duanmuchi then suppressed his laughter, and then said with a very serious expression,
What? Bowing down and surrendering? And withdrawing from the original fiefdom of King Wen? She has not even ascended the throne.
And she dares to say that she has issued an order?
His Highness the Sixth Prince could hardly believe his ears. He shouted repeatedly. His face was already pale. I was so angry that I turned blue and purple.
Oh! I forgot to tell you that the 7th princess has given up the fight for the throne. The 19th princess promised to let her continue to guard the southeast county. And she will still be 1,000 years old in the future. So I hope that the 6th Highness can also understand the current affairs.
Duanmuchi seems to be a talented person. I remembered the same thing and said quickly. That means that except for His Highness the 6th Prince, there is no force that opposes the 19th princess.
Nonsense. Will 7th sister compromise with her? You are bluffing. Okay. Duanmuchi, I admit that you have successfully angered me. Let me see how much weight you have.
His Highness Sixth Prince, he shouted angrily, and then nodded. It seems that it is.
Okay.
Not to give the other party some color today. This 19-year-old girl is too arrogant now. What's even more irritating is that now they don't even see each other. They just let Duanmuchi pass the message.
Ah, Your Highness, Sixth Prince, please think carefully. To be honest, I really don't pay attention to these magical weapons like yours. Are you really going to give it a try?
Duanmuchi advised kindly.
Get out. Get out of here. Come here. Call my general and start the war immediately.
His Highness the Sixth Royal Highness shouted angrily, then turned his horse angrily and returned to his own camp.
Ha ha, Madam Princess. Let's go too.
Duanmuchi then said to Princess Ming with a smile. He was actually the one who consciously angered His Highness the Sixth Prince. Because His Highness the Sixth Prince is very cautious. He will not launch an offensive rashly without provoking him.
Mr. Duanmu.
Please. Princess Ming also said very politely. Princess Ming still respected Duanmuchi and Murong Feng. Although she also considered herself to be wise and resourceful, she was still inferior to these two strategists. Suddenly, Princess Ming asked in a low voice.
Mr. Duanmu, the 7th princess I mentioned just now also gave up the fight for the throne. Is it true? Well, yes. I'm afraid the 7th princess is not having an easy life now. And it was she who took the initiative to ask the 19th princess for help.
Duanmuchi hesitated for a moment, but then told Princess Ming the truth.
Oh, it seems that Prince Ming and I are quite lucky.
Princess Ming was also a little sad. She didn't expect that the 7th princess was now controlled by Ji Jishan and was living a miserable life. So from this point of view, the outcome of King Ming and Princess Ming is the best. As soon as we returned to our camp, the large force on the opposite side began to slowly advance. The ones at the front are those small iron cars. And His Highness the Sixth Prince also gave them a very domineering name, assault vehicles. In fact, the current terrain is very favorable to His Highness the Sixth Prince. The entire Wenwang fiefdom is high in the north and low in the south. The terrain in this area is even more obvious. Now it is like rushing down from a high position. This is quite advantageous in fighting, because Princess Ming is now leading the troops to invade the territory of His Highness the Sixth Prince. So there are no decent fortifications here. It is beneficial to His Highness no matter what.
Charge. Charge. Kill them quickly. Remember, Princess Ming and Duanmuchi. I want to live. And kill the others. Iron Armored Army. Follow up quickly.
His Highness the Sixth Prince saw that Princess Ming and Duanmuchi's troops were still alive. Without making any decent defensive moves, he suddenly became excited, waving the command flag, shouting loudly. The two sides were originally only 1,000 steps apart from each other, but in the blink of an eye, they were halfway in. However, The troops on the opposite side still didn't make any movement. They were still lined up neatly and waiting in place. Princess Ming and Duanmuqi each had a telescope and were calculating the distance. When there were still 500 steps left, Princess Ming also raised the flag in her hand. Let go! Boom! Like rolling thunder, thousands of artillery sh.ls fell in the center of His Highness the Sixth Prince's army in a continuous stream. Ah! What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Where did they get so many missiles? And the range is so far? His Highness the Sixth Prince was also really shocked by the artillery fire around him. And now his face is covered with cannon fodder and dust. Looking around, there is smoke everywhere. Even the figures can't be distinguished. And his troops are in chaos. There are soldiers on fire running around everywhere. And some horses are also leading on fire and running around. His Highness the Sixth Prince looked back at the heavy ballista he was proud of. But it had not yet reached the range. Now it looks more like a decoration and more like a joke. Only then did he understand why Duanmuqi was smiling so happily. It turned out that he already had a plan in mind. At this time, in the eldest prince's fiefdom, Zhu Xiaobao and others had already begun to take over the various counties in the fiefdom, arranging manpower to appease the people. At the same time, a large number of grain trucks also followed immediately. So all the people in the fiefdom were guaranteed to receive grain. What was even more unexpected was that many people spontaneously flocked to both sides of the street along the way to welcome the troops of the 19th princess. When the common people recognized that the naked man tied behind the buttocks of the little BMWs turned out to be His Highness Xia Jinwen, an overwhelming amount of stones, tiles, wooden sticks and even straw sandals were thrown at Xia Jinwen. Chapter 776, Half of the Country A. Zhu Xiaobao did not expect that the trusted King Yong'an would be so unpopular. Seeing the stones, and wood blocks in the sky, and the smelly straw sandals flying down, Zhu Xiaobao was shocked. Hey! Hey! Take it easy. Look for it. Throw it away. Damn it. Whose straw sandals are so smelly? Didn't he tie Xia Jinwen behind the horse? It's great now. We were immediately affected. Fortunately, King Ying, who is 1,000 years old, has a high level of cultivation. He quickly mobilized his gang chi to protect himself, so that those debris did not get on his body. Even so, Zhu Xiaobao was already in a very embarrassed state. His Xiaoyama simply couldn't move forward. We were surrounded by angry crowds. Sisters, come to the rescue quickly. Zhu Xiaobao shouted in panic. He had never experienced such a feeling of being surrounded by others. Yes. The female warriors were overjoyed, seeing Zhu Xiaobao rolling off his horse. They rushed forward. The strong female warriors finally fended off the angry crowd. Looking at Xia Jinwen again, his face was covered with filth, and he was looking at the people around him in horror. He did not expect that these untouchables in his eyes would be so vicious. Their father and son are so unpopular in Yan'an County. After entering the Yong'an Palace, they experienced another strangulation. The guards guarding the palace were all close followers of the eldest prince, and they were all bad deeds. They also knew that they would not survive even if they surrendered, so they simply fought to the death. Fortunately, the ones who rushed into the palace were the female warriors led by Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. Their combat power was quite terrifying. The key was to use more to defeat fewer. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had killed all the guards. The 19th princess, Zhu Rong and Zhu Xiaobao were settling in Yong'an Palace. Unexpectedly, this palace was so splendid that it was much more luxurious than the 19th princess palace. For so many years, the eldest prince has always had money, food and military supplies subsidized by the state. So the eldest prince has never been short of money. This palace is no less than the palace of Daxia. TSK. This dragon chair is made of pure gold. And he doesn't mind it. Zhu Xiaobao walked up and sat down, then stood up again, shook his head and said, this feeling of condescension did not make him feel uncomfortable. No matter how much sense of accomplishment he had, he just felt high and alone. Ha ha. Who said you should sit down? Princess Zhu Rong covered her mouth and said with a smile, this Zhu Xiaobao really doesn't have the appearance of an emperor. It's a bit funny sitting there, mainly because he doesn't have that kind of calmness and majesty. Yes, madam. It's you who invite me, Zhu Xiaobao said to the 19th princess with a smile, and made an exaggerated invitation gesture. I'd better not sit down. It's too high. The 19th princess was a little overwhelmed at this time. Although she had always wanted to unify the great Xia kingdom and seize the throne, she felt a little guilty at this time. Once she sat on it, she felt like she was with everyone else. The distance suddenly widened. The king is 1,000 years old. You still need to make the decision at this time. And we must quickly integrate these counties to appease the people. Please don't refuse. Chateaus.
Merong Fong said very calmly. It was not the time to relax at this time at that time. On the contrary, now is the most critical time. Those people are all panic-stricken. What they need most is to quickly accept everything here and make a smooth transition.
Okay. Then I will preside over the government here first.
Of course, the 19th princess understood the difference and no longer shirked the blame. She sat on the dragon chair. The people below also immediately separated into 2 rows. And there were people in the main hall immediately. An atmosphere like going to court to govern. Of course, Zhu Xiaobao didn't want to stand below anymore. He quietly slipped out and came to the harem. Here they were cleaning the battlefield and counting the belongings. The maids, eunuchs, and women and children of the royal family were all gathered together. There were actually some thousands of people. But what surprised Zhu Xiaobao the most was that a large amount of gold, silver, jewelry, and various rare medicinal materials were found in the secret room of the harem.
Ha ha ha! I'm getting rich. I'm getting rich. I didn't expect that fighting would have such benefits. It's like a huge profit.
Zhu Xiaobao was so excited when he saw it. He danced and laughed. This time he felt that his wealth should be more than haha. Chitu. At the same time, His Highness the Sixth Prince was also defeated. He did not expect that the opponent's firearms were so powerful. Far beyond his expectations. Now the new weapons that he was proud of have been blown to pieces. The assault vehicles that rushed at the front were actually knocked around by the 200 TIE mecha tanks. The rockets fired by these assault vehicles cannot harm the mecha chariot at all. But the artillery and crossbows on the mecha chariot can extremely effectively destroy these small vehicles. His Highness the Sixth Prince has been beaten to the point of questioning his life. How can this be a war? One-sided beating. The opponent calculated the distance very accurately, and basically used artillery and mecha tanks to eliminate his own men, horses and equipment. It's very frustrating. These new weapons of mine are always just a little bit short of range, so I can only be beaten passively. So far, the two sides have not come into contact with each other, but half of their own troops have been lost.
Retreat! Retreat! If you don't retreat, you will lose all your money.
His Highness the Sixth Prince shouted dejectedly. This was the most serious injury he had suffered after fighting for so many years.
Mr. Duanmu, they have retreated. Do you want to pursue the victory?
Princess Ming was very excited at this time, but she was also amazed in her heart. Fortunately, he was on the side of 19th Sister. Otherwise, if he and 19th Sister went to war, he would probably be defeated even more miserably than His Highness Sixth Prince. Therefore, her attitude towards Duanmu Qi at this time was also very respectful, and she did not put herself in the high position of Princess Ming at all.
Ha ha! Keep your distance and follow up slowly. Slowly squeeze them out of King Wen's fiefdom. But don't push them too hard. Otherwise he will jump over the wall and use the people in the fiefdom as threats.
Duanmu twisted his beard and said with a smile. It was all what he expected. But the next operation is very important. What he wants to do most is to minimize the casualties of the people. This time, His Highness the Sixth Prince was in great pain. His men and horses could not stop, and the opponent was approaching step by step. The key was that they would fire a round of cannonballs from time to time, which made his men and horses panic. Now when they hear the roar of cannonballs, they run around desperately. Who knows who these SHLs will fall on? Therefore, even if His Highness wants to organize an effective defense, he is unable to do so. Now people are simply panicked, and everyone is running backwards desperately. After pushing forward non-stop for a whole day, the pursuit was temporarily stopped at night. At night, His Highness the Sixth Prince, who was unwilling to accept it, even sent the armored troops to launch a sneak attack on Duanmu Qi. Unexpectedly, the losses this time were even greater. It seemed that they were already close at hand, and these armored troops began to charge. But I didn't expect that the 200 mecha chariots in front of me would all light up, firing crossbows continuously, and the terrifying artillery. What's even more incredible is that behind the mecha chariots, all the soldiers where a grenade was thrown. This once again refreshed His Highness the Sixth Prince's views. Can missiles be used like this? The key is that they are close. These grenades are so accurate that 100,000 armored soldiers can be strangled with just a pack of cigarettes. The armored troops behind had already turned around and fled back. This battle is unwinnable. His Highness the Sixth Prince finally understood that the difference between his own weapons and the opponent's was too far. They were not on the same level at all. When the sky lightened up, Duanmuchi's men began to move forward again. His Highness the Sixth Prince sent someone to sue for peace. But Duanmuchi also rejected it. What His Highness the Sixth Prince didn't expect was that Princess 19's troops also began to appear from the west. This time it was even more terrifying. There were thousands of mecha chariots driving in front. The two groups of men have formed a semi-surrounding situation.
It's over. The 19th sister actually came here from the First Emperor Brother's fiefdom. This means that the First Emperor Brother's fiefdom has been captured. Who would have thought that the 19th sister's strength is now so strong?
His Highness Sixth Prince, he muttered with a dull expression.
Chateaus. It's better to retreat quickly. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave.
The people under his command had no fighting spirit at this time. And those close followers rushed to save His Highness the Sixth Prince and fled in a hurry. It can no longer be considered a retreat. The entire team was in chaos. And the orders issued didn't work. In just 3 days, the 19th princess had regained King Wen's fief and the first prince's fief in one fell swoop, occupying half of Dashya Kingdom. As Duanmuchi said, His Highness the Sixth Prince had no choice but to withdraw from King Wen's fief. This time, even the money and food in King Wen's fief were not even able to be transported away. And they were all captured by the 19th princess's men. Of course, what satisfied the 19th princess the most was that the people in King Wen's fiefdom were not harmed much. This was all due to Duanmuchi's oppressive press, which made it impossible for His Highness the Sixth Prince to transport money and food away. He didn't even dare to burn the food, so he could leave a way out for himself. Most of Duanmuchi's troops and horses and 19th princess were killed in street fighting. Such casualties are inevitable. In the end, the two armies joined forces, and everyone celebrated the victory in the original Prince Wen's mansion. However, Zhu Rong's mood was a bit complicated at this time. When she came back here again, things had changed, and she had become the Princess of England. However, she still felt a little sad for the original King Wen.
Mr. Duanmu, Xiaobao, is this true? We have actually recovered King Wen's fiefdom and King Yulan's fiefdom? This is like a dream. It's so fast. And there hasn't been much loss.
Princess 19, up to now, there are still some people who don't believe their eyes. This already occupies half of the country? If we add the surrender of the 7th princess, wouldn't it be that we are not far away from unifying the Great Xia Kingdom?
Ha ha! This is not the merit of war, but the merit of firearms. Xiaobao is right. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. We only have the absolute advantage to crush these seemingly powerful opponents.
Duanmuchi smiled, said he.
Actually, the next step is the most difficult. It is necessary to send people to consolidate and regulate such a large territory as soon as possible. And they must be trustworthy people. This is the most difficult thing.
Murong Feng shook her head. This was her most difficult task. Worried,
Xiaobao, I want to hear your opinion. Tell me.
Princess 19 suddenly turned her head and asked.
Me?
Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little surprised. He didn't expect that Princess 19 would not ask Duanmuchi and Murong Feng, the two powerful men, but herself. This made Zhu Xiaobao very surprised. But Zhu Rong smiled slightly. Princess 19 was still very scheming. Chapter 777, Half of the Country B. The reason why Zhu Rong smiled slightly was because she knew that the 19th princess was being a little petty. She knew that the reason why she achieved what she did today was not because of how capable or powerful she was, but because of Zhu Xiaobao, Duanmuchi, Murong Feng, Lingyu Mountain, Lingyu Island, Beizuru Kingdom, and even the Shijua Kingdom were all looking at Zhu Xiaobao. This time, the Shijua Kingdom did not react at all. And even Jialanga sent troops, there was no intervention. Just because they were afraid of Zhu Xiaobao's existence. Otherwise, if there was such a big war in the eldest prince's fiefdom, Wang Ting would not sit back and ignore it. Or at least take advantage of it. The two parties have been fighting for decades. For such a good opportunity, Great Khan Mohan just didn't react at all. Isn't it because of the existence of Zhu Xiaobao? Of course. Such a powerful firearm, this time will definitely frighten the surrounding forces. So the 19th princess asked Zhu Xiaobao to make the decision. Just to let everyone listen. She knew that Zhu Xiaobao would definitely not want to care about such trivial matters. Shouldn't it be left to her to take care of it then? So Zhu Rong was secretly snickering. This 19th girl is quite scheming. Of course, this little trick can't be hidden from Duanmuchi and others.
How can I have time to take care of this? It's your turn to take over the management. Let Duanmu and Murong give you advice. Isn't that?
Okay. As expected, Zhu Xiaobao didn't see through this layer and said carelessly.
Okay. Then we will put up all the notices to calm the people immediately. In addition, the two generals Yu Xuan and Yu Shui will need to deal with the banditry in various places temporarily. Wu Yu is temporarily guarding Yongnan County, and there needs to be someone who can control it.
Princess 19 nodded, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Sure enough, Zhu Xiaobao's words were very effective. These people immediately stood on both sides and began to discuss many matters for a smooth transition. Not the slightest objection. Wu Yu is a military general, and it requires experienced personnel to take over and integrate the eldest prince's fiefdom. So Tao Jiqian was entrusted with important tasks again. His current official position is getting bigger and bigger. This time, he is in charge of the eldest prince's fiefdom and is already a feudal official. Got it. But this guy is loyal now, and he feels a sense of accomplishment following Zhu Xiaobao.
Second sister-in-law, you will be in charge of Liuhe County from now on. If my second brother wants to come, let him come. Or be his.
Ming King.
What do you think?
Princess 19 first fulfilled her promise and let him Princess Ming regain control of the original territory, and also added Shiyuan City.
I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Right.
Princess Ming was also a little surprised and said flattered. After all, she and Prince Ming still had a certain chance of regaining control of that fiefdom. This 19th princess really trusts her.
Ha ha! There is nothing inappropriate. Don't I still believe you? We are our own family.
Princess 19 said sincerely. In fact, she was sure that the West King's fiefdom was surrounded by Jialanga and Lingyu Mountains. Princess Ming is equivalent to being surrounded by several forces, and she has no chance at all. Besides, Tong Wuxin is still in charge of the naval forces in Shiyuan City. So Princess 19 is not worried at all. The reason why the fiefdom is to be returned to Princess Ming so soon is because the 19th princess has already prepared to move her palace to the fiefdom of Qingwen. This will be equivalent to sitting in the center, having an overview of the whole situation. And it will also be far away from the imperial city. The Golden Palace and the imperial city is her ultimate goal. Zhu Xiaobao and Zhu Rong did not participate in these things anymore. Instead, they walked out of the palace and walked around on the street. Now that they have just settled here, the street is still relatively deserted. The common people are also watching. There is nothing special. If you dare to go out, the soldiers of the 19th princess are coming and going on the street.
19th sister's wish is about to come true. What do you, the King of England, plan to do?
Zhu Rong said somewhat jealously.
Alas, as soon as I saw her sitting on the throne today, I suddenly felt that she seemed to be farther away from me. I'm afraid we will spend less time together in the future, and I still like to live a leisurely life.
Zhu Xiaobao is a little depressed. Although this is what he expected, he still feels a little disappointed. He doesn't like women who are too strong and busy. Moreover, once you ascend the throne, it is very hard to govern a country well.
Well, if you unify Daxia and eliminate Ji Jixing and others, what are you going to do?
Zhu Rong also nodded. The performance of the 19th princess is inevitable. Once she ascends the throne, her power will be even greater. But Zhu Rong is not very authoritative. She feels a little lucky that without the 19th princess, she can spend more time with Zhu Xiaobao.
Me? If it's really what you said, then I will build a luxury car and take you and Jumei to travel everywhere. Try all the delicious food in the world.
Zhu Xiaobao said yearningly.
RV? What is a RV? Is it a new thing you came up with?
Zhu Rong asked curiously. Anyway, many of Zhu Xiaobao's novelties are eye-opening. If he said there is one, then there must be one.
Actually, it's a more spacious carriage. It also has a table and a bed. You can tour during the day and sleep in it at night. It won't delay the love between the two of us.
Zhu Xiaobao whispered in Zhu Rong's ear very obscenely.
I knew you had bad intentions and kept thinking about these things.
Zhu Rong suddenly blushed and sneered in a low voice. But her heart was still full of expectations. 2 days later, Duan Muqi and Murong Feng rode to a temple. The temple was very popular recently because there was going to be a war, and many people came here to seek peace. But no one expected that the war would end so soon. So I hurried here to fulfill my wish. Duan Muqi and Murong Fu did not come to burn incense. They were dressed in plain clothes and just waited quietly in a pagoda forest behind the temple. After a while, an old man in civilian clothes also appeared here, and he cupped his hands with a smile.
I have admired the name of Mr. Duinmuki for a long time. I am so lucky to meet you today. He. Mr. Situ has given you too much praise. Duinmuki has also admired Mr. S' name for a long time.
Duinmuki quickly dismounted and bowed in return. No one expected that this old man in commoner clothes was actually Situ Bufon, the great counselor of the eldest prince. Murong Feng smiled and nodded. She and Situ Bufon had known each other for a long time. She was the first counselor of the eldest prince at the time. But Situ Bufon had never been reused because of his outspoken words. It wasn't until Murong Feng left that the eldest prince began to reuse Situ Bufon. But Situ Bufon was very repelled by some of the eldest prince's actions. In particular, Situ Bufon hated the eldest prince's hobby of eating living people. So later, Situ Bufon was wanted by the eldest prince because he opposed the eldest prince and Tianmoji of practicing evil arts in the fiefdom. However, he was well prepared and just disappeared without a trace. This made the eldest prince very angry for a while. But then it was settled. But Duinmuki had long concluded that Situ Bufon had not left the eldest prince's fiefdom, because he was not an ordinary person. He must have someone worthy of assistance. But now, except for His Highness Sixth, everyone else has their own advisors. And Sixth Prince His Highness joined forces with the eldest prince again. So Situ Bufon could not find a suitable place to stay. He was not in a hurry, and lived in seclusion behind the temple. He lived a leisurely life. But he was still paying attention to the major events in the world. But this time, the 19th princess regained the fiefdoms of the first prince and king Wen so quickly, which surprised Situ Bufon. According to his deduction, even if the 19th princess could become successful, it would take at least 10 years. To think that he would occupy half of Dashia Kingdom so quickly. Later, he listened to the information obtained by his subordinates. It turned out that the 19th princess had used Zhu Xiubao's firearms to beat His Highness Sixth Prince back to his original fiefdom. This time Situ Bufon couldn't sit still. If he didn't come out of the mountain, he might lose the chance to make contributions. That's why I secretly sent a letter to Duanmuqi and arranged to meet here. Duanmuqi was of course overjoyed. If such a person fell into the hands of others, it would be a big threat. Besides, now is the time to employ people. So as soon as Duanmuqi received the letter, he and Murong Feng hurried over. Murong Feng sat down in the grove and placed a few dishes of vegetarian dishes and a jar of good wine. The three of them sat down to drink and talk. Of course, Duinmuqi's eagerness for talent still moved Situ Bufon. Ha! It's no problem for me to assist the 19th princess, now that she has the support of the British King Chitos. This throne will not be left to other families. But I have a merciless request, and I hope I can satisfy it. Situ Bufon and Duanmuqi Xiang had a very happy conversation. Finally, he twisted his beard and pondered for a moment before asking tentatively. But it doesn't matter. As long as it's within my ability, there's no problem, Duanmuqi said with certainty. Ha! I just want to see those novel weapons, like those artillery pieces, mecha tanks, missiles, and those fast boats on the sea, Situ Bufon said with a little itch. In fact, if he assists the 19th princess, he will definitely be able to see it in the future. But now, he is very curious about what kind of weapon can shorten the time of the war dozens of times. Of course, he also knew that these were the top secrets of the 19th princess, and would not be easily seen by others. That's why he looked at Duanmuqi with embarrassment. After all, he had just agreed to assist the 19th princess. If he took these top secret technologies and defected to the enemy, wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into the house? Ha! This is easy. We can experience it ourselves when we go back. Unexpectedly, Duinmuqi laughed and agreed. Oh, aren't you afraid that I will explore these secrets and seek refuge with His Highness the Sixth Prince? This is a top secret. If His Highness the Sixth Prince also masters these firearms, he will be invincible immediately. Situ Bufon was a little confused, but he didn't thinking that Duanmuqi would be so happy. He originally expected that he would only see 1 or 2 things at most. Ha! Don't worry. Even if we give His Highness the Sixth Prince a mecha chariot, he won't be able to imitate it, Duanmuqi said with an even more confident smile. Really? Okay. Let's set off now. I can't wait any longer. Unexpectedly, Situ Bufon was still impatient and didn't even want to drink. He just wanted to see these novel weapons first. Chapter 778, Half of the Country's Sea. What Situ Bufon didn't expect was that Duinmuqi took him directly to the martial arts arena without any hesitation. Of course, this martial arts arena was built by His Highness the Sixth Prince later. But this time, His Highness was defeated too hastily. Many of the equipment and materials in the martial arts arena were not transported away in time, and are now occupied by the 19th Princess's troops. There are also special guards here, because they are full of the most important weapons and equipment. And the craftsmen inside are the most important talents under the 19th Princess. In today's terms, they are military researchers who have mastered many top-secret technologies, among which Mu Chuini is the most critical. At this time, Mu Chuini and her craftsmen are here. On one side, they are building a new processing workshop, and on the other side, they are repairing the equipment damaged in this battle. Duinmuki didn't hide anything at all. He led Situbufan through the demonstration again and again, and even asked Situbufan to try the point-and-shoot launch in person. This made the old man very busy and excited. He was really excited. What's more, I have never seen such a weapon before. Situbufan was amazed to see that a mecha driven by human power could run so fast. However, this mecha was driven too excitedly and ran a little far. It accidentally drove to the very edge of the martial arts arena. There should have been no people here. But at this moment, an angry voice was heard. The noise was accompanied by a crackling sound. It was too late for Duinmuki to turn around. The tank rushed to the front and stopped. Then I saw Zhu Xiaobao pressing down on Jumei and spanking her. But Jumei was leaning on the fence with both hands and holding her chin with one hand. She didn't care, as if she was waiting for Zhu Xiaobao to finish soon.
Oh, Xiaobao, are you bullying my junior sister again? Are you too overbearing?
Murong Feng was unhappy when he saw this scene. Jumei was his junior sister. So he jumped off the mecha chariot and yelled loudly.
What? I bullied her? Look! Look! The swelling on my face hasn't subsided yet. This big slap almost knocked out my teeth.
Zhu Xiaobao was even more excited after hearing this. He shouted in embarrassment and pointed at his cheek. Sure enough, it was really swollen. You could also see a few fingerprints on the music.
That's because your skills are inferior to others. Can you blame my junior sister?
Murong Feng couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. Zhu Xiaobao's appearance was indeed a bit miserable. It turns out that Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei were practicing kung fu here. When they were not careful, Jumei beat them up badly.
You told me to be serious. It was like hitting Jijishi. So I hit him harder. I had already withdrawn my strength. If it was really Jijishi, I would beat him to death.
Jumei is very sincere, explained, but her face was also red. After all, so many people saw her being spanked, which made Jumei feel a little embarrassed.
Hey!
The female warriors who got off the mecha chariot all booed at Zhu Xiaobao. It was obvious that these female warriors were also on Jumei's side. Of course, this is also a kind of fun. Every time I see Zhu Xiaobao, it is a very happy scene.
Humph! Did you see that this time you were being unreasonable? Junior sister, you are really just letting him bully you.
Murong Feng complained to Jumei, very dissatisfied. I really can't understand why Jumei is like this. Kongwu is powerful, but he was extremely obedient to Zhu Xiaobao.
Well, senior sister, you don't understand. Xiaoru said, spanking means kissing and scolding. But love, if you like it so much, you can kick it with your feet. I think it's pretty good. It doesn't hurt or itch anyway.
But Jumei is very honest. He copied all the nonsense said by Zhu Xiaobao, and he felt very happy in his heart.
Ho 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 ho. Tell the truth.
Hee hee. What I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can let Duinmuki kick you when you go back.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a thick-skinned smile.
Ahem. I don't have the guts, let alone such a hobby. Brother-in-law, please don't hurt me.
Duanmuchi couldn't sit still in the mecha chariot, and quickly got out of the car, and said to Zhu Xiaobao.
Eh? Are you two in the car? Why are you here? Old man, who are you? Why do I look familiar?
Only then did Zhu Xiaobao realize that Duanmuki was here too, and behind him was another old man, who was a few years older than Duanmuchi.
Situbufan pays homage to the 1,000-year-old king of England.
When Situbufan saw Zhu Xiaobao, he knelt down and saluted.
Huh? Situbufan? Oh, I remembered. Aren't you the military advisor who is wanted by the eldest prince? Well, old sir, why are you doing this great gift?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly remembered. But as soon as the other party saw him, Zhu Xiaobao was a little surprised to perform such a grand gift. It stands to reason that these masters are all high-minded and pretentious, and rarely take the initiative to perform such a grand ceremony.
Ha ha. I heard that these firearms and mecha chariots were all made by the King of England. So I was deeply impressed. No wonder he was able to regain the fiefdoms of the two kings in just a few days. I have to say that King Chitos is indeed better than the King of England. It's even more powerful than the legend has it. I'm convinced now.
Situ Buffon then straightened up and said respectfully, even though Zhu Xiaobao behaved like a rogue and disrespectful of etiquette, he could see at a glance that these were all superficial phenomena, and that Zhu Xiaobao was the real master.
Hey! Did you hear that? Mr. Situ just told the truth. Mr. Situ, what you said is great. Are you married? I will arrange a wife for you.
Zhu Xiaobao said enthusiastically. Scared, the female warriors retreated one after another. It seemed that they were seeking revenge.
Don't you dare? I'm used to being alone. I have no idea of starting a family. Thank you, King Qianzai.
Situ Buffon was also shocked. This Zhu Xiaobao's method of dealing with things was indeed its weird and different.
Well, Mr. Situ, since you are here, tell me, who should we kill first?
Zhu Xiaobao didn't care,
but asked Situ Buffon for advice, and he also wanted to hear it. Does this powerful person really have real talent and knowledge?
Ha ha! It's hard for Yi Jing to move at this time,
Situ Buffon said calmly.
Oh, why? Haven't you seen that it's not difficult to kill His Highness Sixth Prince with these magical weapons like mine?
Zhu Xiaobao asked with a little doubt.
Of course, with these magical weapons of Chitos, it is really difficult to kill the Sixth Highness. But what is difficult is after killing the Sixth Highness. As far as I know, although the Sixth Highness suffered heavy losses this time, he has not been injured yet. With all his strength, he still has at least 4 million troops, and he was severely damaged this time. He will definitely find a way to deal with the threats of these mecha tanks and artillery. If nothing else, as long as he digs a few more trenches. I'm afraid, are these mecha tanks useless?
Situ Buffon said calmly.
Ah, he is indeed a great talent. Better than my brother-in-law. Come on. I'll treat you to a sizzling barbecue. Well, and you guys, if today's matter can be kept a secret, I'll treat you to it too.
Zhu Xiaobao Dun was overjoyed. He hugged Situ Buffon and said enthusiastically, not forgetting to make extremely tempting terms to those female warriors. After all, my face was swollen after being beaten by a giant beauty, and I didn't want it to be spread out.
Yeah, we promised not to tell anyone.
He. The female warriors were immediately bribed and shouted happily. Duan Muqi and Murong Feng also looked at each other, dumbfounded. This Zhu Xiaobao is really good at winning people's hearts. No wonder those female warriors liked to follow Zhu Xiaobao very much. There were rich and novel dishes, and the atmosphere was cheerful and casual. However, Situ Buffon increasingly understood that Zhu Xiaobao was the core here, and everyone was centered around him. In the end, even the 19th princess came to join in, showing no dissatisfaction at all. However, when the 19th princess saw Situ Buffon, she personally greeted the corporal and took the initiative to toast Situ Buffon first. This made Situ Buffon a little panicked, and he quickly stood up to return the favor.
Mr. Situ, just now, military advisor Murong told me that since Yi Jing is not easy to move now, there should be more to come. Right?
Princess 19 asked with a smile. Murong Feng had just told 19th about Situ Buffon's suggestions. Princess, this is the most difficult thing for her to choose now.
Please give me some advice, Mr. Situ.
The British Princess Zhu Rong also elegantly brought the 2 pieces of freshly baked barbecue to Situ Buffon's table. She has always been very good at maintaining her image as a British princess, but she will never let the 19th princess feel that she has stolen her limelight.
Thank you, Princess Ying. That old man has made a fool of himself.
Situ Buffon was already infected by this harmonious atmosphere. There was no such harmonious atmosphere in the eldest prince's place. Instead, he lived on tenterhooks. The old man feels a little regretful. He should have defected here sooner. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao's table was separated from the female warriors. After all, there were very important tasks here, and there were many things that needed to be kept secret. Even Jumei was at a table outside and feasting with the female warriors.
Ha ha! In fact, it is already obvious who owns the throne of Daxia Kingdom. It is just a matter of time. The old saying that it is easy to be quiet and not easy to move is because it takes into account the reconstruction and recovery after the war. I am afraid that I am too anxious to kill the Sixth Highness. It will cause considerable casualties, and the casualties of the common people are even more difficult to estimate. Moreover, We have just recovered the fiefdoms of the two kings, and it will take a certain amount of time to integrate and manage them. I guess everyone here is not having an easy time these days. Right.
Situbufon looked around and said with a smile.
Ha ha. It is indeed a lot of things. Mr. Situ, please continue.
Princess 19 nodded, and then waited quietly for the next step.
So I said, we can't rush to kill His Highness Sixth. But that doesn't mean we can't take action. For example, the seventh princess, as far as I know, her life is not easy. Now is a good opportunity.
Situbufon smiled slightly said.
Oh, I'd like to hear the details.
The 19th princess and everyone present were surprised. Unexpectedly, Situbufon would even think of this level. To know about the 7th princess's letter to Zhu Xiaobao. Situbufon, I don't know.
Let's see. I'm old and incompetent. I originally wanted to go to the 7th princess. I wonder if the 19th princess can rest assured.
Situbufon asked with a slight smile.
Oh, Mr. Situ is going to Southeast County? Do you want to persuade 7th sister to surrender?
Princess 19 was stunned for a moment. Looked at Situbufon and asked. Then looked at Duan Muqi and Murong Feng.
Surrendering is not the best option. And the 7th princess probably doesn't have the ability now. I think the best option is to let the 7th princess cooperate secretly.
Situbufon shook his head and said.
I agree.
Before anyone could make a decision from their hesitation, Zhu Xiaobao had already made his decision. Chapter 779, Nostalgia, A. Everyone who had some doubts at first did not expect Zhu Xiaobao to stand up and make a decision. You must know that he usually ignores these government affairs. But today he took the initiative to stand up.
Then thank you, Mr. Situ. But you must be careful when you go here. I will send you a few more experts to accompany you. What do you think?
Princess 19 immediately continued.
Ha ha. No need. I still have some connections in various places. If I dare to go, I'm sure enough.
Situbufon smiled and shook his head. Indeed, he has many sources of information under his hands, which he has worked hard on over the years. As the first counselor under the first prince, he certainly has many shady sources of information and many of his own disciples. Even the eldest prince doesn't know these things. The whole banquet was quite successful. But the 19th princess and Duan Muqi were a little confused. They didn't expect that Situbufon would volunteer to go to the 7th princess as soon as he arrived. This certainly made people a little worried. If he really defected to the 7th princess, wouldn't that mean he took away many of the secrets here?
Hey! Why are you in a hurry to make a decision and let Situbufon go to Southeast County? Aren't you afraid that he will really defect to the 7th princess?
Zhu Rong didn't understand Zhu Xiaobao's meaning this time. This guy was uncharacteristic today. He actually participated in government affairs.
Trust or doubt. Since Situbufon has brought it up, of course I choose to believe him.
Zhu Xiaobao still said nonchalantly.
No. You never like to participate in these things. Today you are very active. Tell me why.
Zhu Rong was not that easy to fool, and immediately grabbed Zhu Xiaobao and asked with a smile.
If you behave better today, I'll tell you.
Zhu Xiaobao returned to his playful smile, and even reached out to stop Zhu Rong's slender waist. Before he even reached the bedroom, he had already started to move his hands up and down.
No. Tell me first. Stop making trouble. So many people are watching.
Zhu Rong suddenly struggled a little shyly, followed by several eunuchs and maids. Now Zhu Rong is becoming more and more sophisticated. There are more and more people to serve, and there is nothing we can do about it. The higher your status, the more rules you have. In fact, Zhu Xiaobao doesn't like this at all. He still likes that kind of casual and secular life.
Okay. Actually, I don't want the 19th princess to be too aggressive. This time she regained the two kings' fiefdoms in a short time, and her self-confidence is a little inflated. Besides, she doesn't want the 7th princess to send a message to me instead of to her. I was a little dissatisfied, so I asked Situbufon to go to Southeast County. I hope to recover a complete Southeast County instead of taking it by force. After all, the 7th princess's prestige in Southeast County is still very high.
Zhu Xiaobao sighed, said, to put it bluntly, he doesn't want the 19th princess to become too strong, let alone fight against the 7th princess. He is still very nostalgic.
Oh, I didn't expect you to think too far. But don't worry. Sister 19 is kind-hearted and not too forceful. Ha ha. Actually, what you did today is quite good. Let everyone understand. Who is the real overlord? Zhu Rong suddenly felt that Zhu Xiaobao was really amazing. He once said that he would be a great emperor and take care of these little emperors. He thought it was a joke at first. But now it seems like this had turned out to be true. He was not an emperor. But he was powerful enough to intimidate all countries and emperors.
Overlord? Me? Stop it. I'm just a cook. And a pervert. Come on.
Zhu Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, then smiled nonchalantly, stretched out his hand to hug Zhu Rong, and hugged Zhu Rong anxiously. He roared and hugged him to bed. At Situ Bufan's residence, Duan Muqi and Situ Bufan were drinking tea. The main reason was that Duan Muqi was a little worried and came to have a chat with Situ Bufan.
Ha ha. Mr. Situ, you must also know that I once served under the 7th princess. But I escaped from Southeast County only because I was framed by a villain. But I still hope that the 7th princess will have a good outcome. Sir, what are your plans to go?
Duan Muqi asked seemingly calmly.
I understand. This is exactly what I want. You came just in time. Why not write a letter in your own hand and give it to the 7th princess? What do you think?
Situ Bufan also nodded frequently.
Huh? Sir, hand it over to the 7th princess in person? Are you really sure? This move may be very dangerous,
Duan Muqi said in surprise.
No, I believe the 7th princess is also a nostalgic person.
Situ Bufan smiled and shook his head, and then whispered something in Duan Muqi's ear. Duan Muqi was suddenly pleasantly surprised and quickly wrote down something letter. The 7th princess was leaning on the bed. The beautiful scenery showed that she had not gone to court for several days. She couldn't make any decisions now anyway. The most depressing thing was that she had no goals at all and didn't know what she should do. Do something. Just sit there in a daze if you have nothing to do. But how could such a large territory be okay? Just the various materials, money and food that Ji Jishi asked for were already giving people a headache. These days are relatively peaceful, because Ji Jisheng, the eldest prince, and the demon saint have all entered the Tianqing and have not yet come out. So the 7th princess feels that she is safe for the time being. But I still feel miserable in my heart. His Majestic Prince Rong Qiantai has been raped by the eldest prince again, and it can be seen that he will come to trouble him again in the future. Even this fiefdom seems to be in the possession of the eldest prince. The 7th princess is filled with hatred. But looking at the 2 slaves Dafu and Erfu, the 7th princess was also helpless. In addition to her, the cultivation of the 3 martial masters was still unable to defeat the eldest prince. Dafu and Erfu's injuries have not recovered yet. The 7th princess is even more miserable. The eldest prince's violence is so perverted. She still has a faint pain in her back door and can't walk very smoothly. But not going to court does not mean that everything is fine. On the contrary, there have been a lot of urgent military reports in the past few days, all of which are about the 19th princess regaining the fiefdoms of the 2 kings.
Alas! Tell me, is this true? Is 19th sister really so powerful? In just a few days, she actually drove 6th brother back to his original fiefdom. And drove that beast, the eldest prince's fiefdom has been annexed. This is simply impossible,
the 7th princess said in disbelief as she held the coupon she had received in the past few days.
Master, it's true. The 19th princess may not be so capable. But that little fat guy is a real expert. Our family has all been fooled. I heard that he was the one who made those magic weapons. Otherwise, how could the 19th princess develop so fast? No matter how capable the 19th princess is, she can't be half as good as you, Master.
Dafu and Erfu bit over and were also analyzing this matter. The impression of Zhu Xiaobao still remains on the original image of the little fat man. Of course, in the eyes of a slave, his master is always the best.
Forget it. You two don't need to praise me. Although it was chance, 19th sister can seize this opportunity, which is much better than me. Even if Zhu Xiaobao is met by me first, I will be the most treat him as a cook. This is fate.
The 7th princess shook her head, then sat up and prepared to get out of bed. But when she moved, she felt that the back door was still burning and painful, and she couldn't help but grin. The last time she was hacked by the eldest prince was so miserable. It has not been restored yet.
Master! Slow down. Slow down. Be careful. Oh, that guy who got 1,000 cuts. If I touch him again, I will have to fight to the death with him.
Dafu and Erfu quickly stepped forward to assist Qi. Princess, with an orchid finger embroidered on one of her large hands, she said angrily. Erfu rolled his eyes at Dafu on the side.
Your injuries haven't healed yet.
Why are you still bragging?
At this time, the great counselor Wu Shuangcai hurriedly asked to see him. Although she didn't want to see him, the seventh princess also knew that there might be something very important to come here to look for her now. So I let him wait in the study.
What's the matter? Don't you know that the king is unwell?
The seventh princess entered the study and asked with a stern face. This Wu Shuangcai made her a little disgusted, because a few years ago Wu Shuangcai was a die-hard Ji Jisheng's lackey. But in recent months, Wu Shuangcai also began to side with the seventh princess, because he also knew that Ji Jisheng was practicing evil skills. In the end, he became afraid of becoming a demon.
Chitos, an old friend wants to meet you. So please come to my house to talk to me.
Wu Shuangcai looked a little embarrassed. He came here only after being threatened. But he also hopes that the emergence of this powerful man can change the current unfavorable situation.
Old friend? What old friend? Stop beating around the bush. You have this time. Give me a good idea and stabilize the situation in front of you.
The seventh princess said impatiently.
This is exactly the trick you need.
Wu Shuangcai lowered his head and raised an invitation above his head with both hands.
Oh!
The seventh princess took it with some confusion. When she opened it, she was surprised and asked,
Where is this person? Take me there quickly. Qian Sui. This old friend said that for the sake of safety, I would like to ask Qian Sui to come to my house tomorrow. I will wish my mother a birthday tomorrow, and I hope Qian Sui will be honored.
Wu Shuangcai still lowered his head and said respectfully. The seventh princess looked at the invitation carefully and saw the note inside. It was really an invitation. I couldn't help but admire in my heart. This old friend was very meticulous in her work, so that her behavior would not arouse suspicion from others. Now there are many people around her who were placed here by Ji Jishen. On the second day, all the civil and military officials from the whole dynasty came. Of course, the seventh princess's presence was a bit beyond everyone's expectations, but it made it even more festive. Everyone is envious of Wu Shuangcai. After all, he is the #1 strategist under the seventh princess. The seventh princess is really very considerate. Everything was normal at the birthday banquet, and the seventh princess also acted very happy. In the end, she left early because she was too drunk. All the civil and military officials stood up to see him off respectfully. In fact, after leaving the prime minister's mansion, the seventh princess was no longer in the car, but returned to the prime minister's mansion through the small door on the west. Wu Shuangcai had been waiting there for a long time and quickly took her to a secret room.
Seventh princess, are you okay?
The old friend in the secret room was Situbufan. He was twirling his beard and smiling, looking at the seventh princess.
The king has always forgotten your kindness in helping me.
The seventh princess stared at Situbufan and nodded. However, he was still somewhat wary at this time.
Princess, I have no ill intentions in coming here. I just want to help the seventh princess out of trouble and find a way out for the seventh princess.
Situbufan said calmly. And then he escaped with a letter and gave it to the seventh princess. Princess
Duanmuchi.
The seventh princess was even more surprised this time. She had already sensed that something important would definitely happen with Situbufan's appearance. Maybe I can actually find a way out for myself. Chapter 780, Nostalgia, B. The seventh princess looked at Situbufan warily, and at the same time at Wu Shuangcai. Wu Shuangcai took a half step back in embarrassment, as if he had something to hide.
Ha ha! Don't be surprised by the seventh princess. Brother Shuangcai and I are close friends. At the same time, there is no harm in coming to Southeast County this time. To be precise, I want to help the seventh princess as much as I can.
Situbufan was still very happy. Niansu smiled calmly, and at the same time asked the seventh princess to sit down, while Wu Shuangcai was in an awkward dilemma. It turned out that when the seventh princess escaped from the eldest princess fiefdom with her troops, they passed through the Qifeng Canyon. What was strange was that the key entrance, which they thought would be blocked by heavy troops, turned out to be unobstructed. The person in command at that time was Situbufan. It turned out that Situbufan was also very dissatisfied with the eldest prince's perverted behavior, and the then Princess Yong'an also asked Situbufan to let the seventh princess go. So Situbufan risked his life and obeyed the eldest prince's military order and let it go. The seventh princess led the troops and broke out. Of course, Situbufan was also implicated in this incident and was almost beheaded. It was Princess Yong'an who dealt with it. So Situbufan was demoted to the county magistrate and was not allowed to be reused for a long time. Later, Princess Yong'an wrote a superstitious letter and told the seventh princess about this matter, which made the seventh princess very grateful to Princess Yangon and Situbufan. But the seventh princess did not show this letter to anyone. Duanmuchi didn't know that Situbufan had helped him at the beginning, but he was surprised that there was no obstruction in Qifeng Canyon. At this time, he was puzzled. So later, when the two of them were spying in the study, Situbufan revealed the whole story, which made Duanmuchi suddenly realize it. As for Situbufan's ability to restrain Wu Shuangcai, it was also because when Duanmuchi was in the hands of the seventh princess, Wu Shuangcai felt that he would never get ahead. During this period, he wrote a secret letter and wanted to defect to the eldest prince. Unexpectedly, this secret letter before the letter was delivered to the eldest prince, it was intercepted by Situbufan. However, Situbufan did not take Wu Shuangcai seriously at that time, but the secret letter was kept. So as soon as Situbufan arrived in Southeast County, he directly found Wu Shuangcai. Seeing the secret letter he had written, Wu Shuangcai immediately relented. Once this kind of thing was spread, his future would be ruined, and the whole family might also be affected. There is no escape from death. So Wu Shuangcai immediately agreed to cooperate with Situbufan. Of course, he was not stupid, and he could also see that the 19th princess had become a woman. Now if he could help the 7th princess plan a good outcome, then he would be equal to his merits and demerits, and maybe he could still keep getting reused. In fact, 5 days have passed since Situbufan set out. He walked this journey very gracefully. No matter where he went, someone made arrangements in advance. They were all the spies and lurking points he had set up over the years. So along the way it turned out to be unobstructed.
Mr. Situ is lobbying me on behalf of 19th sister?
The 7th princess sat down and grinned quietly at first. Her back door still hurt, but she still maintained the majesty of the king of honor and asked calmly,
Ha ha! I'm afraid the 7th princess is not living a comfortable life now. Right. I wonder what her plans are for the 19th princess's strong rise.
Situbufan didn't care about the 7th princess's attitude, but asked with a slight smile.
Huh? She is amazing. But what does this have to do with me? If I want to hold on to my fiefdom, it's more than enough.
The 7th princess still said domineeringly, but even she didn't believe it.
Oh, does your fiefdom also include the 36 islands in the southeast? As far as I know, Ji Jixing and the eldest prince are both on Jiaolong Island now. The reason why this period of time is relatively peaceful is because they are in the sinkhole. Practice magic. Does the 7th princess think that the eldest prince will give up? This is still in your realm, and you can't do anything to the eldest prince. Not to mention that you have to defend Southeast County externally. I'm afraid there are internal and external troubles now.
Situbufan sighed slightly and said, looking at the 7th princess, he seemed to see the girl who was humiliated but worked hard. But this time she encountered too much trouble, and she didn't even have the strength to fight back.
Do you know everything?
The 7th princess suddenly asked in a panic, and then turned back to Wu Shuangcai and said,
You go out first. Keep a close eye on me. Don't let the 4th person know what is going on here. Yes.
Wu Shuangcai retreated respectfully, but he was still looking forward to it, hoping that Situbufan's arrival could solve the current crisis in Southeast County. Others didn't know it yet, but he knew it too well and was too panicked. He never thought that Ji Jixing would come back with the eldest prince. The 7th princess was in critical condition.
Tell me, what do you want from me? If you want my Southeast County, just take it. But at worst, I won't be the honorary king anymore. The 19th sister won't kill all of them. Right.
The 7th princess said helplessly. Now she was really afraid of sitting in this position, because she was more worried about the eldest prince and Ji Jixing than the 19th princess. One wanted to possess her, and the other wanted to use the people of her fief to practice evil arts.
Please take a closer look at the 7th princess's letter from Duanmuchi.
Situbufan sighed. He could see that the 7th princess was really strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Even the most basic judgment was gone.
Huh? Sir, are you willing to stay and help me? But what I'm worried about now is not that the two armies are going to war, but that no one can deal with Ji Jixing and the eldest prince. Their cultivation is far beyond ordinary people, and they are simply not something we can compete with.
The 7th princess said with a sad face. If there was really a large-scale battle, she could still fight. But facing these evil heretics, she had no power to fight back. The last time she and Dafu and Erfu teamed up, they were beaten by the eldest prince and were unable to fight back. Not to mention that when Ji Jixing comes out of confinement, no one will be able to restrain him.
Don't worry, 7th princess. I have a good plan to deal with him. But I'm afraid I have to wrong the princess a little, pretending to be submissive to them for the time being,
Situbufan said solemnly.
Oh, I really can't stand this anymore. I'm so scared just thinking about it.
The seventh princess no longer held on at this time. She said helplessly, and couldn't help but shed tears. She shuddered at the thought of being brutally beaten by the eldest prince.
If you endure it for a while longer, just like in Yongin County, if you endure the humiliation and bear the burden, you will eventually get out of this predicament,
Situbufan said in a low voice. It could be seen that the seventh princess had already suffered a lot and could no longer hold on. So he whispered again.
I also brought a message from Zhu Xiaobao. He has always regarded you as his sister, and has never forgotten the virtue of helping me back then. As long as you are willing, you will always be the king of honor and your fiefdom.
It won't be shaved off either. Xiaobao.
Really?
Did he really say that?
The seventh princess suddenly became energetic, as if she saw hope.
Yes. You must also know that it is Zhu Xiaobao who really has the final say, not the 19th princess.
Situbufan nodded and said,
Okay. Then I will listen to your husband. If I have something urgent in the future, how can I contact you?
The seventh princess suddenly felt better. He had also thought that the 19th princess could rise because of Zhu Xiaobao. I didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to be willing to help me now. This is much more comfortable than surrendering to the 19th princess.
Through Wuxuansai. Although this person has some shortcomings, he is still sensible and knows the dangers of Ji Shishi and others. So he can be trusted now.
Situbufan pointed to the door and said,
But sir, what can you do to deal with Ji Jisheng? As far as I know, even the descendants of the four great beasts can't defeat these evil cultivators.
The seventh princess suddenly asked with a little worry. The most critical problem could not be solved. So she said everything is in vain.
You may not be able to defeat Ji Jisheng and others, but if you can drive them away, don't you think your crisis will be solved?
Situbufan asked with a smile.
Drive away. Drive to where?
The seventh princess asked in confusion.
If we drive them to His Highness the sixth prince, do you think they will feel better? What a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Thank you, sir. Ha ha. This is not all my idea. Duanmuqi is also carefully planning a way out for the seventh princess.
Humph. This traitor. Farewell. Princess, please go away.
The county where Prince Wen's palace was originally located has now been renamed Shiwang County. It was originally planned to build another Shiwang palace, leaving the original Prince Wen's palace to Zhu Rong. This was originally her palace. However, she was rejected by Zhu Rong. She no longer planned to be associated with the past. So the current Shiwang mansion is the original Prince Wen mansion. But it is being renovated and expanded.
Yes. 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 We are a family. It's okay if we live together.
Zhu Xiaobao also clapped his hands and shouted.
Humph. Don't just think of Prince Rong's mansion as your home.
Princess 19 snorted with a hint of warning. This was what she was most worried about. You must know that Zhu Xiaobao and the seventh princess still have some friendship.
Well, it's time for Ji Jisheng to leave seclusion. It's time for us to leave for Southeast County,
Zhu Xiaobao said, counting the time with his head raised.
It's almost done. Now the giant tortoise shield has been completely repaired. We must kill this thief this time.
Zhu Rong nodded and said, to say that she was also very jealous of Ji Jisheng. The original king when died there, in Ji Jisheng's hands. He died miserably.
Okay. I'll leave it to the two military advisors here. We'll set off tomorrow.
Princess 19 also said solemnly. In fact, everyone knows that this time Ji Jisheng comes out of seclusion. His cultivation and martial arts will probably skyrocket again. Everyone has no idea whether he can survive the fight.
Hey! I can finally take revenge,
Jumei said excitedly on the side. Not only was her turtle shield repaired, it was also upgraded to a higher level than before. So Jumei is full of confidence now.
Wait a minute. All the things I prepared are out. Let's go take a look.
Zhu Xiaobao was also very excited. This time, he was more confident than before, because he has other means to deal with GZ. There was a lifeless atmosphere around the Tianqing on Jialong Island. No one could get close to it. Even the soldiers, who were guarding the pit filling were far away. Because once you get close, you will be blocked by the strong energy around the sinkhole. Suddenly, a gray-black energy shot up into the sky, mixed with a small amount of scarlet color. The soldiers guarding the perimeter turned pale with fright, and ran for their lives. This burst of energy was too overbearing, and they ran slowly, immediately torn into pieces.
Ha ha ha. This is the real half-demon body. Heavenly Mojo. You can't believe it. I can also train this body into a real half-demon body.
With a wild laugh, Jijishi finally came out of seclusion. Chapter 781 absorbed completely. In the black mist, Jijishi finally came out of seclusion. Only then did he look back at the eldest prince, the human demon saint, and the Nining saint, who were still sitting in the sinkhole. They had not finished practicing yet, because when Jijisheng was practicing the questions, it was not their turn yet. It was their turn only when Jijisheng came out of the test. This time, the remaining demon body has been almost absorbed. Jijisheng must ensure that his own cultivation is completed before allowing others to absorb it. Now all the soldiers around him have fled, and many of them were torn to pieces by this evil and sharp black energy because they were too slow to escape. But GZ didn't care about the life or death of these ant-like little people. In the black mist, Jijishi tried to display the heavenly magic form. But what made him a little depressed was that he could only display a very illusory heavenly magic form because he did not have any heavenly demon blood in his body. The appearance of the Dharma that came out was a bit nondescript, but it was somewhat similar to the great master of the wilderness, except that he had a ferocious face and was 4 feet tall. And he can't become one with this heavenly magic.
Oh, what a pity. If I could be like those descendants of the mythical beasts and have a little bit of demon blood in my body, the power of this Dharma would be greatly increased. Huh. But with my current cultivation level, the descendants of the 4 great beasts should be able to easily clean it up.
Jijisheng muttered to himself with some regret. Jijisheng did not leave the Tiankeng, but was adjusting his skills at the edge of the Tiankeng, consolidating and familiarizing himself with his demigod body, and at the same time integrating his once again soaring cultivation level. But unfortunately, although his cultivation has reached the Martial Emperor's great perfection, he has not yet been promoted to the Martial God realm. It's no wonder that once you reach the realm of Martial God, it means that you have the possibility of ascending to the immortal world. Just when Ji Jihui had been practicing cross-legged exercises for a day, he did not expect that the sound of fierce fighting came from the bottom of the sinkhole. The human demon saint and the Joian saint were actually beaten by the eldest prince and escaped from the sinkhole. Although they did not, he was severely injured. But the Shimel saint was angrily complaining to Jijishen.
Ji Lang, this eldest prince is too domineering. He even beat us out in order to monopolize the last bit of essence of his body. You have to make the decision for us. Ah.
Whoa. As he spoke, the Shimel Holy Lord started to cry in a grieved manner, looking even more delicate and pitiful. This guy looks more and more like a woman now. Standing together, he completely outshines the Nine Saint. Her figure is so enchanting that even Joian Saint feels a little jealous.
Huh? You 2 martial saints are not his opponents yet? You are quite talented.
Jijisheng was immediately surprised. He had expected that the eldest prince would be promoted to a martial saint this time, but he didn't expect it. The eldest prince's fighting power is so high that he can knock the 2 martial saints out of the sky. You must know that the human demon saint has already reached the late stage of the martial saint, approaching the peak of the martial saint.
Humph. He relies on his strong physique and powerful strength to be barbaric. In the sinkhole, I can't display the illusion.
The human monster saint scolded in disbelief.
Well, forget it. It looks like you are successful in practicing the body, so don't worry about it anymore. If I come forward now, I'm afraid it will affect his practice of the demon body.
Jijishi thought for a while, and then decided to let the eldest prince go. After all, he was around him. It is also good to have multiple super powerful thugs. And he also knows that there are not many demons left, and there is simply not enough for 3 people to fully absorb it. Looking at the Joian saint again, Jijishen can't help but be a little disappointed. Her cultivation is still in the middle of the martial arts, and her appearance has not become more stunning. Standing next to the human demon saint, there is a world of difference.
I didn't participate in the blood sacrifice, so I didn't improve my cultivation much this time.
And I couldn't absorb much during the body refining.
Holy Lord, Joian said a little hesitantly. Her mood was very complicated when facing Jijisheng. But what was more confusing in her heart was that she wanted to improve her cultivation further. But she also didn't want to practice the blood sacrifice technique anymore. So she acted very confused.
Forget it. I didn't expect you to improve your cultivation much. Besides, your combat power is limited. From now on, just follow the eldest prince.
Jijisheng said a little indifferently. At the beginning, he called the great master Joian. Now his cultivation level far exceeds that of Joian Saint Lord. So he has long refused to acknowledge this title as he intended. And his temperament has also become fierce and cruel. And the little affection he had before has long since disappeared.
Ah? I don't want to follow the eldest prince.
Holy Lord Jiuyin was immediately shocked. He was giving himself to the eldest prince to win over him. This made Holy Lord Jiuyin feel desperate and extremely dissatisfied.
Stop blabbering. He also needs a suitable pair of monks. Well, now that you two are out of isolation, I also need to relax. So you both can come over.
Ji Jisheng snorted impatiently. And then his eyes were fiery. Staring at the female Holy Lord. I sighed in my heart. Is this guy a man or a woman? Why have you become more enchanting and coquettish? Even his martial emperor cultivation is a bit unbearable.
Come on. Look at the jade body I just made. It's even more charming than before.
The female saint immediately rushed into Ji Jisheng's arms like a spring breeze, while the Jiuyin saint followed helplessly. She didn't dare to disobey Ji Jisheng's order now. But when she saw the charming jade body displayed by the human demon saint, even Jiuyin saint felt a little ashamed. At the bottom of the sinkhole, the eldest prince was practicing with his eyes closed. In order to snatch the remaining body of the demon, he drove away the human demon and Jiuyin. He couldn't control so much. Even if Ji Jishen was blamed, he would admit it. There are only so few cultivation resources left, so it is reasonable for competition to occur. Sure enough, Ji Jisheng did not pursue the matter, and the eldest prince took the time to absorb the remaining essence of the demon body. Their physiques had just advanced to the demon body, and the potential for improvement was still great. But the remaining essence of the body was really there are too few, and it is very difficult to truly cultivate until the demonic body is first formed. In the end, only one sternum was left in the body of the demon. However, this sternum seemed to be stubborn and difficult to absorb. However, at this time, the eldest prince was already furious. He was about to cultivate until the demon body was first formed. Could it be that it was not enough? So little? The eldest prince sacrificed his blood axe. Now that his cultivation level has increased dramatically, he can already condense his own blood axe. But there is only one. He picked up the blood axe and chopped it hard on the black and hard part, above the sternum. But surprisingly, this sternum was not damaged at all. While the eldest prince was astonished, he couldn't help but feel a flash of ecstasy in his heart. It seemed like this was a treasure. Unexpectedly, Ji Jisheng didn't notice it. Isn't this a great opportunity? But how to open this treasure? The eldest prince tried many methods, but failed to shake the sternum. Finally, he gritted his teeth, opened his chest, and then lay on the sternum, letting the chest move. Blood continued to flow into this sternum. Even though it was just a sternum, it was several times larger than the eldest prince. By the time the eldest prince lay on it, a third of the blood had been lost, and he was already dizzy. When I was about to give up, I didn't expect that the sternum suddenly and slowly cracked. A drop of pure demon essence blood flowed into the body of the eldest prince. Suddenly, the eldest prince felt as if he had been reborn, feeling comfortable all over. Moreover, the essence of his body in this mouthful of sternum was far beyond his imagination. Ji Jisheng stayed around the sinkhole for 3 days in a row, because he had not yet fully controlled the black gang energy. If the gang gas was not well controlled, it would hurt his soldiers. So GZ had to wait a few more days. Just in time. You can also wait for the eldest prince to leave seclusion. GZ has been having a great time these days. Unexpectedly, the female saint is really enchanting and can conjure up various illusions, which makes GZ feel wonderful. In comparison, Jiuyin Xingzuan was far behind. Ji Jisheng only did it a few times before feeling it was boring and threw Jiuyin Xingzuan aside. But Holy Lord Jiuyin was secretly glad. Fortunately, Ji Jisheng didn't want it. Otherwise, this guy would become more and more powerful, and Holy Lord Jiuyin wouldn't be able to bear it. But Ji Jisheng is also a little strange. Logically speaking, the eldest prince should have come out long ago. But he has not come out yet. Is it because the remaining essence of his body is difficult to absorb? Do you want to go down and take a look? But before GZ could make a decision, he was entangled by the human demon saint again. At the same time, it was an illusion. And it were Zhu Rong, the 19th princess, and finally Jumei. This made Ji Jisheng immediately excited. Although I know this is an illusion, but I still enjoy it. It seems that these women I like are really serving me diligently. But just as Ji Jisheng was working happily and chopping and cutting, a dull roar suddenly came from the sinkhole. This was definitely not a human voice, but more like the voice of the original demon dove. What's going on? Where did this sound come from?
Ji Jisheng was immediately alert and pushed away the human demon saint who was working hard. Then the illusion in front of him disappeared. This voice made him feel familiar. And it also made him tremble with fear. Because this voice did not come from the great venerable man, but seemed to come from the real demon Jiao. The real scene appeared. Ji Jixi looked at the Tianking immediately. But the inside was still the same as before. There was nothing abnormal. Ji Jixi was not at ease yet. So he simply went down to the bottom of the Tianking to take a closer look. The eldest prince's face was filled with emotion, with a tired look on his face. He also looked at Ji Zi with surprise.
What was the sound just now? Did you see anything?
Ji Jixi asked, staring at the eldest prince fiercely.
No. I'm just digging through these bones, and I'm almost ready to reach the first stage of the true demonic body.
The eldest prince seemed very confused.
Oh, the demonic body has just begun to form? I'm looking down on you. How can you cultivate to the point where the demonic body has just formed with such little bone essence?
Ji Jixi felt a little more relieved and carefully observed the eldest prince's cultivation level. He was also in the middle of the martial saint stage, which surprised and delighted Ji Jisheng. What surprised him was that this guy had amazing talent. What he was happy about was that he had a super fighter next to him. At the same time, on the northwest side of Jialong Island, a full 10 miles away from the Tianking, Saint Wu-wei also looked at the Tianking in confusion.
What's going on? The voice just now didn't sound like a human voice. And it didn't sound like a human voice. There is a very familiar feeling. It's impossible. Does the demon Jiao still have blood descendants? Is this really strange?
At this time, the eldest prince respectfully withdrew from the Tianking, while Ji Jisheng carefully searched the Tianking again, only to see that the originally huge bones of the devil's dove had been sucked out, and the remaining bones were all transformed. It's like a fossil. It has lost its original vitality, but the bones on the chest are gone, as if there is a big hole in the chest of the skeleton. Why have the bones here disappeared? But where the sternum disappeared, there were a lot of fragments, including a large number of blood-red fragments. Chapter 782, Good Helper A. Although Ji Jisheng was full of doubts, he remained calm after leaving the sinkhole. He also favored the eldest prince even more, and even asked Jiaoyin Saint to accompany him in dual cultivation. This made Saint Jiaoyin feel even more desperate. If I had known this, I might as well have gone to Zhu Xiaobao before Ji Jisheng came back. It's not that easy to leave now. Moreover, Zhu Xiaobao must have noticed his hesitant behavior in the previous stage, and they may not be willing to take him in. The eldest prince also acted flattered, but in his heart, he was wary of Ji Zi. After all, he had received huge benefits. If Ji Zi noticed it, he would probably turn against him and rob him. Now his cultivation is not Ji Jisheng's opponent, so he has to endure it. Besides, if he wants to further improve his cultivation, he has to practice the blood sacrifice technique with Ji Jisheng. Around the Tianking, several people consolidated and adapted for a few days. Ji Jixi has been able to fully adapt to the current half-body and the martial emperor's perfect cultivation. His combat effectiveness has indeed improved a lot. Even the eldest prince became increasingly wary of Ji Zi. Similarly, Ji Jisheng was also very surprised by the fighting power displayed by the eldest prince. In the competition between them, the eldest prince could definitely defeat the combination of the Shimao and Jiaoyin, and the victory was very easy. Of course, this is because the head-on confrontation was not between the Shimao and Jiaoyin's strengths. The eldest prince carefully sparred with Ji Zi several times, and each time he was beaten very embarrassed. But even so, Ji Zi was still very surprised, because the eldest prince's fighting power can be said to be absolutely powerful. Even if he is a descendant of a mythical beast, the eldest prince is also capable of fighting without using his magic form.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. With you as a helper, why worry about the immortality of the descendants of the four great beasts? Okay, we will be in the general's mansion now, and I want to celebrate it. I've specially prepared it for you. We got 2 fresh beauties.
Ji Zi seemed very happy, patting the eldest prince on the shoulder and laughing.
Thank you, Lord Demon.
The eldest prince also quickly bowed and saluted. He also worked very hard in this performance. He didn't dare to show too strong, let alone show too weak. He had to master it just right so that Ji Jisheng would not be suspicious. Ji Jisheng and others returned to the general's mansion. Unexpectedly, in nearly a month, the general's mansion had been completely renovated and completed. The decoration inside was extremely luxurious, and the 7th princess had recently sent many servants. The building materials and materials needed for the surrounding streets and houses were also continuously delivered. Ji Jisheng was immediately very satisfied. It seemed that the seventh princess now knew how to obey and behaved very positively. But then when he saw the accumulated letters and reports sent by his guards in the past few days, Ji Jishi was suddenly shocked and angry.
Trash! They are all trash! I didn't expect that the 19th princess would take back King Wen's original possessions in less than half a month.
S fiefdom. And your fiefdom. Take a look at it too.
Although Ji Jisheng regards cultivation as the most important thing, he does not want to see such a situation. After all, the 19th princess's family is now the only one. The key is that the eldest prince's fiefdom also has the cultivation resources he needs, which is several million. As for his people, these people have been regarded by Ji Jishi as his own cultivation resources. Doesn't this mean that he has to look for cultivation resources again?
He and the others actually killed my son Jinwen? I will kill them. Sister 19. What a cruel method.
Although the eldest prince is cruel and cold, he still has some feelings for his children. He did not expect that Sister 19 the princess can fight on two fronts and conquer half of the country. This sixth prince is too useless.
Yeah. Don't be sad. As long as we kill Zhu Xiaobao and subdue the other three descendants of the divine beasts, everything else is trivial.
Ji Jishi could only persuade him on the side when he saw the eldest prince's sad and angry look.
Okay. Once you capture the 19th sister, please ask Master Tianma to hand her over to me. I will make her life worse than death.
The eldest prince said viciously. Not only was he extremely angry, but he also had more perverted hobbies in his bones. Shout! With a terrifying sound, a maid was grabbed by the eldest prince and torn into two pieces. Blood was splashed on the floor. Even Ji Jisheng frowned when he saw it, and there was an exclamation of surprise all around. There were several. The maid was so frightened that she fainted. Who has ever seen such a terrifying scene? Not to mention the maids and servants. Even the Shemale and Joeen shivered in their hearts. This eldest prince seemed to be even more ferocious than before. Although the atmosphere was terrifying, the banquet was still very sumptuous. The eldest prince seemed to be venting his grief and anger. He ate half of a beautiful woman,
got extremely drunk, and then unscrupulously hugged the Holy Lord Joeen and shook his head. Go back to your dormitory. Ji Jisheng looked at the eldest prince's back darkly, thinking in his heart how to make good use of this powerful thug. And he also felt that it was necessary to test the eldest prince's combat power and cultivation level again. He always felt that the eldest prince still had something to hide. Jiuyin Xingzuan followed the eldest prince back to the door of the dormitory in fear. But he didn't expect that the eldest prince didn't use her as a dual practitioner. Instead, he left her outside the dormitory and chose two maids. A painful and pitiful scream came from inside. After a while, the sound disappeared. And then came the thunderous snoring of the eldest prince. This actually surprised Jiuyin Saint Lord. Could it be that the eldest prince's preferences have changed? In fact, the eldest prince did not dare to let the Holy Lord Jiuyin see his chest, because his chest now turned into black gold color, which appeared because he fused the sternum of the demon bone. He didn't want Jiuyin Holy Lord to see it. The two maids will not reveal his secret, because at this time, the two maids are already two dead bodies. These days, the seventh princess's complexion seems to have recovered a lot, and she has begun to be energetic in the main hall. All the civil and military ministers are very surprised. After all, the seventh princess is their backbone. Seeing that the seventh princess has returned to normal, they are still very happy. What is even more surprising is that many shops have reopened now, and the market seems to be lively. The key is that the owners of these shops are all new and have never heard of them before. Since half a year ago, wealthy merchants have begun to move to other places one after another. There are already many vacant shops. But I didn't expect that someone would take over them now. The person who took over was none other than Hachitu. He was determined to follow Zhu Xiaobao. Although it was very dangerous here, Hachitu knew that he must behave well at this time. And the risk, the bigger it is, the higher the profit. Hachitu thought clearly. This time Zhu Xiaobao and the others were here too. And he felt confident.
My brother! I took a huge risk this time. Please tell me the truth. Are you sure you can defeat Ji Jisheng?
Hachitu was treating Zhu Xiaobao to a barbecue in the backyard of a shop at this time, with the authentic characteristics of the Shijuak kingdom. Hachitu also brought several beauties from the Shijuak kingdom, who were singing and dancing to add to the fun. But Hachitu himself is a little worried. Something seems to be wrong this time, and Zhu Xiaobao is not as confident as before.
Yeah, it's delicious. This is the craftsmanship of Shijua Kingdom. Huh? What did you say?
Zhu Xiaobao praised while eating barbecue and drinking wine. The old apprentice next to him also nodded repeatedly. I have to admit that Hachita has some very skilled chefs under his command.
I mean, are you sure you can defeat GZ?
Hachita asked a little angrily. This time he bought hundreds of shops as soon as he made a move. And a large amount of goods were also shipped. He still felt very worried.
Well, let's put it this way. If I die, even if you don't come to Southeast County, the result will not be much better. Do you understand?
Zhu Xiaobao said still nonchalantly. He also pointed at the two women from the western regions, who were singing and dancing in front of him, and asked with some covetousness.
Where did you get this? It's really exotic. Wow, this belly dance is very good. Oh, I gave it to you. If it's not enough, I have more.
Hachita said somewhat depressed.
No. I just took a look. My 3 divine beast ladies are all here. I really don't dare to do anything wrong.
Zhu Xiaobao quickly shook his head and sighed with regret. This is actually the truth, let alone others. If he dared to take these two women from the western region back, he would probably have his neck broken by Jume immediately.
Why don't you stay here? I'll prepare a private room for you. I'll make sure no one finds out.
Hachita was still thinking about Zhu Xiaobao. Asked diligently.
No. I'll just take a look and that'll be it. I'm here for something important. Do you think I'm here to eat, drink and have fun? I'm a serious person.
Zhu Xiaomao refused sternly.
Humph. Are you a serious person? What else is more important? Why don't I look like you?
Hachita snorted disdainfully.
Hush. They're coming. Let your dancers stand down.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly stretched out a finger and made a silent gesture, and then said. Hachita and the old disciple looked at each other in shock. They didn't hear a sound. But after a while, 3 people walked in from outside. The leader was Duanmuki, followed by Situbufan. The person is wearing a bamboo hat and a black outfit. But from her body shape, she can still tell that she is a woman. And she is also a very plump woman. Behind them are 2 tall and powerful slaves. None other than Da Fu Erfa.
I've met 7th sister. After all this time, are you still so charming?
Zhu Xiaomao stood up and said with a smile.
Humph. Zhu Xiaobao, are you making fun of me?
She took off her bamboo hat, and it turned out to be the 7th princess. She snorted with resentment on her face. But I am still very excited and emotional. Who would have thought that the little fat man back then would now be a key figure who can influence the world situation?
Is this really a huge injustice? I'm afraid it's too late to see you happy. So why would you say something sarcastic? Come on. Sister, please sit down. I'll buy you a drink.
Zhu Xiaobao shouted exaggeratedly. And also he stretched out his hand to support the 7th princess and asked her to sit down.
I never thought we could sit and drink together.
The 7th princess trembled in her heart and couldn't help but sigh. She felt a little unnatural. And it felt a little strange to be supported by Zhu Xiaobao like this. The old disciple understood this and immediately ran to the kitchen to invite the 7th princess. Of course, he couldn't just invite the food and wine from the western regions. The old disciple also came prepared.
What does this mean? As long as I kill Ji Jishin, we can drink together every day.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a relaxed smile.
Well, I hope so. By the way, Ji Jisheng has been released from seclusion. I guess he will come to Southeast County in a few days.
The 7th princess still said with a worried face. He is not only afraid of Ji Jisheng now, but also afraid of the eldest prince. Chapter 783, Good Helper B. Zhu Xiaobao and the others have been in Southeast County for several days. They first carefully observed Southeast County for a few days, and found that it was indeed much more depressed than before. Many capable people have already gone to the Shiwang fiefdom, and the remaining ones either have big families and are reluctant to give up, or they are from small families and cannot afford to move. In fact, those rich people with big families have also done so, with both hands prepared. A part of the clan members were separated to buy land and settle in the Shiwang fief, leaving a way out for themselves. Duanmuki met Wu Shuangcai first, which made Wu Shuangcai feel doubly embarrassed. At first, he hugged Ji Jishi's thigh tightly and wanted to kill Duanmuki. Now he didn't expect to meet again. And in his house.
Ha! Are you okay, Brother Shuangcai? I'm so happy to be reunited with my old friends.
Unexpectedly, Duanmuki smiled happily as soon as they met.
because he was really grateful for being framed last time. It made my life undergo earth-shaking changes. Now he not only has 2 wives, but also has children. So Duanmuchi has no intention of hatred and revenge at all. Just seeing how depressed Southeast County has become now, he felt a little sad in his heart.
Mr. Duanmu, what happened was not my original intention. It was just a temporary gain that inspired me,
Wu Xuanzai said with a blush on his face, and clasped his fists in embarrassment.
Ha ha! There is no need to mention this matter again. You are a talented person. You must have seen that there is no malicious intention in this trip. Right.
Duanmuchi waved his hands again and said generously, Now even if I invite you, he doesn't even want to come back if he comes back. But I am very happy that Wu Xuanzai has found his way back. If this person has a correct mentality, he can still do something. When the 7th princess came quietly in the evening, this was a very heart-wrenching scene, because the 7th princess cried when she saw Duanmuchi. In fact, she knew it well when Ji Jishan framed Duanmuchi, but she was really fascinated by Ji Jishan at that time. Even though she knew it was wrong, she still agreed with Ji Jisheng's actions. In fact, she had already regretted it. Immediately afterwards, she came with Duanmuchi to see Zhu Xiaobao, and the 7th princess felt even more aggrieved. If she had asked for Zhu Xiaobao in the imperial city, the 19th princess would not have been able to refuse. But it was such a person. Negligence allowed the 19th princess to embark on a glorious path of strong rise. Look at yourself again. Now you are in such a state of desolation that you are being bullied by others and trying to compromise.
Oh. Okay. Let's not cry anymore. After all, you are also the 7th sister of Jin'er 19th princess. That is, my sister? We are here just to defeat Ji Jishan.
Zhu Xiaobao is very considerate. He asked the 7th princess to sit down. When he saw the 7th princess again, he was still a little sighing. The 7th princess became haggard, showing her age, and her complexion was also very poor. This was caused by long-term depression. Otherwise, based on her martial arts cultivation, she should definitely still be in her prime. And Zhu Rong should be about the same. She is only a year or 2 older than Zhu Rong. This time the 19th princess did not come, because the momentum of the two was completely different. One was in high spirits, while the other was at the lowest point. Meeting now would easily arouse the 7th princess's extreme and rebellious psychology. So this time it was just a matter of time. Xiaobao comes forward.
Come on! See what I have prepared for you. They are all your favorites. Also, these 2 cans of Beauty Donkey High Gelatin are also my selection, ensuring that you will be radiant and stay youthful forever.
Zhu Xiaobao started showing off his high-end luxury goods again. It's true that this kind of
beautiful Donkey High Gelatin
is not only popular in the Shiwang fiefdom, but also spreads in Southeast County. The price is so high that it can scare people to death. That is, those rich and powerful people can afford it. But there are still the prices priceless, because the output is too low. Hatchitu wanted to cry as he watched. The donkey skin from me was only 500 coppers apiece, but he sold it for 20 taels of gold for a small jar. This was simply a money grab. This guy is so dark. No matter how depressed Hatchitu was, the 7th princess actually burst into laughter. She was originally worried, but when she stayed with Zhu Xiaobao, she actually felt much more relaxed. It seemed that she had not felt this feeling for a long time. The 7th princess enjoyed her meal, and did not forget to ask Dafu and Erfu to tell them about the cultivation and fighting power of Ji Jisheng and the eldest prince. At least these 2 people are quite discerning.
It's not surprising. They practice evil arts and their cultivation has improved rapidly, which is expected. So I came here this time to end them as soon as possible. Otherwise, in the future their cultivation will skyrocket again, and we really won't have much to fight against. Ability.
Zhu Xiaobao nodded, but there was no expression of worry or fear on Zhu Xiaobao's face, because although their progress in cultivation was not that rapid, they were still making progress, and Zhu Xiaobao still had many more special means.
But I feel that the potential of the eldest prince is even more terrifying. His physique seems to exceed that of GZ. I don't know what kind of cultivation he will have after he comes out of seclusion this time.
The 7th princess said with a blush on her face, thinking of being beaten by the eldest prince. She was still frightened by the humiliation scene, but with her keen intuition, she could still feel that the eldest prince indeed had extraordinary physical talent. Otherwise, the great venerable man and the first prince would not have become sworn friends.
It doesn't matter. This time we will take care of the eldest prince as well. Look,
Seventh sister, I have buried a
essence of Gentian.
here just for you.
Zhu Xiaobao unfolded the map of Southeast County and pointed to a remote place. He whispered to the seventh princess. Even Dafu and Urfa couldn't hear him. This matter must be kept a secret.
Do you have to tell me? What if they don't believe it?
The seventh princess asked, a little embarrassed. She was really afraid of Ji Jishan and the eldest prince. Especially the eldest prince. She was very afraid from the bottom of her heart.
Don't worry. As long as you stay calm, they won't doubt it. And I will let the 19th princess cooperate with you.
Zhu Xiaobao patted the seventh princess on the shoulder. Now Zhu Xiaobao has become the biggest among them all. Rely on it.
Okay. In order to eliminate these two evil thieves, I will fight hard.
The seventh princess thought for a while, and finally made up her mind. Because if she does not take some risks and just compromises, the final result will probably be even worse.
Okay. I promise. I will do my best to ensure your safety. This is a
Gentian essence,
refined by the 19th princess, and a great return pill. She asked me to bring it to you. For your improving your cultivation can be of great help.
At this time, Zhu Xiaobao took out a gift box prepared by the 19th princess for the 7th princess and handed it to the 7th princess.
Well, thank you. I'll go first then.
The 7th princess had mixed feelings. This could be regarded as a proactive gesture of goodwill from the 19th sister. Before leaving, the 7th princess turned back and asked hesitantly,
Xiaobao, does what you said still count? Sister 19 wants to fight for the throne. I will not fight with her. But I want to keep my Southeast
County. Don't worry. I promise that you will always be a 1,000-year-old king. And the fiefdom in your name will always be yours. If you have children in the future, you can still inherit it.
Zhu Xiaobao said solemnly.
Nonsense. Where did my heir come from?
The 7th princess suddenly blushed and left quickly. But the 7th princess's good mood did not last for 2 days before it was broken by the arrival of Ji Jishan and the eldest prince. I originally thought they would have to wait 2 days to arrive. But I didn't expect they would arrive so soon. In fact, Ji Jiwei also received news that the Qinglong Dharma appeared in Southeast County. This surprised Ji Jiwei. Could it be that the 19th princess arrived in Southeast County? This made Ji Jisheng unable to sit still and hurried back from Jialong Island. When they arrived at Prince Rong's palace, Ji Jisheng pretended to give the 7th princess a
gift. I've seen Prince Rong live 1,000 years. No courtesy. Thank you for your hard work, General.
The 7th princess said awkwardly, and then waved her hand to let the surrounding servants go out.
Humph. Why don't you come here to serve me? Do you think you are really a 1,000-year-old king?
When Ji Jisheng saw that everyone was avoiding him, he immediately straightened up and snorted arrogantly.
The slave family has met Lord Tianma.
The 7th princess tremblingly bowed to Ji Jishan.
Well, you've been doing well recently. The construction of my general's mansion went very smoothly. It seems that you are still very attentive. Okay. Get up too.
Ji Jishan sat on the chair at the head with a grand gesture. The eldest prince followed behind, staring at the 7th princess with his eyes like a wild beast, which made the 7th princess tremble with fear. And the Shimel saint raised his hand and threw the 2 slaves Dafu and Erfu out, and then clapped his hands disdainfully, as if he disliked these 2 slaves being too dirty. Only Jiuyin Xingzuan had no expression on his face and followed silently. Her heart is no better than that of the 7th princess.
Recently I heard that the Blue Dragon Dharma appeared in Southeast County. Is this true?
Ji Jishan sat down and went straight to the topic. If the 19th princess is really here, it is definitely a huge opportunity. We must seize her. But I don't know if the other 3 descendants of the mythical beasts are also here.
It's just a rumor and has not been verified. I have sent people to investigate. And according to the message I received, the 19th princess seems to be still in the Western King's fief.
The 7th princess said cautiously.
This thing is a bit strange. How come the Qinglong Dharma appears in Southeast County?
Ji Jisheng was also puzzled. At this time, Ji Jisheng did not pursue the matter further, but waved his hand to let the eldest prince and others go out, leaving only the human demon saint to follow him. Then he reached out and grabbed the 7th princess's neck, dragging her to death like a dog, walked directly towards the bedroom. Only then did the 7th princess realize that she had no power to resist in front of Ji Jisheng. She could only plead bitterly.
Master Tianma, please spare the slave family. The slave family's injuries have not healed yet.
Huh?
Let's take a look.
Ji Jisheng had good intentions and wanted to favor the seventh princess in order to commend her for her good performance these days. Unexpectedly, he was rejected, which surprised Ji Jisheng. The female saint skillfully opened it and looked at it, and then nodded to Ji Jisheng. It was true that the injury had not healed. This made Ji Jisheng very angry. Although he knew that the eldest prince had gone to find the seventh princess, he did not expect that he would be so cruel. The injury was probably much more serious at that time. Ji Jisheng immediately called the eldest prince and reprimanded him sternly. Remember, you are not allowed to do this nonsense again in the future. If you want to do such bloody things, someone has prepared some strong women for you. And you have a special status. Don't show your face in Southeast County. Get out! Yes. The eldest prince responded humbly, then quietly glared at the seventh princess with hatred and retreated. Chapter 784 Treasure Map. This night passed very peacefully, and the seventh princess finally relaxed a little bit about her mental arithmetic. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that the Qinglong Dharma appeared in Southeast County, and this was the focus of Ji Jishi's attention. Therefore, Ji Jishi did not indulge too much. He just took a bath and relaxed in Prince Rong's mansion, drank some wine, and ate a delicious dinner and a good night's rest. But the next day, a new rumor appeared. It was rumored that a Jinshin appeared in Southeast County. So the Blue Dragon Dharma appeared. This rumor immediately shocked Ji Jisheng and made him very excited. Jinshin. That is the most precious treasure in the body of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. It is an absolute divine object not only to the 19th princess, but also to ordinary people. Even Ji Jisheng would benefit immensely if he could get a piece of Jinshin. It would not only increase the speed of his internal energy recovery, but also greatly improve his physical condition. The Jinshin of Qinglong represents infinite vitality. This can explain why the Qinglong Dharma appears in Southeast County. The credibility of these two rumors has become very high. Ji Jisheng's heart was also burning, and he sent out many guards to search everywhere for the location of the Jinshin. As long as it is in Southeast County, this must be in his pocket. The eldest prince also heard about this latest rumor, and he was also very eager in his heart, because Jinshin was also an extraordinary treasure for him. Moreover, the eldest prince felt that he was a very lucky person. Not only did he get the demonic crystal, but now a Jinshin appeared. Isn't this God's will? But the eldest prince was also wary, and he didn't dare to openly compete with Ji Jishen. And since he got the demonic crystal, he has begun to no longer want to surrender to Ji Zhihui. But now, he still needs to practice the blood sacrifice method with Ji Zhihui. Once his cultivation and combat power exceed Ji Zhihui, he will no longer have to endure it. The seemingly rude eldest prince is actually not as simple as he seems. He actually has his own informants in Southeast County, which no one expected. The eldest prince traveled in plain clothes, and soon received a lot of information, which made him even more anxious, because Ji Jisheng had already sent out a large number of guards to start looking for this Jinshin. This makes the eldest prince a little helpless. After all, this is Ji Jisheng's sphere of influence. If he does this, the eldest prince has to worry. In desperation, he killed another palace maid and ate meat and drank wine. In fact, he was waiting for the latest news. For a whole day, Ji Jisheng had nothing to gain, which made the eldest prince feel much better. In the middle of the night, the eldest prince, under the influence of alcohol, quietly came to the seventh princess's palace. With his cultivation, the guards guarding outside the palace had already lost consciousness with a wave of his hand. Who is this person? How dare you come here to act so arrogantly? The seventh princess also woke up from her sleep and shouted in panic. In fact, at this time, she had clearly seen the person coming, and it was the eldest prince whom she feared the most. Humph! Do you think I won't dare to touch you with Ji Jishen's support? The eldest prince smiled viciously, and had already pinned down the seventh princess with one hand. But the seventh princess actually had no room to resist. Who are you? How dare you offend our master? At this time, Dafu and Erfa rushed in desperately, when they saw clearly who was coming. These two slaves did not flinch, and they still tried desperately to save the seventh princess. Go away! 2 dog slaves! How dare you attack me? The eldest prince snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and a strong wind swept the two of them away. This strong wind also extinguished the candles in the palace, and the palace suddenly became dark. This did not affect the operation of the eldest prince. He threw off his nightgown, revealing his strong body. At the same time, he pulled it with both hands, and the close-fitting clothes of the seventh princess were immediately torn into pieces.
But at this moment, something unexpected happened. In the dark night, the eldest prince's chest was actually emitting amber fluorescent light, which was particularly eye-catching. The seventh princess, who was originally panicked, was also a little stunned.
Damn it!
The eldest prince suddenly felt something bad. He didn't expect that his secret was inadvertently leaked out. He quickly waved his hand and lit the candle on the table again.
What kind of energy was it just now? Why is it glowing?
The seventh princess asked a little confused.
Huh? That's my unique way of thinking. What a fuss!
The eldest prince immediately felt relieved. It turned out that the seventh princess didn't understand the demon crystal and thought it was the aura released by the eldest prince. Originally, he wanted to kill someone and silence him, but now he just said a word and got rid of him. However, after lighting the candle, the eldest prince also made a discovery inside the seventh princess's clothes that he tore into pieces. A piece of brocade silk fell out, with marks clearly marked on it. The eldest prince immediately picked it up and asked eagerly,
"What kind of picture is this? What are the marks on it? Is it the location of Jinshin?"
Now everyone is looking for this Jinshin, and the eldest prince immediately thought of it. The seventh princess was the first to get the news. She may have found the location of the treasure.
No! That's a hunting place I chose.
The seventh princess was shocked at first, and then said through gritted teeth,
"Fart! This is a hunting place, and I need you to take it with me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Tell me, or I won't be polite."
The eldest prince grabbed the seventh princess's hair. He picked it up and shouted fiercely,
"Humph! I'm afraid I'll die faster if I tell you. Do you think I'll say it? I'm going to hand it over to Jijishin. Kill me if you can."
The seventh princess struggled hard and screamed fiercely. This picture is only the most critical part, but another picture is needed to form a complete treasure map. So the seventh princess feels confident. This is originally their plan. If it is too easy to get, it will not convincing.
"Okay, Shimei, as long as you tell me, I promise you that I will never touch you from now on. If you leave it to GZE, you won't get any benefit at all. In fact, you are not satisfied with GZE. Right?"
The eldest prince rolled his eyes and let go of the seventh princess helplessly. He had no choice but to do it. She was brave and not afraid of death, so he was a little helpless.
"TSK, why should I trust you? You two are not good people."
The seventh princess changed into another set of clothes, stared at the eldest prince warily and sneered.
"It's simple. I let these 2 minions go, and you tell me the location of the treasure map. If I get the Jinshin, I don't want Ji Jisheng to know about it. He's unaware of it. So let him search for it all over the world. And you have mastered my secret, and I won't make things difficult for you anymore. What do you think?"
The eldest prince was actually very scheming, and he immediately came up with such a way to get the best of both worlds.
"Yeah. One more thing to add."
The seventh princess seemed to be tempted by what she said. She thought about it for a while, then gritted her teeth and said,
"That's you. You must get out of my southeast county. This is my fief. Don't even think about taking it for yourself." "Ha ha. Okay. Okay. This is definitely not a problem."
The eldest prince laughed and agreed. As long as he can get this Jinshin, the whole world will be his from now on. So what does Southeast County mean to him? Dafu quickly escaped from Prince Rong's palace, but Erfu remained determined to stay with the seventh princess. He also wanted to protect the safety of the seventh princess, although his cultivation was not considered in the eyes of the eldest prince at all. He's still firmly staying by the seventh princess's side. The eldest prince admires the loyalty of these two servants. The seventh princess then took out another large picture from a secret compartment on the wall, placed the brocade silk in her hand on it, and it was completely pieced together. Now you can see the specific location clearly.
"You won't go to Ji Jisheng to inform you again, will you? I'm warning you. Ji Jisheng can't kill me now, so don't get yourself into trouble,"
the eldest prince said with an uneasy feeling before he left after getting the treasure map.
"Humph. Don't worry. I just want peace. It's best for you and Ji Jisheng to get out of my fiefdom. That's what I want to see most."
The seventh princess said a little listlessly, as if she had lost the treasure map. Also became very disappointed.
"Ha ha. These are not problems. We will go somewhere else for training next time,"
the eldest prince said confidently. At the same time, I felt a little relieved that the seventh princess would not tell the truth, because she was equally jealous of Ji Jishin. It wasn't until the eldest prince walked away that Erfu asked in a low voice,
"Master, Are you really not going to send a message to GZ? If Mr. Situ and Duinmuki make a mistake, won't all their previous efforts be wasted? Well, Ji Jishin is cunning and suspicious, and he will definitely keep an eye on the eldest prince. If I tell him, it will make him suspicious. It's better to believe Mr. Situ and Duanmuchi.
The seventh princess fell on the bed a little tired. He immediately helped her relax with a massage. Not to mention that these two slaves are really die-hard and loyal. Taking advantage of the silence of the night, the eldest prince did not return to his residence, but ran directly to the location marked on the treasure map. He stopped several times along the way to make sure no one was following him before he went on a treasure hunt with confidence. There were still several miles left, but the eldest prince could already feel the strong smell of gentian. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. It seemed that the seventh princess had not lied to him. This was indeed a place where treasures were hidden, and there is no one around. This is really a God-given opportunity. We finally arrived at the treasure place, but this area was full of vibrant gentian scent, and we couldn't even tell the exact location. The eldest prince did not dare to blast away directly. He was afraid of breaking the gentian. He had no choice but to condense the blood axe and transformed it into a long-handled blood axe. It was like opening up wasteland, digging with axe after axe. But the eldest prince's heart was burning. Isn't it just a matter of time?
Hee. Your Highness, what are you looking for? Why did you come here alone and didn't tell me?
Unexpectedly, Ji Jishi's sinister laughter suddenly came from behind.
Master Tianma? I am looking for gentian. I heard that it is hidden here.
The eldest prince was suddenly shocked. He turned around and bowed to salute, and stammered, saying that he must have strong fighting power now. Not Ji Jishin's opponent. So I had to stop honestly.
Hee. It's really good. I couldn't even find it. But you've already found it?
Ji Jisheng had already appeared in front of the eldest prince at this time. He reached out and snatched the treasure map. He looked at it carefully for a while, as if he nodded with satisfaction.
I want to dig it out and offer it to Lord Demon. Really? Well, keep digging. Keep digging. I'll be waiting here. Oh?
Yes. Chapter 785, When Encountering Fire. It becomes clear. The eldest prince is really angry right now, but he didn't dare to attack. Ji Jishi not only stared at him with a sinister smile, but also released a powerful pressure. The eldest prince felt that his consciousness was a little stagnant, which showed that Ji Jishi's cultivation was still much higher than him. While digging, I was worried. Would Ji Jishin kill him? The eldest prince felt uneasy. At the same time, I am also a little angry. Now I am doing hard labor for GZ. When has this dignified king of Yondon ever been so frustrated? Could it be that the seventh princess went to tell Ji Jisheng the secret immediately after he left? Probably not. As soon as he left the qigong of the seventh princess, he ran straight here. If he hadn't been following him early in the morning, he would definitely not be able to keep up with his speed. Ever since they came out of the sinkhole, the relationship between the eldest prince and Ji Jishi has undergone a very subtle change. The eldest prince can also feel that Ji Jishi has begun to doubt himself. Someone should have been watching him for a long time. And this person should be the she-monster saint. His illusion and concealment skills are still very profound. The eldest prince glared fiercely at the human demon saint. But the human demon saint gloated and covered his nose with a handkerchief, as if he disliked the dust raised by the eldest prince digging in the ground, and still cuddled up to Ji Jishin in a charming way. Now he is tired of being by Ji Jisheng's side every day, and he is not afraid of the eldest prince's revenge at all. There is no way. The she-male saint is not only beautiful now, but also good at dancing. The key is to live well. Even GZ couldn't tell whether he was a boy or a girl, and she completely mistook him for a woman. After digging for a while, I didn't expect that I really dug up the famous hall. I heard a dang sound and a huge piece of golden wood appeared below. The eldest prince quickly put away the blood axe and swept away the stain on it with a wave of his hand. On top of the floating soil, I saw that there were words engraved on this piece of sunken gold wood. When it meets gold, it breaks. When it meets wood, it becomes hidden. When it meets water, it melts. When it meets fire, it becomes clear. Ji Jishin also hurriedly came over to figure it out carefully. The previous ones were all easy to understand. But what did it mean to be clear when encountering fire? But what is certain is that there must be treasures underneath this piece of golden wood. Ji Jishin was also secretly glad that he didn't use an ordinary pickaxe or shovel. Otherwise it would break into pieces when it touched gold, and the gentian would have been destroyed. But now that the baby has appeared,
Of course Ji Jixing can't let anyone else get their hands on it. Quick! Release an illusion! I want to collect the treasure myself! Ji Jixing ordered the demon saint. The female saint immediately became a connected environment, not only covering Ji Jixing in it, but also covering the eldest prince in the illusion outside, which did not give him a chance to escape. The female saint and Ji Jixing are in perfect harmony now, and they have already trapped the eldest prince without Ji Jixing opening his mouth. Ji Jixing was the only one in the illusion. He didn't want anyone to see the process of getting the treasure. Maybe there were other treasures? TSK TSK! The dragon energy is pure and full of vitality. God is really helping me. Ji Jixing felt the breath of Jinshin more and more, and his whole body felt full of vitality. After carefully studying the lines of words on the golden wood, Ji Jixing said to himself very uncertainly, "Does it need to be refined with fire to get this Jinshin?" Ji Jixing waved his hand cautiously, and the piece of golden wood was covered with a layer of flames. But it was just ordinary flames. This trick was simply a piece of cake for their cultivation level. I saw that this piece of golden wood began to slowly turn black, and the words on it began to become blurred. Not only that, but the surrounding ground for several feet was also filled with smoke. What's going on? Why does this smell seem familiar? The smell of Jinshin is getting weaker and weaker. GZ looked at everything in front of him in surprise, and suddenly felt a very bad feeling. No! This smells a bit like Zhu Xiaobao's missiles. Not good. Ah! Zhu Xiaobao! How dare you plot against me? Ji Jixing suddenly had an idea, and immediately realized that something was wrong, and wanted to exit this illusion. But it's too late. Boom! There was a dull and huge explosion, followed by a violent explosion and a sky-high fire. This scene was hundreds of times more intense than the explosion scenes we had seen before. Violent explosions and huge fireballs were formed within dozens of feet around Ji Jixing. The flames alone were dozens of feet high. This scene also appeared in later movies. In order to deal with Ji Jixing, Zhu Xiaobao also tried his best to plant hundreds of bags of explosives here, and there were several layers up and down. Of course, this so-called Jinshin was also made by Zhu Xiaobao in order to seduce Ji Jixing. It was actually 2 pieces of Jinshin essence, condensed by the 19th princess. The words on the golden wood were made up by Zhu Xiaobao. The treasure map of the 7th princess was also given to the 7th princess by Zhu Xiaobao in advance. The careful planning finally had a miraculous effect, and Ji Jixing was blown up into the air dozens of feet high. His whole body had become as black as coke, and it was so black, fortunately, because GZ wanted to take the treasure for himself. He saved the eldest prince, the human demon saint, and the 19th saint. They were far away, but they were also bombed to pieces. But what is surprising is that Ji Jixing did not die after falling from a high altitude. His body was bruised and bruised, but he could still stand up. It seems that the half-demon body is still very strong. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and Jumei, as well as Zhu Rong and Princess 19 all appeared. Jumei jumped out of the ground and hit Ji Jixing with a golden armor hammer. Boom! There was a dull sound of a heavy blow. Ji Jixing was seriously injured this time. Jumei's full blow was no joke. Ji Jixing immediately flew backwards several dozen feet away, and it took him a long time to get up. This time, he really couldn't hold on any longer. Your Highness! If you don't take action, all of us will die here. Ji Jixing couldn't care less at this time and screamed at the eldest prince. At this time, Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and the 19th princess had already used the Yuanong sword's footwork surrounding GZ. The strange footwork did not make it difficult for GZ to adapt to it for a while, so he could only rely on his cultivation. Because of the profoundness, he suddenly dodges left and right, and is in a state of embarrassment. At this time, the female saint was desperately trying to save GZ like crazy. He was now completely in love with GZ, and he acted particularly crazy. At this time, the illusion of the human monster saint had no effect at all, because Jumei's tortoiseback shield stretched out underground. Ji Jixing's whereabouts were clearly sensed by Jumei, and relying on the telepathy with Jumei, Zhu Xiaobao connected 3 times in a row. He used his special kill technique and hit Ji Jixing hard in succession. But Ji Jixing's cultivation level was still higher than the others. He was able to resist the first 2 special kill techniques, but the 3rd time, he could no longer dodge it. He went to get it, because Jumei cooperated with Zhu Xiaobao and launched an attack from the ground. Ji Jixing looked at one thing and missed the other, and finally one of his arms was cut off by Zhu Xiaobao, and Ji Jixing's right foot was also broken by the huge golden armor hammer. And he screamed in pain. In the midst of all kinds of crises, he actually used the celestial magic statue. Although this celestial magic statue was nondescript, it was tall and terrifying in appearance. A pair of blood axes exploded violently, sending Zhu Xiaobao and others flying away, far away. And at the same time, they all used the divine beast form, so they could compete with it. Ji Jisheng's magical appearance lasted only a short time, and it began to dissipate after a while. But at this time, Zhu Xiaobao also made a mistake and asked Yumei to hunt down the eldest prince. Didn't he promise the seventh princess that he would try his best to kill the eldest prince? Originally, the eldest prince seemed to have taken advantage of Ji Jishen's siege to escape. Unexpectedly, Yumei's earth escape technique left him nowhere to hide. Seeing Yumei coming after her, the eldest prince had no choice but to fight with Yumei desperately. What Yumei didn't expect was that the eldest prince showed strong fighting power. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was still able to resist Yumei. However, under Yumei's continuous heavy blows, the eldest prince was still a little bit. It's too much to bear. His cultivation is far worse than Yumei. Seeing that he was about to be hammered to death by Yumei, possessed by a demon, the eldest prince finally couldn't bear it any longer, and he actually condensed the celestial magic aspect. His celestial magic aspect was much more orthodox than Ji Jisheng's, and it was also more lifelike. At the same time, a huge blood axe struck at Yumei. Damn it! This is the real form of heavenly demon Jiu. Yumei, get out of the way! Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong and the 19th princess were all shocked when they saw it. No one expected that the eldest prince could actually use the magic form of heavenly demon Jiu. Magic phase. Oh! Oops! It's too late! Yumei was also shocked when she saw it. She couldn't dodge it this time. She made a fierce move, and the turtle-back shield spontaneously protected her body, and the golden armor hammer hit her face. With a shocking loud noise, Yumei was directly hit to the ground and disappeared. The eldest prince also vomited a mouthful of blood, and his magical appearance began to disappear. However, with a wave of his hand, a strong and necessary aura still shook Zhu Xiaobao and everyone back. When everyone calmed down, they discovered that Ji Shishi had already escaped under the protection of the human demon saint. The human demon saint also tried his best. 3 consecutive illusions made everyone unable to sense the trace of Ji Shishi. The eldest prince also took advantage of the strong wind just now and fled desperately. But no one dared to chase him. After all, he didn't know if he had the ability to use the magic of heaven again. Yumei! Yumei! At this time, Zhu Xiaobao and others no longer cared about chasing Ji. They all ran to the place where Yumei disappeared just now, shouting desperately. From Zhu Xiaobao's induction, Yumei's aura was very strong. Weak. He must have been seriously injured. Fortunately, after a while, Yumei climbed out of the ground with difficulty, for ribs were broken. Her sternum and shoulder bones were shattered. The golden armor hammer had been deformed, and there was a huge crack in the turtle shield. The demon snake, little demon, that had been following Yumei was also injured. It had tried its best to help Yumei share some of the damage, but now it was also sluggish. I didn't expect that after planning carefully for so long. I still couldn't kill GZE. It's all my fault. If I had ignored the eldest prince, the result like this wouldn't have happened. Zhu Xiaobao blamed himself regretfully. No. We should be considered a miserable victory. Ji Jisheng and the others suffered greater damage. Zhu Rong said calmly at this time. Why? Zhu Xiaobao asked a little surprised. Ji Jisheng was seriously injured, and the eldest prince also exposed his secret. Didn't you notice that they escaped in the same direction? Zhu Rong nodded firmly. But my eldest baby is seriously injured. I feel so distressed. Zhu Xiaobao held Yumei in his arms and said distressfully. I'm fine. Give me 1 Gentian essence. No. 2 Gentian essence and I'll be fine. Huh? 2 essence of Gentian. You know how to choose the right time. Chapter 786. Sisters Reunited. No one thought that Yumei would take the opportunity to rip off people, but everyone felt relieved at this time. Although Yumei's injuries were serious, they were not fatal. With her physical fitness, she could recover quickly. And this time her 2 inherited treasures were not as badly damaged as last time, and they only needed to be slowly warmed up to recover. Yumei! Now you are starting to follow his bad example. Do you know that it took me nearly a month to refine the 2 essence of Gentian? Princess 19 teased with her finger, he said while stroking Yumei's forehead. Indeed, it will take a long time for the 19th princess to refine a
Gentian essence now. And the most important thing is that each Gentian essence will consume the energy within a radius of several hundred miles. The vegetation is full of vitality. So this Gentian essence is a very heaven-defying treasure.
Okay. Jumei takes the most credit this time. No request is too much.
Zhu Rong was still talking to Nini as usual. But she also knew that the 19th princess was joking with Jumei.
Huh? We seem to have neglected someone. Where is the 19th saint?
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly thought of the 19th saint and asked with a frown.
I seem to have sensed that she was hiding in another direction. It is neither the direction where Ji Jisheng escaped nor the direction where the eldest prince escaped. It seems that she wants to stay out of the matter now, and no one will be offended.
Princess 19 pointed to the east. Said the face.
Forget it. She also has her scruples. It's a bit difficult for her to follow Ji Jisheng and provide us with clues. It seems that she still doesn't expect us to win in today's battle. Let her go.
Zhu Ronghe nodded and said softly. In fact, none of them have a good impression of Jiuyin Holy Lord. And Jiuyin Holy Lord's current cultivation in martial arts do not pose a threat to them. So they don't care much.
Well, even if she wants to stay out of the matter, she may not be able to do so.
Zhu Xiaobao frowned and murmured. He suddenly remembered what happened to the great Lord Ice and Fire, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. But he didn't say it out loud at this time. There is another thing that makes Zhu Xiaobao even more depressed. Ji Jisheng's severed arm is missing. He doesn't know whether he picked it back up by himself, or was picked up by the eldest prince, or was picked up by Jiu Jisheng. Maybe Yin Xingzuan took it away. That is an arm of the half-demon body, which is quite useful for these demon cultivators. If Ji Jishi really picked him up, he would probably pick him up again. If the eldest prince gets it, he can refine it, and his cultivation level will skyrocket. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Zhu Xiaobao and others. The situation at that time was critical, and they were knocked upside down by the shock. Who would have the heart to pay attention to this detail? It didn't take long for the 7th princess to arrive with her personal guards. Duan Muqi and Hachitu also came with their people. This was all agreed in advance. If they heard the explosion, they would immediately lead them. Let's meet here. Even if it fails, I will take the 7th princess back to the Western King's fief. Situ Bufan and Duan Muqi were both prepared. Of course, even the people in Southeast County felt such a big movement and thought there was an earthquake somewhere. The 7th princess came quickly with 5,000 followers. And beside her were 2 great eunuchs, Dafu and Erfu. The 7th princess was expecting and fearing in her heart. She was afraid that this time Zhu Xiaobao and the others would fail, and she would have no choice but to follow Zhu Xiaobao and flee to the 19th princess for refuge. But she really couldn't bear to part with her fiefdom. What made the 7th princess a little relieved was that on the way, she met Duan Muqi and Hachitu, who were also rushing to the scene of the incident with their manpower. Seeing Duan Muqi's calm expression, the 7th princess felt more at ease.
Ha ha! Princess, don't worry. The loud noise just now means that Zhu Xiaobao has been 90% successful. No, this is a telescope. You can take a look at the situation there first,
Duan Muqi said with a calm smile.
Huh? What kind of treasure is this? Can you see so far away? If this is used to lead troops in war, wouldn't it give you an advantage?
The 7th princess stopped her horse and looked carefully for a while with the telescope Duan Muqi had brought up. The recovery was not far away, and she actually saw Zhu Xiaobao, Jumei and others. And at the same time, she recognized Princess 19 among them at a glance. He couldn't help but ask in surprise.
Ha ha! This was also developed by Zhu Xiaobao. When your naval forces suffered successive defeats, it was largely at the expense of this baby. This thing is called a telescope.
Old God Duan Muqi said with a smile. He was not surprised at all by the 7th princess's reaction. He had the same reaction at the beginning.
Humph. No wonder you went to seek refuge with 19th sister. You already knew about this baby. Right.
The 7th princess asked angrily.
The 7th princess has been wronged. When I escaped from Southeast County, I just wanted to find Zhu Xiaobao. And I didn't work for the 19th princess at the beginning. I just settled in Lingyu Mountain.
Duan Muqi smiled helplessly. Tao, women's thoughts are very strange. A small thing can be associated with other very important things.
Forget it. I won't argue with you anymore. Anyway, now that 19th sister and I have reconciled, it's time for you to consider returning to Southeast County. Anyway, at least let me keep Situbufan.
The 7th princess sighed. She said with a breath. In fact, What she showed was that she regretted driving away Duanmuchi. And now she just expressed it in this way.
This has to be decided by the 19th princess.
Duanmuchi and Situbufan looked at each other and said a little unnaturally. They both stayed because of Zhu Xiaobao. In fact, they didn't really want to do anything for either one. Serve the prince. The further we walked, the clearer we saw it. Sure enough, among the chaos, all Xiaobao and the others were safe and sound. Only Jumei was leaning against a big tree, doing exercises to heal her injuries. The surrounding area of 100 feet was shattered by the explosion, which made everyone stunned. What a powerful explosion it was. The deep pit in the middle was dozens of feet wide. The 7th princess and the 19th princess finally met. And they both looked at each other and stood motionless.
Well, my little sister has met the 7th sister?
Finally, it was the 19th princess who spoke first and saluted.
I've seen the king of the West 1,000 years old. 19th sister, I didn't expect you to be such a big deal now.
The 7th princess returned the gift with some embarrassment and said with some sigh.
No matter what happens, we are still good sisters. You are still your honorable King Chitos. You are still my 7th sister? My little sister has never dared to forget the kindness of helping me in the imperial city.
Princess 19th at this time. He smiled and took the initiative to hold the 7th princess's arm, acting very affectionately.
Well, Sister 19, I won't compete with you for the throne. But I just want to continue taking care of my Southeast County. What do you think?
The 7th princess asked in a low voice with a pleading tone.
Of course. Southeast County is yours to begin with. You don't care who is in charge of it? No one else can manage Southeast County.
Princess 19 said with a sweet smile. At this moment, the two of them reached a certain agreement in their hearts. Such a tacit understanding made both of them relieved. On the way back, they made a great noise and drove away Ji Jishan and the eldest prince. The 7th princess suddenly felt that she was the true master of Southeast County again. 2 orders were passed in succession, and the gates of the royal city in Southeast County were opened wide, with clean water splashed on the streets, and civil and military ministers greeted him. The 2 princesses entered Prince Rong's mansion hand in hand. The civil and military ministers under King Rong were a little confused. This was the 19th princess, who was famous all over the world. But why did the West King Chitos suddenly appear here? Moreover, he seemed to be very close to the 7th princess. What surprised everyone even more was that the one behind him turned out to be Duanmuchi. Isn't this the great strategist wanted by the 7th princess? But what is puzzling is, where is General Ji Jishing? Didn't you just come to Southeast County the day before yesterday? Why is it missing now? Many of Ji Jishing's direct descendants were looking around, feeling uneasy. They already had a premonition that something was not good.
Humph. No need to look for it. I called you here because I have 2 things to announce. First, Ji Jishing has plotted something evil. He has been kicked out of Southeast County for the following offenses. Second, as long as those who used to cling to Ji Jishin changed their behavior. Xian, you have devoted all your energy and dedication to my Southeast County, and I don't have to hold you accountable. Okay, you all, please step aside.
The 7th princess regained her aura as the king of Rome, and hummed domineeringly.
Yes, I'm resigning.
Everyone quickly bowed and retreated. As soon as they came out, they were all gathered together in groups, discussing in a panic. The officials who were promoted by Ji Jisheng were even more ashen-faced, and they were in panic all day long. Even if they wanted to escape now, it was impossible. Sure enough, a banquet was being arranged in Prince Rong's mansion, and Dafu Erfu and others had already begun to take action. Zhao Ming's 20,000 soldiers had already surrounded the royal city in Southeast County. The homes of more than 300 officials were raided overnight. These were all promoted by Ji Jishing and were completely his lackeys. They were all copied and executed. The 7th princess is also quite ruthless. Of course, those civil and military ministers who were forced by the situation to turn to Ji Jishing just ignored it and would not be held accountable. Otherwise, the 7th princess may not have anyone available for her. This banquet can be said to be the most enjoyable one the 7th princess has had in recent years. Not only were the dishes fresh and varied, but most importantly, she was in a good mood and finally got out of her bad breath. But Ji Jishing is not dead, which is also a worry in the 7th princess's heart. The 19th princess thought further. She held up her wine glass with a smile and asked,
7th sister, now that Ji Jishin has been driven away, what should happen to the 36 islands in the southeast? To be honest, The 36 islands in the southeast are now occupied by Ji Jisheng's men. It may not be easy to get them to give up their resistance. Their naval force is not weak. The seventh princess said, a little embarrassed. In the past few years, there is no substantial development in her navy. On the contrary, the strength of the navy in the 36 islands in the southeast is constantly increasing. This has become a scabies disease for the seventh princess. You don't get any benefits, and you have to spend a lot of money to feed these people every year. Yes, I have already thought of this. I will unite with the naval forces of the Purple Ray Kingdom and strive to pacify the 36 islands in the southeast in a short time. Then I will leave it to the seventh sister. How about it? Princess 19 asked calmly. This, Chapter 787, The Mystery of Heavenly Magic. The seventh princess couldn't help but feel surprised and happy after hearing what the 19th princess said. Is there such a good thing? I can take back the 36 islands in the southeast without using a single soldier, and put them under my control? But the seventh princess thought about it further, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was not a good thing. This showed that the 19th princess did not regard her as an opponent at all. In other words, she just let her take charge. 16 islands. That is to say, the southeast county could also be wiped out easily. Although he is still the king of honor, he probably has to pay half of the annual taxes and resources. Of course that's the best. But is the 19th sister sure that she can regain the 36 islands in the southeast? The seventh princess was still a little unwilling and asked tentatively. She hoped that the 19th princess would ask her to send troops as well, at least to explain herself. Still capable, although she has made a promise to give up the throne. The seventh princess is still a little unwilling and a little unconvinced. This is also a very strange mentality. No need. Those naval forces of yours are of no use. We have fought against Jijishi, and their warships have been improved a lot. Don't worry. We will regain the 36 islands in the southeast this time, and the losses will not be great. The 19th princess knew about the seventh princess's little thoughts, and thought that the seventh princess really wanted to help. So she said confidently, "Then I'll wait and see." The seventh princess said, a little aggrieved, but it was hard to show it on the surface. But then today, the seventh princess began to secretly rejoice that she didn't force herself to show off, because the navy led by Tong Wuxing is really invincible. This time the three auspicious treasures, the colorful boats, and the black-wind evil spirits are all here. They are really invincible. Moreover, the disappearance of Ji Jishan has also made the troops on the 36 islands in the southeast unstable. Many islands have already surrendered without even fighting. There were only a dozen islands that resisted, but they were all killed by the men and horses led by Tong Wuxing in just 3 days. Standing on the flagship of the 19th princess, the 7th princess used a telescope to watch the scene of the Tong Wuxing team's attack. Only then did she realize that her naval power was far inferior to that of the 19th princess. This attack was so violent. The ground artillery fire has already gained half the advantage. Looking at the configuration of the 19th princess's warship, they are all super powerful long-range hard crossbows, with gunpowder on the arrows, and long-distance battles rely on naval guns. In close combat, after a few rounds of volleys, the opponent's warship was on fire. Moreover, all of them are medium-sized warships, which are fast and flexible. These warships cooperate with each other tacitly. Almost 2 warships can destroy one of the opponent's large warships. Moreover, by choosing to fight during the day, Tong Wuxing and the others also had an absolute advantage in field of vision. The leading warships were equipped with telescopes. When the opponent could not clearly see the situation, they were already looking at the opponent's situation. It's clear. This is simply bullying the other party. Now the 7th princess finally understands why she was so completely defeated by the 19th princess in the past few battles. She only got a beating. There were almost no casualties on Princess 19's side. The warships on the opposite side were already jumping off the warships one after another like dumplings. They couldn't do it without jumping. After several rounds of volleys, the warships were full of fire. The 36 islands in the southeast were recaptured by the 19th princess in such a devastating manner. The 7th princess sat aside a little dazed. It took her 5 years to recover the 36 islands, while the 19th princess took 5 days. The difference was not that big. Countless warships were seized, as well as countless gold and silver properties. Even the 7th princess was amazed that these officials guarding the 36 islands could amass so much wealth. Together, these treasures are more than her treasury. The 7th princess was so angry that she almost cursed. Fortunately, the 19th princess did not covet the money, but gave all of it to the 7th princess,
so that she could quickly improve the situation in Southeast County. Now the development of Southeast County has long since stagnated, and taxes have also increased by several percent. The common people life is not stable. Today's Southeast County is not even as prosperous as Shiyuan City. Zhu Xiaobao took the 19th Princess Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei to the Dragon Island specially out of curiosity. The 7th Princess also followed. What they were most concerned about was the sinkhole. Although the essence of Time Moji's body had been completely absorbed, entering the sinkhole still made people feel suppressed. This shows that the original cultivation level of Time Moji was quite terrifying. And Zhu Rong's Suzaku sword has been used automatically, because it is fused with the dragon-slaying sword. So it jumped out as soon as it felt the breath of the demon Jiu. Zhu Xiaobao was not surprised. He waved his hand, and held the vermilion bird sword in his hand. Only then did the sword become stable.
What a huge skeleton! This is the place where Ji Jixing and the others cultivated their demon body. It was indeed left behind by the demonic Jiu. If the essence of the skeleton hadn't been absorbed, none of us would be able to enter this sinkhole.
Zhu Xiaobao looked from a distance. This half of the skeleton is so big that they look very small standing on it. This half of the skeleton is now like a fossil. But there is a big hole in the chest. And there is a lot of powder underneath, which looks very weird.
What is this? Something has happened? This should be the heart.
Everyone walked to the chest of the skeleton and saw a layer of gray-black underneath with a hint of scarlet powder, and asked in confusion. At this moment, the scarlet color among the powder began to glow faintly, and everyone immediately felt a very repulsive pressure. The Suzaku sword in Zhu Xiaobao's hand suddenly kept beating, and a shallow sword energy appeared on the surface of the blade. Zhu Xiaobao used his knife to swipe across the pair of powders, and saw the little bits of scarlet light being sucked up by the Suzaku knife. A sizzling sound came out from the knife's surface. After a while, this piece of scarlet light completely disappeared. The Suzaku sword also automatically returned to Zhu Rong's body, as if it had taken a tonic. Zhu Rong, on the other hand, was surprised and happy. In just a short time, the quality of this knife has improved a lot. Now it seems to be digesting the scarlet light and acting lazily.
You said that the eldest prince was suddenly able to use the magical form of the demon Jiu, and it was more orthodox than Ji Jixing's. Could it be because something happened at the entrance of the cave?
Zhu Xiaobao ignored the Suzaku sword and just lowered his voice. He started to connect all the things. Because although Ji Jixing and the eldest prince were driven away this time, the battle situation at that time was so unexpected. No one expected that the eldest prince would actually display the magic of the demon dove. It should be said that the reason why Ji Jixing was able to escape was largely because of the eldest prince. After he used the magic form, his fighting power was so terrifying that even his huge beauty could not block his blow.
Oh! I remembered that when the eldest brother came to my place and wanted to molest me, he accidentally knocked out all the candles in the room, and a light ball appeared on his chest, which was amber. She looked very panicked, and said it was just a technique he used.
The 7th princess suddenly shouted loudly at this time. But when she mentioned that she was molested by the eldest prince, she felt a little embarrassed, and her face turned red immediately.
I understand. Although I don't know what it is, I can be sure that the eldest brother has received unexpected benefits here. But Ji Jixing doesn't know it. Alas, it would be great if the great venerable Wu Wei were here. He is very knowledgeable about this aspect. She knows a lot about the situation.
The 19th princess didn't pay attention to the 7th princess's embarrassment. In fact, almost everyone knew about the 7th princess's trivial matter.
Well, I didn't expect that things are getting more and more complicated now. And there is an unstable factor like the eldest prince. This is really annoying,
Zhu Xiaobao said in a bad mood.
Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. Aren't they already separated? Maybe we can still reap the benefits,
Zhu Rong said with a slight smile. Of course she knew that this matter was not good news. But she knew how to comfort Zhu Xiaobao. This was Zhu Rong's greatest strength.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe Ji Jixing will fight for the treasure on the eldest prince's chest. And the two of them will fight. Ha ha. Yes, you are the smartest.
Zhu Xiaobao suddenly turned from worry to joy. Except for the Tianqing. Zhu Rong burned the Tianqing to ashes with a burst of Suzaku flames. There were no other abnormal conditions before he ordered people to fill up the Tianqing. We also plan to build a demon-suppressing tower here. In addition to the Tianqing, everyone came to Ji Jixing's newly built general's mansion. Everyone was amazed here. Unexpectedly, Ji Jixing's general's mansion was even more magnificent than the 7th princess's palace, with carved beams and paintings inside. The pillars are magnificent and resplendent. It seems that Ji Jishin intends to stay here permanently. But he didn't expect that within a few days of staying here, the general's mansion would already change hands. Just when everyone was still marveling, Tong Wuxin led his guards in with murderous intent. As soon as he saw the seventh princess, he shouted loudly and asked,
Xia Zerong, are you the instigator of the assassination of Zhao Shenlong?
Wuxin?
The seventh princess was stunned for a moment. And then she immediately recognized Tong Wuxin. Weren't Tong Wuxin and Duan Muki both his subordinates back then? Tong Wuxin is still her biggest contributor to the victory over Jialong Island.
How bold. How dare you be powerless against King Rong Qiantai?
Dafu Erfa next to the seventh princess immediately stood up and yelled loudly.
Tell me, did you instigate this plan?
Tong Wuxin ignored Dafu and Erfu at all, and still stared at the seventh princess fiercely, questioning loudly. She had been staring at him for several years, just thinking that one day she could avenge Zhao Shenlong.
Wuxin, I know this,
the seventh princess said hesitantly, but she didn't know how to explain it.
General Tong, this matter was not instigated by Chitos, but planned and instigated by Ji Jishin. I am ashamed to say that although it was instigated by Ji Jishin, the specific arrangements were completed by me. I went to find those pirates.
Unexpectedly, Wu Xuanzai next to him took the initiative to come out and explain to Tong Wuxin.
Then risk your life.
Tong Wuxin shouted fiercely, reaching out and pulling out the sword from his waist. Chapter 788, Entering the Imperial City A. Seeing Tong Wuxin pull out the sword, the two eunuchs of the seventh princess, Dafu and Erfu, immediately stopped. They only had their master in their hearts. Now that Ji Jishin had been driven away and the 36 islands in the southeast had been recovered, the seventh princess could he as the real owner of this place. So the two eunuchs stepped forward, pinched Orchid's fingertips and shouted,
How brave! How dare you act arrogantly to our master?
Although these two eunuchs were no match for Ji Jishin and the eldest prince, they were more than enough to deal with Tong Wuxin. After all, Tong Wuxin's cultivation was only at the level of a great martial artist. In the blink of an eye, the sword in his hand was removed by Dafu Erfa. Got it!
You two stand down. Who told you to take action?
The seventh princess immediately shouted back the two eunuchs, and then said to Tong Wuxin,
Although Ji Jishin was the mastermind behind this incident, I can't escape the blame. Wuxin, if you really want to kill me, just do it. You deserve to die for doting on a villain like Ji Jishin.
Tong Wuxin shouted angrily.
But she couldn't do it. When the seventh princess regained Jialong Island, she helped her kill the pirate leader Tongjiu for her own. The biological mother took her revenge. Speaking of which, the seventh princess was still kind to her. Of course, Tong Wuxin was also angry for a moment when he wanted to kill Wu Xuanzai. After all, Wu Xuanzai can now stand up and explain the truth, which can be regarded as a bit responsible. In fact, this is just acting. The seventh princess predicts that so many people will definitely not let Tong Wuxin kill her. But Wu Xuanzai is determined to give it a try. Now that he wants to regain the seventh princess's recognition, of course he must show something. I'm sure Tong Wuxin wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of so many people. As for what he said was all planned by Ji Jishin. It is somewhat watery.
Unintentional. Although the seventh princess made some mistakes, there is always a wrongdoer and a debtor. And the real enemy is Ji Jishin. Besides, the seventh princess is still kind to you. So let's consider it a clean slate.
Duan Muki stood up from the side and said, She is the founder of Duanmu Shilong, and Tong Wuxin is like her daughter. At this time, he has to stand up. Of course, he does not want the seventh princess to step down.
Sir! Shenlong died so miserably, and Shenhu also lost an arm.
Tong Wuxin suddenly threw himself in front of Duanmu Qi and burst into tears. In fact, from the beginning of the attack on southeast on the 36 islands, Tong Wuxin was already ready to attack the seventh princess. But he didn't expect that the mastermind behind the scenes was Ji Jishin. And she was indeed unwilling to do anything to the seventh princess.
Well, Sister Wuxin, killing GZ is not your fault alone. We all hate GZ. Don't worry. I promise to kill GZ and avenge Brother Zhao.
Zhu Xiaobao also said solemnly on the side. The two elder sisters, Tong Wuxin and Yi Qihong, are still quite important in Zhu Xiaobao's heart. And they are no worse than their own sisters.
Wu Xian. If I have the chance, I would like to pay homage to Zhao Shenlong's tomb. After all, This incident was caused by my negligence and fault.
The seventh princess also acted very sincerely. Of course, she really regretted it. Duanmu Xialong did a lot of things for her. But it was Ji Jisheng's instigation that led to Duanmu Qi leaving Southeast County and Zhao Shenlong's tragic death. Even if this matter was solved, the seventh princess began to worry next. Although the 36 islands in the southeast were recovered, she could not find the manpower to take over and manage them. Everyone in her fiefdom was now very busy, having killed and deposed so many officials at once. Now is the most critical moment. And now that so many surrendered soldiers have been brought back, these people cannot be reused for the time being and need to be dispersed and assigned to various units. Now there is no strength in the 36 islands in the southeast. It is known that the 7th princess realized at this time that even though the 19th princess handed over the 36 southeast islands to him, she could not swallow them at all.
Mr. Situ, Mr. Duanmu, can you please give me some advice? How to take over the 36 islands in the southeast? And who should be sent there?
The 7th princess finally had no choice but to ask the 2 military advisors for advice. It's like discussing with the 19th princess. Now that Yang Beatty's pirates have not been completely wiped out, the waters around the 36 islands in the southeast cannot be said to be peaceful. These pirates are elusive and very familiar with the geographical environment. They are definitely formidable opponents.
I think let Tong Wuxin be responsible for the security of the 36 islands in the southeast. She is very familiar with the sea here and has rich experience in dealing with those pirates. Then pair her with the Black Wind Demon and 50,000 elites. The Navy! It's enough to maintain the security of the 36 southeast islands. 7th sister, you can rest assured to restore and develop the southeast county. Now the southeast county needs a stable and peaceful environment.
The 19th princess has what she wants. And what she wants is the 7th princess with this sentence. Her idea was to let the 7th princess give up the 36 islands in the southeast. In this way, the 7th princess guarding her fiefdom is equivalent to being surrounded by the 19th princess. And there is no way she can have any intentions.
Okay. According to what 19th sister said, please don't worry about it,
the 7th princess said a little bitterly. She also knew that the 36 southeast islands no longer belonged to her, and she couldn't take care of it. After all, the Zeroi kingdom to the east is also on the side of the 19th princess, and she has figured it out now. She just wants to guard her fiefdom. Being able to be her honored king safely is already the best result. In Ji Jishen's general's mansion, another unexpected discovery was that a considerable number of King Wen's wives, concubines and talented women were still kept in captivity, with the number only 1/3 of the original number. As soon as they saw Zhu Rong, they could not help but hold her arms and cry loudly. They were able to regain a new life. The reason why these people were able to survive was because they still had some good looks. Sometimes Ji Jisheng was very elegant and would even talk to her. They come to recite poems, compose poems and play games. Or it can be used as a gift to win over subordinates and give to others. In fact, I live in fear every day. Maybe one day I will be given away. It would be better if it was sent to a normal person. But if it was unlucky and sent to the eldest prince, it would be the result of being eaten alive.
Well, sisters, since I have been rescued, I will never give up on you. Now King Wen is no longer here. I think so. I am planning to set up a school, so you can go teach. There is no need to worry about your original identity. If you find someone you like in the future, you can start a new life.
Zhu Rong thought for a while, and immediately thought of Zhu Xuba's plan to build a school. These people also happen to have someone who could use their skills. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Otherwise, these people would be helpless and easily taken advantage of. After all, their identities are quite special.
Don't worry. No one here will dare to bully them anymore.
The 7th princess also said a little guiltily. She felt more guilty towards King Wen than Tong Wuxin. King Wen was killed by Ji Jishen, and the 7th princess was not able to meet him until the end. Therefore, towards King Wen, the 7th princess felt very guilty. It's a pity that King Wen's son Ji has been killed long ago, and now only 2 daughters are left. He doesn't want the 7th princess, but in the end, he is willing to stay with Tong Wuxin and be responsible for taking care of the 36 islands in the southeast. Many things. In fact, on the way back to Southeast County, the 7th princess felt quite ashamed. She didn't expect that she had offended so many people without knowing it. It can be seen from the eyes of these people that they all have no favorable impressions of the 7th princess. I thought that King Rongchitos was deeply loved by his people and respected by all the people. But I didn't expect that this honor can only be seen on the 19th princess now. Because a series of new measures for reform and development in Southeast County have begun to go. Although Situbufa Nung and Duanmu Chi did not agree to stay in Southeast County as special advisors, they used a series of management and development measures for the Shiwang fiefdom in Southeast County. Many of the measures had immediate results and could be used immediately. Let the common people benefit. And with the practical experience of the Western King's fiefdom, the implementation is now very smooth. Of course, this is also due to the thunderous methods of the 7th princess in the early stage, which killed and dismissed a large number of corrupt officials. Now Southeast County has begun to appear a new atmosphere. What's even more exaggerated is that Zhu Xiubao's chain store has started to auction quotas again. This time, there is no need to mobilize. The merchants and wealthy households are rushing to bid for the quotas. The 4 counties, under the 7th princess, have a total of 400 quotas in a short period of time. It was sold out within 3 days.
Take a look. Freshly baked fried stinky tofu. 5 copper coins per skewer. Don't miss it if you pass by.
Zhu Xiaobao was shouting vigorously at a roadside stall. He changed into a waiter, wearing a small green cloth hat and a smile on his face. He was very busy. There are 2 heavyweights nearby. One is the 7th princess and the other is Duanmu Chi. These 2 people are also wearing casual clothes and are helping Zhu Xiaobao.
Don't miss it when you're passing by. Authentic Shijua roasted mutton. Tender and delicious. 5 copper coins per skewer.
Hachitu was also shouting from across the street. He was fighting with Zhu Xiaobao. But Hachitu was really thinking in his heart. I was very depressed. My own mutton was genuine, and I only bought it for 5 copper coins. But Zhu Xiuba's stinky tofu was so cheap that it actually cost 5 copper coins. The key is that there is a long queue at Zhu Xiuba's place. But it is not that popular here.
Ha ha! To tell you the truth, half of the people queuing up here were arranged by me. Some people have queued up several times.
Faced with Hachitu's question, Zhu Xiaobao looked around with a stern look, and then whispered said,
You are cheating! It's a very despicable method. I'm going to sue you.
Hachitu shouted angrily.
What are you arguing about? Where are you going to complain? The people who have the final say here are also trying to help me.
Zhu Xiaobao snorted with disdain.
Hack you! Who helped you? I came here to experience the people's sentiments. And I saw you cheating when I came here.
The 7th princess suddenly shouted in anger.
Ha 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 ha. Okay. Let's go to the backyard to have a drink. By the way, we can also try the delicious snacks baked by ourselves.
Duanmu Chi said with a smile. To be honest, every time he can be with Zhu Xiaobao in the market, it's quite fun to experience the true meaning of life in this way. At first, he was very repulsive. But now, he likes such a real life more and more. He now understands why Zhu Xiaobao is not willing to be the emperor, but prefers to live among ordinary people. The 7th princess also found it quite new and exciting. But she had another purpose for her trip. She wanted to find out the truth. It turns out that although the 19th princess and others have not interfered with the power of the 7th princess in Southeast County, it has been half a month, and they have no intention of leaving. Although the 19th princess lives here, Ji Jishen will definitely not dare to come back. But the 7th princess has no intention of leaving. The princess still felt a little uneasy. After all, this was her own fiefdom. She didn't understand why the 19th princess still stayed in Southeast County.
Huh? 7th sister? You don't know?
Zhu Xiaobao acted more surprised than the 7th princess and asked with his eyes wide open.
What do you know? Is 19th sister leaving? Leaving Southeast County? Yes. I will leave Southeast County the day after tomorrow. But I won't go back to the Western King's fiefdom. Huh? Then where is she going? Enter the Imperial City. Huh?
Chapter 789. Entering the Imperial City B. The 7th princess's brain is a little short-circuited. What is the 19th princess doing in the Imperial City now? Don't you have to wait until all the forces vying for the throne have been pacified before you can enter the Imperial City? Even if the 7th princess no longer intends to fight with the 19th princess, there is still His Highness 6th in the north. Seeing the confused look on the 7th princess's face, Duanmu Chi smiled awkwardly and said,
Ha ha! The situation is urgent now. We feel it is necessary to sit in the Imperial City and give orders to the world, so that we can control all forces in a timely manner to prevent Ji Jisheng from being here. Daxia is in chaos. Oh! How many people are there now in 19th sister?
The 7th princess still didn't believe it, and was even worried that the 19th princess would ask her to borrow troops. Only a few hundred people came to Southeast County this time. Tong Wuxin had 50,000 sailors under his command. But they were pacifying pirates on the 36 islands in the southeast. At this moment, Wu Xuanzai, the great counselor under the 7th princess, and Xiao Ming, the new general, hurried over. But when they saw Duanmuki and Zhu Xiaobao, they seemed a little embarrassed to speak.
Ha ha! Have Princess 19's troops arrived? Are they going to disembark from the port?
Duanmuchi asked with a calm smile.
Yes, exactly. Chateaus, Princess 19's troop transport has arrived at the port, and 200,000 soldiers are about to disembark.
Zhao Ming asked hesitantly.
What? You just came to report such a big thing now? Duanmuki, is this your idea again?
The 7th princess suddenly became furious, and at the same time, she was also very annoyed with the 19th princess's behavior. This is obviously not taking her seriously. If these 200,000 soldiers land and attack their own fiefdom, it will be a disaster. So of course, the 7th princess was very angry.
Actually, this matter was indeed a bit rushed, because we were not sure when these soldiers would arrive. We didn't have time to discuss it with Chateaus.
Duanmuki also said a little embarrassed. In fact, this matter was what Princess 19 meant. Speaking of which, the initiators of this incident were Duanmuchi and Situ Bufan. These two people were very sophisticated. Under the current situation, there was no need to follow any tradition. The time was ripe now. Even if there was still His Highness the 6th Prince Shengwang, they were already there is no stopping the 19th princess from ascending to the throne. So the two of them suggested entering the imperial city directly. This made the 19th princess very excited. Yes, who can stop her from ascending to the throne now? So the 19th princess decided to move into the imperial city immediately. But her approach was a bit extreme. She wanted to enter the imperial city from Southeast County and Shiwang County at the same time. So she sent a letter to Shiyuan City to transport 200,000 soldiers to Southeast County using troop ships. But she did not discuss it with the 7th princess. Her intention was to make the 7th princess understand her status and completely surrender. Duanmuchi and Situ Bufan both disapproved of the 19th princess's approach, which was a bit too domineering. But the 19th princess had a tough attitude. When Zhu Xiaobao found out about this, he also felt that something was wrong. But the 19th princess had her own reasons for doing this, in order to make the 7th princess completely give up the idea of taking over the throne. Zhu Xiaobao is too lazy to pay attention to these things. Duanmuki came to Zhu Xiaobao specifically. He was afraid that the 7th princess would have an overreaction, or that his fiefdom would be annexed. So he brought the 7th princess here to experience life with Zhu Xiaobao.
7th sister, don't worry. Southeast County will always be yours. This time, there are 100,000 craftsmen coming with the troop transport to help Southeast County develop and recover as soon as possible.
Zhu Xiaobao clicked, nodding. He made a promise to the 7th princess. Without Zhu Xiaobao's promise, the 7th princess would not believe that the 200,000 troops were just taking the road to the imperial city. The relationship between the 7th princess and the 19th princess is not as close as it seems. In fact, the two have used each other to guard against each other from the beginning.
Forget it. I understand. 19th sister just wants to see my reaction, and also wants me to see her strength. You go back and tell her that she will be her emperor and I will be my honorable king. I just want to let's live a peaceful life for a few years.
The 7th princess sighed, looked at Duanmuki and Zhu Xiaobao with resentment, and then said helplessly, and then ordered Wu Xuanzai and Xiao Ming.
Go to the port and let them land. But don't disturb the people along the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yes.
Wu Xuanzai and Xiao Ming immediately bowed and saluted, and then hurried to the port. The scene suddenly became a little quiet. No one spoke. They just drank. In the end, the 7th princess spoke first. She forced a smile and said,
Actually, Xiaobao sees it most clearly. Stay away from these power struggles. Live the happiest life. Don't worry. I understand what 19th sister means. You go back and tell her that I don't want the 36 Southeast Islands anymore. I just want to guard my fiefdom and live a long life. But, Zhu Xiaobao, you must remember the promise you made to me. 7th sister, it's best if you think so. Don't worry. When the time comes, you can reward me with Ji Jishan's general's mansion in Southeast County. And I can live here for a few months if I have nothing to do. The seafood here is still the best, very good. Then I will design your palace again. After working hard for half a lifetime, it's time to enjoy it. Zhu Xiaobao also returned to his playful and smiling face. But his promise was too much for the 7th princess. Say enough is enough. You know, no matter how domineering the 19th princess is, she still has to listen to Zhu Xiaobao. Zhu Xiaobao is the real master. Really? Then I'll wait for you to fulfill your promise. The 7th princess immediately felt much more relaxed. Although she also knew that Zhu Xiaobao was helping the 19th princess to smooth things over, she still felt a lot more comfortable. In fact, she has given up on fighting for the throne. She is still very unhappy with the behavior of the 19th princess. But Princess 19 also has her own ideas. And she needs a strong deterrent. Not to mention, the 19th princess's army really did nothing wrong along the way. Since the 7th princess has shown her intention to surrender, the 19th princess will certainly not provoke unprovoked. On the contrary, a special banquet was held for the 7th princess that night. The 19th princess even greeted the 7th princess apologetically, saying that the incident happened suddenly, and she did not have time to discuss it with the 7th princess. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the 19th princess is acting. Of course, the 7th princess was also very cooperative with a smile on her face. And she didn't take it to heart at all. The two sisters seemed to be getting closer. Zhu Xiaobao came back from Prince Rong's mansion, and was lying on the bed with Zhu Rong. A little unhappy. He felt that the 19th princess seemed to have changed. She was no longer as pure and shy as before, but had become ambitious and scheming. Ha ha! Isn't this all because of you? Besides, to become the king of a country, she must do this. Are you so easy to manage as the civil and military officials under you? Isn't that the same with your sister? Zhu Rong smiled and nodded Zhu Xiaobao's forehead. She has experienced a lot, so she understands it best. Now she is also pleased with Zhu Xiaobao's choice. The happiest thing is to live a simple and real life. One day later, the 19th princess led the troops and began to march towards the imperial city. The 7th princess led the civil and military ministers in a procession to see off. Seeing the 19th princess high-spirited, confident, and high-spirited formation, the 7th princess suddenly felt much more relaxed. She no longer needed to worry about anything. Just like Zhu Xiaobao said, she should guard her life from now on. Let's enjoy life to the fullest. As for how the 19th princess will deal with His Highness 6th, she no longer cares. Beyond the 7th princess fiefdom is Chengnan County, one of the 4 counties surrounding the imperial city, with a total of 300,000 troops stationed. However, the governor of Chengnan County and the garrison general did not stop the 19th princess. Regardless of the ancestral rules, other forces are not allowed to enter the imperial city until they have completely eliminated and regained them. However, the situation is now very clear. The 19th princess is already at the peak of her powers, and her family is the dominant one. There is no point in sticking to these rules anymore. And now the 4 counties around the imperial city can't stop the 19th princess's troops. So the county guard and the garrison general also opened the city gate and welcomed the 19th princess in. There is no hostility at all. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, and General Ge, for your pardon. I originally didn't want to enter the imperial city so soon, but now Ji Jisheng and the eldest prince are practicing evil arts, endangering the survival of our Daxia kingdom. So I have no choice but to do this. Please forgive me. Of course, the 19th princess still had some words to say, but her heart was already filled with joy. As expected, these county guards and generals also followed the wind and steered the ship. This performance made the 19th princess very satisfied. In another county in the west of the city, Yu Xuan and Yu Shui also led their troops towards the imperial city in a majestic manner. They also led 200,000 troops, but their momentum was greater. Behind them were thousands of mecha chariots, and rows of artillery were also arranged neatly. This was to show the world that the great strength of the 9th princess. And sitting on the horse under the central banner was none other than Murong Feng. This is also a rare and glorious moment in her life that made history. Of course she won't miss it. Similarly, the county guards and garrison generals of Chengdong County also opened the city gates to welcome Murong Feng's troops into the city. The 2 groups of people returned together by different routes and finally met in the imperial city. As a result, the 19th princess's momentum became even greater, and many ordinary people and wealthy merchants in the imperial city also spontaneously organized to welcome the 19th princess to settle in the imperial city. The scene turned out to be quite lively. In fact, ordinary people don't care who becomes the emperor, as long as the handover is smooth. Your greatest blessing will be a stable life. What's more,
The prosperity that the 19th princess managed the Western King's fiefdom has already spread in the imperial city. So it's not surprising that the 19th princess is now warmly welcomed. After being stationed in the imperial city for a night. After resting, the 19th princess led 20,000 elite soldiers straight to the palace the next day. At this time, around the palace, there were already 20,000 imperial guards waiting in full formation. The leaders were the two eunuchs beside the old emperor. These two people were very old and had very high cultivation. Nowadays, many matters in the imperial city are handled by these two old eunuchs.
Princess 19! Don't you know the rules? How dare you bring troops to force the palace? Do you want to attack the imperial city?
The old eunuch in charge asked loudly.
Now that the evil spirits of Great Xia are in power, I have to do this as a last resort. I ask Eunuch Gao to take a closer look.
The 19th princess did not dare to neglect even when facing such an old eunuch, and quickly said with her hand,
Evil heretics? Is it possible that the 19th princess is sure of destroying the evil heretics? Only then do you dare to enter the imperial city openly?
Eunuch Gao asked with a cold face, completely different from before.
Humph. Then please ask Eunuch Gao to see if I am qualified?
The 19th princess did not flinch at all. Instead, she walked forward alone. Then suddenly there was a great deal of light behind her, and a huge green dragon appeared behind the 19th princess. Chapter 790, Entering the Imperial City. Seeing the rising Qinglong Dharma, all the people in the imperial city were immediately frightened. Even the soldiers on both sides of the confrontation were a little excited. The 19th princess's troops all knelt on the ground, and the 20,000 imperial guards on the opposite side were also in awe. They were so frightened that they dismounted one after another. Although they did not kneel down and worship, they still looked surprised and at a loss. A few miles away from the palace, there were still hundreds of thousands of people gathered around. They were all concerned about whether the 19th princess could enter the palace smoothly. When they saw the huge green dragon statue, they all knelt down and worshipped. I have recognized this 19th princess from the bottom of my heart. This is God's will. The leader, Eunuch Gao, was also amazed. After pondering for a while, he walked to the 19th princess respectfully.
Since the 19th princess is the chosen one, I don't dare to go against God's will and invite the 19th princess into the palace.
Well, Eunuch Gao has worked hard. I have always been grateful for the gift of marriage back then. This time I enter the palace, I will not embarrass Eunuch Gao, let alone violate the ancestral precepts.
Princess 19 owed slightly, bowing, and then waving his hands. The soldiers on both sides removed their weapons. The imperial guards also gave way, and the main entrance of the palace slowly opened. All the entourage dismounted and followed behind, and entered the palace, except for a carriage, because there were many little treasures, Zhu Rong and Zhu Mei inside. Even if they didn't kneel down just now, they could all release the divine beast's dharma. However, the 19th princess made full use of this dharma, so she achieved quite good results. In the main hall of the palace, Eunuch Gao solemnly presented the emperor's jade seal, crown, dragon robe, and other royal instruments that symbolized the highest power to the 19th princess. But although the 19th princess was very excited, this time she did not declare herself emperor directly, but temporarily acted as the emperor's authority. In other words, you don't wear a dragon robe or a crown,
but you can already sit on the throne and govern. The 19th princess immediately announced to the world that she would not ascend the throne until she had completely pacified the Great Xia Kingdom. This momentum was just for everyone to see, and it also gave Eunuch Gao an explanation that he had not broken the ancestral rules. At the same time, he was also sending a message to His Highness the Sixth Prince in the north, asking him to take the initiative to surrender. Once she entered the palace, the 19th princess became really busy. This was not like recovering a fiefdom, but taking control of the entire Daxia Kingdom. There were too many things to do next, just for those officials. Appointments must be reviewed one by one, and wealthy families from all over the world have come to pay their respects and congratulate them. The troops under their command also need to be redeployed. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are many things to do every day. Even Duan Wuqi and Murong Feng are very busy. Worried, being able to assist a princess ascend to the throne is also a great achievement in life for them. Enough to go down in history. Although he has not officially ascended the throne, the series of measures are known to the world. The Shijue Kingdom and the Zirwei Kingdom also sent envoys to congratulate the 19th princess on settling in the imperial city. During the visit, the 19th princess also issued a series of decrees. First of all, a general amnesty for the whole world, and then to meet with prominent figures from all parties. Even the 7th princess had to come to congratulate her. You must show your support for the 19th princess. There were lights and colorful decorations inside and outside the imperial city, and there was a joyous atmosphere. The common people were also very happy. After all, the series of measures promulgated by the 19th princess were beneficial to the people's livelihood. Moreover, the ability of the 19th princess to manage the fiefdom is also obvious to all. Who among the common people doesn't want to live a more stable and prosperous life? In such a festive atmosphere, only Zhu Xiaobao found it boring. He, the King of England, was granted the title of Zerwei Kingdom. But now it was inconvenient for him to appear next to the 19th princess, let alone to show his face in the court. But everyone knows that Zhu Xiaobao has also come to the imperial city. So everyone is watching Zhu Xiaobao's every move. His identity is too special. Of course, these people who were following could not hide from Zhu Xiaobao's spiritual consciousness. He just pretended not to know. Most of these people wanted to know Zhu Xiaobao's movements and attitudes, because the 19th princess was able to achieve such great success in such a short few years. The rapid rise and settlement in the imperial city are all because of these little treasures. Zhu Xiaobao, Zhu Rong, and Zhu Mei quietly returned to the original 19th princess mansion with their entourage. Originally, there were only a few servants left here, but now they are decorated with lights and colorful decorations, and they are full of joy. The servants standing at the door are also in high spirits and look good. Originally she was very low-key and lived in trepidation. After all, the identity and status of the 19th princess were the worst at that time. The original 19th princess mansion was still very simple, and there were not many servants. Since the 19th princess returned to the imperial city, she had no intention of returning here again. Nowadays, the lanterns and festoons in Manchuria are only spontaneous by the servants, and they are just to improve their identity and status. Once inside, it's quite simple.
This is where I lived back then. It's a pity that I have demolished the shower facilities and the first flush toilet in history. That's the residence of Chief Wu. And it was there that I spied on Wu Yu and almost killed me. Chased me all over the world.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but smile as he recalled the original scene. He didn't know why, but he felt that life at that time was really happy.
Well, if only I had such an opportunity as Wu Yu. I promise I won't bully you.
Zhu Rong felt a little jealous in her heart and leaned against Zhu Xiaobao and said quietly,
Okay, let's live here. I don't like living in the palace either. All kinds of rules are really annoying.
Zhu Mei also said loudly.
Can't you please keep your voice down? You've ruined such a peaceful atmosphere.
Zhu Rong rolled her eyes at Zhu Mei in dissatisfaction and said angrily, How come this silly girl doesn't know how to enjoy the quiet and lingering atmosphere?
Ha ha! Home is where my heart is. Zhu Mei is right. Let's live here. They will be busy for a long time anyway.
Zhu Xiaobao also hugged Zhu Mei with his other hand. And the three of them, I walked slowly to the original elegant home by the stream. This place has been abandoned for a long time. The surroundings of the house are covered with weeds. Even the original house is very old. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than 10 years. The wooden roof has rotted. The original water wheel is almost falling apart. But it can still turn a little or two when the wind blows.
Come here. Send someone to renovate this house immediately. Is Duan here? Ask him to lead people to rebuild the water tanker and the bathing facilities here.
Zhu Xiaobao waved his hand and said to the entourage behind him. Now Zhu Xiaobao's words are quite effective. In less than a day, Duan led the people to renovate the elegant residence by the stream. And the furniture inside was also brand new. But people are still the same people as before. Ing Xiuxiu, Lu Tong, Lu Fang and others have also returned here. They were even more excited and couldn't help but wipe the tears from their eyes.
Humph! I didn't expect you to live so comfortably when you were a slave. I don't know how the 19th sister could tolerate such an unruly servant like you in the first place.
Zhu Rong was in pain in the newly built shower room. After washing up happily, he wrapped himself in pajamas and let his hair loose, still laughing and teasing as he walked.
Ha ha! She can't do it without accommodating me. Without me, she won't be able to use these advanced equipment.
Zhu Xiaobao said with a proud smile. Now Zhu Xiaobao is fully enjoying the attention of Ing Xiuxiu and others. Ing Xiuxiu fed him even a piece of fruit into his mouth. His hands were only used to roam around a few women, giving him the image of a very debauched playboy. Then he did not forget to say to Zhu Rong,
Just spread my current state. Let everyone know that I am not enterprising and addicted to beauty. Remember? The more exaggerated the spread, the better. Humph. I have spread the news for you a long time ago. I guess even you, Dan, and the others should have heard these rumors by now.
Zhu Rong hummed with a smile. In the middle of the night, this elegant residence by the stream became even more lively. Duan Muqi and Murong Feng came quietly. Although they were very busy during the day, they still knew very well in their hearts that the most important thing now was not to deal with His Highness Sixth Prince, but to find the whereabouts of Ji Jisheng, the eldest prince, and Saint Wu as soon as possible. It was Duan Muqi's idea to spread the news about Zhu Xiaobao's lust for beauty. They just want to be loose on the outside and tight on the inside to find Ji Jisheng's whereabouts as soon as possible.
Ha ha! Xiaobao's place is the best here. There are fine wines, delicious food, and groups of beauties. It's really beautiful,
Duan Muqi said with a cheerful smile. As Zhu Xiaobao's brother-in-law, Duan Muqi is much more relaxed here. Only Murong Feng pinched him hard and calmly.
Don't say it's useless. I didn't build up my good reputation just to sit here and enjoy it. Will your idea work or not?
Zhu Xiaobao said angrily. It turns out that Duan Muqi came up with the idea of sending his internal energy to others in order to secretly search for the whereabouts of Ji Jisheng, the eldest prince, and others.
Well, we have sent a large number of spies to search for the whereabouts of Ji Jisheng and others. Now it seems that the last possible place to stay is the fiefdom under Jintian. There is also the fiefdom of the eldest prince. I have sent Yuxuan Yuxia hurried back. And with the two of them here, they should be able to deal with the eldest prince.
Duan Muqi stopped smiling and said a little solemnly.
One more thing. I think you should know. The 19th princess has sent a letter to His Highness the 6th prince, promising that he will be treated the same as the 7th princess, hoping that he will surrender voluntarily.
Murong Feng also frowned a little. Said,
Oh, what's the result? This has given him enough face. If he knows the current situation,
he should surrender. Only in this way can the Great Xia Kingdom truly end the civil strife and be completely unified.
Zhu Xiaobao asked expectantly. From Zhu Xiaobao's point of view, there is absolutely no reason to refuse.
But the messenger we sent was killed by His Highness the 6th prince.
Murong Feng said very depressed.
Ah? Doesn't this mean that you are actively provoking a war?
Yeah.
I wonder where he gets his confidence. You mean Ji Jisheng is with His Highness the 6th prince? Chapter 791, Extremely Evil A. From the details of the murder of the messenger. Although it can be inferred that Ji Jisheng probably arrived at the fiefdom of His Highness the 6th prince, this is only speculation and cannot be confirmed. Moreover, even though Ji Jisheng is now missing an arm, his cultivation level is still the highest. If he really takes control of His Highness 6th prince, it won't be that easy to deal with. It won't be like planting a large number of explosives in Southeast County to deal with Ji Jisheng.
Right? If we can't confirm the whereabouts of Ji Jisheng and the eldest prince, then we will be very passive. Right. It's like they are in the dark and we are in the open. I said, brother-in-law, you would like to have an idea? Aren't you a great strategist?
Zhu Xiaobao glancing at Duan Muqi. He said in a rogue manner that he always stayed away from anything that required thinking. That thing was too tiring and too time-consuming.
Oh, Xiaobao, don't bully honest people. These are the matters of your descendants of the mythical beasts. Don't blame it all on us.
Murong Feng stopped after hearing this and immediately shouted on Duan Muqi's behalf. They are so familiar with each other that they don't need to pay attention to their status when they stay together. This is what Zhu Xiaobao has always advocated.
He is an honest person? Then I am a fool.
Zhu Xiaobao exclaimed in surprise, which immediately caused a burst of laughter. Wasn't he just treated as a fool and sold to the Great Xia Kingdom?
What a fool! You can't even say a word!
Zhu Rong couldn't help laughing and scolded, and secretly pinched Zhu Xiaobao hard.
Ha ha! I have always resorted to trickery, and I am indeed not an honest person. But I do have a suggestion. You might as well listen to it.
Duan Muqi said with a smile as he twisted his beard.
Look, what I said. You have to rely on your brother-in-law at the critical moment.
Zhu Xiaobao was exaggerating to save some face for himself. What I said just now did not pass through my brain. And it did feel a bit like 250.
Don't you like to travel in casual clothes? That's just in time. You guys will leave the imperial city quietly. Find out the whereabouts of Ji Jisheng and the eldest prince. There is another person you shouldn't ignore. That is Saint Wu. This person's methods are weird. It's the most threatening.
Old God, Duan Muqi said calmly.
Ah? Then who is in charge of things here? Isn't it possible that the 19th princess just became the emperor for a few days and then ran away?
Zhu Xiaobao asked a little surprised when he heard this.
Ha ha! You don't have to worry about it now. I have my own solution. And the 19th princess seemed busy. But in fact, the appointments of officials at all levels have been issued. And there is no need for her to do the rest herself.
Duan Muqi and Murong Feng said to each other. He glanced at it and said firmly. The next day, the 19th princess announced that because she had not yet ascended the throne, she would no longer sit in court to manage politics. The reason is very simple. Sitting on the dragon throne without wearing a dragon robe or a crown is indeed a bit nondescript. So from now on the will be conveyed in writing or read out. Although it was a bit sudden, the civil and military ministers all understood that it was really awkward to sit there because they could neither wear dragon robes nor crowns. Even they felt very awkward. Because now they were practicing the etiquette of meeting the king of the West. Not the etiquette of worshipping the emperor. A group of people. 3 carriages. Looked like a family migrating. And there were more than 20 followers. Zhu Xiaobao and others had also changed into casual clothes. They looked like a small wealthy family. And they were holding a wedding ceremony. Family migration. There were quite a lot of families migrating along the way. Now the situation is gradually becoming clearer. Many families have their own plans and want to move to their favorite places. So they actually encountered several groups of such convoys along the way. Their main direction is still north. And they are the only convoy migrating north. Nowadays, people are migrating south or west. Who will migrate north? But it was peaceful along the way. Now the situation is gradually stabilizing. And there are even fewer bandits robbing homes. Zhu Xiaobao and the others were not only searching secretly, but also released the golden eagle and the giant monster snake. These 2 monsters had their own special abilities, and were also very sensitive to smells. Putting it out can greatly increase the success rate of the search. Of course, Xiuyo's injuries have already recovered over the past few days. Even the beautiful turtle back shield and golden armor hammer have been completely restored. What is even more unexpected is that the 19th princess is also on the carriage. The decrees issued in the palace are all drawn up by Duan Muqi and Murong Feng, and then read out by the eunuchs. So these ministers haven't noticed it at all these days. Traveling around the mountains and rivers, the few people had a very relaxed life. Even the 19th princess felt a lot more relaxed. And she no longer had to worry about state affairs every day. Although we were in the car along the way, everyone was still amazed by the various game meats and endless delicacies. Then I remembered that Zhu Xiaobao was actually a professional cook. Now he is just using his strengths. After passing through Chungbei County, they went further to the fiefdom of His Highness the 6th Prince. However, there was no useful news at all so far. Zhu Xiaobao and the others had no choice but to stop temporarily. They did not dare to enter His Highness the 6th Prince rashly. Fiefdom. Because it is very strange to stay there now. There is no movement at all. Even the border with Chungbei County has not sent additional troops. Is he so confident and confident? After finding an inn, Zhu Xiaobao and others took a good bath, and were about to discuss their next move. At this moment, 2 monsters came back in a hurry. Of course, the golden eagle was faster. Flew to Zhu Xiaobao's shoulders first. He is communicating with Zhu Xiaobao using his spiritual consciousness. The little demon was very annoyed and rushed back. Got directly into Jumei's sleep. And was also communicating with Jumei. I'm sorry that the 2 monsters are still earning merit. And they are both rushing to report in front of their master. It turned out that they had found the whereabouts of the human monster saint, who actually now lives in the 6th Prince Sheng's mansion. But Ji Zhishan's whereabouts could not be found. This makes everyone feel a little strange. Could it be that the Shimel saint has abandoned GZ? Or is Ji Zhishi's injury too serious, and he is hiding somewhere to recover? This made it difficult for Zhu Xiaobao and others. They could not confirm the whereabouts of Ji Zhishan. And they would never dare to enter the fiefdom of His Highness the 6th Prince. There is still a very important question now. That is, did Ji Zhishan's severed arm get back by himself? Or was it taken away by the eldest prince, or the 9th saint? If GZ picked it up by himself, he could completely reconnect it. And there would be no impact after recovery. Because Ji Zhisheng is now a real half-demon. That arm is definitely more precious than the essence of the bones in the sinkhole. The human monster saint protected GZ, and used his triple illusion to leave the battlefield first. Although GZ was seriously injured at the time, he was still stunned by the heavenly magic displayed by the eldest prince. Just as he thought, the eldest prince indeed got unexpected benefits or treasures in the sinkhole. But at that time, Ji Zhisheng was no longer able to pursue the matter. If he doesn't run for his life, he will be entangled by Zhu Xiaobao and others. But because the situation was extremely critical at that time, Ji Jishi had no time to pick up his severed arm and ran away in a hurry. After running to a very remote place and finding a cave, he stopped and treated the wound. Only then did Ji Jisheng remember that he had not picked up his arm yet. But when the Ramail Holy Lord went to look for it, he couldn't find it anymore. And the eldest prince's Join Holy Lord also lost traces. They didn't follow Ji Jisheng's direction at all.
A villain! A bitch! They are not good things. Sooner or later, I will refine them.
Ji Jisheng yelled fiercely while feeling angry.
Ji Lang, what should we do now? Seeing that you are so seriously injured. People are so worried.
The Shimel Saint guarded Ji Jishi tenderly and asked. Not to mention, he really put all his body and mind into it now. It's all pinned on Ji Jisheng. Otherwise, I wouldn't have risked my life to rescue Ji Jisheng just now.
Well, don't worry. After I take care of it, we will go north. That's the fiefdom of His Highness Sixth Prince. Zhu Xiaobao and the others don't dare to chase him. Unfortunately, I'm missing an arm and my combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. Now I have to avoid them. Sharp edge.
Ji Jisheng was moved and hugged the human demon saint, and then said a little helplessly, but now he truly trusts the human demon saint. With their cultivation, it was quite easy to enter the territory of His Highness the Sixth Prince. The human monster Holy Lord had already appeared in the city gate through 2 simple illusions in a row. The soldiers at the city gate didn't notice anything at all. They didn't have to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation along the way. The Shimel Saint could steal some money from those wealthy families casually. But it was a little difficult to find a safe and secluded place for Ji Jishi to heal his injuries. Although it is in the fiefdom of His Highness the Sixth Prince, there must be spies from various forces. The key point is that Ji Jishen and the Shimel Saint have become accustomed to enjoying themselves over the years. Now, even if they live in the best inns, they find it unacceptable. They are incomparable to the original luxurious life in Milan.
Jiro, how about we go to Prince Shen's mansion? Every palace has a secret room, which is just right for you to heal your wounds with peace of mind. I'm going to get you some hardworking maids. It's better than living here.
The Shimel Saint simply can't stand the way of bathing in this inn. It's too simple and too sloppy.
The key is that those guys still like to ignore it. What's even more irritating is that someone actually peeked at him taking a shower. This was originally something to be proud of. The Shimel Saint wouldn't care about it. But now it's very taboo. If someone sees his crotch, then isn't it about to be revealed? The guy with more than an inch left is hanging there.
That's fine. Let's go to His Highness the Sixth Prince's house. If he understands the situation, we can still give him some benefits. If not, just kill him.
Ji Jisheng nodded and hummed indifferently. That night, His Highness the Sixth Prince also had trouble sleeping. He was discussing this matter with his teacher, Mr. Yuan Chang. Even she knew about the huge commotion that happened in Southeast County. There was even a legend that it was 19th sister who collaborated with Zhu Xiaobao and other descendants of the 4 great beasts to beat Ji Jishen away. This shocked His Highness the Sixth Prince to the extreme.
Teacher, do you think these legends are true? If they are true, what should we do?
His Highness Sixth Prince is already a master of 6 gods. His own troops cannot defeat the 19th sister. And his cultivation level is even more incomparable. Then how can you compete with 19th sister?
Well, according to me, the 19th princess has become a thing. It would be best for us to take the initiative to seek peace.
Yu Changwen pondered for a moment before saying slowly. But before he finished speaking, he disappeared and was replaced by an extremely charming and coquettish young woman. Chapter 792, Extremely Evil B. His Highness the Sixth Prince was already stunned at this time. This was in his palace. There was no warning at all. So many people came out? And his teacher Yuan Chang is also missing.
Who are you? What do you want to do? Who asked you to come in? Aren't you afraid of me?
His Highness the Sixth Prince shouted sharply. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the coquettish young woman in front of him.
Hee. This fairy is here because I know who you are? Weren't you still talking about us just now? Aren't you surprised to see me? Aren't you excited at all?
The Shimel Saint smiled coquettishly.
Are you the great Reverend Jillian?
His Highness the Sixth Prince has never seen a human being or 19. But he also knows that the great Reverend Human Demon is a man. So of course, he would not expect that the woman in front of him is actually the Holy Reverend Human Demon. Because he is so feminine. There is no trace of male sexual characteristics at all.
It would be great if that old witch from Jiuying could be half as beautiful as me. TSK. I didn't expect His Highness Six to be so handsome.
This is quite surprising. The Shimel Saint approached His Highness Six,
as if to just like appreciating your own prey. You are still commenting on it.
You are the great sage, and that great demon Ji Jisheng.
His Highness the Sixth Prince suddenly screamed, but he did not dare to say the next words. So he swallowed the words, big devil, hard.
Hee. You are so ill-informed. This fairy is now a martial saint, and my Gyra is a martial emperor. Your Highness, Sixth Highness, you are lucky. With us here, the 19th princess wouldn't dare to come with the troops. Do you think you should put on a good show?
The Shimel Saint smiled proudly, and groped His Highness Sixth Prince's body with his hands. Now that Ji Jishan has not recovered from his serious injury, he is a little horny. He was so impatient that when he saw His Highness Sixth Prince, he couldn't hold it back any longer.
Ah? What do you want to do? Do you want gold, silver, or treasures from heaven and earth? I can give them to you.
His Highness the Sixth Prince felt a little hairy after being touched by the human demon saint, and asked hurriedly, it would be better to spend some money. Send these two demons away.
You don't have to spend so much money. We don't want anything. We just plan to stay here, as long as you are obedient. That's it.
The human demon saint smiled seductively. At this time, he had already gone around to the back of His Highness Sixth Prince and hugged him with both hands. He grabbed the Sixth Highness and kept squeezing the Sixth Highness with his plump chest. His Highness the Sixth Prince was a little confused. Didn't he say that the great master of Shimels was a man? Is the information wrong, and he is a woman? But even if he is a woman, His Highness the Sixth Prince is not in such a mood right now. He asked nervously.
Excuse me, where is General Ji now? That's right, General Ji. Just call me Ji Lang, Lord Heavenly Demon. Come on. I'll take you to see Lord Heavenly Demon.
The human demon saint didn't dare to forget the business yet. So he held Lu's hand with Lu. His Highness's hand was very affectionate, and he left the study. He was actually heading towards his bedroom. When I arrived at the door of the palace, I saw the maids and eunuchs who were supposed to be waiting standing there, dumbfounded. There were also two eunuchs who were sucked and hacked, and their deaths were extremely horrific. It turned out that Ji Jisheng used the
blood sacrifice technique
to replenish some energy and blood. The Shimel Saint has long been accustomed to these things, and it did not affect his good mood at all. He was still looking at the palace maid who was standing there with excitement.
Well, it's not bad. I should be able to serve the Lord Demon well.
His Highness the Sixth Prince took advantage of the She-Monster Saint's slight relaxation and quickly broke away from his slender hand, shouting desperately,
Come here! Help me quickly! Come here!
The guards guarding the door immediately heard the news and rushed over quickly. These are all well-trained and highly skilled guards, and there are as many as 200 of them. Although His Highness the Sixth Prince did not expect to defeat Yashengzhuan and Ji Jisheng, he just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to escape. Once he escaped outside, there would be 3,000 guards in the palace.
Huh? It seems that you still don't know how powerful this fairy is. Then I'll let you feel it,
the Shimel Saint said with a surprised smile. I thought that under the protection of 200 guards, I should be able to escape smoothly, but I didn't expect that just after running a few steps. I felt that the scene in front of me changed. I was in a forest full of flowers. No one could I don't know what kind of tree this is, but the flowers blooming on it are blood red, which is a bit weird. And the fragrance coming from all around is not the fragrance of flowers, but the smell with a faint smell of blood.
Chateaus! Is this the illusion of the great lord of the human monster? None of us can decipher it.
The guard next to him yelled in a panic. His cultivation level was not low and his knowledge was relatively broad, so he could actually guess it when he was in it. The unique secret skill of the Shimel Saint has emerged.
Hee! Not bad. You actually know my illusion. But do you know how powerful my illusion is? You will taste it soon.
The Shimel Saint appeared with a sweet smile. But this time he appeared at the same time. The 6 human figures and the 6 human monster saints were exactly the same. They seemed real. But the swords of everyone could not touch any of them. The 6 human monster saints were interspersed among the guards, still smiling sweetly and dancing with their long sleeves. The petals on the tree also scattered one after another. But these petals are extremely poisonous, and they will begin to corrode violently when they come on the body. Then the guards screamed in fear, because their bodies began to fester, and their flesh and blood fell off piece by piece, except for His Highness Sixth Prince. These 200 guards died in extremely miserable conditions, with their bodies black and rotten. The entire illusion was filled with a strong smell of blood and putrefaction. His Highness the Sixth Prince was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground and begged tremblingly,
"Fairy, please have mercy. I will never dare to run away again. I am willing to be loyal to the fairy and Lord Demon. TSK, TSK! This is right. Being with this fairy is your destiny. Being able to serve Lord Heavenly Demon is also a blessing you gained from your previous life. By then, the entire Great Xia Kingdom will also be yours. TSK, TSK. Look at you. You must be frightened. I feel so bad."
The Shemale Saint lovingly helped His Highness the Sixth. And at this time, the 6 figures had merged into one. In front of me is still the coquettish and enchanting Shemale Saint. After accepting the illusion, the scene in front of me was still terrifying. The ground was full of rotting flesh and blood, and 200 guards were also lying on the ground. His Highness the Sixth Prince ordered people to move and clean it up. The eunuchs were so frightened that they trembled all over, and some of them vomited on the spot. But he was immediately killed by the Shemale Saint. Among these dead bodies was Yuan Chang, the teacher of His Highness Sixth Prince. He did not die of poisoning, but was stabbed to death by an embroidery needle given to him by the She-Monster Saint. Although he was sad in his heart, His Highness the Sixth Prince did not dare to show it at all. He just pretended not to see it, and followed the Shemale Saint into the palace.
The little king pays his respects to Lord Demon.
When His Highness the Sixth Prince saw GZ sitting cross-legged on the bed, he knelt down consciously, and tremblingly bowed down and saluted.
"Well, from now on, you will work for me. Don't worry. You will benefit from following me. You may have heard that I was plotted by the descendants of the 4 great beasts. And now I am injured. There should be people in your palace. Is there a secret room?"
Ji Jisheng looked at His Highness Sixth Prince indifferently, and said condescendingly, "The eldest prince is his subordinate, and the 7th princess is his plaything. So the 6th prince doesn't take him seriously at all."
Yes. And it's very hidden and absolutely safe."
His Highness the Sixth Prince nodded quickly and said, with a hint of flattery in his words, "This Lord Demon is even more powerful than the human demon saint, and the pressure makes it difficult for him to breathe."
"Okay. Take me there immediately. Find me some more careful maids. From now on, no one else is allowed to approach the secret room except those who deliver meals. In addition, the fact that I am in His Highness the Sixth Prince's fiefdom must not be spread to anyone."
Ji Jisheng nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the Shemale Saint was very reliable in his work. After a while, His Highness the Sixth Prince was already submissive. Even Ji Jisheng did not expect that this secret room was really hidden. It was actually under the lotus pond in the palace, and very few people knew about it. This is also the reason why Xiaoyao and Golden Eagle did not sense Ji Jisheng's aura. This secret room is very luxurious inside, and the food and drink are of the highest quality. There are also 4 maids staying here to serve GZ. Before leaving, Ji Jisheng stretched out his right hand and pressed it on the center of His Highness's head. A strong internal force immediately rushed into His Highness's body, forcibly opening up 2 of his acupuncture points, causing His Highness's cultivation to reach a bottleneck. After being broken, I suddenly felt like there was a sign of a breakthrough in cultivation.
"Thank you, Lord Demon."
His Highness the Sixth Prince was so surprised that he knelt down and thanked him again. His cultivation level has always been at the middle level of Martial Lord, and now he is about to advance to the lower level of Martial Lord. It is even possible for Wu Zun to reach perfection. This is indeed a great surprise to His Highness the Sixth Prince. Of course, this was Ji Jisheng's use of a little bit of qi in order to win over His Highness the Sixth Prince. After coming out of the secret room, His Highness the Sixth Prince wanted to arrange a place for the human monster Holy Lord to stay, so that he could avoid this human monster Holy Lord. Because the eyes of this human monster Holy Lord were too eager, and he was always making moves on him. His Highness feels a little scared.
"There is no need to make any other arrangements. I will go back to the palace with you. You are very lucky today."
The Shemale Holy Lord had no intention of finding another place to live. Instead, he took His Highness Sixth Prince and went back to the bedchamber, as they were familiar with each other. "Palace?
No. Sister Fairy, I don't dare offend the fairy's immortal body."
His Highness the Sixth Prince waved his hands in panic. But with his little cultivation, he couldn't escape at all. In the end, he was forcibly taken back by the human demon god. The golden bed in the bedroom. That night, strange sounds could be heard from time to time in His Highness's bedroom. as well as His Highness's screams. The maids and eunuchs outside the palace were all puzzled. Normally, His Highness and Sixth Prince wasn't this the case when the princess and her concubines were in union. The next day, His Highness the Sixth Prince came out of the palace weakly and limping. His face was full of sorrow, as if he had no hope of life, and also seemed to have a dull expression that life would be worse than death. His Highness the Sixth Prince raised his head, tears streaming down his face, and he shouted with grief and anger in his heart.
"Oh my God! He is really a man! I was raped by a man!"
Chapter 793, Whereabouts Revealed. In the main hall, His Highness Sixth Prince was listening distractedly to the fierce arguments of the civil and military ministers, because the 19th Princess sent a messenger to persuade His Highness Sixth Prince to submit, and the conditions offered were the same as those of the 7th Princess, and he still maintained his as a prosperous king. He is still in charge of his own fiefdom. In fact, if the female saint had not appeared, His Highness the Sixth Prince would still be very willing to do this. He has always been cautious and has a clear understanding of the development of the situation. The 19th Princess has already moved into the imperial city, which shows that even the old emperors in the imperial city, the remaining forces, have also recognized the 19th Princess. There is no reason for your highness to continue to resist. But now he can't help himself. He has been completely controlled by the human demon saint. Look at the bright red petal on his wrist. It is a death charm. As long as the female saint activates this petal, His Highness the Sixth Prince will slowly rot all over his body, from the outside to the inside. This process will be excruciating, and in the end, he will die from the rot all over his body, and it will last for several days, even worse than the guards, who were poisoned in the illusion. Therefore, His Highness the Sixth Prince does not dare to violate the wishes of the human demon saint. There is a fierce dispute in the main hall now. Most of the officials hope to voluntarily submit to the 19th Princess, but there are also a few who hold objections. Most of these people are military generals. They would rather die in battle than surrender. So His Highness the Sixth Prince is now distracted and listening to everyone's arguments and rebuttals.
"Chateaus, you have always been famous for your wisdom. Why are you so hesitant this time? Look, not only is the 7th Princess doing everything possible, but the 19th Princess has also sent a large number of craftsmen to help. She has resumed development and has shown a vibrant scene. All the people are simply celebrating. Moreover, the 19th Princess did not pursue the suppression of the 7th Princess at all. This shows that the 19th Princess still cares about family ties. Are you her brother of the 6th Emperor?" Wei Chen felt that this was definitely the kindness of the 19th Princess. "Xian Sui, you must think twice."
Several old ministers knelt down in the main hall, urging His Highness the Sixth Prince with excitement.
"Your Highness, don't listen to the sophistry of these people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. They just want to preserve their own glory and wealth. You know, the reason why the 19th Princess dare not proclaim the Emperor now is because you are still independent from her control. So according to the rules handed down from her ancestors, she cannot ascend the throne. That's why she is eager to persuade you to surrender. If you surrender to her and achieve her throne, she will immediately kill you. Since ancient times, which successor is not right? Who killed all his former legitimate rivals? There has never been an exception."
Immediately, several opponents stood up and retorted loudly.
"General Zheng, you are disregarding the lives of the people in your fiefdom. When the 19th Princess was still in Liuhe County, she had already beaten us back to her fiefdom. Now that she is even stronger, what are you using to counteract this? You are harming the country and the people."
Several veterans also shouted angrily. Of course, they also had the idea of preserving themselves. The hall immediately became chaotic, and in the end, the situation was so tense that the two groups almost started fighting.
"Humph. Well, I have made my decision, so there is no need for you to argue."
His Highness the Sixth Prince suddenly stood up, snorted coldly, and then turned around and left. It was not made clear what the decision was, and all the civil and military officials were silent and looked at each other in confusion. My prince seems to be acting very strangely. He is not at all calm like before. He seems to be a little uneasy. But not long after, the messenger sent by the 19th Princess was actually killed, which surprised all the civil and military officials. Even if they were unwilling to submit, there was no need to kill the messenger. This was not the same as directly asking the 19th Princess. Declared war? There is no room for maneuver at all. In fact, this is not the order of His Highness the Sixth Prince. It is entirely the hand of His Majesty the human demon saint. He does not want His Highness Sixth Prince to have any illusions, and cut off his escape route as soon as possible. His Highness the Sixth Prince felt miserable mentally, and even more physically. He had to go to bed every night. This majestic king had become someone else's plaything. He didn't dare to disobey the human demon saint, because his family and children were all in the palace, and the human demon saint could turn them into rotten corpses with just a shake of his little hand. It was precisely because the messenger was killed that Duanmuki became more certain that Ji Jihui had fled to the fiefdom of His Highness the Sixth Prince. So Zhu Xiaobao and others went out in casual clothes and arrived at Chunbei County. But after sending Golden Eagle and Little Demon to investigate twice more, Ji Jishi's whereabouts were still not found, which made it very difficult for everyone. They even suspected that the human demon Saint Lord had parted ways with Ji Jisheng. On the contrary, the evil that the Sixth Prince is suffering now has been clearly detected by the little demon, because its innate skill is to escape underground. It sneaked into the Sixth Prince's palace, and could see it clearly, just because Ji Jisheng's Mr.
Ha ha! I didn't expect that the dignified Sixth Highness was also tortured by the she-monster saint. How about we also sneak into his fief, rescue him, and at the same time destroy the Shimon, a thing that is neither male nor female?
Zhu Xiaobao heard this. He couldn't help but smile, and then asked,
No, Ji Jisheng's whereabouts have not been verified, even if he is seriously injured. It cannot be underestimated. You have forgotten the magic of disintegrating demons used by the great sage of the wild wilderness. With Ji Jisheng's current cultivation level, I am afraid that it is more powerful than it was back then. It's bigger. And now the illusion of the human monster saint is not simple. If these two people work together, we won't get any advantage.
Zhu Rong quickly shook her head in denial. Because she had already seen that the 19th princess, she was very tempted. Not only did she want to destroy Ji Jisheng, she also wanted to remove the last obstacle so that she could legitimately ascend the throne.
I also feel that I still can't withstand the devil disintegration method,
Jumei also said with some lingering fear. Her turtleback shield, golden armor hammer and Jumei herself were all used by the demon Jiu at that time. During the
devil disintegration Dafa,
I was severely injured, and it took me only half a year to recover.
Then what should we do? We have been here for 10 days. We can't just wait. There are still many things in the court waiting for me to decide.
Princess 19 asked a little anxiously. Now Murong Fenghe and Duanmuki were helping her manage the affairs of the court. But the 19th princess still felt uneasy.
I have told you that Ji Jishen and the eldest prince are the most important now. And those things you do are nothing,
Zhu Xiaobao said lightly. He didn't like the 19th princess, who was too obsessed with power and political affairs. He just wants to live a simpler and happier life.
I know. I just don't trust the Imperial City. After all, I just took over. And if I don't show up, it will arouse people's suspicion.
Princess 19 lowered her head and said in a low voice. After all, she still respected Zhu Xiaobao in her heart. She was able to reach this point because Zhu Xiaobao supported her. While talking, the 19th princess cried in a grieved tone. In fact, it is not a grievance. The 19th princess really wants to stay with Zhu Xiaobao. But she is also very persistent about the throne. She has always wanted to unify the great Xia kingdom and ascend to the throne.
Okay. 19th sister is not wrong either. Don't you want to be a great emperor who takes charge of the world? 19th sister is the little emperor who helps you take charge of the world. What's wrong?
Seeing this, Zhu Rong hurriedly helped. As the 9th princess speaks, there must be no disputes or estrangement between the 4 descendants of the mythical beasts. In fact, these days, the 19th princess is the hardest working one. Not only does she have to practice, but she also has to take care of state affairs. The hardest part is to condense several
essence of Genshin
day and night in order to defeat Ji Jisheng. So of course she felt aggrieved.
I'm not blaming you. I just want to explain what's most important right now.
Zhu Xiaobao also said a little apologetically.
Then I'll let you practice dual cultivation tonight. This is the most important thing,
Jumei said seriously on the side. She was also very sensible, because it was her turn tonight. But she actually gave it to marrying the 19th princess is the happiest thing Jumei thinks.
Hate! Jumei, you can make fun of others now.
Princess 19 immediately blushed and scolded. This Jumei spoke too honestly and too straightforwardly. At this moment, Zhao Shabao hurried in and said excitedly,
Zhao Bao is 1,000 years old. Good news! Good news! Mo Sang Xiaojin has sent a message. and finally discover the whereabouts of the eldest prince. Oh, where is he? I'm going to kill him!
Jiumei was the first to jump up and shouted with a raised eyebrow. She was injured by the eldest prince's magic spell last time, and she is still not convinced yet.
It should be in his own fiefdom,
Zhao Shabao said with some uncertainty.
Sure enough, he is almost as short as Duan. But how can he get on the road easily?
Zhu Rong nodded, but she still had some doubts in her heart. After all, with the eldest prince's cultivation, if he wanted to hide, even if he was little in Mosang, no arrow can find him. It turns out that since he defeated Ji Jisheng last time and trapped the eldest prince and forced him to use the magic spell, the eldest prince took advantage of the chaos and escaped. And before leaving, he even picked up Ji Jisheng's arm. This is the real reason why he is willing to expose his secret and take risks. Because that arm is already a half-demon body for him. It's more useful than the bone essence of the demon Jiu. The eldest prince knew that Ji Jishi's next step was to go to the fiefdom of His Highness the Sixth Prince and perform the blood sacrifice technique. So now he judged that Ji Jishi would still escape to the fiefdom of His Highness the Sixth Prince. Therefore, after much deliberation, the eldest prince decided that it would be safest to return to his own fiefdom. After all, he was very familiar with the place, and there were many barren mountains and ridges compared to other places. So he lurked with him for a long time. The eldest prince was too tall and mighty, and in his own fiefdom, no one knew about this man-eating prince. So it was inconvenient for him to hang out in populated areas. Now his fiefdom has been controlled by the 19th princess, and the person guarding it is the 19th princess's most capable female general, Wu Yu, who loves her sisters, and most importantly, Yu Xuan and Yu Shui came to help her. Nowadays, the investigation is very strict everywhere, because Duan Muqi has long been wary that the eldest prince will return to the place he is most familiar with. Even Mo Sang Xiaojian was sent here. Chapter 794, Whereabouts Revealed B. In the first few days, the eldest prince hid in the deep mountains and forests, consuming hair and drinking blood, just like a primitive man. It is not very difficult for her to do this. Those beasts are not worth mentioning in front of her. And climate changes and temperature differences have no effect on him. He is now so advanced in cultivation that these difficulties that are difficult for ordinary people to overcome are nothing to him. But the eldest prince also has his own weaknesses. After all, he is a prince and is used to enjoying himself. He is also very uncomfortable when there is no one around to take care of him. When he first started refining Ji Jishen's arm, he didn't have the thought to take care of it. But he didn't expect that refining this arm was not as easy as he thought. Ji Jishen is a real half-demon body. This arm needs to be refined bit by bit. To put it bluntly, it means eating this arm slowly. Even the bones are completely chewed up and devoured. This process is not enjoyable. And the flesh and blood of this half-demon body is not delicious. But its effect is really amazing. The eldest prince actually feels that his physique is still improving rapidly. And there is no stagnation at all. Because the blessing contained in this arm is so pure. It was too huge, and he had to stop and refining it slowly several times. Otherwise his body would not be able to withstand the sudden surge. After living in seclusion in the deep mountains and forests for 20 consecutive days, the eldest prince had neither a change of clothes nor the conditions to wash up during these 20 days. And his whole body was already smelly. This kind of life was a bit unbearable for him. Finally, I couldn't help but leave the mountains and find a remote village to improve my life. This is a village that relies on hunting for a living. There are only 10 households in total, and about 100 people. There are more hunting dogs than people in the village. But such a small village is actually full of joy now. Because after the 19th princess took over the eldest prince's fiefdom, not only was the tax exempted, every household was registered, and they also received a bag of grain. At the same time, the animal skins that were not originally very popular were also sold out. And the tiger bones, deer antlers, bear paws, etc. were sold for unexpectedly high prices, which made these hunters very excited and seemed to be much richer all of a sudden. For the first time, many families also bought some good wine from the town, as well as the long-rumored dried tofu and soy sauce beef. They even bought a jar of pickled stinky tofu and seasonings together, and shared it with more than a dozen families after returning. Enjoy. The children were even more happy because they all got the snacks they had been craving for a long time. And the women in the village are even more happy, because now every household has a discount coupon, which can buy some daily necessities at half price. Many fox hunting men have bought the latest fabric produced in Liuhe County for their wives and children. It is said that this kind of fabric is light, soft,
brightly colored and will not fade. Therefore, from far away in Orion village, you can smell the stinky smell of fried tofu. And the whole village is actually filled with a cheerful atmosphere of the festival. But who would have thought that even this atmosphere would bring them disaster? The eldest prince was secretly angry when he smelled this familiar smell. It seemed that the 19th princess had not only taken away his fiefdom, but she was also very popular. These unscrupulous people are actually celebrating the fall of the eldest prince. Originally, the eldest prince just wanted to grab some clothes, have a good meal, and then kidnap 1 or 2 girls. He hadn't eaten fresh human flesh for a long time. But now he has changed his mind. He wants to destroy this village. It is safest to leave no one alive. What's more, these people still have to rejoice in their downfall. With the eldest prince's current cultivation level, it would be too easy to destroy such a small village. In less than a quarter of an hour, there were only 2 girls left in the whole village. The rest were sacrificed in blood by him. Although his blood sacrifice technique is only the most basic, the upper limit can reach 400 people. Even those powerful Orion men have no power to resist. The 2 remaining girls not only had to help him cook, they also had to wait for him to bathe. And in the end, they were torn apart and eaten alive by him. But the eldest prince neglected one thing. That is, several hunting dogs, like hunters, escaped. It turns out that these hunting dogs have the sharpest senses. Once they find that this person is very scary, they actually know how to escape at the risk of their lives. And the eldest prince didn't care. He was too lazy to worry about a few dogs. Several dogs ran wildly for dozens of miles, and actually ran to another Orion village. This attracted the attention of the hunters in this village, because the hunters in the nearby villages all knew each other, and they all recognized the hunting dogs raised by them. Out! Now these hunting dogs are running into their own village in panic. This is very unusual. You must know that these hunting dogs are not afraid of death even if they encounter wolves, tigers and leopards, and dare to rush forward and bite them. But now they appear panicked, and some are even trembling. When these hunters arrived at the most remote Orion village, they were immediately frightened. Everyone was sucked into mummies, and there were signs of eating and drinking at the village chief's house. What was even more terrifying was that there was another the girl who was torn in half, eyes wide open, looking horrified. Isn't this scene the rumored blood sacrifice technique used by heavenly demon Geo in the eldest prince's fiefdom? What happened to this girl also confirmed that it was most likely the eldest prince's fault, because it had long been spread in Yong'an County that Yong'an King Xia Ziyuan liked to eat human flesh, and it was fresh meat from girls. At this time, Mo Sang Xiaojian happened to be searching here. When she heard about this, she rushed over immediately. As soon as she saw the scene, she had already concluded that the eldest prince was hiding in this area. Mo Sang Xiaojian was also very brave, and he went into the mountain alone to find the whereabouts of the eldest prince. Not to mention, within 2 days, Mo Sang Xiaojian found the cave where the eldest prince was hiding. But as soon as she got closer, the eldest prince immediately noticed Mo Sang Xiaojian. Fortunately, Mo Sang Xiaojian's concealment skills were quite good, and his escape speed was even faster. So he managed to escape from the eldest prince's pursuit. But this thrilling search also allowed Mo Sang Xiaojian to confirm one thing. The eldest prince's spiritual consciousness was not profound. Otherwise, he would not have let her get so close to him before he discovered her. You must know that the eldest prince's cultivation level has reached the middle of the martial saint level. So Mo Sang Xiaojian not only notified Zhu Xiaobao, but also Wu Yu, who immediately came with Yu Shuang, Yu Shui, and 10,000 female warriors. On the one hand, they evacuated the villagers in the surrounding villages, and on the other hand, they laid mines and ambushes to prevent the eldest prince from showing up again. Wu Yu felt uneasy. She was not timid in the face of thousands of troops, but facing such a man-eating demon, Wu Yu was still a little worried. She had just been promoted to the level of martial master. Compared with the eldest prince is too far behind. On the contrary, the 2 sisters, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, were very excited and eager to fight with the eldest prince. The eldest prince thought that he had wiped out that village, and no one would know about it within a few days, or even 10 days. After all, these villages were too remote, and they did not have much contact with other villages. At most, they would occasionally visit each other when hunting. Bump into. I rarely go to other villages. So the eldest prince chose another village this time and wanted to repeat the same trick, because the girl he captured was also eaten by him. Once this thing tastes delicious again, it will be difficult to restrain it. The eldest prince wants to catch some girls again.
He found that it was really cost-effective to capture a few girls and take them back. Not only could they serve him, but they could also provide him with a way to vent their anger. And in the end, they could even eat them alive. It can be said that it kills 3 birds with 1 stone. But this time the eldest prince was not so lucky. When he entered the village, it was unexpectedly quiet. Not even a barking dog. And he had already sensed an ambush around him. Although his consciousness was not high. But after all, he is also a martial saint. And he could already sense it within 100 steps. But when the eldest prince sensed it, thousands of female warriors suddenly appeared from 100 steps away. And they shot arrows at the same time.
Ha ha ha! I am a half-demon. Aren't your arrows just like scratching an itch? I didn't expect to capture a few female warriors today. This is a bit of an unexpected surprise.
The eldest prince laughed arrogantly. And it was true as he said. Those arrows shot at him were of no use, and could not go in at all. But just when the eldest prince was getting carried away, 2 more arrows shot over at extremely high speed. This time the eldest prince was a little surprised, because the speed and power definitely exceeded those of the female warriors. And they had already injured him. Although it was just a little skin injury, it still surprised the eldest prince.
Whoever can hurt me is not just an ordinary person. Come out!
The eldest prince shouted angrily. He pulled out the 2 arrows on his body and looked at the wounds. They only penetrated the skin. Nothing serious. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. This body's strength may have surpassed that of Jishin. But no one responded. And 2 more arrows followed. This time it was different. They were 2 flaming arrows. They exploded as soon as they hit the eldest prince. And his shoulders were immediately charred and black. Also accompanied by faint burns.
It's annoying. I'm going to skin you alive.
The eldest prince didn't dare to be too bold anymore. With a wave of his hand, a blood axe appeared in his hand, and immediately knocked away the next few rockets. I saw 2 female warriors 100 steps away. Seeing that they could no longer hurt the eldest prince, they quickly threw away their bows and arrows, turned around and ran away. That toned body is very attractive even when running.
Where are you running? You want to run away in front of this king? What a joke.
The eldest prince suddenly yelled and chased after him with big strides. However, the 2 female warriors returned not long after running away, armed with soft whips and swords. They actually joined forces to attack. No need to ask. These 2 people are Yu Shuang and Yu Shui. They just escaped just to lure the eldest prince to this open area. The 2 sides have already fought, and the fight is inseparable. The eldest prince does not believe that these 2 female warriors are so powerful. How can they withstand the powerful and heavy attack of Wu Zun with their cultivation? However, the gap between the 2 realms in cultivation still made Yu Shuang and Yu Shui feel powerless. After a few rounds, they could no longer support it. Chapter 795, Whereabouts Revealed. C. After a few rounds of fighting, the eldest prince knew that although these 2 female warriors were very powerful in combat, there was a huge gap in their cultivation. Even if they joined forces, it would not be able to help. The eldest prince has obviously begun to gain an absolute advantage. His strength alone makes Yu Shuang and Yu Shui dare not resist him. But at this time, the eldest prince did not want to kill these 2 female warriors. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were famous not only in Daxia Kingdom, but also in Shijue Kingdom. The 2 of them joining forces can be said to be invincible, of course, with the same level of cultivation. Now the eldest prince suddenly wants to conquer these 2 female warriors. And like Jishin, he needs a few helpers around him. If there is anything he needs, someone can do it for him. These 2 female warriors are undoubtedly the most suitable candidates. Not only are they powerful in combat, but they are also physically fit and beautiful. They display a heroic and strong beauty. Just his favorite type. So the eldest prince actually has some wild ideas. This is also the reason why Yu Shuang and Yu Shui have been able to carry on until now. But the 2 of them are not so worried. They have already made arrangements. So this situation of being at a disadvantage has been expected.
Ha ha ha! You 2 are no match for me. Come back with me immediately. I will never treat you badly. Otherwise I will be rude.
The eldest prince smiled arrogantly. Now the eldest prince's heart was a little swollen. Apart from the descendant of the mythical beast, there is also Jishin. He has no opponents. This feeling is still very enjoyable. The overwhelming advantage is equivalent to controlling the opponent's life and death. In his opinion, if he leaves a way for these 2 people to survive, they will have to kneel down and be grateful. But before the eldest prince could finish speaking, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui suddenly got off the ground and flew backwards. They were unable to fight and tried to escape. This made the eldest prince angry, annoyed and funny. He had actively attacked himself just now. But now, he was so good that he wanted to run away after being defeated? How could anything be so cheap? The eldest prince excitedly strode after him. But within a few steps, Yu Shuang and Yu Shui turned back and launched an offensive against him. This time, they used a soft whip to keep a certain distance and deal with the eldest prince.
Bold! You bitches! Don't be shameless. I won't kill you because I care about you too. You are really ungrateful. Then don't blame me for being rude. Who is this sneaky person? Come out!
The prince was a little helpless against the two men's joint attacks to distance themselves. He couldn't hurt them both now. Yu Shuang and Yu Shui's movements and speed were much more flexible than him. And he discovered that not only Yu Shuang and Yu Shui were here, but there were others ambushing here. But because of his advanced cultivation, he noticed it immediately. I couldn't help but shout loudly. Whoosh! A cold arrow had already been shot at the eldest prince, but was blown away by his blood axe. Less than 100 steps away, the figure of Imo Sang Shaojian was revealed. As soon as she missed the hit, she immediately used her own escape technique and disappeared after a while. After a while, it appeared from somewhere else. And not only Imo Sang Shaojian, but Wu Yu also appeared. She was also holding a strong bow and shot the eldest prince in the dark. With the full help of Zhu Xiaobao, she has reached the level of Wu Zun. But compared with Yu Shuang and Yu Shui, her combat effectiveness is still a bit inferior. Now we can only cast cold arrows from a distance. In fact, there are more female warriors lurking further away. Their power is limited, but they have launched super strong crossbows. 2 people can control one and can shoot accurately at a distance of 200 steps. The eldest prince was suddenly confused by the arrows that continued to be useless. Although these arrows could not seriously injure him, the small scratches and wounds were very uncomfortable. Especially the cold arrows shot by Imo Sang Shaojian and Wu Yu. They are all loaded with explosives, and they will explode as soon as they touch the body, which also gives the eldest prince a headache.
You are looking for death.
The eldest prince finally couldn't help but became furious. He was a little pitied for her at first, but now there are so many female warriors appearing that he doesn't need to pity them at all. Just grab a few and take them back. They are top grade. The eldest prince shouted angrily, rose into the air, and struck down with a bloody axe in the direction of Yu Shui. Yu Shui was startled, but he did not panic, because Yu Shuang had already prepared. And with a soft whip rolling up, Yu Shui was rolled up and thrown to the other side, causing the eldest prince's offensive to miss. But what the eldest prince didn't expect was that one of his axe strikes actually triggered a mine buried underneath. And it wasn't just one mine. The series of mines actually came in groups of 5. And they immediately blew up the eldest prince. 8 prime. Boom! 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 There was a series of loud noises, and the scene was suddenly filled with smoke. And even the figures on the opposite side could not be seen clearly.
What's going on? Zhu Xiaobao, you are doing these weird things again. Come out if you can.
The eldest prince shouted in panic. Now he is very wary of Zhu Xiaobao. There are so many unexpected ways this guy has come up with that it's hard to guard against them. But the eldest prince doesn't know that Zhu Xiaobao is not here at all now. These were all planned by Wu Yu, Yu Shuang, and Yu Shui in advance. As long as there is an advanced gunpowder formula. The detonation method is very simple. This is not a problem for Mu Chuanyi at all. She has developed many detonation methods in the past few years. Some even Xiaobao didn't even think of it. And the operation is very reliable. Many of the 19th Princess's direct troops have special explosion teams, responsible for setting up ambushes or blasting. This is already an indispensable unit in the 19th Princess's direct troops. It is said that Junichi Ki has now developed dry batteries and detonators, and is preparing to trial produce a more advanced detonation method. 5 serial mines detonated at the same time, which made the eldest prince a little unbearable. The clothes all over his body were in tatters, and his face and body were gray and black. But the powerful half-demon body was only slightly injured. Just the burning feeling make him feel bad. The most uneasy thing is that he doesn't know where the little treasures are. Why haven't they shown up yet? The eldest prince decided that running away quickly would be the best thing to do. Now he has no intention of catching any more female warriors. Maybe he will be captured alive by Zhu Xiaobao. So he roared and rushed out of the encirclement with a single blood axe. The female warriors, who were already surrounding him, couldn't stop him at all. And once the eldest prince approaches, these female warriors will quickly get out of the way. This guy's cultivation level is too high. If he hits him, his bones will be broken.
Alas! It's such a pity that he was allowed to run away like this.
Yu Xuan and Yu Shui dared to pursue him. But it was only within the ambush circle they had designated. Outside of the ambush circle, they did not dare to pursue him. After all, the eldest prince was a martial arts cultivator. 4. Although the eldest prince was still allowed to run away, the female warriors still cheered for joy. They had defeated a powerful enemy with martial arts skills. And of course they were proud of it. At the same time, the hunters in this village also returned to their own villages and worshipped these female warriors. They had long heard about the powerful fighting power of the female warriors, but they did not expect that they were so brave and could defeat such a terrifying big devil. Within a few days, the news of this battle spread throughout the Great Xia Kingdom, and even the Shijue Kingdom and the Zirwei Kingdom received the information. The fiefdom of His Highness Sixth Prince also received the news immediately. The degaussing here was passed unconsciously by Zhu Xiaobao and others. The purpose is to let Ji Jixing know the whereabouts of the eldest prince. What Wu Yu didn't expect was that Zhu Xiaobao and others actually came to the eldest prince's fiefdom. Because Zhu Xiaobao and the others did not dare to enter the sixth prince's fiefdom rashly. Now that Ji Jixin and the human demon saint joined forces, I feel like I'm not sure of winning yet. In particular, the current triple illusion of the Shemale saint is very mysterious. In this triple illusion, even if their spiritual consciousness is super strong, they cannot sense the exact position of the opponent. At least not that accurately. I said that if we fight Ji Jixing in this illusion, we will lose the advantage of the 4 of them joining forces. So I decided not to enter His Highness the Sixth Prince's fief yet. So the 4 of them rushed to Wu Yu in a carriage. Firstly, they were worried that Wu Yu could not defeat the eldest prince. Secondly, they wanted to wait for Ji Jixin to arrive, so that they could fight with the eldest prince and reap the benefits. The third thing, if Ji Jixing doesn't come, then take action yourself and get rid of the eldest prince. Zhu Xiaobao still has this confidence. However, the whereabouts of the eldest prince not only alarmed Zhu Xiaobao and others, but also alarmed Ji Jixing. What was even more unexpected was that it also alarmed Saint Wu Wei. In fact, Saint Wu Wei is also paying close attention to the development of the situation these days. What is he doing these days? It turned out that he was following Jiuyin Saint. His immortal fusion technique now needed a woman with martial arts cultivation. So he targeted Jiuyin Saint. When Zhu Xiaobao and Ji Jixing fought in Southeast County, Saint Wu Wei was watching the battle not far away. He was good at calculation and stopped at a distance that Zhu Xiaobao, Ji Jixing and others could not sense. Moreover, he still had a weapon in his hand. A telescope is enough for him to observe the battle situation. It's just that the method used by Zhu Xiaobao was too weird. He actually defeated Ji Zi with gunpowder and strong explosions. This made Saint Wu Wei a little speechless. He didn't know how to deal with such a situation. It was too terrifying. It's impossible to guard against it. But later, he couldn't see clearly in the smoke. He could only vaguely see that Ji Jixin and the eldest prince had escaped. And Holy Lord Jiuyin also fled in another direction. After thinking about it for a while, Holy Lord Wu Wei decided to go first. Take down Jiuyin Saint. Because he felt that although he was already a martial saint, he was still far behind Ji Jixin, Zhu Xiaobao and others. Even the eldest prince could not compare with him. The eldest prince's super physique was definitely more than twice as strong as him. Although the Holy Lord Jiuyin is relatively easy to deal with, the Holy Lord Wu Wei failed to get any benefits. Unexpectedly, the strength of the Holy Lord Jiuyin is as good as him. Because he didn't expect that Jiuyin Xingzuan turned out to be a middle-level martial saint. Not the first-level martial saint that he usually showed. This surprised and delighted Saint Wu Wei. What he was happy about was that Saint Nine Yin's cultivation level was higher than he thought, which would be more conducive to his practice of
the art of merging immortals.
Surprisingly, Saint Nine Yin he is worthy of being a veteran devil. And he is still very scheming and experienced in the world. He actually concealed his cultivation level. As a result, Holy Lord Wu Wei had no choice but to change his strategy and turn to following the traces of Holy Lord Jiuyin and waiting for the best opportunity. Chapter 796, Accident After Accident A. Starting from Southeast County, Holy Lord Wu Wei began to track Holy Lord Jiuyin all the way. I thought that capturing Jiuyin Saint was not a very laborious task. But the cultivation and combat power shown by Jiuyin Saint along the way shocked Wu Wei Saint again and again. She was not the first stage of a martial saint at all, but the cultivation of the middle-level martial saint. And Saint Wu Wei feels that it is really not that easy to capture Saint Jiuyin alive. Holy Master Wu Wei used both soft and hard tactics along the way.
trying to deceive Holy Master Jiuyin into trusting him with sweet words. But Holy Master Jiuyin had more experience in the world than him, and was not fooled at all. Fighting with force, but unable to kill the killer, the Holy Lord Jiuyin in the facility fought with him unscrupulously. Although frontal fighting has never been the strong point of Holy Lord Jiuyin, just because of his scruples, Holy Lord Wu Wei, actually there is nothing you can do against Jiuyin Xingzuan. What makes people even more amused is that every time the two of them fight, Wu Wei Xingzuan still has some kind of desire, so that he has to find a woman to get rid of these evil fires after the war. This shows that Saint Jiuyin's charm skills have improved again. And even Saint Wu Wei has been affected. You must know that Saint Wu Wei has never been fond of women. But just because the cultivation of Holy Lord Jiuyin has exceeded the tone of Holy Lord Wu Wei, this makes Holy Lord Wu Wei even more happy. This is definitely more beneficial for him to practice the art of melting immortals. Maybe as long as you use Jiuyin Xingzuan to practice the immortal fusion technique, you can break through to the level of the martial emperor in one fell swoop. This is undoubtedly a great temptation for Saint Wu Wei. So Holy Lord Wu Wei followed closely along the way, which made Holy Lord Jiuyin very angry. She couldn't understand why Holy Lord Wu Wei could find her so easily. She had used her little ability to the limit, but still can't get rid of the entanglement of Wu Wei's saint. But she knew what Saint Wu Wei was trying to do, because when she was working as an internal agent for Zhu Xiaobao, she knew about Lord Ice and Fire's grass carp. And she also knew something about the evil technique of the technique of fusion of immortals. Holy Lord Wu Wei showed great patience during this process. Although he still couldn't defeat Holy Lord Jiuyin, he still followed the traces of Holy Lord Jiuyin and followed him all the way. Anyway, he is not too worried about Jiuyin Xingzuan's tricks. He has ways to resolve them. But the direction in which Holy Lord Jiuyin escaped in the end surprised Lord Wu Wei. She was chasing in the direction of Zhu Xiaobao and the others. Could it be that she wanted to go to Zhu Xiaobao in order to get protection? This makes Saint Wu Wei somewhat worried. He is not willing to meet Zhu Xiaobao now, because he is no match for Zhu Xiaobao and others now. And the matter of Lord Ice and Fire has now been known to Zhu Xiaobao. So it can be said that the two sides are already mortal enemies. Got it. Lord Ice and Fire is the aunt of the 19th princess. That is Zhu Xiaobao's aunt. Who does she want to find? Ji Jisheng? Zhu Xiaobao? Or the eldest prince? Holy Lord Wu Wei is increasingly unable to understand the thoughts of Holy Lord Jiuyin, because she came to Chungbei County to look for Zhu Xiaobao. But she hid in the busy city again. This made Saint Wu Wei also have doubts. Of course, the most unlikely thing among them was to go to the eldest prince. However, the development of the matter was different from what Saint Wu Wei thought. After the whereabouts of the eldest prince were leaked, not only Zhu Xiaobao and the others rushed to Wu Yu, but Saint Jiuyin also rushed towards the direction of the eldest prince's original fiefdom. Went! This surprised Saint Wu Wei very much. But he is also very surprised. As long as several people can meet together, there will definitely be a fight. And he will have the opportunity to make a fisherman's profit. So this time Saint Wu Wei did not show up again, but just followed Saint Jiuyin. This made Saint Lord Jiuyin seem to be relieved, and finally got rid of Saint Wu Wei's tracking. However, when they arrived in Yong'an County, Zhu Xiaobao and others did not take action. They were also waiting for Ji Jishan to hunt down the eldest prince. So Zhu Xiaobao and others only made some necessary arrangements and layouts, without even appearing in public. Most people now don't know that Zhu Xiaobao and the others have arrived in Yong'an County. Of course, Holy Lord Wu Wei knows everything. He has spies and lurking points planted everywhere. This is the capital he has accumulated over decades, and it is quite hidden. Jiuyin Xingzuan took advantage of a coincidence and directly inquired about the lurking points of the 19th princess. Didn't she once help Zhu Xiaobao as an internal agent? So she had this convenient condition. Even if it was now, Zhu Xiaobao has not revoked this privilege of hers. Of course, she can get some valuable information, and her whereabouts will inevitably fall into Zhu Xiaobao's hands. But she didn't tell her that she was being followed by Saint Wu Wei. Oh, is she here too? Does she want to go back on her word and allow us to accept her again? Or are she afraid that Ji Jishan will chase her? Zhu Xiaobao was also a little surprised, but still asked with a smile. What did he think of Jiuyin Saint Lord? The soldiers had no need to be wary, because the cultivation base and combat effectiveness of the two sides were so far apart that they would not pose any threat at all. Besides, Zhu Xiaobao always believed that Jiuyin Saint Lord would eventually defect to his side. I don't know. This woman is not a kind person. I don't want her to come to us. Don't make things too easy. Zhu Rong shook her head and said with some disdain. In fact,
Even the 19th princess and Jume are very disgusted with the Jillian Saint. After all, the Jillian Saint is definitely not a good person.
Yes. Don't be fooled by her assumptions. She has more experience in the world than any of us.
Similarly, Princess 19 also warned.
I know. I'm just wondering. Since you're here, why don't you come to see us?
Zhu Xiaobao said sarcastically.
Humph. Maybe they are not here to find you. Don't think too much.
Wu Yu said rudely from the side. Even though her status is higher than that of some other women. In front of Zhu Xiaobao, she is the one who dares to speak the most. Not only dares to speak, but also dares to fight with Zhu Xiaobao. Just like before. Even Jume admires her for this. Because Jume wouldn't dare.
Humph! She has no confidence in us. So she is waiting to see the result. She will join whoever wins.
Princess 19 snorted.
Don't worry about her. Since we're already here, why don't we fight? Now Mo Sang Xiaojian has found out where the eldest prince is hiding. The four of us can definitely kill him.
Jume was a little unhappy. Said. She thought of killing the eldest prince. Jume still couldn't forget the last blow from the eldest prince's condensed heavenly magic form. Thinking about regaining his face.
Well, I came here not for the eldest prince, but for Ji Jishan to come as well. Why else would I spend so much effort to spread the news to His Highness the Sixth Prince?
Zhu Xiaobao shook his head and said. He still hopes to make Ji Jishan and the eldest prince get angry. And it is best to lose both sides. If we take action at that time, we will definitely be able to eradicate them completely.
I also think we should wait patiently. Just keep an eye on the eldest prince.
Zhu Rong also nodded in agreement. Sure enough, for 3 days in a row, there was no movement at all. Zhu Xiaobao stayed in the Yong'an Palace. But the surroundings were heavily guarded. Even Wu Wei Xingzuan didn't know what Zhu Xiaobao was doing in the palace. But Saint Wu Wei is not in a hurry. He just needs to stare at Saint Ninin. As for other matters, he has no ability to interfere yet. But what surprised Saint Wu Wei was that Zhu Xiaobao did not take action. But Saint Jiuyin acted first. She actually took advantage of the middle of the night to quietly rush towards the hiding place of the eldest prince. This makes Saint Wu Wei a little confused. What does Saint Ninin want to do? Could it be that the purpose of her coming here is to join forces with the eldest prince? Doesn't this make sense? Saint Wu Wei was both excited and nervous, and immediately followed him. The more he followed, the more frightened he became. Holy Lord Jiuyin was really sneaking towards the location of the eldest prince. He would also play tricks from time to time, and turn back unexpectedly to prevent anyone from following him. Of course, this little trick could not detect Holy Master Wu Wei, and he easily avoided the counter-inspection of Holy Master Jiuyin. But as he went further, Saint Wu Wei became more and more cautious. An intuition told him that it would be very dangerous to go further. Saint Wu Wei stopped decisively, and quickly found a hidden place to hide.
Call!
A streak of scarlet energy passed through the hiding place of Saint Wu Wei, leaving a deep mark on the ground. This is what the eldest prince's bloody axe left behind. Fortunately, Saint Wu Wei stopped first and avoided this extremely powerful blow.
Ha ha! Junior sister, since you are here, why don't you show up?
The eldest prince laughed loudly towards the empty mountain colonel. When they were working under Ji Jisheng, they all treated each other as brothers and sisters.
Have you noticed my Qixi a long time ago?
Holy Lord Jiuyin seemed to be surprised. He appeared from behind a rock and looked at the eldest prince in surprise.
Ha ha! My cultivation level is not comparable to yours. Even from afar, I can detect you. Tell me, why are you here for me? GZ couldn't have sent you here. Right. It seems like last time GZ watching the exhibition with Zhu Xiaobao. You didn't take action.
Although the eldest prince was very arrogant, he still looked around carefully. He was really afraid that Ji Jishan and Sun Ying came together.
No. I came alone. I came here specifically to see you.
Jiuyin Holy Lord said calmly. At this time, he was much more confident than when he was in front of Ji Jisheng. And it also has a very charming and enchanting feeling. It's actually much more amazing than it was a while ago.
Oh. Why? Aren't you afraid of me anymore?
The eldest prince asked a little warily.
Hee. Why are you afraid of you? I helped you keep your secret. Others don't know. But I know it very well.
Jiuyin Saint suddenly said with a charming smile. It looked even more charming. But it also made the eldest prince more wary.
Well, let's go and talk in my cave.
The eldest prince pondered for a moment, then whispered. Then he opened his consciousness again, and searched carefully to make sure that no one else was following or ambushing him. Leave with Jiuyin Saint Lord. Chapter 797, Accident After Accident B. Following the eldest prince. They came to a very hidden cave. It can be seen that the eldest prince is much more cautious now than before. Even the entrance of the cave is disguised. And a huge boulder is removed to reveal the entrance of the cave. Entering inside, Holy Lord Join was a little surprised that the cave was actually very clean. Looking again, it turned out that there was a young girl making trouble inside. It turned out that Zhu Xiaobao and the others had not taken action during this period. And the eldest prince had arrested 2 more women and came in. Of course, this time it was much more low-key. After arresting the person, he came back without causing much commotion. So this cave was very clean. But the cave next to it was very scary. It was full of the corpses of the women he had mutilated.
Ha ha! Tell me, why did you come to me? You can't be looking for a backer. Right. Even if you are looking for a backer, you should go to GZ.
The eldest prince sat down with a sting and opened a jar of wine. Drink heavily. All these food and drinks were brought back after he massacred the village last time. Didn't that Orion village just buy good wine and meat from the town to celebrate? Unexpectedly, it was all cheaper than the eldest prince.
Why should I go find GZ? Didn't you also go behind his back? You can't hide your secret from me. I definitely have my reasons for daring to come here. And I also have a bargaining chip.
Jiuyin Saint Zun still kept a certain distance from the eldest prince, and sat down gracefully opposite the eldest prince.
Oh, what secret of mine do you know? What bargaining chip do you have? What do you want?
The eldest prince was shocked, fearing that the secret of the demon crystal in his chest had been known to the Holy Lord Jiuyin. This woman is not simple. Moreover, the current Holy Lord Jiuyin has shown a charming and coquettish side. Although it is not as good as the female Holy Lord, it is definitely a completely new look than when he was frowning in front of Ji Jixing. This shows that this woman is hiding something in front of Ji Jixing.
Humph! Your secret is that your cultivation level is definitely more than the middle level of Martial Saint. As for why there is such a huge improvement, I think if we reach an agreement, we will trust each other and let the other party know.
Jiuyin Holy Lord, he smiled confidently.
Ha ha! This is good. It can be regarded as my secret. But now that I have left GZ, there is nothing to keep secret. You should first tell me what bargaining chips you have in exchange, and what benefits you want to get.
The eldest prince suddenly felt more relieved. It turned out that Jiuyin Holy Lord did not know about the demon crystal in his chest. He just guessed his cultivation level. This might as well let her be secretly proud. Just now, the eldest prince had already thought of killing someone and silencing him. You know, once Ji Jixing learns the secret of this devil crystal, he will definitely snatch it away at all costs. But now since Jiuyin Saint Lord has not discovered this secret, there is no need to rush to kill her.
The last few levels of cultivation techniques of the blood sacrifice technique. How about this secret? Isn't this secret important enough? You are willing to follow Ji Jixing with humiliation. Isn't it because you don't have the next few layers of cultivation techniques? Until now, you only know the most basic level. The first 3 floors. Right. It can sacrifice blood to up to 400 people. Ha ha ha.
Holy Lord Jiuyin said with a proud smile.
Do you have any secrets on the following cultivation techniques?
The eldest prince's eyes suddenly burst into flames, and he wanted to grab it right away. But he suppressed his excitement forcibly, thought for a while, and then asked, pretending to be calm.
Say, well, what benefits do you want to get? Since you have complete cultivation skills, why do you need to come to me to join forces? Oh, you think I'm willing to join forces with you? I don't dare to use this heaven-defying technique just because of my low combat power. There are too many people who can kill me now. Just the 2 Yushuang and Yushue when Wuzun joins forces. I am no match for you.
Jiuyin Saint Zun shouted a little angrily.
Ha ha ha. So you want to follow me to perform the
blood sacrifice technique?
Hee. You are planning well. Once there is danger, it means that I am protecting you.
The eldest prince suddenly realized and laughed. This is Jiuyin Xingzuan's biggest shortcoming. Her combat effectiveness is too poor.
That's right. With your current level of cultivation, it would be a waste to have too many people in one blood sacrifice. If 2 people perform this technique together, it will have no impact on you at all.
Holy Lord Jiuyin said a little embarrassed, and even pointed at the eldest prince winked. Not to mention, this seductive look made the eldest prince's heart tremble. And then he immediately returned to his senses. But I was still very excited and a little vigilant in my heart. This old witch's charm skills seemed to have strengthened again.
Yes. Yes. I can agree with your idea. Take it out and let me see if you really have the cultivation methods for the later levels.
The eldest prince nodded, then stretched out his hand and asked,
Hee. First prince, do you think I would take such an important thing with me? If you kill people to get treasures, wouldn't I be asking for death? Even if I give it to you, I will give it to you one by one. This way I can stay by your side with peace of mind. Don't you think so?
Jiuyin Holy Lord said with a charming smile, as if he was deliberately trying to seduce and stimulate the eldest prince.
It is indeed Jiuyin Saint, with rich experience. Okay, then go and get the secret book of the 4th level's exercises first. Then come to my place. I am also taking advantage of this period. It's time to get you a big bed.
The eldest prince rolled his eyes and smiled. Although he was a little turbulent in his heart, he still suppressed it. The reason why Jiuyin Xingzuan must be moved straight away now is because he doesn't want her to see Ji Jishan's arm. And he could also take advantage of these few days to refine the remaining arms. Therefore, the eldest prince was not in a hurry to keep Jiuyin Holy Lord. Anyway, there were 2 women beside him. Although they were not very beautiful and had little cultivation, they could still meet his needs.
Okay, then I'll go get the 4th and 5th layers of the secret book first. Then the eldest prince will have to cooperate sincerely with the slave family. They have placed all their hopes on you.
Jiuyin Saint Zunia did not object, but said coquettishly, then stood up, twisted his waist and walked away. The eldest prince was really salivating when he saw it. He didn't expect that this old witch would be so stunning now. It's like a second spring. Except for Shandong. Holy Lord Jiuyin immediately stopped smiling. She also thought in her heart that the eldest prince did not force her to stay, but graciously let her go. This showed that he needed the
blood sacrifice technique
very much. Secondly, Holy Lord Jiuyin also felt that the eldest prince had a very important secret that he did not want to expose to himself. This is easy to judge. Ever since Ji Jisheng assigned him to the eldest prince on Jiaolong Island, the eldest prince has never had any trouble with him. This abnormal behavior can only show that the eldest prince has this more important secret. There is a huge secret that is probably related to his ability to cast heavenly magic. Jiuyin Holy Lord vaguely felt that he had seized a very good opportunity. Maybe he could be alone in the world when the time comes, not to mention Zhu Xiaobao. Even Ji Jishan may not be his opponent. Thinking of this, Saint Jiuyin couldn't help but feel filled with excitement and energy, even more full of fighting spirit. After coming out of the cave, Holy Lord Jiuyin launched her unique light skill and started running as fast as flying. Not only did she have to get rid of the eldest prince's pursuit, but she also had to deal with Holy Lord Wu Wei. Sure enough, Saint Wu Wei, who had been guarding the outside, was a little embarrassed by the wind-like speed of Saint Jiuyin. He was not good at Qigong, so it was difficult to keep up. But for the sake of his grand goal, Saint Wu Wei risked his life. I am confident that with my profound skills, I can follow the traces of Jiuyin Holy Lord no matter what. This run lasted for 2 days and 1 night, and Saint Wu Wei almost fell down from exhaustion. On the second night, Saint Jiuyin finally stopped running. It seemed that she had definitely gotten rid of the person who was following her. Saint Nine. Then we came to a small stream and started to take off our clothes and take a bath in the stream.
Who?
Holy Venerable Wu Wei panted heavily at this time and came over quietly, in order not to alert Holy Lord Jiuyin. Holy Venerable Wu Wei also left and stayed at a distance. But when he saw the white jade-like jade in the stream body, Saint Wu Wei was actually a little shocked. I never imagined that this old witch could have such a wonderful figure and skin. Although it was under the moonlight, the white flower still looked very dazzling. At this time, Holy Lord Jiuyin seemed to be very relaxed, and did not notice that Holy Lord Wu Wei had quietly followed, just playing games happily in the stream and singing softly in his mouth. Not to mention, Jiuyin Xingzuan is still very accomplished in singing. There is actually a kind of magnetic magic that makes people think wildly.
Jiuyin witch, you finally stopped running?
It was really hard for me to chase you.
Seeing that the escape route of Jiuyin Saint was blocked, Wu Wei Saint Venerable took her clothes. He also burned it with a wave of his hand. In fact, this was unnecessary. Jiuyin Holy Lord didn't care about this at all. Even if she was naked, she didn't care.
Holy Lord Wu Wei, what do you want to do? Don't come over. If you come over, I will call someone. You know, the eldest prince and I have lost weight.
Holy Lord Jiuyin suddenly panicked. He shouted, and quickly climbed ashore to put on his clothes. only to find that the pair of clothes had turned into a pair of ashes. Ha ha ha. What are you calling? The eldest prince? Ha ha. I'm afraid the eldest prince is still 100 miles away at this moment. This trick of yours is not very clever. Saint Wu suddenly laughed heartily and said, he was exhausted after 2 days, and he felt so relieved to see the Jiuyin saint in such a miserable state, with all the subtleties in his body clearly revealed. Wu, you are the leader of a well-known and decent family. Are you just taking advantage of others' danger? Let me dress up and rest for the night, and we will fight openly and honestly. Holy Lord Jiuyin shouted with a stern look, while still looking left and right. Hope someone can come to the rescue. Ha ha. A decent family? You are looking up to me too much. What kind of bullshit is a decent family? It's just to deceive those idiots. Saint Wu laughed and approached step by step. He was already ready to take action. What do you want to do? I am also a martial saint. I am not afraid of you. Jiuyin Holy Lord said tremblingly. His whole body was shaking like this, which made him look even more sexy and sultry. Oh, then let's try it. As he spoke, Holy Master Wu couldn't help but take action. Chapter 798, Accident After Accident. C. The eldest prince's fiefdom was originally vast and sparsely populated, and this area was even more inaccessible. Even if he occasionally encountered a few herb collectors, he would be killed by them in the process of chasing. So now Saint Wu laughs loudly, without any trace of people. No scruples. He had already carefully sensed it, and there was not even a living thing around here, let alone people. In this fight, Holy Lord Jiuyin is extremely embarrassed. Perhaps he was too tired from the long journey in the past 2 days. Now he is not the opponent of Holy Lord Wu at all. Although Holy Lord Jiuyin doesn't care about this. He looks like this. I was really annoyed by being teased by Saint Wu. In fact, Saint Wu is not lustful, even when he used the art of melting immortals. Last time, facing the great Lord Ice and Fire, he only regarded her as a training resource and was not deceived by beauty at all. But this time, what surprised Saint Wu was that he was getting more and more excited by teasing Saint Jiuyin like this. Is it because I like this way? How wonderful! Saint Wu himself felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that this kind of teasing could bring such strong impulse and desire. Originally, the Holy Lord Jiuyin was to be captured alive and brought back to perform the immortal fusion technique. Moreover, before casting the spell, he could also ask some interesting secrets. But now Holy Lord Wu suddenly decided to perform the immortal fusion technique on the spot. Technique. Now Jiuyin Saint Lord has completely fallen behind. Sure enough, Holy Lord Jiuyin could no longer hold on any longer, and once again wanted to escape, but was stepped on by Holy Lord Wu. This posture was as embarrassing as the two of Holy Lord Jiuyin were. His hands and feet were kicking around wildly. He no longer looked like a master of martial arts. He looked more like a lamb falling into the tiger's mouth, struggling in vain. In fact, Jiuyin Xingzuan's charming poison requires strong spiritual consciousness and superb cultivation, coupled with proper timing, in order to be effective against a top master like Wu Xingzuan. Of course, the power of this charming poison is that it makes Saint Wu unable to resist it this time. Moreover, Holy Master Wu discovered that Holy Master Jiuyin's consciousness was more powerful than his, and his consciousness was also being forcibly transferred with Holy Master Jiuyin. Saint Wu was really scared this time. Thinking about what happened to the great Lord Ice and Fire, Saint Wu almost cried out of fear. But now, he simply can't help himself. His cultivation level is still being lost, and the impurities and residues in his body are also constantly accumulating. He has clearly felt that half of his cultivation level has been lost. Please let me go. I will tell you all the secrets I know. My hard-earned cultivation is hard-earned. Please forgive me. Holy Master Wu blushed, but he still maintained an excitement on his face. But he was trying his best. I wanted to resist this charming poison, and in fear I also begged for mercy from Jiuyin Holy Lord. When we started just now, did you ever think about letting me go? Hee hee. Do you think I would let you go? Hee hee. I didn't expect that the most upright person from a famous family would have the same face. To be honest, you really are not as good as that Zhu Xiaobao. At least he is still alive and real. Stop dreaming. You are just a part of my plan. You should be satisfied. Jiuyin Holy Lord still asked delicately. I'm not willing to die in the hands of a bitch like you. God is so unfair. Ha ha ha. Holy Lord Wu wanted to roar to the sky in despair. Gradually, You can see the rapid aging of Saint Wui's face. Even Saint Jiuyin is very disgusted and tries to stay away from him. But it has come to an end. The poison of charm in the current Saint Wei has been lifted. But he has also become an old man. Humph.
A bad old man can still be in raptures with this fairy before he dies. It's really an advantage for you. Okay. Now you can tell me all the secrets you know. This is great. I don't have to worry at all anymore, don't worry. As long as you tell it all honestly, I might be able to give you a chance to practice again. So you can live for a few more years.
Holy Lord Jiuyin stood up and stretched. Then I realized that it seemed a little indecent. So I stretched out my hand and wrapped the clothes of Saint Wei around me. Saint Wei was really filled with shame and anger. He didn't expect that he had burned Saint Lord Jiuyin's clothes. But in the end, he ended up naked and hanging out to dry. This is really retribution. At this time, 2 lines of muddy old tears flowed out of Saint Wui's eyes.
Ha ha. It is indeed the
art of fusion of immortals.
And my cultivation has soared to the realm of the martial emperor. TSK. My appearance has become even more charming and beautiful. Who is this person? Get out of here.
Jiuyin Saint Zun deliberately took out the bronze mirror and looked at it carefully. Then concentrated on feeling it. And exclaimed with joy. But once she started to exercise her skills, she immediately became aware that there were others around her, which made her unable to help, but he was shocked and shouted angrily. With her current level of cultivation, as long as she is not the descendant of the 4 great beasts or Jijisheng, she has no one to fear. But things went against her expectations. And the person who came happened to be the person she was most afraid of. Right under his feet, a figure rose into the sky. If the Holy Lord Jiuyin hadn't reacted so quickly, he would have been hit by a single blow.
Ah, Juju Beauty. You are so good here? Have you seen it?
As soon as Jiuyin Holy Lord saw the coming person, he was trembling with shock. She couldn't beat this giant beauty, and her charm's poison has no effect on this powerful woman. I couldn't help but complain endlessly.
Yes, I've seen it all. In fact, I've been here a long time ago. It's because I was fascinated by your performance that I watched it for so long. Jumei still said it very honestly and straightforwardly. At this time, Jumei's face actually changed. Also slightly flushed.
He wants to harm me. He just used the
art of fusion of immortals.
He is the culprit who persecuted the great Lord Ice and Fire. Go and kill him.
Jiuyin suddenly gained wisdom and pointed at the Holy Lord Wu and shouted loudly, "Road."
Well, I heard it just now. I just want to take him back. Hey, why did he run away?
Jumei nodded, and then walked up to Saint Wu, looking a little disgusting. But when I looked up, I didn't expect that Jiuyin Holy Lord had already taken the opportunity to escape. Chapter 799, Newly Learned Moves. It turned out that Jumei came out to search for the eldest prince's foothold on Zhu Xiaobao's order, although Mo Sang Xiaojian had already found the general location. Due to her limited cultivation, she could only find out the general location and then go further. As he approached, even if the eldest prince's spiritual consciousness was not that strong, he could immediately detect the aura of Mo Sang Xiaojian with his advanced cultivation. Therefore, Mo Sang Xiaojian did not dare to move forward rashly. After all, facing an opponent like the eldest prince, one move could kill him. Of course, it is possible for Zhu Xiaobao and the others to destroy the eldest prince with the cooperation of the 4 of them. But Zhu Xiaobao is now waiting for Ji Zhihui to take action. His main target is still Ji Zhihui. Besides, the eldest prince's magic power is also Zhu Xiaobao's. Xiaobao and the others are a little afraid. It is undoubtedly the most appropriate to send Jumei out to search. Jumei has strong fighting power, and her biggest advantage is that her innate skills make her invincible. What's more, she also has a pet monster snake, which makes her even more powerful. Originally, Jumei was a little unhappy. This kind of search task was very energy-consuming, and even if she found it, she would not be allowed to take action. So Jumei was very depressed. However, after being out for 2 days and still not finding the eldest prince's foothold, he accidentally discovered the whereabouts of Jiuyin Saint, and Jiuyin Saint was also being followed. This aroused Jumei's interest, being able to discover so many important people. It is quite rewarding to come out this time, unintentionally seeing Saint Wu chasing Saint Jiuyin. Jumei was still a little confused whether to help Master Jiuyin, because Zhu Xiaobao had not always believed that Saint Nine Yin would eventually defect to him. Come! Now we are just weighing the strength of all parties. Although Jumei doesn't like to see the Jiuyin Saint, she still trusts Zhu Xiaobao's words. What was even more unexpected was that the eldest prince also appeared. Seeing that Wu Xingzhuan had to avoid it from a distance, Jumei hesitated for a moment, and finally followed the eldest prince's whereabouts. It's just that Jumei's speed is a shortcoming, and if she sneaks underground, it will be even slower. So by the time Jumei arrived at the cave where the eldest prince lived, Holy Lord Jiuyin was already preparing to leave, and he didn't listen to the conversation between them. Arrive. Since he couldn't take action, there was no need to stay and monitor the eldest prince. Jumei simply followed Jiuyin Saint out. But as soon as Jiuyin Saint came out of the cave, he started running like crazy, which caught Jumei off guard and stunned him. He was thrown away, and then a figure flashed above his head, and Saint Wu also chased after him. But Jumei couldn't keep up. Originally, Jumei had planned to go back to report, and her mission this time was considered completed. However, she did not expect that Jiuyin Saint Lord ran for 2 days and made a long circle, and met Jumei again, and when they reached the creek, they stopped, as if they were ready to take off their clothes and take a bath. But it seems that Holy Lord Wu is not far away, which makes Jumei a little worried about Holy Lord Jiuyin. She used her innate skills to escape underground. Although the speed was not fast, she could clearly sense everything within the area covered by the turtle-back shield. The current situation does not seem to be very favorable to Jiuyin Saint Lord. Although they don't want to see Jiuyin Saint Wu is their enemy. You must know that Great Lord Ice and Fire is the one who caused so much harm to Saint Wu. But if Jumei wants to help Jiuyin, she is not very willing. At least she has to suffer a little, and then she takes action in the end. Next, Jumei saw a very exciting hand-to-hand fight. Jumei's eyes widened when she saw it. This search mission was very worthwhile. Such a wonderful live show? Jumei looked at it with relish and had no intention of taking action. As for the words that Holy Master Wu and Holy Master Jiuyin were whispering in their ears while they were having sex, Jumei was too far away to hear them clearly. She could only treat them as some sensational words. At this time, Jumei had not realized that Saint Wu and Saint Jiuyin were performing the Art of Fusion of Immortals, so she felt even more disgusted with Saint Jiuyin. But this disgust did not affect her interest in watching live performances. It wasn't until she saw Saint Wu's appearance rapidly aging that Jumei realized that the two were actually fighting. And it seemed that Saint Jiuyin had the last laugh. So she hurriedly rose into the sky. She showed up. But at this time, she had not thought of killing the Holy Lord Jiuyin. After all, Jiuyin had done a good deed by killing the Holy Lord Wu. So Holy Lord Jiuyin took the opportunity to escape. And Jumei was a little confused as to whether she should let Holy Lord Jiuyin go, because within the scope of the turtle-back shield, she was definitely capable of killing Holy Lord Jiuyin. But Jumei has a simple mind and cannot think about so many things clearly. She only knows to obey Zhu Xiaobao. But now Zhu Xiaobao has not asked her to take action against Jiuyin Holy Lord. In the end, Jumei was too lazy to think about it anymore, and picked up Wu Xingzhuan wrapped in her coat. Her coat could basically be used as a quilt for ordinary people, so it was quite tight now that Wu Xingzhuan was wrapped around her. It doesn't feel too strenuous to hold in my hand, but it's a bit disgusting. When they returned to the Yong'an Palace where they lived, there was a huge response, and everyone came here. What? The Holy Lord Wu was deposed, and he was also deposed by the Holy Lord Jiuyin. This definitely shocked everyone. After listening to Jumei's narration, everyone was even more horrified, because the performance of Holy Lord Jiuyin completely exceeded everyone's expectations. I originally thought that she was just weighing the forces of all parties and wavering left and right, but I didn't know that she also had huge ambitions. Now everyone knows that her cultivation level is also hidden. Of course, Jumei was too embarrassed to elaborate on the physical fight between Saint Wu and Saint Jiuyin. After all, she was too unrestrained.
See? This woman is still a big devil after all. Do you still expect her to change her ways and turn her back?
The 19th princess snorted angrily. She had already understood that this was the
Art of Fusion of Immortals.
Her aunt, the Great Lord of Ice and Fire, suffered miserably from this evil spell.
Okay. I was wrong. I thought people were kind-hearted. Now it seems I was wrong.
Zhu Xiaobao was also very depressed. Unexpectedly, they were all deceived by Jiuyin Saint Lord, this old witch has no intention of changing her ways. At this time, Holy Lord Wu had been helped by his servants to take a bath and change into clean clothes. He looked like an old man, but it was very difficult to walk and talk, so he could only lean on a bed. He glanced at everyone weakly, and then looked a little ashamed. Seeing these former defeated generals now looking at her, as if they were watching a monkey show. She felt extremely sad. Among them are the Great Venerable Duobao and the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons. Of course, the Venerable Wine and Meat is also there. He has been following Zhu Xiaobao. But after a while, the 19th princess and Wu Yu supported an old woman and walked in. It turned out to be the Great Lord Ice and Fire. Now because the Great Lord Ice and Fire took the Great Return Pill, the 19th princess also gave her the specially refined essence of Jin and has now barely returned to the level of a martial artist. Although it is not comparable to before, it can be considered that he can resume his normal life and actions.
That's right. That's right. This is caused by the
art of melting immortals.
Oh, Great Venerable Wu Wei. I never thought you would suffer the consequences. What a retribution.
Great Venerable Ice and Fire came over and looked at Holy Venerable Wu Wei and couldn't bear it. Zhu said with resentment.
Alas! Why bother? You are already the best in the world. Why do you still practice such evil arts?
The Great Venerable Duobao and the Great Venerable Thousand Poisons both shook their heads and sighed. These two people are also in Yong'an County. For the safety of Wu Yu, Zhu Xiaobao has put a lot of thought into it. The personnel deployed in Yong'an County are quite strong. But now Saint Wu Wei can't even say a complete sentence. The 19th princess had no choice but to inject a burst of qi into his body. Of course, this was definitely not as good as the essence of Jinshin, but it could make Saint Wu Wei feel much more energetic immediately. And his frail body no longer trembled so much. There was also some energy in his eyes.
Alas! This is all God's will. I am a descendant of the beast controller, and it is my duty to get back the dragon-slaying knife. It is my mission and goal to destroy the demon Jiao and restore the strength of the beast controller. I just didn't expect that I will fall into the hands of the witch Jiaoyin.
Saint Wu Wei's vitality and spirit immediately recovered a lot. But he said with a long sigh,
Ha ha! I won't embarrass you if you are like this now. Tell me everything you know. What about sword control art, beast control art, immortal fusion technique, etc., and the ones you know secret? Now these things are useless to you.
Zhu Xiaobao asked someone to pour a cup of tea for Holy Master Wu Wei, which was the best jasmine tea. Suddenly the room was filled with a fragrance of jasmine tea.
Okay, I will find time to copy those skills to you. As for what I want to say now, another powerful enemy has appeared. Jiaoyin Xingzuan has absorbed all my cultivation this time. I estimate that her cultivation is now she has reached the great perfection of the martial saint. And the half-demon body she cultivated before is also very powerful. It is by no means as weak as we have seen. She was just pretending before. You must be careful,
Wu Wei Shenzun said slowly. When he talked about Jiaoyin Saint-Zun, he still couldn't help but feel jealous and hateful. Originally, that was the state he should reach.
Oh? Such a high level of cultivation? I didn't expect that this immortal fusion art is so powerful. It is indeed a forbidden art in the immortal world. In order to achieve your own cultivation level, you have to sacrifice another person with the same level of cultivation.
Zhu Xiaobao couldn't help but he shook his head and exclaimed. In the next 3 days, Saint Wu Wei did not hide anything. He copied down all the exercises and intensives, and also told the secrets he knew very clearly. However, what he said was not clear to everyone. The help from Xiaobao and others is of little significance anymore. However, in the past 3 days, at night, pig-like howls came from Zhu Xiuba's room.
Jiumei, please spare me. Why are you doing so many tricks now? I can't stand it anymore. Help. Jiumei had gone out for half a month, and now that she was back, he was hers for 3 days in a row. This made Jiumei so excited that she tried all the new tricks she had learned and still didn't want to finish them. This made Jiumei excited. Zhu Xiaobao suffered a lot. She was so fierce and had so many tricks. Such a heavyweight beauty and shrew had used so many tricks. Even Zhu Xiaobao couldn't resist it. Chapter 800 Negotiating Conditions. For 3 days in a row, except for Jiumei's excessive demands, everyone else was still very satisfied with the demigod bodies of Zhu Xiaobao and the others. They can recover quite quickly from such a little work in bed, and they can return to full blood state with a little effort. On the contrary, Saint Wu Wei needs the 19th princess to inject a burst of qi into him every day in order to survive. Otherwise, his current physical condition can no longer support him, and the loss of cultivation has restored his yangshuo to normal range, and he is very old. Already over 100 years old. If it weren't for the 19th princess's true energy, he might die at any time. Otherwise, Why did Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 spend so much money to get the Great Return Pill and Essence of Dragon Dan to the Great Lord Ice and Fire, just to allow her to restore some cultivation to the maximum extent? At least it can also make her live longer than her current age. This time Saint Wu was very cooperative, answering almost all questions, and told Zhu Xiaobao everything he knew. And it's all the truth. No tricks. Although the secrets mastered by Saint Wu are not very important now. His Beast Control Ju and Sword Control Ju are very important. The most important thing is Sword Control Ju, because Beast Control Ju. It is necessary to have a dragon-slaying knife to exert its maximum effect. But the sword control technique was different. After Zhu Xiaobao mastered it, he immediately formed a more tacit understanding with the Suzaku sword, and the sword became more domineering. With the killing power on the sword, the energy is already comparable to the immortal weapons in the immortal world. But this also creates a problem. That is, the two attributes on this knife are becoming more and more distinct and increasingly exclusive. On the contrary, it cannot exert its maximum power. When the knife is in Zhu Rong's hand, she often feels like she cannot control it. But when it is in Zhu Xiuba's hands, it can no longer exert the power of the Suzaku flame. Hey, old man Wu Wei, is there something wrong with the sword control technique you gave me? Why is it not as good as before? Zhu Xiaobao asked, a little annoyed. Ha ha! This is the most normal reaction. If there is no such rejection reaction, it means that there is something wrong with my sword control technique, Saint Wu said with a slight breath. He can basically only sit down now. Even talking too much is a bit too much. But the old guy's eyes were no longer as decadent and desperate as they were at first. Instead, he felt very confident. What do you mean? Can this knife be used by only one person in the future? What about my wife? Zhu Xiaobao was extremely unhappy. Originally, this knife could be used by two people. But now it cannot be used by both of them. Feel comfortable. Ha ha! They are originally two magical weapons. If you forcefully fuse them together, of course, it will do more harm than good, unless you can completely melt them and create a new sword. It may be difficult in this world do it, but I have a way to help you solve this problem. And it will also benefit all four of you descendants of the mythical beast. At this time, Saint Wu actually showed a smile, as if his plan had succeeded. Oh, is there such a good thing? Please tell me quickly. Zhu Xiuba's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked eagerly. Well, but I also have conditions. In fact, my conditions are not excessive. I just need essence of Jinshan Dot, Saint Wu said slowly, and then stopped in the middle of the sentence. He had worked so hard to tell Zhu Xiaobao and others his secrets these past few days, just to wait for such an opportunity to negotiate terms. Humph. So you have such a wishful thinking. What a beautiful idea. When you recover your cultivation, will you start making trouble again? I don't need this hacking knife anymore, so I will give it to my wife alone. Zhu Xiaobao immediately darkened his face and said harshly. This guy is also very decisive. He just doesn't care much about the gains and losses of the dragon-slaying knife. Zhu Rong and Zhu Rong behind him were so moved that they wanted to cry. This guy cared too much about the people around him and valued this kind of family affection the most. Oh? You are willing to give up such a good opportunity? You are really unpredictable. Holy Lord Wu suddenly pointed at Zhu Xiaobao in shock and anxiety, feeling like he hated iron for not being able to become steel. After a while, Holy Lord Wu sighed and said, Oh, maybe I failed because I was too persistent, and I would do anything for the dragon-slaying knife. But you take these things very lightly, but you have achieved your current achievements. Humph. It's hard for me to understand you. You don't have anyone you can trust, and you spend all your time scheming and deceitful. After living in this world for hundreds of years, don't you feel that you are alone? Is it interesting to live like this? Xiaobao also couldn't understand what Saint Wu was doing, and felt very puzzled. But he has no intention of negotiating terms with Saint Wu. This person is always a huge hidden danger while alive. So Zhu Xiaobao decisively turned around and left. Behind him, Zhu Rong, Princess 19 and Jume were all excitedly surrounding Zhu Xiaobao. They were all very happy at this time. How well Zhu Xiaobao said it. They are the people closest to Zhu Xiaobao in this world. Alas! Descendants of the divine beasts, please stay. Even if Zhu Xiaobao is right, with your current strength, even if you join forces, you may not be Ji Jisheng's opponent. Not to mention the eldest prince and Jiuyin. These two huge variables are the Holy Lord. And my method will definitely improve your strength greatly. Especially you, Xiao Bao, can truly communicate with the dragon-slaying sword and become one with the sword. You know, if you can't beat Ji Jisheng, then the final result may not be good.
Wu Wei Xingzuan said quickly behind you. He didn't expect Zhu Xiaobao to leave immediately without any hesitation. He also admired Zhu Xiaobao in his heart. But in order to save his life, Saint Wu Wei was still anxious to keep them. But the initiative, at this moment, is completely on Zhu Xiaobao's side.
Okay. Let's talk about your method. If we can really deal with Ji Jisheng, we can also agree to your conditions.
Zhu Rong was still thoughtful, and immediately heard that the words of Saint Wu Wei were not alarmist. Even though they are excited and proud now, they still have to face Ji Jisheng in the end. The eldest prince and Jillian Saint are also huge hidden dangers. So Zhu Rong stopped first, turned around, and asked seriously. Of course, others also stopped.
It's very simple for me. I just need to separate the two swords again, so that they can exert their maximum power. Of course, the method of separating these two magic weapons is only known to me.
Wu Wei Xingzuan is no longer there just now. He's calm, but a bit flattering. Because he knows Zhu Xiaobao a little bit now. This guy might really dare to give up such a good condition.
Xiaobao, Zhener, promise him. This matter is still very important. In fact, in his current situation, even if I give him the
essence of Jinshin,
he is just like me. There is no threat.
At this time, the Ice and Fire Lord, the reporter said solemnly on the side. Although she hated Holy Lord Wu Wei in her heart, she could still distinguish the pros and cons clearly. Zhu Xiaobao and Princess 19 were unwilling to negotiate conditions with Holy Lord Wu Wei because they had to take into account their own ideas. So Lord Ice and Fire stood up and said calmly at this time.
Okay. Then tell me your method. If it's really what you said, I will condense the essence of Jinshin for you.
Princess 19 nodded. Very cautiously, said.
Okay. My method is actually a set of
5 elements smelting.
Method. It is through this set of exercises that I can completely separate the two magic weapons. With your cultivation level, if you want to refine a semi-immortal, it's difficult to make weapons, but it's easy to separate them.
Holy Lord Wu Wei said somewhat disappointedly. This was originally his way to collect and refine the dragon-slaying knife in the future. But now, he has no choice but to give it to Zhu.
Baby!
He knew that he would never be able to return to his original state in this life. At most, like the great Lord Ice and Fire, he can only live as long as possible for a few more years.
Let's take a look. This is actually a jade slip. It seems to be a magic from the fairy world.
Zhu Xiaobao took a piece of jade-like thing handed over by Saint Wu Wei. He needed to use his spiritual consciousness to penetrate into it. See to the content inside. In other words, people with low cultivation cannot see these contents at all. Zhu Xiaobao's doubts about this set of exercises were basically lifted.
How long does this separation process take?
Zhu Xiaobao asked after reading it.
It's 3 days less. With your cultivation, it should be about 5 days. It will never exceed 7 days.
Saint Wu Wei thought for a while and said,
Okay then. I'll give you an essence pill first, which will ensure your support for 10 days. If they can successfully complete it, I'll give you an essence of Jinshin.
The great Lord of Ice and Fire immediately took over the conversation and said. This was also her conscious effort to guard against Saint Wu Wei.
Ha. Okay. I'll do as you say.
Holy Lord Wu Wei said with a submissive smile. Now that he saw the great Lord Ice and Fire, he still felt a little flustered and a little guilty. After all, it was him who destroyed it himself. The cultivation of the great Lord of Ice and Fire. One of the 3 beauties at the beginning now looks like an old woman. Of course, if Zhu Xiaobao and others separate the 2 magic weapons and refuse to fulfill their promise, then they will have to accept their fate. He was betting that Zhu Xiaobao would keep his word.
It's good that you know. If you have any secrets that you haven't told yet, tell them now and stop trying to bargain. Otherwise, even if Xiaobao doesn't kill you, I will kill you.
The great Lord Ice and Fire saw that Saint Wu Wei was still filled with resentment and snorted rudely.
There is one thing I'm not sure about. I don't know whether I should say it or not.
Xingzuan Wu Wei thought for a while before saying cautiously.
Say it.
The great Lord Ice and Fire snorted impatiently.
Ji Jisheng's severed arm was picked up by the eldest prince. And this arm will definitely make the eldest prince's cultivation level rise by leaps and bounds. Its effect is not inferior to the essence of the skeleton. You must not take it lightly.
Saint Wu was far away at first, and could see it through the telescope. However, due to the crisis of the situation where everyone was forced by the heavenly magic phase, Saint Wu was the bystander, and could see clearly.
Ah! Damn it! My arm has been completely refined. Who is it? The eldest prince or that bitch Juyin?
Ji suddenly shouted angrily in the secret room, because he already felt that he and that arm completely lost its sensitivity.